Longxi Castle was a magnificent century-old fortress on Longxi Island, the southernmost fief of the Merlin family. At this moment, a violent storm raged outside its walls, while inside the castle the servants were all taut with extreme tension. Their second young master Arthur had suffered grievous burns and was hovering on the brink of death. Mr. Carter, the castle's butler, had served the Merlin family for more than 20 years. He had watched each of the young masters and ladies grow up. Now the second young master had been caught in the fallout of a battle between dragons and suffered terrible injuries, both inside and out. Although the mysterious scholar Diggers possessed superb medical skills, the usually steady Carter was still consumed by worry, repeatedly dabbing the sweat that beaded upon his brow with a handkerchief. Looking at the terrified and restless maids and servants before him, Mr. Carter raised his voice with solemn authority. Mrs. Orson, have the night shift maid stay. The others may go back and rest for now. In the coming days we still have a hard battle to fight, so everyone must pull themselves together. Thomas, William, you two are injured as well. Go down and rest first. I will watch over the young master tonight. You can come back tomorrow. Under the arrangements of Mr. Carter and Mrs. Orson, the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only those assigned to keep vigil. In his previous life, Arthur had been Zhang Long, a graduate student in agriculture at a university in Huagua in the 21st century. During a graduation trip, the plane he was on was torn apart by a suddenly appearing storm, and his soul was absorbed by an ancestral blue bead and carried into this world. At that very moment, a sudden storm had also arisen over Longxi Island, catching Arthur, who was out hunting, completely off guard. He could only gather his guards' attendants and several beloved hounds, attempting to hurry back to Longxi Castle. Yet none of them had imagined that 3 titanic dragons would suddenly appear in the sky, locked in a furious struggle, a pale ice-blue water dragon battling against a golden dragon and a silver dragon. As an elemental dragon, the water dragon's combat power was naturally formidable. Even though the golden dragon dwarfed it several times in size, it was still at a disadvantage. Only with the silver dragon's support at its flank did the battle become evenly matched. The dragon's roars forced every beast on the island to sprawl, trembling upon the ground, not daring to move. The 3 dragons tore at one another in a heaving knot of scales and claws, and great quantities of dragon blood rained down upon the island. In years to come, that spilled dragon blood would surely suffuse this land, giving rise to rich veins of ore. With every violent movement, the raging water dragon stirred the water elements between heaven and earth into frenzy, making the storm all the more savage. The water dragon summoned a boundless storm of ice shards to assail its foes. The ice lances struck the bodies of the 2 metal dragons with a clanging din, yet struggled to inflict any real harm. Driven into a berserk fury, the reverse scales on the water dragon's neck glowed with blue light, as it was the first to unleash an ice-blue dragon breath. That breath was so unimaginably cold it felt as though even the clouds themselves were about to freeze solid. The golden dragon and the silver dragon refused to be outdone. Golden dragon breath and pale dragon breath surged toward the water dragon from front and rear. From the ground, the 3 streams of flame in different hues painted the heavy cloud layers in a dazzling array of colors. But where those falling dragon flames landed, the surroundings were plunged into a living hell. Forests were incinerated, rivers boiled away, and countless beasts were burned to ash before they had time to flee. Where the icy flames struck, all things were frozen in an instant, only to crumble into fine dust. Despite fleeing for their lives, Arthur's guards were almost all slain or maimed in a heartbeat, and Arthur himself was scorched by dragon fire and fell unconscious. Had he not advanced to Earth Knight with a life force far more robust than ordinary men, he would likely have perished as well. Fortunately, Thomas and William, both also Earth Knights, survived with only minor injuries. They hoisted Arthur onto their backs and fled desperately toward Longxi Castle. After several hours of brutal combat, the water dragon, gravely wounded under the joint assault of the golden and silver dragons, finally went mad and chose to perish together with the golden dragon. The silver dragon was also so severely hurt that it could barely remain airborne. In the end, it staggered, flailing into the depths of Longxi Island, its fate unknown. At that moment, a blue bead emerged from the storm and appeared at the place where the 2 fallen dragons had perished. It absorbed the dragon souls of the fallen dragons, then shot into Arthur's sea of consciousness and vanished. 3 days later, Arthur finally woke from his coma, yet no one knew that his inner being had already changed. Having absorbed Arthur's memories, Zhang Long could not help but marvel at how wondrous this world was. Fortunately, he now found himself the second son of Merlin, a viscount, whose lineage stretched back 300 years. As a member of the nobility, he would be able to savor life's comforts in the days to come. This was a world of wondrous power where those with talent could cultivate battle chi. Basic battle chi corresponded to Knight Attendant, intermediate battle chi to Earth Knight, and advanced battle chi to Sky Knight, each realm divided into lower, middle, and upper stages. Above the Sky Knights were Domain Knights and Dragon Knights. Beyond battle chi, those gifted to an exceptional degree could even cultivate magic. Yet those able to practice magic were exceedingly rare. On the entire Aosagusi Island where the Merlin family resided, there were fewer than 50 mages, though the island's population numbered in the tens of millions. The ratio was thus nearly 1 in 200,000. Arthur's talent, however, was excellent. Before even reaching his 16th birthday, he had already advanced to Earth Knight. Originally, this newly advanced Arthur had come to Longxi Island intending to tame a magical beast as a mount. Who could have foreseen that before he even glimpsed the shadow of a mount he would encounter a battle of dragons, lose his life in misfortune, and have his body taken over by Zhang Long like a magpie, seizing another bird's nest? You're awake, Arthur. A weary yet excited voice reached Arthur's ears. He forced his eyes open, his vision slowly clearing, and saw before him a beautiful woman. She wore a simple blue dress with only a sapphire holy emblem pendant at her neck. Her chestnut hair was neatly arranged, yet her haggard expression made it clear she had not rested properly for a long time. Her hands trembled slightly as she held Arthur's. Thanks be to the moon goddess, Arthur, you've finally woken. Mother. That single word mother brought Venia's tears brimming to her eyes. She wanted to embrace and kiss her child, yet for fear of touching his wounds, she could only clasp his still relatively uninjured hands more tightly. At this time, Arthur's entire body was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Only his hands, feet, and chest remained mostly uninjured. Even his hair had been burned away. Arthur flexed his hands and feet. Thankfully, they still functioned normally. I've applied gold rose potion to you, she said. Your wounds are healing very well and shouldn't leave any scars. Vanina, afraid that her son, who had always been vain about his looks, could not accept his injuries, rushed to reassure him. Arthur pulled at his stiff face in an attempt to smile. To salvage my life is already a blessing. Scars don't matter. Arthur assumed that with burns this severe his appearance could not possibly be restored and that his mother was merely comforting him. Not wishing to worry her, he pretended to be utterly unconcerned. Venia naturally saw through her son's thoughts and said with a smile, do you know on what the Rose family relies to become the wealthiest clan on Aosagusi Island? It is precisely the gold rose potion. Not to mention burns. No matter how severe a wound may be, once treated with it, no scars will remain. Hearing this, Arthur suddenly understood and thought to himself, of course. This is a world of wondrous power. Father has campaigned for years and suffered countless injuries, yet bears no scars, no doubt thanks in large part to this gold rose potion. This is nothing like the world I came from. I must adapt to it as quickly as possible. Yet aloud, he only said, I've heard dragon fire wounds are different from ordinary injuries. I wonder if the potion will still be as effective. Venia could not help but feel a flicker of worry as well, but still comforted him, seeing how quickly you're recovering. There should be no problem. You've been unconscious for 3 days. I had the kitchen keep simmering your favorite beef bone broth. Come drink a little. Venia took the bowl from the maid's hands and carefully blew on it, then lifted a spoonful to Arthur's lips. This is made from the bones of a mid-rank magical beast, the golden bull. It's exceptionally nourishing. Hurry and taste it. Arthur said, a little embarrassed. I can do it myself. My hands aren't injured. Venia immediately scolded playfully, come now, don't fuss. Who is it that always insists I feed him whenever he falls ill? Arthur could only feel metaphorical black lines running down his face and brace himself to drink the soup spoonful by spoonful. The taste, however, was beyond reproach. Who said worlds traversed into lacked good food? This far surpassed his previous life, thanks in no small part to the ingredients. After all, here people dined on the meat of magical beasts. Ordinary livestock and poultry were reserved for commoners. The nobility ate only farmed magical beasts and grains cultivated by elves, so the flavor was naturally superior. Mother, how could you bear to slaughter a golden bull? Don't we usually only kill one on major festivals? After all, the Dasting family sells only limited numbers, and we have just 3 left grazing on Longxi Island. Arthur asked in puzzlement. Venia answered in vexation, don't mention it. The dragon battle destroyed more than half the island. Many of the beasts we were raising were frightened to death by the dragon's aura. Though golden bulls are brave, the 2 that were closest to the battle were also lost. Thinking of the terrifying scene in his inherited memories, Arthur felt his hair stand on end and sighed. The losses this time are enormous. It will be a long time before there is game to hunt again. Venia, however, dismissed this. That's not entirely true. Though the dragon battle destroyed vast tracts of forest, the blood that fell will also suffuse the island. In years to come, life here will only grow more prosperous and powerful. We may well see the birth of spirit insects and mid-rank magical beasts. Arthur asked in confusion, does dragon blood have such benefits? Venia explained with a smile, of course. No one yet knows exactly how spirit insects are born, but the richer the magic in a place, the more likely they are to appear. That much is certain. According to family records, in the past 300 years our clan has already found more than a dozen spirit insects on Longxi Island, and in the future there will likely be even more. As for the formation of mineral deposits, that is related to the dragon's excrement and breath, with dragon blood being even more effective. Take Longxi Island for example. It was named Dragon's Rest Island because a suspected dragon's lair was discovered here, a mine cave containing a large quantity of sapphires. Arthur nodded. You mean the cave behind Longxi Castle where we keep the magical beasts? Venia nodded in turn. Yes. Haven't you noticed how the beasts raised there all grow especially large and fierce? Arthur nodded again. No wonder. Could it really have been a dragon's lair once? But our family has occupied this place for several centuries, and it still has such special effects. That seems a bit exaggerated. Venia laughed softly. That isn't because of the dragons themselves, but because it was a dragon's lair. Oh, you're not a mage, so you can't sense it, but the magic in that cave is denser than elsewhere. That's why the dragon chose it as its lair. Magical beasts growing in a place steeped in magic will naturally thrive. I see. Arthur then asked Mother what became of the dragons that were fighting. Venia, unable to hide her excitement, lowered her voice. The water dragon and the golden dragon have both fallen. Your father has found the corpses of the 2 dragons. As for the silver dragon, we are still unsure. A wounded dragon is not something we can contend with, so we are only conducting searches in a limited range and do not dare venture too deep. Where the golden dragon died, I believe a large gold mine will emerge within a few decades. The water dragon was an evil dragon and did no productive work, yet the land its blood saturates will be ideal for cultivating water tribute magical herbs. Longxi Island will surely become one of the family's most important sources of heritage in the future. Venia's voice quivered with excitement. Thanks to the attentive care of his mother Venia, a mid-level mage Arthur had almost fully recovered after a week of convalescence in bed, and as expected, not a single scar was left on his body. His hair had grown back into a thick layer as well. Looking at the handsome young man in the bronze mirror with short platinum hair and blue-violet eyes, Arthur could not help but sigh softly. I really chose the perfect body to transmigrate into. Such an exquisite face, such a wondrous world, such a privileged family background. What reassured Arthur most was that the clothing on Oscus Island was perfectly normal. Both men and women favored simple, clean, and practical styles. Even for major ceremonies, attire was refined and elegant rather than the exaggerated flamboyance of French court fashion. Arthur's family belonged to the Merlin Viscountcy, ranked third among the 9 Viscount houses under Oscus Island, the 6th Count Island of the Crescent Principality. This world followed a system of enfeoffment similar to medieval Europe. Lords exercised absolute power over life and death within their domains, needing only to swear fealty to the liege above them. The Merlin family's ancestors had been oath-bound knights of the Oscus family more than 300 years ago. They followed the then Baron Oscus into the famed Battle of the Sun Shooting, in which the tyrannical Red Sun Kingdom was destroyed. With the establishment of the Crescent Principality, the Oscus family was granted Oscus Island and elevated to the rank of Count. The Merlin family was in turn enfeoffed as Viscounts by the Oscus House and granted vast lands in the southwestern region of Oscus Island. The Merlin domain possessed an east-west coastline stretching 500 to 600 kilometers and extended more than 250 kilometers from north to south, with a total area approaching 150,000 square kilometers. Only the southeastern and southwestern coasts were mountainous. The rest was fertile plain crisscrossed by dense river networks that made water transport convenient. The domain also encompassed most of the island's largest freshwater lake, Lake Lycalia, one of the Merlin family's most vital resource areas. The lake's specialties, white-scaled shrimp and red-scaled carp, were not only exceptionally delicious, but could also help knights accelerate the condensation of their battle chi, making them a crucial strategic resource of the Merlin house. In this world where battle chi and magic coexisted, Arthur's plan to rely on modern knowledge to trigger an agricultural revolution had largely fallen through. Here, all mineral resources depended on dragons to generate and extend them, while the magic potions required by knights and mages for cultivation could only be made from seeds urged to grow by sprites. Yet both dragons and sprites were the distilled essence of heaven and earth, things that could not be sought deliberately. Throughout the entire Crescent Principality, only the Crescent Grand Duchess possessed a silver dragon, and her husband Marquis Saida had a gray-mouthed iron dragon. Dragons lived for several thousand years, and the 2 dragons of the Crescent Principality were not yet 500. Thus the Principality's national fortune remained vigorous. All powers lay low, unwilling to provoke it lightly. Among the sprites Arthur knew of were spirit worms, little sprites, and great sprites, and according to legend there were even dragon sprites, though he had never seen one himself. Great sprites lived for 500 years. The Merlin family had secured its Viscount title thanks to a plum blossom sprite named Misha, who had advanced from little sprite to great sprite. Misha was already more than 350 years old and could still sustain the family's glory for over a century. The plum elixirs she produced could refine both battle chi and magic power, and they were also the key ingredient in the family's famed green plum wine. Little sprites were the primary measure of each Viscount house's strength, for they were the main productive force behind every family's high-quality crops and magic potions. The Merlin family currently owned 7 little sprites. At its peak, their ancestors had possessed little more than a dozen. Each little sprite had a lifespan of 120 years. At the most basic level were spirit worms. The Merlin family had 20 of them with lifespans of barely more than a decade. The birth of little sprites was wonderfully mysterious with no discernible pattern. All that was known for certain was that places rich in magic power were more likely to yield spirit worms. Each spirit worm could influence an area within a radius of 100 meters. A little sprite could affect a full kilometer, and a great sprite could govern the growth of similar plants within a radius of 10 kilometers. Thanks to the plum blossom great sprite, the main fortress of the Merlin family, Merlin Castle, was surrounded for dozens of li by seas of plum blossoms, a famed scenic wonder of the Crescent Principality. Every year when the plum trees bloomed, even the Crescent Grand Duke and Duchess would occasionally come to admire the view. After Arthur's body recovered, his mother Venia had to return to Merlin Castle. Affairs in the Viscountcy were numerous, and as a mid-level mage, she also bore responsibility for refining the family's magic potions, leaving her extremely busy. Originally, Venia intended to take Arthur back with her, but he refused. He had decided to stay and help the family develop Dragonrest Keep. Venia clasped Arthur's hand and tried to persuade him. Arthur, Dragonrest Keep is a harsh place. It is merely one of the family's hunting grounds and a site for raising magical beasts. There is only a single harbor village there with a population of no more than a few thousand. Are you certain you wish to remain? Arthur smiled and replied to his mother, this place is now in every sense the very spot where a dragon has fallen from the sky. With only a few knights father left behind to guard it, I cannot feel at ease. After all, the matter is of great importance. If even one person were to leak word of it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Someone of our blood must hold this place. Eldest brother must assist father in handling family affairs, and sister has her own fief to manage. Little brother is still a child. That leaves me as the most suitable. Seeing how sensible her second son had become, Vania could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, only through suffering do people truly grow. In the past, her second son had been competitive and vain, fond of luxury, and obsessed with obtaining more attention from his parents, not someone willing to endure hardship. For him, now to voluntarily remain on this desolate, harsh island was truly rare. It seems my Arthur really has grown up. Since you have such resolve, mother will agree to your wish. Rest assured, once I return, I will allocate a batch of supplies for you. That way you can live a little more comfortably. Arthur said happily, thank you, mother. Arthur accompanied his mother as they rode crimson blood horses, beasts with low-level magical ancestry, toward the harbor. The muddy road made Arthur feel for the first time just how backward this world could be. The harbor village was small, arranged in a semicircle along the docks. Dilapidated wooden houses were sparsely scattered around the pier. The gravel road on the docks was also a quagmire of mud, fouled everywhere with human and animal filth, and the stench of rot and excrement made one's stomach churn. Due south of the stone square at the docks stood a two-story stone building. This was the village's administrative hall, and also the resting place for visiting nobles and merchants who came to the island. On either side of the pier stood two arrow towers that were constantly manned by soldiers on watch. After watching his reluctant mother depart, Arthur led a dozen knights and 30 knight attendants back to Dragon Rest Keep. Most of the knights and attendants who had originally followed him had perished in the battle with the dragon. Only two knights, Thomas and William, had survived. Both were orphans selected in childhood to grow up alongside Arthur. Their loyalty was beyond doubt, and their talent was excellent. Before the age of 20, they had already become Earth Knights. Among the knights left by Father Eric, 30 years old, was a high-level Earth Knight with formidable combat strength. He was one of Father Aristotle's most devoted followers, having accompanied him through life and death battles many times with illustrious merits to his name. That was why Father had trusted him to help search for and collect the dragon's remains. The two mid-level Earth Knights, Alan and Ed, were twin brothers, just past 20, adept at joint attack techniques, and were orphans adopted by Father. The remaining 7 knights were all junior Earth Knights, yet each was not even 20 years old. Their aptitude was unquestionable, and they were all talents worthy of cultivation. The 30 knight attendants were mainly responsible for maintaining weapons and armor, tending warhorses, helping knights don their armor, assisting them in battle, and serving their daily needs while themselves improving under their knight's guidance until they too became Earth Knights. Almost all knights began their lives as knight attendants. Commoners served nobles, lesser nobles served greater nobles, and great nobles served those higher still. When young Arthur's father had been a knight attendant to the Count of Oscus, and even now he often accompanied and served the Count on hunts and campaigns. Arthur's elder brother Adam had once served as cupbearer to their maternal uncle Viscount Gouting-Tillier. Sending noble offspring to other families as attendants was a tradition of this world. To serve a great noble or a renowned knight was considered both an honor and a form of capital. Unfortunately, as a second son, Arthur had advanced to Earth Knight under the instruction of the Knight Drillmaster instead. He had only unwillingly served for a time as cupbearer under his own grandfather, the old Viscount Abel. When he arrived back at the castle, Mr. Carter and Mrs. Orson were already waiting at the main gate to welcome everyone. Young master, warm water has been prepared for you. You may wash and freshen up first. Tom, Jerry, attend the young master and help him change his clothes. The streets after rain are the most dreadful. Mr. Carter instructed crisply. Tom and Jerry were two boys in their teens with delicate features and quick minds, new manservants Mr. Carter had trained for Arthur. The previous two had unfortunately perished in the dragon battle. Under the service of his two new manservants, Arthur washed, groomed himself, and changed into a fresh knight's outfit. Even changing clothes required 2 people to attend him. Fortunately, with their help he managed, otherwise with the complicated layers of garments and all sorts of accessories, he truly would not have known how to put everything on properly by himself for a while. The life of a noble was truly beyond imagination. This accursed old society, and yet he found that he liked it. After changing, Arthur went to the training yard and began his knight cultivation according to the family's knight training method, the ninefold wave. As he cultivated, Arthur felt a vigorous, inexhaustible power surging through his meridians. A sense of control and of overlooking the world arose within him, as though he could seize wolves and tear tigers apart, and his sword alone could stand unrivaled beneath the heavens. The sensation was wondrous. In the days that followed, Arthur plunged into frenzied cultivation training until he was utterly exhausted every single day before he was willing to stop. Naturally, the results were remarkable. After just a few days, his progress was tremendous. His battle chi had become thicker and more refined. If we say that advancing from junior to mid-level Earth Knight required a battle chi value of 100, then his had already grown from 5 to 15. At this pace, he could advance to mid-level Earth Knight within half a year, a truly astonishing prospect. According to the norms of this world, people generally began cultivating battle chi at the age of 12. It would take about a year to develop basic primary chi, and even those with talent needed more than half a year. Progressing from primary to intermediate battle chi usually required 3 to 10 years, and each step within primary chi took 1 to 3 years. Cultivating from intermediate to advanced battle chi generally required 10 to 30 years. Each advancement within those higher levels typically demanded 3 to 10 years. One generally had to raise battle chi to the advanced level, that of a Sky Knight, before the age of 45 or further advancement would become exceedingly difficult. Even with potions or external aid, little progress would be possible afterward. Arthur's aptitude was decent, yet it had still taken him more than 3 years to advance from Knight Attendant to Earth Knight. At that rate, taking around 3 years to reach mid-level Earth Knight would have been normal. To require only half a year now astonished him. Could it be? At that moment, Arthur recalled the blue bead that had brought him to this world. He calmed his mind and circulated his battle chi, attempting to sense the bead's existence. Yet he could only feel an ever-renewing power filling his entire body. He could not perceive the bead itself at all. If battle chi would not reveal it, what about magic cultivation? His mother had once taught him a method of magical meditation, but he had lacked the talent to develop magic power. With this in mind, he once again began meditating according to the magical method. After a week of effort, he finally sensed the bead's existence within his sea of consciousness. It was that very bead ceaselessly rotating within his consciousness, drawing in natural energy from the outside world. As this natural energy passed through Arthur's body, it nourished him at the same time. Thus his battle chi had been able to advance so rapidly. At the same time as large amounts of natural energy poured into him, Arthur discovered he could perceive the fluctuations of magical elements within it. He realized that he could now cultivate both magic and martial arts at once. Arthur discovered that he could cultivate both martial and magical arts, which made him even more enthusiastic about training. During the day, he practiced fighting spirit under Eric's guidance, honing his martial skills. In the evenings, he meditated to cultivate magic. With the presence of the blue orb, he made rapid progress every day. This made Eric and the other Earth Knights, as well as the castle's residents, look at Arthur with newfound respect. Although the former second young master Arthur paid attention to training, he preferred socializing and having fun. Even the hard-working eldest young master Adam did not train as diligently. As a result, everyone became even more diligent in their training. After 10 days, the supplies that Vania sent to support Arthur finally arrived. A 3-masted sailing ship laden with goods reached Dragon's Roost Island. The 3-masted sailing ship was the most advanced ocean-going vessel in this world, capable of carrying nearly 10,000 tons. When fully staffed, it could accommodate over 10,000 people. Additionally, the 3-masted sailing ships were inscribed with magical arrays to resist attacks from oceanic beasts, ensuring safe ocean voyages. The Merlin family, with their vast coastline and ample funds, maintained 10 such ships and dozens of ordinary cargo vessels. The Augustus family had only 33-masted sailing ships and 100 ordinary vessels, ranking among the top 3 among the counts. This batch of supplies included 1,000 intermediate low-grade potions valued at 10,000 gold coins. These potions could be consumed by an intermediate Earth Knight every 3 days, while those of Merlin's rank received 3 per month, along with a salary of 10 gold coins. Thus, an intermediate Earth Knight's monthly expenses began at 40 gold coins. Adding weapon maintenance and food brought it to about 50 gold coins, totaling 600 gold coins annually. 100 intermediate mid-grade potions were valued at 10,000 gold coins, needed by intermediate Earth Knights for cultivation. The Merlin family distributed 1 per month, along with a base salary of 50 gold coins. Including other expenses, the monthly cost amounted to 200 gold coins, totaling 2,400 gold coins annually. 12 intermediate high-grade potions were worth 12,000 gold coins. These corresponded to advanced Earth Knights, who received 1 potion per month, along with a base salary of 200 gold coins and other expenses amounting to 1,500 gold coins monthly and 18,000 gold coins annually. Thus, his father's 100 Blood Dragon Guards, consisting of 20 advanced Earth Knights and 80 intermediate Earth Knights, incurred annual expenses of about 570,000 gold coins. This already accounted for half of the family's visible profits. 5 golden rose potions valued at 15,000 gold coins. 10 barrels of green plum wine, each weighing 50 kilograms, valued at 100 gold coins, totaling 1,000 gold coins. 50 barrels of ordinary wine, 100 barrels each of barley and beer, along with several hundred bottles of various magical wines from different regions. Several hundred kilograms of various beast meats, sealed with ice magic. Hundreds of tons of staple foods such as rice, white flour, and oats were enough to sustain 1,000 people for years. Clothes for all seasons and men's accessories as well as decorative items were all included. This would allow Arthur to live quite comfortably in the castle. The total value of these items was also around 50,000 gold coins. In this world, 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins. 1 copper coin had the purchasing power equivalent to 1 yuan in our world. 1 pound of food cost about 2 copper coins. Additionally, there were 20 knights chosen from orphans aged 13 to 14. These boys had been nurtured by the family since childhood and were loyal to the family. They would become the foundation of Arthur's own knightly order in the future. The Viscount himself maintained 100 standing Earth Knights, known as the Blood Knights. This was because their mounts were the red blood horses cultivated by the Merlin family. The Blood Knights had astonishing combat power and were one of the family's trump cards. Currently, Dragon's Roost Castle had 50 knight attendants whose monthly expenses totaled 250 gold coins. 9 intermediate Earth Knights incurred 450 gold coins monthly, 2 intermediate Earth Knights cost 400 gold coins monthly, and 1 advanced Earth Knight cost 1,500 gold coins per month. Thus, the total monthly cost for these knights amounted to 2,600 gold coins. Adding in Arthur's monthly expenses of about 300 gold coins, the total personnel expenditure for the castle reached 3,000 gold coins. Currently, Dragon's Roost Castle only had a little over 1,000 gold coins in savings. Fortunately, the most valuable items included a baronial appointment document and 100,000 gold coins in startup funds. His father had officially conferred upon Arthur the title of Baron of Dragon's Roost Island, meaning that this island would now belong to him. Of course, the place where the golden dragon fell would eventually give rise to a gold mine, but that ownership still belonged to the family, and he could only claim 10%. The potions cultivated from the place where the water dragon fell would be split equally between him and the family. The conferral ceremony would take place on his birthday, July 29th, at Merlin Castle. It was only mid-April, so there was plenty of time. It had been nearly a month since he arrived in this world on March 24th. Arthur finally had a territory that truly belonged to him. 100,000 gold coins would sustain him for 2 to 3 years provided he did not engage in extensive renovations. But could he develop Dragon's Roost Island without significant construction? That night, Arthur hosted a grand banquet at Dragon's Roost Castle to celebrate his formal assumption of control over the island. A dozen Earth Knights, 50 knight attendants, and officials from the port village were all invited to the castle to attend the feast, under the organization of the capable butler Mr. Carter and Mrs. Orson. The dinner was sumptuous, especially the dishes made from dozens of kilograms of beast meat, which were quickly devoured by the knights. Each person received a cup of green plum wine, while wine, barley, beer, castle specialty fruit wine, and beer were served without limit. Originally, the previous Arthur did not drink, but to avoid raising suspicion, he had to drink some green plum wine to fit in. After a few rounds of drinks, Arthur gently tapped his glass. Everyone immediately ceased their actions and quietly awaited Arthur's speech. Originally not good at speaking, Arthur had to muster the courage to speak after much internal preparation, saying, "Thank you all for coming. I feel very honored yet also anxious to be entrusted by my father with such a heavy responsibility and conferred as the Baron of Dragon's Roost Island. 300 years ago, our great ancestors bravely initiated the expedition of the Sun against the cruel Red Sun dynasty, liberating millions of people suffering in agony and hardship. The ancestors of the Merlin family worked tirelessly to transform the barren lands of the Merlin territory into a fertile land. Although Dragon's Roost Island is remote today, with just over 1,000 inhabitants, I believe that as long as we are willing to work hard and fight, we will surely create a better tomorrow with our own hands. To a brighter tomorrow, cheers." Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Arthur then announced to everyone, from now on, July 29th will be designated as a public holiday for Dragon's Roost Island. This day will be a day off, and each islander will receive 10 copper coins. Those on duty will receive triple pay. Another round of cheers erupted from the crowd. A slender yet spirited middle-aged man accompanied by a well-dressed tall young man stepped forward to bow deeply to Arthur, saying, "My Lord Baron, I am Sam, the administrative officer from the port village. This is Tax Officer Adeli, and we represent all the islanders to thank you for your generosity." Arthur, not having a strong impression of these two individuals, inquired, "What is the current living situation of the islanders? How are the taxes?" Sam spoke first. "The people on the island are serfs of the Merlin family responsible for fishing to support the Viscount. The elderly and women at home plant some crops and vegetables on the allocated village land or engage in handicrafts. Fortunately, the nearby resources are abundant and the harvests are plentiful. Each family can not only meet their basic needs, but also have a little left over. However, the communication with the mainland is inconvenient, and the merchants coming to the island to buy fish charge high prices. The islanders can only regularly go to nearby Alishan City to purchase living supplies. Even then, little remains." Adeli continued, "The Viscount is kind. The island's main tax revenue comes from fish taxes, which are charged at 30% of the catch. Because the merchants who come to buy severely underprice the fish, the tax revenue is only 10%, any excess those merchants will just recoup from the fishermen. Thus, the total tax revenue each month is around 30 gold coins." Arthur questioned, "Doesn't the family have its own merchant fleet? Why allow outsiders to underprice?" Adeli replied helplessly, "The Crescent Duchy is an island country with rich fishing resources, and most families engage in seafood businesses, so the market is limited. Our Merlin territory is even the largest supplier of seafood. Our family's merchant fleet cannot consume everything." Arthur understood that there was an oversupply of seafood. Other places backed by the mainland can engage in agriculture or handicrafts and other industries. The islanders of Dragon's Roost Island can only cling to fishing as their sole livelihood, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. Arthur then asked, "What craftsmen are on the island?" Samuel replied, "There are blacksmiths, shipwrights, carpenters, masons, tile workers, tailors, brewers, bamboo, craftsmen, barbers, and other artisans. Shipwright Jack has decent skills. All the ships on the island are repaired and modified by him. It is said that his ancestors once built 3-masted sailing ships, but he does not know why they fell into disrepair, and he ended up on Dragon's Roost Island. Other craftsmen have average skills. Oh right, old John brews good fruit wine. The Viscount has even used it to entertain visiting nobles during hunts." The butler Carter chimed in, "Indeed, every autumn the castle organizes villagers to go up the mountain to gather wild fruits. The castle currently has over 300 barrels of fruit wine in storage." Arthur nodded, thinking, there is still hope. At least there are various craftsmen available. He further inquired about the conditions in the port village. He instructed Sam, "Well, Sam Adeli, after you return, please register all the villagers tomorrow. I want to know the exact number of villagers, the ratio of men to women and children, and what skills they possess. This must be taken seriously. Although the two did not understand why Arthur wanted to do this, they complied, saying, "We will obey the Baron's orders." The banquet continued until after 10 o'clock that night. Arthur found Eric and said, "Eric, I plan to set out tomorrow to survey Dragon's Roost Island. Have the Earth Knights prepare, we will travel light and make things easier." Eric cupped his hands in respect. "As you wish, my Lord Baron." After bidding farewell to Eric and the others, Arthur instructed Mr. Carter to prepare a week's worth of dried food and supplies as he would survey the entire Dragon's Roost Island starting tomorrow. Early in the morning, Arthur woke up from his meditation. After a brief wash, he had a hearty breakfast with Eric and the other Earth Knights. Delicious creamy mushroom soup, roasted lamb chops, pork pie, seafood stew, and each person had a piece of beast meat. After breakfast, everyone returned to make final preparations before departure. On Arthur's side, his attendants Tom and Jerry had already helped him put on a set of leather armor and equipped him with a bow and sword. His sword was a fine steel broadsword capable of slicing through iron like mud. He had sharpened it when he advanced to become an Earth Knight, crafted by his mother at the forge of the master swordsmith sword, with just the labor costs amounting to 10,000 gold coins. Adding the materials, it totaled more than 100,000 gold coins. The butler Carter had also prepared the items to be carried. Basic toiletries, sleeping bags for camping, various flavors of beast jerky, plum wine, various seasonings, and flatbread potions for healing wounds, detoxification, and pest control, of course the beloved powder of the elven worms, just in case they encountered one. While the butler Carter had people pack the prepared items and hand them over to Thomas and William, he whispered in their ears, "The conditions in the wild are harsh. You must take good care of Baron, and in case of danger, don't rush forward recklessly. I'll prioritize the Baron's safety." Half an hour later, Arthur and the 13 Earth Knights rode their blood-red horses accompanied by a dozen hunting hounds, setting off from Dragon's Roost Castle to officially explore Dragon's Roost Island. Dragon's Roost Island is an island oriented from northwest to southeast, extending 120 kilometers in length and 40 to 50 kilometers in width. Its total area is 6,000 square kilometers, making it a rather large island comparable to a magical metropolis in the current world. It is surrounded by mountains with the north and northeast sides featuring towering peaks, known as the Northern Ridge, containing many summits rising over 3,000 meters. The sources of the two major rivers on the island are found here: the Jade Belt River originating from the Fife the Sameter High Dragon Head Mountain to the north, and the Southern Belt River from the Fort House in 500-meter high Eagle Return Peak in the southeast. Due to the steep mountains and swift waters, the rivers resemble white ribbons flowing between the mountains. Dragon's Roost Castle is built on a high ground beneath Dragon Head Peak. Below Dragon's Roost Castle in the northwest of the island, there is a wide bay with deep calm waters, a quality harbor where hundreds of three-masted sailing ships can dock without crowding. Unfortunately, the number of visiting merchant ships is quite limited. The western side, known as the Western Ridge, is much gentler, consisting mainly of low flat earthen hills covered with various fruit trees. There are also many small animals, especially wild boars, which often escape to the harbor village to wreak havoc. This is a favored hunting ground for the Merlin family. The southern ridge consists mainly of hills with altitudes of only a few hundred meters and features complex terrain with numerous rivers. The largest river on the island, the Drinking Dragon River, originates from the southwestern Dragon Claw Peak, which is the only mountain in the southwest that exceeds 2,000 meters and resembles a dragon's claw. The Drinking Dragon River has abundant water flow, and its river network covers most of Dragon's Roost Island. People joke that even the Drinking Dragon would have enough water here, hence the name Drinking Fourth Tone Dragon River. Due to the terrain being higher on all sides and lower in the center combined with ample water sources, there are numerous lakes and marshes on Dragon's Roost Island. This makes the island rich in vegetation and wildlife with no large ferocious beasts present. The Merlin family therefore used this place as a site for raising magical beasts. Arthur and his companions set out from Dragon's Roost Castle, passing through the harbor village, and reached the Western Ridge by noon. The Western Ridge is not high but is densely forested. Especially wild fruit trees, which come in various species, whether naturally occurring or influenced by ancestors, is unknown. This season is the time when fruit trees bloom and bear fruit. As the gentle breeze blows, petals dance through the air, creating a breathtaking sight. The hounds chase after small animals in a frenzy. The group rode slowly, filled with a sense of falling petals and tranquil times. As the noon heat rose, everyone scattered to find some wild fruits, which were sweet and tangy, whetting their appetites. Before long, the young men had caught several wild chickens and rabbits. Eric found a tall banyan tree and started a fire. Thomas filled Arthur's water pouch with sweet spring water. William, along with a few young men, began to pluck the feathers and skin the wild chickens and rabbits, skewering them on branches to roast over the fire. Thanks to the seasonings brought from the castle, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air, and although accompanied by dry rations and spring water, the lunch was still quite enjoyable. After resting for half an hour post-lunch, they continued their journey. As they ventured deeper into the Western Ridge, signs of human activity dwindled and bushes and vines nearly covered the ground ahead. Eventually, everyone had to dismount, clearing a path with their swords while progressing slowly. Fortunately, there were not many venomous creatures on Dragon's Roost Island, and poisonous insects were even rarer. From time to time, flocks of wild chickens and unknown birds would take flight. Wild rabbits and boars scurried about, keeping the hunting hounds busy as they caught countless wild chickens and rabbits, each with their bellies full. especially the two female mastiffs that survived the battle with the giant dragon. Last time their bellies were shockingly large. Their appetite was several times that of the other hunting hounds. Moreover, their digestion was particularly fast. In the end, even the hounds lost interest in those small animals. Although wild boars were fierce, they dared not attack them due to the pressure from the high-ranking Earth Knights. The group pressed on through the thickening darkness, having covered more than 30 kilometers. They found a sheltered valley and prepared to spend the night there. Eric led a team to set up traps and warning lines around. Thomas and William cut down branches to build simple huts. As night fell, mosquitoes began to swarm, buzzing around their ears. Fortunately, everyone had brought enough insect-repelling potions, and once lit, it quickly quieted down. Dinner consisted of 2 wild boars. After a satisfying meal, they took turns resting in the huts. Arthur, due to his magical meditation practice, did not need sleep and offered to keep watch with the others. Finding a large tree, Arthur sat down and began to meditate. Strangely, the 2 female mastiffs that survived the giant dragon battle also came to Arthur's side, lying close to him in affection. Arthur gave it little thought and quickly entered a meditative state. As the natural energy and magical elements continuously flowed into his body, he felt a profound sense of joy and tranquility. Recently, with the practice of magical meditation, Arthur's awareness of his surroundings had become increasingly sensitive, and he was close to advancing to the rank of a junior magic apprentice. A fluctuation of magical energy. Arthur was pleasantly surprised to discover that the 2 mastiffs beside him were indeed exhibiting fluctuations of magical energy. Could they be on the verge of evolving into magical beasts? Arthur placed his hand on one of the mastiffs, carefully sensing it. The magical fluctuations emanated from its abdomen. It must be that the fetuses within them are undergoing mutations influenced by the giant dragon. No wonder they eat so much. It's because the fetuses require a large amount of nutrients. But can ordinary flesh satisfy their magical needs? With that thought in mind, Arthur took out a mid-level potion and fed half of it to the mastiff beside him. Ordinary hunting dogs would find it hard to bear the power of the potion. After all, mid-level potions can only be tolerated by Earth Knights and mid-level magical beasts. Initially, the mastiff enjoyed it, contentedly grunting. However, as the effects of the potion fully kicked in, a violent force erupted within the mastiff. It howled in pain, but the agony rendered it immobile, only able to helplessly scratch the ground with its paws. Arthur placed his hand on the mastiff, feeling the turbulent energy within it. He realized that even half a potion exceeded the ordinary mastiff's tolerance. Arthur could only try his best to use his recently trained weak mental energy to help it guide the rampaging energy within. However, the effect was minimal. I was too careless. Fortunately, the magical fluctuations from the fetus in its abdomen grew stronger, finally providing a release for the energy within the mastiff, all rushing toward its abdomen. Before long, the turbulence calmed down. The mastiff also quieted, utterly exhausted, soon falling asleep. The mastiff's cries startled the others, who hurried over to inquire what happened. It's nothing. This mastiff is evolving into a magical beast, which is why the commotion was larger. Eric asked in confusion, how could an ordinary mastiff evolve into a magical beast? Arthur shook the remaining half potion in his hand and said, I fed it this. I didn't expect it to actually succeed. Eric looked incredulously between Arthur and the sleeping mastiff. Normally, if an ordinary mastiff drank a potion, it would definitely explode. This is truly rare. If magical beasts were so easy to cultivate, we wouldn't have to worry about not having magical beast meat to eat. It's really puzzling how it became one. Arthur said nonchalantly, haven't you noticed that these 2 mastiffs are much larger than the others? Perhaps they have magical beast blood. After all, traces of magical beasts like the Gale Wolf and Blue Mastiff have appeared on Dragon's Roost Island. Maybe their bloodlines got mixed in. Eric nodded and said, yeah, that should be it. But I heard that 100 years ago the Merlin family released a few magical beasts onto Dragon's Roost Island. Since they were all adults, they had fierce temperaments, making them hard to tame and breed. They were left here to reproduce naturally, and no one has seen them since. Could they have truly succeeded in reproducing? Arthur nodded and said it seems so. Arthur then fed the remaining half potion to the other mastiff. The reduced dosage clearly had a less potent effect, and it managed to endure for half an hour. Arthur poured the rest into it as well. The already exhausted mastiff could only twitch weakly before finally falling into a deep sleep after half an hour. Seeing this, Eric and the others went back to rest. Around 3 in the morning, except for the knights on guard duty, everyone else was fast asleep. Arthur also entered a deep meditative state. His senses could cover an area of several hundred meters. He felt the various magical elements around him, the rich, refreshing blue-black water element, the gentle and vibrant green wood element, the heavy yellow-brown earth element, the explosive red fire element, the sharp golden metal element, the agile cyan wind element, and the scarce yet fierce lightning element, the neutral and harmonious white light element, and the dark and elusive black shadow element. Arthur felt particularly close to the water, lightning, wood, and wind elements. Just as he was basking in the elements, 2 strong elemental fluctuations came from afar. Arthur immediately alerted everyone to be on guard and stand ready. Before long, a massive magical beast, the red-skinned giant tooth pig, chased a small fairy adorned with glowing mushrooms coming towards the group. The red-skinned giant tooth pig is a native species of Longqi Island. During the early occupation of Longqi Island by the Merlin family, they occasionally hunted it, but it has rarely been encountered in the past century. This magical beast can grow into a mid-level high-tier monster dominating Longqi Island. Before them stood a mid-level beast standing 3 meters tall and over 4 meters long, weighing more than 3 tons, shaking the ground with each step. Its massive, over-amateur-long teeth, although yellowed and somewhat damaged, remain incredibly sharp. The giant teeth of the red-skinned giant-toothed pig can easily pierce through ordinary steel armor. Its scarlet skin is difficult for ordinary arrows to penetrate, making it a premium material for crafting leather armor. Not only is it durable, but its bright red color is also quite attractive. The Merlin family has very few sets left now. Only high-level Earth Knights are qualified to wear it. Even Arthur does not possess it, as he previously preferred ornate plate armor and exquisite dragon-scale armor. He was never fond of the leather armor that has been passed down for hundreds of years. However, he never got his wish. It was his grandmother who gifted him a set of golden rose plate armor after he was promoted to Earth Knight, which Arthur treasures dearly. He has kept it in Merlin Castle, reluctant to wear it. The current leather armor is made from the hide of golden bulls, and the dazzling golden armor is embroidered with red plum blossom patterns, which seems a bit too ostentatious. The red-skinned giant-toothed pig possesses exceptional attack and defense capabilities and is incredibly strong and enduring. Even a high-level Earth Knight would find it difficult to handle. Upon seeing the appearance of the red-skinned giant-toothed pig, everyone felt tense. Eric immediately organized the knights into position. He and his brothers Alan and Ed took the lead, while the other Earth Knights formed a protective circle around Arthur. Encountering such a rare beast on their first day out, one wonders if they should consider themselves lucky or unfortunate. Seeing a large group of people suddenly blocking its path, the clever red-skinned giant-toothed pig halted its steps and began to glare fiercely at the crowd. High-level Earth Knight Eric stood face to face with it, fully unleashing his fighting spirit. The junior Earth Knights behind him felt the pressure of his aura, struggling to breathe, while the red-skinned giant-toothed pig faced an even greater oppressive force. However, seeing that thick-skinned sturdy creature remain calm and composed, it was evident that Eric's pressure had little effect on it. It truly was a troublesome opponent. Alan and Ed took out 2 chains, slowly circling around the red-skinned giant-toothed pig, preparing to launch a sneak attack. The best way to deal with such a tough beast is to restrict its movements. The brothers' chains were meant to trip the red-skinned giant-toothed pig's legs, giving everyone enough time to inflict fatal damage. The junior Earth Knights held shields and steel swords, slowly surrounding the red-skinned giant-toothed pig in a fan shape. They understood that they could only inflict limited damage on this magical beast and could only assist the high-level Earth Knight Eric. They aimed to create opportunities for him to strike. While the crowd faced off against the red-skinned giant-toothed pig, the little mushroom sprite that had been chased had already slipped away into the distant mountains. Of the hunting dogs, only the 2 that had fallen asleep were out of the fight. The rest were baring their teeth and lowly growling as they slowly closed in on the wild boar. It was indeed rare for ordinary hunting dogs to exhibit such courage in the face of a powerful magical beast. No wonder in any world people's affection for dogs surpasses that for other animals. Most animals would have fled in fear long ago under the pressure of bloodlines. Even well-trained warhorses hesitate in the presence of formidable magical beasts. At this moment, the warhorses in the camp were restless, constantly neighing in panic. The red-skinned giant-toothed pig seemed to sense the hostility from the humans. Even in the night, the fierce glint in its eyes was visible. Its eyes burned like crimson flames, filled with ferocity and cunning. It pawed at the ground, smoke billowing from its nostrils. Everyone be careful, it is about to unleash its magical skill, Savage Charge. Eric calculated the distance between himself and the red-skinned giant-toothed pig, his heart racing as blood flowed heatedly through every corner of his body. The pure fighting spirit within him was already boiling. He gripped his sword tightly, feeling its weight and heat as his fighting spirit ignited a red flame along the blade. He knew this would be a dangerous and tense battle, but he was undeterred. The red-skinned giant-toothed pig sensed Eric as a potential threat. It roared, poised to strike, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Under the night sky, the determined knight and the arrogant magical beast were destined to engage in a life-and-death confrontation. To interrupt the red-skinned giant-toothed pig's magical skill, Eric swiftly charged at the beast, his steps steady and resolute. His body moved flexibly, dodging the creature's thrusts with agility. He darted back and forth around the red-skinned giant-toothed pig, trying to find an opening for an attack. The red-skinned giant-toothed pig unleashed its skill Savage Charge, plowing a deep trench in the earth. The stones in its path were instantly shattered. Fortunately, everyone was skilled and alert, deftly avoiding the attack. A few hunting dogs, unable to dodge in time, were violently thrown aside. Their wails ceased before they hit the ground, indicating they were likely gravely injured. Arthur felt a pang of sympathy, but was powerless to help, only able to issue orders for them to retreat. The red-skinned giant-toothed pig missed its strike and turned its head to launch another furious attack. Eric's sword drew a red arc in the air, accurately aiming for the creature's neck. Although he did not hit a vital spot, his attack still caused it immense pain. It charged angrily at Eric, roaring and biting ferociously. However, Eric, with his meticulous movements and calm mind, always managed to find opportunities to strike at the vulnerable parts of the beast. The immense pain drove the red-skinned giant-toothed pig into a rage, letting out a deafening scream before it made a retching motion. Arthur sensed the surrounding fire elements stirring and immediately realized that the red-skinned giant-toothed pig was about to unleash another magical skill. He shouted loudly, "It is about to launch a fire attack, everyone be careful." No sooner had he spoken than a massive fireball coalesced in the giant's maw, zipping past the crowd and obliterating the nearby large trees. It was extremely dangerous, but fortunately no one was hit. The red-skinned giant tooth pig, having failed to land a blow, prepared to brew another attack. The Allen brothers finally found an opportunity to throw their chains and trip the beast's front and back legs. Then they drew their steel swords and charged in front of the red-skinned giant tooth pig, severing its tendons. The junior Earth Knights surged forward, stabbing from behind, thrusting under its arms, and cleaving behind its ears, mercilessly attacking all the weak points they could reach. The tremendous pain drove the red-skinned giant tooth pig into a furious rage, sparks beginning to gather in its mouth. Seeing this, Arthur suddenly had an epiphany. He sensed the water elements around him with his mental power and attempted to control them. The blue pearl in his sea of consciousness spun wildly, allowing him to successfully mobilize some water elements to surge toward the fireball the red-skinned giant tooth pig was about to conjure. Bang! With a loud explosion, the fireball unexpectedly detonated. The blast, shockwave, and destructive force made the red-skinned giant tooth pig emit a heartbreaking scream. The sound exploded in everyone's ears, leaving them with a ringing sensation. But the most unfortunate was the poor red-skinned giant tooth pig. The flames had nearly roasted its head, and the explosion's force left it dazed, causing its eyes to go blind and its ears to ring. Seizing the opportunity, Eric plunged his burning sword into the giant beast's eye. The red-skinned giant tooth pig struggled a few times before finally collapsing in convulsions. It never got back up. The crowd watched as the fallen red-skinned giant tooth pig lay on the ground, panting heavily, exchanging glances in mutual understanding before bursting into laughter. Arthur, having forcibly used magical elemental power, had severely depleted his mental energy. Seeing the red-skinned giant tooth pig fall, he relaxed and promptly fell into a deep sleep. Upon waking after a good rest, his mental energy had already recovered. He instantly felt refreshed. Even more delightful was the realization that he had advanced to a low-level magic apprentice. Arthur crawled out of the shelter, leaning against Thomas, who quickly stood up. "Are you all right, my lord?" Arthur smiled and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. A nap did the trick." He then took out 2 intermediate low-level potions and handed them to them, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Take the potions to recover some stamina. We will go find that little sprite soon." Thomas happily accepted the potion and said, "Thank you, my lord. Eric has already sent someone to search for it, but there is still no news." Arthur nodded and said, "All right, has the red-skinned giant tooth pig been dealt with?" William answered excitedly, "It has been taken care of. The hide is intact enough to craft 4 sets of leather armor. Most of the pork has been initially cured, and Lord Eric has sent it back to the castle. A few £100 were saved for rations. Those hunting dogs are in for a treat. They devoured the offal and scraps, especially the 2 mastiffs who advanced to junior magical beasts. They had huge appetites, consuming over £100 before feeling full." Arthur couldn't help but feel overjoyed upon hearing this. The red-skinned giant tooth pig was worth a small fortune, nearly 100,000 gold coins. The giant teeth were high-quality materials for crafting bone knives and daggers worth several thousand gold coins. The leather armor was also quite valuable. Especially considering the 3 tons of beast meat, it would sustain these Earth Knights for a long time, significantly speeding up everyone's cultivation speed. Watching the busy crowd at the temporary camp, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It seems this expedition has gone smoothly. The 2 mastiffs approached Arthur, having grown considerably after a night. Arthur patted their heads, saying, "From now on your names will be Ongyu and Lamb." The 2 mastiffs seemed to have gained intelligence, responding to Arthur with enthusiastic barks. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning, everyone." Soon Eric returned with his men. "So did you find anything?" Arthur hurriedly asked. Eric shook his head, looking dejected as he said, "No useful discoveries." Arthur comforted him, saying, "Let's fill our stomachs first. Mid-level magical beasts are rare, and everyone has a treat for the next few days. The flesh and blood of intermediate magical beasts are highly beneficial for the Earth Knights, not only enhancing their vitality and physical strength, but also accelerating the cultivation speed of their fighting energy and improving its quality. It is a favorite food for the offspring of great nobles. The blood of intermediate magical beasts is an essential ingredient for brewing intermediate potions. This red-skinned giant tooth pig is robust, having collected a substantial amount of fresh blood. Eric has a special collection bottle meant for gathering beast blood, utilizing magical powers of dimensional space. Despite its small size, the bottle can hold up to 100 gene of blood. Similar items include storage rings, storage bracelets, and specialized jade boxes for storing living plants and spirits. Only the elders of the Merlin family possess storage rings. There are quite a few collection bottles and jade boxes. Arthur also carries a jade box with him. After all, it's uncertain when they might encounter spirits, and without a jade box, it would be troublesome to gather their life plants. Spirits can take their life plants away, but cannot remain away from the earth for long, as it would cause them great harm. The jade box can maximally protect the spirit's life plants, preventing them from suffering injury due to prolonged absence from the earth. Today's breakfast consists of roasted red-skinned giant tooth pig meat, and the heart of the magical beast is prepared for Arthur, as it is the essence of the flesh and blood of intermediate magical beasts. It is the most concentrated in energy and vitality, greatly beneficial for tempering the body. However, Arthur's cultivation method is the water attribute 9 layers of waves, which is not compatible. Eric, William, and the other 2 junior Earth Knights practice fire attribute martial arts called Flame Slash. However, Eric, being an advanced Earth Knight, finds it of little use. Thus he decides to share the heart with William and the others. My cultivation method is of the water attribute. Yours is more suitable, so you should share it. It'll just have a kidney. William immediately declined. My Lord Baron, although your fighting energy attribute is not suitable, the heart would greatly benefit the tempering of your body. You should consume it. I have my own methods for tempering my body, and this heart is not of much help to me. It is more appropriate for you to consume it, so do not decline. Eat up. Saying this, he picked up a kidney and ate it. Everyone stopped declining and devoured nearly 100 gene of beast meat, with Arthur consuming nearly 10 gene himself. The appetite of Earth Knights is indeed impressive. After finishing their meal, they split into 4 groups, each with 2 members, to continue searching the surroundings. Arthur and Thomas formed one group, searching westward with Ong and Ram. Arthur utilized his magical perception ability to sense the magical fluctuations around him. After advancing to the rank of Magic Apprentice today, his perception range could now cover nearly 100 meters. They searched for several hours without finding any clues. The 2 men and 2 mastiffs took a detour to head back to the temporary base from another direction. Suddenly, a purple figure flashed past them. Huh, what rabbit is that big? Arthur sensed that it was also a magical beast, though with low magical power, barely at the level of an intermediate beginner. Ong and Ram immediately chased after it. They zigzagged after this unknown creature and arrived at a small canyon filled with caves. There were nearly 100 caves of varying sizes in the canyon. The creature they saw had just escaped into one of the caves. Arthur surprisingly sensed hundreds of magical fluctuations within these caves. Arthur circled around and found that all the openings were concentrated in the canyon. As long as they guard the entrance, the creatures inside would be trapped, making it an easy catch. The canyon runs east to west, measuring over 300 meters long, 20 meters wide, and over 10 meters high. At the deepest part of the canyon, there is a small waterfall and a deep pool approximately 200 square meters in size. At the edge of the pool, there is a tree resembling an orange tree with round leaves, white flower buds, and red flowers, marked with black patterns, bearing fruits similar to bitter orange. There are also several tall locust trees shaped like pear trees, but with round leaves and red fruits the size of papayas, which can enhance one's strength when consumed. This is a rare type of fruit-bearing tree only seen in the family's ancient texts. Both types of trees seem to harbor magical fluctuations. Arthur signaled everyone with signal fireworks, then guarded the canyon entrance, and instructed William to immediately return to Dragon's Roost to gather manpower. William, you must return to Dragon's Roost at once and gather 200 villagers, including stonemasons, carpenters, and bricklayers. Ensure they are compensated with 10 copper coins each day. Have Butler Carter prepare the supplies. Yes, my Lord Baron. Although William was unaware of Arthur's plans, he knew he must obey. He immediately rushed to the temporary base to prepare to ride back to Dragon's Roost. After more than 2 hours, Eric and the other Earth Knights arrived here. Arthur explained to everyone this canyon is hiding hundreds of low-level magical beasts, and there are 2 trees within the canyon that are undergoing transformation, likely about to give birth to spirit insects. Moreover, if they succeed in being born, they will be potion spirit insects. This is crucial for Dragon's Roost at present. Therefore, we will guard the canyon while I have William go back to gather manpower. I plan to build a fortress here to enclose the canyon, firstly to rear those magical beasts, and secondly, to cultivate potions using the spirit insects. Arthur's words shocked Eric. Hundreds of magical beasts, and 2 spirit insects about to be born. How can you be sure? Realizing his inappropriate wording, he quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, my Lord Baron, it's not that I don't believe you, but your news is just too shocking. Arthur waved his hand. If I hadn't personally confirmed it, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Let's hold our ground here for now, and the truth will reveal itself in time. Eric organized everyone to chop trees nearby and level the land outside the canyon, preparing to enclose it with wooden fences. The 6 Earth Knights were quite efficient. By nightfall, the entrance of the canyon, over 20 meters wide, had already been surrounded by a fence over 10 meters high. A large gate was left open in the middle for entry and exit. Outside the canyon, 3 wooden houses and a doghouse were constructed against the stone wall. 1 house for Arthur, 1 for Eric, and the remaining 5 shared a house. In the evening, through the wooden fence, everyone finally saw the true appearance of the magical beasts in the canyon. They were half-meter tall large rabbits with drooping ears and manes on their necks. Their tails were fluffy and large like squirrels. Some had white-purple manes, some yellow-purple, but more had deep purple manes all over. Thomas couldn't help but exclaim, "Aren't they beautiful? And they're so big with long tails. Are these rabbits?" Eric had never seen such magical beasts either. "I've never heard of such magical beasts before," Arthur remarked as he looked at these wondrous rabbits. "Perhaps they are also native species of Dragon's Roost. The terrain here is complex and quite hidden. If it weren't for this chance encounter, we would never have found our way here." Eric nodded. "Yes, the Merlin family has hunted here every autumn and winter for hundreds of years, yet we have never fully explored the entire island." "It's normal to have undiscovered species," Arthur agreed. "It seems I was too naive. I thought we could explore the entire island in about a week, yet it only took a day to open our eyes. And this is just the relatively flat western ridge. Who knows how many surprises await us in the more perilous areas." Eric nodded. "Yes, it might also be related to the recent dragon war, as many animals were frightened away from their original habitats, leading us to encounter them." Arthur nodded in agreement. The purple rabbits first drank some water at the pool before moving towards the canyon entrance. Upon seeing the wooden fence blocking their path, they appeared quite confused. They searched for an exit along the fence, but couldn't find one. Eventually, they became anxious and began to squeak. The group exchanged glances and looked towards Arthur. Arthur pondered for a moment and said, "Open the gate, Let's see where they go to forage and what they eat. Let's cast a long line to catch big fish. Everyone then took the hunting dogs to the wooden doghouse and opened the wooden door. The purple rabbits, startled, scattered in all directions. After sensing there was no danger, they slowly approached again, curiously examining the wooden door. Eventually, they crossed through the large gate. Once outside the gate, they became more cautious, spreading out in pairs. Arthur and Eric followed cautiously from a distance, and after walking about 5 li, they encountered a vast expanse of red grass, glowing with a shimmering green light. The purple rabbits dashed forward and began to feast. The grassland was also home to many herbivorous animals, including elk, wild horses, wild goats, hares, and wild cattle. Arthur and Eric exchanged glances, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. Eric whispered, "Is this devil's grass?" "So much of it. This is one of the favorite pastures for herbivorous magical beasts." Arthur nodded. "Devil's grass can only be cultivated by spirits. It seems there are spirits here." What a pleasant surprise. The two hid in a large tree, waiting for over an hour. The purple rabbits began to return. Arthur howled like a wolf a few times. A woo, a woo. Immediately, the herbivorous animals scattered in all directions, and the purple rabbits quickly vanished, no longer appearing leisurely and adorable. Eric couldn't help but be amused by Arthur's mischievousness. The two jumped down from the tree and hurried towards the area where he sensed magical fluctuations. Sure enough, a red spirit insect exuding a shimmering green light was lazily wriggling on a plump devil's grass. Arthur took out some jade powder from his waist and applied it to his fingers. The spirit insect immediately crawled over, attracted by the scent. It bit through Arthur's index finger. The contract was established. Arthur had successfully acquired his first spirit insect. After the contract was formed, Arthur immediately communicated through mental perception, instructing it to retrieve its life plant. The devil's grass spirit insect crawled onto the plump devil's grass, which quickly shrank and was swallowed by it. After acquiring 2 devil grass spirit insects, Arthur felt elated. He finally had some confidence as a baron. Generally, a baron possesses 5 to 8 spirit insects, and having even one small spirit is considered wealthy among them. The devil grass spirit insects he obtained were themselves quite precious, worth as much as an ordinary small spirit. After his official ennoblement, his family would surely provide him with a few more. With this, he would be well regarded among barons. If he could also acquire that mushroom small spirit, it would be even more advantageous. Thus, Arthur was determined to obtain that mushroom small spirit. After storing the 2 spirit insects in a storage jade box, he hurried with Eric to their temporary base. The Earth Knights had a remarkably fast walking speed, and they returned to camp in just over 10 minutes. The group of purple rabbits had already returned to the canyon. Thomas and the others rushed to greet Arthur upon their return, bowing, as they said, "Welcome back, my Lord Baron." Those purple rabbits were running back frantically. "Just now, I thought something had happened." Eric glanced at Arthur with a smile, but said nothing. Arthur noticed Eric's expression and casually remarked, "We just discovered 2 devil grass spirit insects, but unfortunately startled them." Unexpectedly, they indeed came back. They say old horses know the way. It seems the purple rabbits do too. 2 devil grass spirit insects. Thomas could hardly believe his ears. "Did you say you found 2 spirit insects? Is that true?" Arthur proudly took out the storage jade box to show him. Inside, 2 palm-sized red spirit insects with a shimmering green glow were peacefully sleeping. Thomas' eyes widened, staring at the spirit insects without blinking, as if they would run away at the slightest movement. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, spirit insects are marvelous creations of nature. They are truly beautiful." Arthur ignored the mesmerized Thomas and put away the storage jade box after showing it for a while. At that moment, Eric said to Arthur, "Should we close the wooden door? I see those purple rabbits have all returned." Arthur pondered for a moment and replied, "I think it's unnecessary. We should observe their habits for now. It will be easier to know how to treat them when we start raising them. Just guard the main gate and ensure nothing unexpected happens. The beasts on the island have been running rampant lately, so everyone should be cautious." Eric nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, then I'll assign people to take turns guarding the gate." However, this canyon is so hidden and the water and grass are abundant. Rabbit-type magical beasts are a highly reproductive species, yet there are only a few hundred living here. Something seems off. At this point, Alan interjected, "Could it be that there are others elsewhere?" Generally, when the population of a species reaches a certain number, they will drive part of it away to expand. Everyone agreed with Alan's reasoning. Eric nodded. "That should be the case. It is currently the breeding season, we will know more after observing for some time. It is also possible that their natural enemies nearby have suppressed their numbers." This made sense. After discussing for a while and arranging for night watch, everyone returned to rest. Arthur returned to his wooden house to continue practicing magical meditation. With the existence of that blue orb, Arthur's progress in magical meditation was remarkably swift. After unexpectedly advancing to a junior magic apprentice, his mental strength had greatly increased, his perceptive abilities further enhanced, and his affinity with magical elements had also improved significantly. Once in a meditative state, various magical elements danced around Arthur like spirits. Thus, he peacefully spent his second night outside. The next day after breakfast, leaving 2 people on guard, Arthur led Eric, Alan, and Thomas to explore the eastern plains. The group soon arrived at the place where they discovered the devil grass spirit insects. They were now at the foot of the Shieling Mountains, and further east lay the fertile wetland plains. Before long, a wide river appeared before them, measuring over 10 meters across. Eric looked at the river and said to Arthur, "This is the Shieling River, flowing downstream, leads directly to Port Village. Arthur and the others walked north along the Shieling River for about 5 kilometers, arriving at a fork in the river. The terrain here was flat with gentle green hills to the west and vast flat fertile land to the east, where various wild grasses grew wildly and flocks of unidentified wild birds and small animals were feeding and frolicking. Arthur looked at the land before him with satisfaction and said, "We can build a village here. On both banks of the Shieling River we can plant crops, and from the Purple Rabbit Canyon to the slopes here, we can vigorously plant pasture to raise magical beasts and livestock. Now that we have 2 devil grass spirit insects, we need not worry about the seeds of devil grass. This is one of the favorite pastures of herbivorous magical beasts. With them our supply of magical beast meat will be thoroughly liberated." Eric and the others couldn't help but feel exceptionally excited, and after all, devil grass is extremely rare. On Oscus Island, only the Earl's family and the Dustin family have devil grass small spirits, which gives them control over most of the magical beast meat supply on the island. The Dustin family's territory is less than 1/3 of the Merlin family's, yet they have created the strongest Earth Knight Order on the island, a 300-strong Golden Bull Knight Order, with the help of their mid-level magical beasts. Their greatest advantage lies in their family's devil grass small spirits. Herbivorous magical beasts can only grow, advance, and reproduce by consuming magical pastures. Ordinary pastures can only sustain their existence, and over time, they may even degenerate. Thus, the magical beasts, such as the golden bulls purchased by the Merlin family, are raised on Dragon Roost Island where the water and grass are abundant, ensuring they do not degenerate. Of course, reproduction is impossible since all the magical beasts sold on the market are castrated. At noon, the group was enjoying roasted red-skinned giant tooth pig meat. Several fast ships were approaching on the Shieling River, led by William and the Earth Knights. They brought along their citizens, various craftsmen, and supplies. Accompanying them were 40 knight attendants. Only 10 remained to guard the castle, while the others came over. Arthur instructed the knight attendants to hunt some wild beasts for the arriving citizens and craftsmen. He then gathered the remaining knights and craftsmen to hold a meeting. As Arthur sketched a rough plan, he explained, "First, we will establish a village at the fork of the Shieling River extending towards the west with houses built of wood and stone. The stones will be quarried from around the Purple Rabbit Ridge. However, care must be taken to shape the surrounding stone mountains into caverns for raising purple rabbits, mimicking the appearance of the Purple Rabbit Canyon. And leave the exits leading to this central point." Arthur then pointed to the middle position of the mountains, saying, "This way, all exits for raising purple rabbits converge here, and we will build a fortress to be guarded by the Earth Knights." Arthur continued, "Additionally, I have found a lot of high-quality clay on the Shieling Mountains. We can build a kiln to make bricks." Some craftsmen asked in confusion, "Build a kiln to make bricks?" Arthur sketched the design of the brick kiln, explaining the general process. One black and yellow-skinned bricklayer said, "My lord, this is very similar to making bricks and pottery, isn't it?" Arthur was delighted to hear this, and asked, "Do you know how to make bricks and pottery?" "Reporting to my lord, I am from Siwankia on the Simegia continent, where we build houses using yellow clay bricks made from bricks. Our place is also famous for making earthenware." Arthur was overjoyed. Having such an assistant would save him a lot of time in the brick-making endeavor. "Very well then, Siwan, I officially appoint you as the brick kiln captain. As long as you can produce bricks quickly, I shall reward you handsomely." Siwan immediately knelt on the ground and exclaimed, "I will not disappoint my lord's trust, and will complete the task as soon as possible. I await your good news." Arthur instructed William lead the 4 Earth Knights and 20 knight attendants to garrison the fortress to ensure the safety of the citizens. "At the same time, I will find a suitable place to plant the devil grass spirit insects, and afterwards you will be responsible for arranging personnel to protect the spirit plants and spirit insects." William immediately replied seriously, "Yes, my lord Baron." At this moment, Eric suggested, "My lord, I can lead the remaining knights and knight attendants to clear out the surrounding wild beasts. This way the safety of the citizens will be ensured. Even if any stray ones come, it won't be a big problem with William and the others on guard." Arthur nodded. "Very well, let's proceed as you said." After discussing some details, everyone went to their respective tasks. In the afternoon, everyone worked together to build enough wooden houses on the hillside to provide a place for rest and sleep. In a hurry, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Eric and his men had almost cleared all the fierce beasts within 10 miles, allowing the citizens to enjoy meat at every meal, making them work even harder. The good news was that during the wild beast hunt, Eric indeed discovered several purple rabbit habitats. With the knights assisting in stone quarrying, the efficiency was remarkably high, especially the Earth Knights, whose combat energy could cut through stone in just a few strikes. Thus, a new canyon roughly the same size as the Purple Rabbit Canyon was excavated. Hundreds of caves of various sizes were also dug out. The craftsmen, following Arthur's guidance, utilized water wheels to bring river water into the canyon. The fortress was completed, first being a stone stronghold. Although the facilities inside were simple, they were fairly complete. Construction of the village by the Shieling River also began. The dock was already built, and supplies from Longxi Fortress were continuously transported via the Shieling River. Various wild delicacies and precious beast pelts were also brought back to Longxi Fortress. In these 10 days, the first batch of green bricks was produced, although the quality still needed improvement. However, they were still usable. With green bricks, constructing houses and paving roads would be much easier, and as the brick-making technology improved, they would play an even greater role in the future. The first batch of green bricks was arranged by Arthur for building more brick kilns and paving roads. With the completion of the first canyon excavation, Eric began capturing the newly discovered purple rabbit populations. In just a few days, nearly 500 were caught. After placing them in the newly excavated canyon, the different groups often fought, and in the end, only over 300 remained to restore balance. Some injured and weak ones were ordered by Arthur to be slaughtered for food, which tasted exceptionally delicious and aided in digesting magical beast meat and enhancing absorption. This effect was comparable to a weakened version of a potion. This further solidified Arthur's determination to raise them on a larger scale. Soon the second artificial canyon was also completed, and over 300 new purple rabbits were released. The devil grass spirit insects also began to proliferate large areas of new devil grass nearby, sufficient to feed these purple rabbits. Just as the purple rabbit endeavor was in full swing, a piece of bad news arrived. One of the purple rabbit herds that had been discovered and tracked was attacked by an unknown creature suffering heavy losses. Yet no trace could be found. This news undoubtedly infuriated Arthur. The breeding of purple rabbits had been identified by him as a pillar industry of Longxi Island. It was an important resource for Arthur to quickly enhance the strength of his subordinates and accumulate wealth. Naturally, nothing was allowed to disrupt it. Thus, Arthur immediately summoned all the Earth Knights and 20 knight attendants to rush to the scene of the incident. Only William and 20 knight attendants remained to guard the fortress and the village under construction. The group hurried along following the Shieling River southeast, taking over an hour to find the signs left by the pursuing team indicating that they had clearly crossed the Shieling River. Unexpectedly, this group of purple rabbits collectively crossed the wide Shieling River to evade the attack. However, this was indeed an effective method of shaking off pursuers, as the river could effectively mask their scent. Arthur and his men waded across the Shieling River and tracked south for several kilometers. They arrived at a valley filled with blooming flowers. Everyone was captivated by the scenery before them. Amidst the rolling hills, a sea of flowers blossomed, resplendent and magnificent. The vibrant flowers swayed in the valley, exuding a fragrant aroma that intoxicated the senses. This was indeed the place described by poets as lush grass and fallen blossoms. The natural beauty that seemed to arise effortlessly was moving. The flowers in the valley resembled beauties from ancient texts, graceful and enchanting. Strolling through it felt as if one were in a world filled with poetry and artistry, refreshing the spirit. The group instinctively restrained their horses from trampling the beautiful scenery before them. Arthur dismounted, first finding a small grove to settle the horses, leaving 2 people to keep watch. At that moment, Arthur and his companions finally reunited with the tracking team. At this time, Alan approached Arthur to report, "My lord, just ahead in the valley, there are at least thousands of purple rabbits. We tracked them here from a small group of purple rabbits that had been hunted down." Arthur inquired, "Have you discovered what beast has been attacking them?" Alan nodded apologetically. "My subordinates are incompetent and have not found any clues, but that group of purple rabbits is hunted down every night, which is why they migrated here. We haven't found any clues nearby. Have the hunting dogs been deployed?" "Both Ongmu and Lamb have been deployed, but they haven't found any clues either." Arthur couldn't help but feel puzzled. He then asked Eric, "Do you know of any beasts or magical beasts that are good at stealth?" Eric thought for a moment and said, "Generally, only some rare feline magical beasts or rodent magical beasts can be so elusive, like shadow leopards, shadow bobcats, or treasure hunting mice. But those are common magical beasts on the continent, and I haven't heard of any appearing in the Crescent Moon Duchy." At that moment, Ed suddenly said, "Could it be a flying magical beast?" Eric shook his head. "The likelihood is low. Although the purple rabbits are not formidable, they are still magical beasts, and their hind legs are quite powerful. If it were a flying beast, not a single feather would remain." Ed shrugged and said, "As long as it's not a dragon, we have enough people. I don't believe we can ambush it." Seeing that it was still early, Arthur and the others examined the terrain nearby. They were nearing the junction of the Shieling and Nanling Mountains. The mountains had risen high, allowing a distant view of Longjua Peak. Further east, they would soon reach the Inlong River. Arthur couldn't help but exclaim, "This is another good place to establish a village." The family was indeed wasting resources in the past. Eric looked at Arthur curiously and explained, "In the Malin territory, there are 500 miles of fertile land and many places are still undeveloped. How could we have the energy to develop a small island? We are an island nation with a limited population. A lot of the population was seized from the Autumn D raids, so management is quite strict and population growth is slow. The Malin family is considered a noble that treats its vassals well, yet the population is only over 1 million. It is already the most populated Viscount territory." "You're right. It seems that developing Longxi Island will require some effort. The key is that the population is too small." Arthur gazed at the rushing Inlong River before him, lost in thought. "Have you not hunted in this area before?" Eric replied, "Everyone usually hunts more in the North Ridge. There are many magical beasts there, with the giant horned goats being the most famous among low-level magical beasts. The South Ridge has many wild horse herds, especially a type of slender-legged white horse that runs very fast, often attracting knights to tame them as mounts. The West Ridge mostly has small animals. Very few people come here." The group soon arrived at the banks of the Inlong River. The upstream water flow was rapid and had a large drop, it had become calm by the time they reached here. The group started a fire by the river. Some went fishing while others took out the magical beast meat they had brought to prepare dinner. Eric was not only skilled in combat, but also had considerable experience in leading the team, which was evident from the simple dinner. Everyone was assigned to suitable tasks, with time and intensity being about the same. Thomas had already taken care of everything for Arthur. Although he was also an Earth Knight, he and William had grown up playing with Arthur, serving both as companions and personal attendants. After everyone had dinner and tidied up, the sky had already darkened. They quietly made their way toward the Flower Valley. The Knight attendants and junior Earth Knights had been assigned to the periphery. Eric, Arthur, and the Allen brothers continued to sneak inside. The few of them concealed their presence and hid behind a giant rock. The attacked Purple Rabbit group was not rejected by the local group upon arriving here. Instead, they quickly integrated into it. It seemed this was a gathering place for a large clan. As night fell, it was time for the Purple Rabbits to forage, and they headed east in droves. Eric whispered from their appearance, they seemed to be going out to forage. The food that could satisfy such a large group of Purple Rabbits was likely something similar to devil grass. I wonder if we can harvest any sprite worms. Arthur shared the same thought and nodded. Indeed, it is very likely. However, the group refrained from making any rash moves as they were unaware of the identity of the creature that had been attacking the Purple Rabbit group. It would be wise to deal with it first, otherwise if it continues to wreak havoc, the Purple Rabbit group could face utter destruction. They all applied insect repellent ointment and scent masking potions on themselves. Thus, despite the many mosquitoes in the wild at night, they were not troubled. The new moon had risen in the sky, yet there was still no sign of movement, making the few of them inevitably anxious. Ed lowly complained that damned creature wouldn't lose track of this group of Purple Rabbits just because they crossed the river, would it? Alan disagreed. If that unknown creature were so incompetent, it wouldn't have evaded our tracking. Eric concurred it may take some time, but we should be able to track it down. These Purple Rabbits may seem clumsy, but they are actually very alert. Since it can find their clan, tracking them here shouldn't be difficult. Arthur was fully focused on sensing the energy fluctuations around him, and apart from the Purple Rabbits, he did not perceive the energy fluctuations of any other creatures. Several hours passed, and the Purple Rabbits began to return, making it look like all their efforts today would be in vain. Suddenly, Arthur sensed a strange fluctuation emanating from the valley. It has appeared. Oh, everyone stay alert. This creature's aura is very strange. The fluctuation was extremely subtle. In the Flower Valley. Upon hearing this, the group immediately perked up. Eric held his steel sword ready to strike. The Allen brothers took out prepared beast-catching nets to flank Eric from both sides. Arthur more cautiously sensed the energy fluctuations around him, holding his steel sword in hand. The group cautiously moved toward the location where Arthur had sensed the energy fluctuations earlier. It has appeared again about 10 meters away. Oh, everyone be prepared. Arthur sensed 2 energy fluctuations again. Squeak. A cry of a Purple Rabbit echoed ahead. Eric rushed out first, his steel sword ignited with red flames, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Several Purple Rabbits lay in pools of blood, while 2 white leopard-like creatures grabbed 2 of the Purple Rabbits, their bodies showing a circle of magical fluctuations, and they immediately vanished into the night. Arthur observed their peculiar magical skills and couldn't help but think of a legendary divine beast Mingji. The Mingji has a leopard's body and a cat's head with pure white fur and strange markings on its head, adept at stealth and tracking. It is reclusive and rarely seen. The male's call is Meng, and the female's call is Ji. Hence it is named Mingji. 5 meters to the left front. Arthur shouted to Eric. Eric circulated his battle chi using the battle skill flame, slash, to slash the ground. The red flames surged like a fire dragon, instantly attacking the position Arthur had indicated. Meng, a male Mingji, was forced to reveal itself. From the cry, it was just a male Mingji. Thanks to the firelight, they could see that this Mingji had been severely burned. It seemed to be a magical beast that had miraculously survived the Dragon War. However, they had crossed the entire island from east to west, indicating they had once been hiding in the eastern mountains. With the exposure of this Mingji, the Allen brothers swiftly threw their beast-catching nets. Fortunately, they ensnared it at once. The Mingji struggled desperately to break free from the net. However, the beast-catching net was made from magical beast tendons. The more it struggled, the tighter it became, with bone spurs embedded. In no time, this Mingji, covered in blood, ceased struggling. Meng, the mournful cries pierced the night sky. The nearby Purple Rabbits had already been frightened away, hiding deep in their burrows. In the distance, another Mingji kept glancing back towards the direction of the male Mingji. Once the male Mingji stopped its howling, this Mingji disappeared into the night once more. It turned out that Ed had taken out a thin needle coated with a powerful anesthetic and shot it at this Mingji. In no time, it fell into a deep slumber. The remaining Mingji was sensed by Arthur as it activated its skill. The other one is fleeing towards the Flower Valley. Signal the people outside the valley to surround it. Let's go. Ed immediately released a firework signal. The ambushed people outside the valley quickly formed a net wall with their beast-catching nets to guard the valley's exit. The crowd outside the Flower Valley set up a trap, eagerly awaiting the capture of another Mingji. However, when Arthur and the others rushed out of the valley, they found that the Mingji had completely vanished. Indeed, the Mingji lived up to its reputation as a divine beast possessing extraordinary stealth capabilities. Even with Arthur's enhanced human scanning abilities, it managed to escape, proving to be quite formidable. Nevertheless, catching one tonight was still a stroke of luck. Thanks to the swift actions of a few and Arthur's ability to sense the energy fluctuations of the Mingji beast in time, at least there was a decent harvest. Taking advantage of the Mingji beast's unconscious state, they hurried back to the fortress overnight and locked it in a specially made iron cage. Arthur quickly washed up before entering his magical meditation training. The recent captures, whether the devil grass spirit bug, the purple rabbit, or this Meng-Ji beast, all relied on the sensing ability he acquired after becoming a magic apprentice. However, Arthur had only learned the method of magical meditation from his mother when he was young, and after failing to cultivate it for years, he had given up. Thus his understanding of magic was quite limited, as he had only been exposed to a little through his mother's influence. Therefore, Arthur was unsure of his current training speed and affinity for magical elements, and it seemed he would need to return to his family to consult his mother. The next day, just as dawn broke, the people in the fortress were awakened by the cries of the Meng-Ji beast. After the effects of the anesthetic wore off, the now conscious Meng-Ji started its piercing and furious howls. Arthur intended to tame this Meng-Ji beast. After all, it was a capable magical beast. Though its combat power was not particularly strong, its outstanding stealth and escape abilities were rare. However, this Meng-Ji beast was indeed rather unruly. It continued to wail, while fiercely colliding with and biting the iron cage, but all its efforts were in vain. These specially made iron cages were designed specifically to hold captured magical beasts and were exceptionally sturdy. Very few magical beasts could break free from their confines. In the following days, the restless Meng-Ji beast disrupted breakfast, forcing everyone to hastily eat in the fortress, leaving little time to return. Its voice was simply too bothersome. Arthur had no real solution, as he had no experience in taming beasts. Perhaps it would calm down once it exhausted its energy. After breakfast, Arthur would take people to inspect the construction of the riverside village. Based on the completion status, he would make timely adjustments or provide new suggestions and guidance. Eric continued to lead people to clear surrounding ferocious beasts and assess the surrounding situation, while the Allen brothers continued to hunt and track the purple rabbits. At this time, the village's dock had been completed with fishing boats and cargo ships coming and going every day. These vessels not only delivered supplies to the fortress, but also brought goods from the large island for sale. When leaving, they would take away the captured ferocious beasts and prey to sell on the large island, which would help supplement Arthur's expenses. Although it was only about 1,000 or 1,800 gold coins each time, which couldn't resolve major issues, it was still better than the current tax revenue. The blue brick road from the fortress to the dock had been constructed using specially fired larger and thicker blue bricks. They were sturdy and durable, capable of lasting many years. With a wide and solid road, the transportation of stone and wood from the nearby mountains became more efficient, leading to an increase in the speed of the village's construction. On one side of the road, a sweet water channel over 2 meters high was constructed from stones and blue bricks, supplying water to the fortress and various rabbit-rearing valleys. This made it much more convenient for villagers to fetch water. Currently, the administrative hall in the village and the foundations of some houses along the main street had already been built. At the dock, Arthur also designed a water wheel with the craftsmen to power the mill and raise water into the sweet water channel. This novel design became a landmark building for the village, and some suggested that the village be named Water Wheel Village. As the village began to take shape, Arthur migrated over 100 households from the port village. The men joined the construction team for housing. Women and able-bodied elders and children went to harvest and gather devil grass to feed the domesticated purple rabbits. Arthur provided 3 meals a day, and each man received 10 copper coins, while women and children received 3 to 5 copper coins. This way they found it more comfortable than going out to fish. The purple rabbits at first were a bit unaccustomed to being fed by humans, though they would not pass up their favorite devil grass. However, at night, they would frantically try to escape the valley, only to find all exits tightly sealed. After a few days, they gradually became accustomed to being fed. Their daily routine also began to change, as they ventured out during the day to bask in the sun. They ventured out less at night, but still preferred to eat during that time. After inspecting, as Arthur approached the fortress, he heard the annoying cries of the Meng-Ji beast. Suddenly, Arthur had an idea. Since it enjoys calling out so much, it would be best to summon its companions. Arthur instructed Thomas, take some people to use this Meng-Ji as bait and set up a more comprehensive trap so we can capture the other one as well. Since it likes to call out so much, let's place it a bit farther away to avoid disturbing the peace. Thomas immediately set out to prepare. The location was chosen far from the fortress, with various traps set up, including snares, ground traps, and beast-catching nets. Ed had the most clever ideas, coating fine needles with anesthetic and placing them around the iron cage holding the Meng-Ji beast. It would be difficult to approach without getting pricked. Since the traps were set up in sufficient numbers, only Ed hid nearby with a great earth knight to wait. The others busied themselves with their own tasks. The nearby ferocious beasts had mostly been cleared out. Therefore, more knights and attendants joined the stone mining efforts. As the number of captured purple rabbits increased, more rabbit-rearing valleys needed to be excavated. Currently, along with the first natural valley, there were already 5 that could be put into use, and over 2,000 domesticated purple rabbits had been raised. It had become quite difficult to find purple rabbits nearby. The good news was that this season was ideal for breeding, and the purple rabbits had begun to reproduce in large numbers, with the population suddenly increasing to over 10,000. Because the reproductive capacity of purple rabbits was quite strong, each litter could yield a dozen offspring. However, the maternal instinct of the purple rabbits was not very good. Once the young could crawl out of the burrow, they tended to neglect them and drive them away. Therefore, Arthur had the young purple rabbits collected and raised in wooden cages by the village women to prevent them from dying due to bullying by adult purple rabbits. Perhaps because they were young and unafraid, these purple rabbits were not at all afraid of humans, making them easier to raise. Moreover, they would eat any kind of grass, unlike their parents who only ate devil grass. Arthur selected a few pure purple male rabbits to send to his mother's sister and younger brother. These little purple creatures made for nice pets. At the same time, Arthur consulted his mother in a letter regarding some questions and confusions about the magical meditation training. That day, Alan returned to the fortress to report to Arthur, "My lord, the nearby purple rabbit populations have dwindled significantly. However, we discovered that some residual groups are migrating towards the southern ridge. It seems like they have made an arrangement. They even left their young behind in their previous burrows without care." "Oh, all the groups?" "Yes." At that moment, Thomas suddenly recalled the situation in the rabbit-rearing valleys and said, "My lord, the purple rabbits raised in the valley have also become restless after their young crawled out of the burrows constantly trying to escape the valley. I wonder if there is any connection to this. I previously thought it was a normal phenomenon after giving birth, but now it seems to be for the same reason." Arthur pondered for a moment and replied, "You are correct. Many animal populations have an instinctive migratory behavior typically before giving birth or after the young can become independent. I believe this must be an instinct of the purple rabbits. We should send people to follow them and see where they migrate. Animals with such migratory habits usually go to places rich in food. Perhaps we will have another harvest." Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with anticipation and excitement. Yes. After receiving the instructions, Alan immediately hurried back to continue tracking the purple rabbit groups. 3 days later, he returned excitedly reporting to Arthur, "My lord, we have made a new discovery. Those purple rabbits have migrated to the northern slope of the southern ridge. There are gathered tens of thousands of purple rabbits along with numerous low-level, herbivorous magical beasts and countless ordinary cattle, horses, and sheep. Additionally, a large number of birds and magical fowl have flown in from the south, from outside the island. Yes, they darken the sky, and their numbers are beyond counting." Arthur felt something was strange. His family had occupied this place for 300 years and had never heard of such a situation. It seemed this matter was not so simple. He immediately summoned all the Earth Knights stationed outside to return. After explaining the situation to everyone, they set off together to see what was happening. When the crowd arrived nearby, they indeed found countless herbivorous animals and swarms of birds covering the sky. On the outskirts, many ferocious beasts and carnivorous magical beasts were preying on the rare food delivered right to their mouths. At this moment, the herbivorous animals appeared to be fearless, charging boldly towards the center. Naturally, the various flying birds could not coexist peacefully. Ordinary birds were preyed upon by the raptors, while various raptors were devoured by magical fowl. The magical fowl also fought among themselves. This place had completely turned into a slaughterhouse. Countless weak animals perished, becoming food for the stronger ones. Yet these animals seemed crazed, ignoring the dangers as they continued to flock from afar. All these animals were converging towards a single direction. There a vast expanse of plants resembling corn over 2 meters high flourished. Moreover, these plants were of magical medicinal grade. However, the fruits did not grow at waist height, but rather atop the plants. They did not resemble corn cobs, but rather looked like sorghum with grains the size of corn kernels, and each plant bore dozens of fruits. The raptors were scrambling for these fruits. Meanwhile, ordinary herbivorous animals like the purple rabbits were gnawing on the stems and leaves while also snatching the fallen fruits. At this moment, they could see nothing but the food in front of them, completely disregarding danger. Arthur and his companions were all shocked by the scene before them. It was hard to believe if it weren't happening right in front of their eyes. Their family had occupied and managed this place for 300 years without ever encountering such an event. Arthur consulted the eldest Eric, asking Eric, "Do you know what is going on? Could this be the onset of a beast tide?" Eric looked equally puzzled, replying, "I only know that several empires and kingdoms experience beast tides periodically. The Crescent Duchy had a major beast tide during the era of the Red Sun dynasty, which affected all nearby islands. That beast tide completely ignited the conflict between the Red Sun dynasty and its vassals, leading to the sun-shooting campaign. It was caused by a single magical beast breaking through to the saint level, which then united all high-level magical beasts to launch the tide. After that, no beast tides occurred." Eric continued, "While the scene here is spectacular today, it doesn't reach the level of a beast tide in terms of scale and the hierarchy of magical beasts." Alan, curious, asked, "Are there so many beast packs and magical beasts on the island? Why haven't we discovered them before?" Arthur explained, "After our family occupied Dragon Roost Island, we only built Dragon Roost Fort in the northern highlands to assert our sovereignty and to reside during hunting. It is said that when the family first established itself, Dragon Roost Island was affected by a beast tide with no beast packs or magical beasts surviving. Over the past few hundred years, the family has raised many animals and magical beasts here. Each year, we would periodically go hunting, primarily in the northern and eastern mountainous regions where magical beasts were more abundant. After all, the family's foundation lies in the territory on the main island, so aside from hunting, we only established a port village here to handle the fishing. There was not enough thorough exploration of the various parts of the island. First, there were insufficient manpower, and second, it seemed unnecessary. After all, this is just a small island, and while some sprite bugs were discovered, they were mostly just sprites that reproduce trees, so the family did not pay much attention to them. Now, with numerous discoveries, it may relate to the recent dragon war, as the influence of dragons is quite strong. They can not only infuse animals with dragon blood, but also affect plants. Coupled with the large amounts of precious dragon blood that have fallen, many changes have occurred on the island. Many ordinary blooded animals have evolved and mutated." Everyone nodded in agreement. Eric also concurred, saying, "Indeed, I've hunted on Roost Island multiple times. While there are many animal packs, magical beasts are quite rare, primarily found in the northeast and southeast, which is why few from the family come to the west and southwest. I believe this is also the reason why lower-level magical beasts like the purple rabbit are still so numerous without being discovered." Arthur secretly rejoiced that they had gone unnoticed, thinking about how easily they had obtained Roost Island. Although the Merlin family was harmonious, the eldest son inheriting was the custom of this world. Most of the younger sons were trained to assist and support the eldest son, while some like Arthur and his sister were assigned to areas within the family that needed development to contribute to the growth of the entire territory. Others ventured out on their own, but most did not fare well. Arthur watched the vast expanse of magical plants being ravaged by the beast packs, feeling a pang of regret. If only he had discovered this place sooner, he could have harvested a new kind of premium pasture. Now being trampled and consumed by the beast packs, he wondered if any seeds or living plants could still remain. With such a scale of magical medicine, there must be sprite bugs present, and certainly more than one. Unfortunately, under the current circumstances, they were likely to face misfortune. However, the current situation was not something Arthur and his companions could resolve. The beast packs on the island could be managed, although numerous, only a few were mid-level high magical beasts, mostly low-level magical beasts, ordinary herbivores, and ferocious animals. Arthur and the others could handle them with full force. But the magical birds flying in from the southern islands were different. Many were high-level magical birds, extremely fierce, with the advantage of flying in the air. It was already fortunate that Arthur and his companions were not affected, let alone get involved. Especially a head dragon sparrow and a head feathered sparrow, both at the mid-level high tier, were incredibly ferocious. The group retreated to a safe distance, constantly monitoring the situation inside. As a large number of animals were torn apart and killed, blood had already soaked the ground. The magical corn was almost destroyed, with only a small area in the middle remaining due to the fierce battles among numerous high-level magical beasts preventing other animals from approaching. At this moment, Arthur sensed that the magical energy on the magical corn was rapidly dissipating, or more accurately, being absorbed by a single plant in the center. The energy of that plant became increasingly rich, far exceeding the energy fluctuations of sprite bugs. Is a little sprite about to be born? Arthur couldn't help but have a flash of inspiration. This is truly out of reach. How can I get my hands on this little sprite? The thought made him burn with excitement. Yet he could not think of a good method and began to feel dejected. This sight was tantalizingly close, yet utterly unattainable, leaving Arthur frustrated. As the magical energy of the surrounding primitive corn completely vanished, the frenzied herbivores began to regain their senses. The remaining few purple rabbits immediately activated their magical skills, vanishing in a series of flashes. Other animals, such as wild horses and wild bulls, broke through the encirclement with their size and strength. Arthur noticed a group of around 100 white steeds, among which over a dozen junior magical beasts had already been born. The leader horse was a mid-level low magical beast. For some reason, when Arthur sensed the white horse king, the blue orb in his sea of consciousness became somewhat active, causing his internal magical energy to surge rapidly. There was also a group of black wild bulls numbering only around 20, but they were magical beasts, with the leading bull being a mid-level high magical beast. The most numerous were a group of climbing goats, pure white in color with black heads, and hooves, numbering over 300, all low-level magical beasts, with the head goat being a low-level high magical beast. Other various sized groups swiftly fled into the mountains and forests. The land beasts had long filled their bellies, so they began to retreat with the remaining food around them. Half an hour later, only over 100 magical beasts remained engaged in battle, but the outcome on the ground was soon becoming clear. The red-skinned giant-toothed pig, with its more than 20 strong kin, drove off most of the other ground magical beasts. Only 5 red-haired mighty gorillas, relying on their superior combat strength and rank, could still put up a fight. The ordinary flying birds had long since fled, while some low-level magical flying beasts, though injured, began to hang around the outskirts, but refused to leave. Arthur instructed Eric to prepare traps and bows, quietly lurking around them, ready to capture these magical beasts. Progress was good. Soon they captured 6 azurite reed-legged magical pigeons, a type of magical beast pigeon measuring just over a foot long. They were small but adept at flying and had good endurance. Many families used trained pigeons as messenger birds. Although they were just low-level magical beasts, they were easy to tame. A pair of blue sky white cranes. The female crane was severely injured and unable to fly, while the male crane stayed to protect her, so they were both captured by Eric and his group. The blue sky white crane is massive, standing 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. With a beak as tough as steel, its attack power was formidable. It is a mid-level high magical beast with the magical skill of levitation, making it a good mount once tamed. 3 junior magical beasts, horn magic eagles, had feathers in 3 colors, cyan, white, and brown. They possessed antler-like horns and sharp eagle claws that could easily crack stone. Ed used a lot of tranquilizers to catch them. Although they were not very large, measuring just over 3 meters, they were temperamental magical birds with dragon blood within. Similarly, they also stirred the blue orb in Arthur's sea of consciousness. There were also over a dozen ugly-looking comb-headed vultures, huge in size, measuring 5 meters long. With tough skin and thick flesh, but clumsy movements and weak attack power, they could be raised as meat. This type of magical bird has strong reproductive capabilities and is not picky about food, making them good, meat-eating magical birds. With the intervention of Eric and his group, the low-level magical birds finally began to leave. After Eric and the others left behind a dozen large magical birds, all the low-level magical birds departed. Only 2 magical bird groups remained on site, one being the feathered sparrow, resembling a magnificent red rooster, but of gigantic size, measuring over 10 meters long with tiger-like claws and a sharp beak. These features gave the feathered sparrow a strong lethality. Its magical skill was also copper beak steel claw, capable of shattering stone and splintering steel. Facing them was a group of 2-headed dragon sparrows measuring over 10 meters in length, covered in scales with tails and bodies equal in length and very ornate. The 2 dragon-like heads, one breathing fire and the other breathing wind, exhibited incredible combat power. The blue orb within Arthur reacted even more intensely with the magical energy surge of the 2-headed dragon sparrow. As soon as one of the 2-headed dragon sparrows fell, the blue orb immediately absorbed its dissipating magical energy and soul, after which some runes emerged from the blue orb, converging into a spell called Beast Control Technique. Once this Beast Control Technique appeared, it was as if Arthur had opened a door to his own memories and mastered how to cast it. As the feathered sparrows and 2-headed dragon sparrows continued to be killed and severely wounded by their opponents, the leaders of both factions finally unleashed their full strength. The feathered sparrow launched its magical skill, attacking the 2-headed dragon sparrow with unstoppable force. The 2-headed dragon sparrow also summoned all its magical energy, combining flames and fierce winds into a fire tornado aimed at the feathered sparrow. The feathered sparrow, undeterred by its feathers igniting and its skin burning, charged into the fire tornado, using its massive claws to tear through the fire vortex, and fiercely clawed at the head, spewing fire from the 2-headed dragon sparrow. The 2-headed dragon sparrow flapped its wings, narrowly avoiding the attack, while losing a large chunk of flesh from its chest. After being severely injured, the 2-headed dragon sparrow let out an angry roar akin to a dragon's cry. The feathered sparrow, relentless, aimed for the soft underbelly of the dragon sparrow. The fire-breathing head of the 2-headed dragon sparrow unleashed a wave of scorching flames onto the back of the feathered sparrow, instantly releasing a delicious aroma. The wind-breathing head took the opportunity to unleash a skill, causing the feathered sparrow to stumble. This allowed the dragon sparrow to escape a fatal blow. The feathered sparrow was known for its ferocity. It disregarded the damage inflicted by the dragon sparrow and continued its fierce assault, ultimately leading both to fall to the ground while still fighting. However, the severely injured creatures could only entangle themselves in a frenzy. Gradually, their size diminished, and they became increasingly clumsy. Their factions also revealed their true fire, engaging in a fierce battle. Seeing this, Arthur slowly crept closer to the feathered sparrow and dragon sparrow, quickly forming seals with his hands. Taking advantage of their distraction, he cast the Beast Control Technique toward the dragon sparrow, causing it to instantly lose focus and become dazed. The temporarily subdued feathered sparrow seized the opportunity to bite down on one of its necks. The pain caused the dragon sparrow to focus entirely on the feathered sparrow, re-engaging in a fierce struggle. But the dragon sparrow soon realized it had been controlled by a human, and upon a rune entering its sea of consciousness, it could clearly sense that it would have to obey that human from now on. Arthur, taking a tremendous risk, activated the Beast Control Technique to seize control of the dragon sparrow, while 2 high-level magical beasts fought to the death, and then he commanded the dragon sparrow and the Who Sparrow to engage in battle. Under Arthur's guidance, the dragon sparrow quickly gained the upper hand. The Who Sparrow, tormented by the dual attribute magic of the dragon sparrow, was unable to resist. At that moment, a strange rune entered its mind, quickly imposing a foreign will that it could not defy. Once both magical birds were under Arthur's control, he halted the battle between the Who Sparrow and the dragon sparrow leader, conveying instructions through the runes of the Beast Control Technique for the groups to cease fighting. With the Beast Control Technique, these 2 powerful factions became Arthur's private property. They could not sustain further damage. With Arthur's command and the leader's intervention, the 2 factions ultimately called off the battle, bringing this inexplicable wave of small beasts to an end. Arthur unexpectedly emerged as the final victor, capturing numerous magical birds, most notably 2 powerful magical bird factions. Controlling the leaders of the dragon sparrow and Who Sparrow would allow him to command their respective groups. The leaders of magical beasts still held great authority, compelling their members to unconditionally obey his commands. Arthur used potions to meticulously treat the injured members of both factions. Once they recovered from their injuries, he believed he could establish 2 aerial cavalry units. The Who Sparrow group numbered 22, while the dragon sparrow group had 25. They lived on nearby islands, and he believed their lairs contained other members. However, Arthur had no immediate plans to investigate. He decided to focus on controlling and developing the foundational territory of Dragon Roost Island before considering anything else, as he currently lacked a stable source of wealth and sufficient population. These were crucial factors that would restrict the development of Arthur's territory and his own further advancement in the future. Arthur ordered his men to continue cleaning the battlefield, gathering the dead and severely injured beasts and magical beasts. The low-level beast meat and pelts were arranged by Thomas to be transported to the port village for sale, estimated to yield several thousand gold coins. There was a substantial quantity of mid to high-level magical beast meat, totaling several dozen tons. After Eric and his team organized everything, they transported it all back to Dragon Roost Fort. This magical beast meat would be sufficient for Arthur's personnel for several years. Dragon Roost Fort had ice storage and magical arrays for preservation, so Arthur decided not to sell it, keeping it for his own people to consume slowly. As for the magical beast, furs, bones, teeth, claws, and other magical materials, they were also packaged nicely, and Arthur instructed his men to send them to his mother. This batch of materials valued at over 100,000 gold coins would surely ensure that his mother would not let him suffer any loss. After arranging all of this, Arthur stood guard next to the magical corn alongside several Earth Knights. The energy fluctuations emanating from the towering Tunterhigh corn plant became increasingly evident, indicating that a sprite or a sprite bug would soon emerge. This tall corn did not exhibit the typical dark green of other plants, but instead shimmered with a blood-red hue. Arthur also noticed that with each energy fluctuation from this corn, the residual blood from the beasts and magical beasts around would be partially absorbed by the corn's roots. The blood-red corn grew increasingly vivid, possessing a strange beauty. As the moon rose to its zenith, all but the watchful Earth Knights fell asleep. Arthur entered a deep meditative state from magical cultivation. The blue orb in his sea of consciousness had long since returned to silence, and Arthur's magical power resumed its normal growth. Suddenly, Arthur felt a powerful energy fluctuation. He opened his eyes and approached the blood-red corn, discovering a large blood-red bud the size of a basketball blooming in the center. Under the moonlight, the bud radiated a mysterious and enchanting crimson glow. The watchful Earth Knights also approached, marveling at the sight of this blood-red bud. One of them said, "Is this going to give birth to a sprite bug?" Another disagreed, saying, "With such a large bud, it seems it should directly evolve into a small sprite, right? Can it be like that? Isn't it always the case that sprite bugs are born first, and then gradually evolve into small sprites and great sprites? Nature is full of wonders. It's true for domesticated ones, but who can say for the wild ones? True. If it turns out to be a small sprite, that would be fantastic." As the few of them whispered among themselves, the bud's glow intensified, and finally, with a bang, it burst open, revealing a small sprite over 2 feet tall, with snow-white skin clad in a grass skirt, resembling a dark green gauze and fiery red hair. She blinked her large crimson eyes, surveying her surroundings. Arthur immediately took out the prepared magic powder, pouring it into his palm and slowly presenting it to her. The corn sprite warily watched Arthur approach her. Her red pupils glimmered with golden light, and the remaining corn around began to grow wildly. Before long, it began to bear ears of corn, and then the husks burst open, showering corn seeds upon Arthur and his companions, causing them to wince in pain. What a cunning and fierce little creature! Arthur gritted his teeth in pain as he lunged for the corn sprite. Although she tried to evade by flying away with agility, she had just been born, and Arthur, being an Earth Knight, was incredibly fast. Before long, Arthur caught her in his hand and forcefully shoved his index finger into her mouth. The sprite's sharp teeth bit down and pierced Arthur's finger. In an instant, the contract was established, and this corn sprite became Arthur's contracted sprite. Finding a sprite in this world is challenging, but forming a contract is quite easy. As long as the sprite bites your finger, the contract is established. No one knows why, nor is there any record of how this rule was discovered. In any case, this is the only method of contracting. A sprite bug can contract 3 times in its lifetime, a small sprite can contract 5 times, and it is said that a great sprite can contract 10 times. Chirp chirp. Gaguji. The little creature expressed her dissatisfaction with Arthur's rough treatment. Arthur immediately took out various magic powders to soothe and appease her. Having tasted the corn sprite's favorite magic powder, she finally perked up, devouring it eagerly and starting to warm up to Arthur. Even from the moment of contracting, she felt trust and closeness to Arthur at a soul level. Seeing Arthur contract a corn sprite, the Earth Knights around them were thrilled. The more sprites Arthur had, the wealthier he would become, thus benefiting them all, allowing them to rise in rank and strengthen their powers, and perhaps even have the opportunity to achieve great deeds alongside Arthur. Thomas was particularly delighted. He had grown up with William alongside Arthur, fostering a deep bond. So much had happened in such a short span of months. First, they experienced the Battle of the Dragons, where childhood friends faced life and death situations. Fortunately, their master remained safe, and afterward they were granted the title of Baron. During the exploration of Dragon Roost Island, there were continuous surprises. Not only did they find and tame the purple rabbit, but they also contracted 2 devil grass sprite bugs. Now they had also gained a small sprite, all of which were high-quality sprites capable of breeding magical pastures, ensuring Arthur's position as Baron. As per tradition, the Merlin family would prepare a few sprite bugs for Baron Arthur soon. However, sprites were rare, and they had not yet been ready. By then, Baron Arthur's number of sprites would surpass that of ordinary established barons. Who would have thought that he would accumulate wealth so quickly? Moreover, this exploration had also captured many powerful magical beasts, which would contribute to the future military power and wealth of the barony. My lord, why is this small sprite over twice the size of an ordinary small sprite? Aren't normal small sprites about 1 foot tall? This one is over 2 feet. Thomas inquired while dotingly observing the corn sprite. Arthur shared some information he had received telepathically from the corn sprite with everyone. This small sprite is a corn sprite, and her spiritual plant has mutated due to being tainted by dragon blood. After gaining consciousness, her spiritual plant transformed into a magical grass that attracts magical beasts and rapidly proliferates, drawing nearby wild beasts and magical beasts. Attracting magical grass. Clearly they had not heard of this kind of potion. Arthur continued to explain, yes, the attracting magical grass has a significant impact on the advancement of wild beasts and magical beasts, so whenever it appears it triggers localized beast waves. They advance by seizing the attracting magical grass, while the magical grass can take advantage of this to absorb a large amount of beast blood for its own evolution. Thus the corn sprite has evolved in a unique way due to absorbing dragon blood and a large volume of beast blood. But this is a good thing. Generally, small sprites can only control a radius of 1 kilometer. This one, however, can control up to 5 kilometers, only half less than a great sprite. Though Mass eyes sparkled as he said, "Doesn't that mean we effectively have 25 small sprites now?" Everyone was astonished to hear this, and became even more excited. Instantly, all sleepiness vanished, and they began to whisper and dream about the future. "From now on you shall be called Minnie," Arthur said while gently stroking the corn sprite. Chirp chirp. Minnie danced excitedly around Arthur, thrilled to have a name. None felt like sleeping that night, and they gathered in small groups to chat. Arthur embraced Minnie and entered a meditative state. Through telepathy, he allowed Minnie to control the corn's evolution in different directions. He hoped to see if it could evolve into the corn of the future. The next morning, under Minnie's control, various types of corn had grown over a 5-kilometer radius overnight. There were oil-rich, oily corn with large pineapple-like ears at the top, ample in magical power, and suitable as staple food for night training. There were corn plants that could continuously grow and spread from their roots, serving as high-quality magical pastures. And there were those flowering purple and white corn that could be used to brew high-quality potions. Some had taken the form of corn from the future, though the ears were small and low in magical power. After a night of toil, the exhausted Minnie fell asleep in Arthur's arms. Arthur left a team behind to guard the area and returned to the fortress with the corn sprite. After a night of rest, the injuries of the wounded magical birds from both the Cursed Sparrow and Dragon Sparrow clans were not severe. Arthur used the beast control technique to command a mid-level 2-headed Dragon Sparrow as his temporary mount and prepared a mid-level Cursed Sparrow as a mount for Eric. The others were allowed to return to their territory under the guidance of their clan leader. Arthur did not have the extra energy to help all his subordinates tame their magical bird mounts. After all, these magical birds were at least mid-level magical beasts corresponding to mid-level Earth Knights, while he only had 2 mid-level Earth Knights, the Allen brothers. Even with Arthur's beast control technique to assist in training the magical beasts into mounts, it would be a struggle to manage them, and raising a mid-level magical beast required a substantial amount of resources which Arthur could not afford at the moment. For now, it was best to develop Dragon Roost Island to stabilize his basic foundation, ensuring he had enough population resources and wealth to continue growing and expanding. Otherwise, an excessively high auxiliary battle power would severely deplete his resources and hinder the development of his territory, and it could also attract the attention and targeting of ill-intentioned individuals. One should know that even the Count Augustus family only raised a small group of flying magical beasts, a dozen mid-level cursed eagles as mounts for family members and messengers. Arthur left a group of knights to guard the cornfield here, while the others returned to the fortress. Arthur rode the 2-headed Dragon Sparrow accompanied by the corn sprite, and the Cursed Sparrow flying towards Dragon Roost Fortress. What was originally expected to be a week-long inspection turned into over 40 days, but fortunately good results were achieved. It was worth it. Arthur flew over Dragon Roost Fortress on the 2-headed Dragon Sparrow, startling the castle's servants who rushed into the castle in a panic to report the sight of the 2 large birds circling above. Arthur landed the Dragon Sparrow in the garden. Soon after, Butler Carter came out with everyone to greet him. Despite their apprehension towards the 2 enormous magical birds, they still approached to welcome Arthur's return. The usually serious and tall butler was visibly excited at this moment as he bowed and couldn't help but complain, "My Lord Baron, you have returned. How wonderful this is. You were supposed to be back in about 7 days, but you were gone for over 40. If it weren't for the occasional news coming back to the castle, I would have prepared to go check on what was happening myself. You must know that the island is not that big. There was no need to survey it so painstakingly. You are still growing, so you must take care. The lady and the old lady have inquired several times in letters. If you do not return soon, I was preparing to report to them, suggesting they come to fetch you back." Arthur couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, saying, "Mr. Carter, can't you see that I am doing just fine? I haven't suffered at all, and a man should be able to endure hardships, shouldn't he?" Carter disagreed, saying, "You are a noble baron. Such hard work should naturally be handled by your knights. Just look at you. Although you have gained some strength, you've also gotten quite dark. This is not how a noble should appear. You need to rest well in the castle for a while. In just over a month, it will be your baronial conferment ceremony and your comingafage celebration. All the major nobles will come to witness. You cannot appear like this. All right, let's do as you say, but I need to make arrangements for my precious one." With that, Arthur revealed the corn sprite, Minnie, wrapped in silk and peacefully sleeping in his arms. A sprite. Oh my, I must be seeing things. Tom couldn't believe his eyes as he rubbed them and carefully examined the beautiful little creature in Arthur's arms. Oh my moon goddess, although she is slightly larger than the average sprite, she is indeed a sprite. Mr. Carter found himself at a rare loss for words. Sprites should ideally reside in jade houses, but the castle only has jade boxes for sprite insects. We don't have jade houses yet. Tom, Jerry, go to Port Village immediately and invite a jade craftsman to the castle to create a jade house for our esteemed little sprite. Yes, Butler Carter, we will go right away. Tom and Jerry immediately ran towards the stables, but then remembered something and turned to bow to Arthur, saying, "My Lord Baron will be back swiftly. Farewell." With that, the two dashed off. Arthur guided the two magical birds to a cave in the back mountain. There were 5 caverns here, 1 large one and 4 small ones. The large one was about the size of a football field and quite deep. Several spaces had been excavated inside to serve as storerooms and cold storage for Dragon Roost Fortress. The 4 smaller caves were also about the size of several basketball courts. One was used for raising hunting dogs and another for holding captured magical beasts. The 2 empty ones would be just right for each of the 2 magical birds. Fortunately, Dragon Roost Fortress had stored a large amount of magical beast meat and potions to feed the 2 magical birds whose appetite was not too unreasonable. After returning to Dragon Roost Fortress, Arthur's first task was to take a good bath. Then he enjoyed a delightful sleep on his soft bed. In the evening, Arthur woke up and took the corn sprite Maney to the castle hall. Butler Carter, Madame Orson, and Tom and Jerry were admiring a beautifully crafted jade house. Upon seeing Arthur's arrival, everyone immediately bowed. Madame Orson smiled and said, "My Lord Baron, you are awake. It seems you were truly exhausted. You have never slept this long during the day before." "Yes, indeed, I sleep more soundly at home," Arthur replied. The jade house was done quite quickly indeed. With that, he placed Maney into the jade house. The jade house was small, only about 1 square meter in size. It was engraved with the plum blossom family crest of the Merlin family and the family motto, "Family Responsibility Honor." Butler Carter explained, "It was just slightly modified. There were already many jade materials in the castle, and when we took the jade powder, various parts were already carved. It finally has a purpose. We can create 3 jade houses now." Arthur nodded and then instructed, "Then let's finish the rest as well. There are still 2 demon grass sprite insects at the West Ridge Fortress. I will bring them back tomorrow." Butler Carter and the others had already received news of Arthur acquiring the 2 demon grass sprite insects, so they were not surprised. Arthur added, "Mr. Carter, have the administrative officer Sam will from Port Village clear a patch of farmland between Dragon Head River and Port River. I have great use for it, and I will contact Viscount to assist with manpower." "Yes, my Lord Baron." The Dragon Head River and Port River both originate from Dragon Head Mountain, one flowing south into Dragon Roost Lake, and the other flowing north through Port Village into Blue Dragon Bay. Both rivers have a large flow but a gentle current suitable for developing a grain base nearby. With the corn sprite, Arthur planned to develop the first grain base on the vast plains between Port River and Dragon Head River, planting corn. With the corn sprite, Maney seeds would no longer be an issue, only manpower was needed. Arthur enjoyed his first sumptuous dinner in over 40 days, served by the castle servants. After dinner, Arthur returned to his room and wrote a letter to his father expressing his willingness to exchange a pair of 2-headed dragon sparrows for 100,000 subjects and a year's worth of provisions. The Merlin family's territory had a population of over 1,010,000 subjects could still be spared. However, a pair of mid-level high-tier magical beasts was quite rare. With this pair of magical birds, his parents' battle power would be greatly enhanced, giving them more advantages during the annual autumn hunt. This year, Arthur would also be able to participate in the autumn hunt, and he could rely on his skills to capture some slaves. Although this behavior was inhumane, it was the rule of the world. Moreover, they would receive Arthur's benevolent treatment in his territory, which wouldn't be a bad thing for them. The next day, Arthur first rode the 2-headed dragon sparrow to the place where he discovered the corn sprite, gathering some flower corn blossoms and sending them along with letters to Merlin City. He wanted to see what level of potions could be refined from these corn flowers. At the same time, he asked the knights left behind to harvest the matured seeds and send them to Dragon Roost Fortress. Since the corn sprite had consumed magic power to induce growth 2 days ago, many varieties of corn were expected to mature in a few days. Of course, this kind of inducement should not be used frequently. Lacking necessary accumulation and self-evolution would lead to a decline in potion quality. Moreover, excessive consumption would affect the growth of the sprites. Inducing growth once a month would be the limit. Usually, it was better to allow the sprite's power to exert itself subtly, which would benefit the evolution of the plants and the perfection of the sprites. Sprites also needed to continuously absorb different genetic information from the plants to enhance themselves. Arthur had already instructed people to purchase various types of corn-like plants from the merchant convoy in the Merlin territory so that the corn sprite Maney could continue to improve herself. I believe that soon a high-yield corn base will be established on Dragon Roost Island. This is crucial for the food supply of the territory's subjects and the future development of livestock. Corn has one of the highest nutritional and economic values among all grain crops. Arthur flew to the Purple Rabbit Valley Fortress at noon and used the beast control seal on the magical beasts held there. Especially that Mungji beast after the contract, Arthur discovered its intelligence was extremely high. It was indeed fortunate that he managed to capture it last time. It escaped from the chaos of the dragon war with its pregnant mate, and under the siege of Arthur and others it acted as bait to allow its mate to break through the encirclement. After the contract, Arthur learned of this from its consciousness. After these days of treatment, its injuries and the scars from being burned by dragon flames during the dragon war had healed. Arthur released it, and they went to search for its mate. He was unsure if she had given birth yet. With such a stealthy magical beast under his command, he would have significant advantages in reconnaissance and escape in the future. In a good mood, Arthur rode the dragon sparrow above the Mungji beast, gazing at the newly formed village below. From now on, it shall be called Mungji Town. Yasei guided a two-headed Long-K dragon sparrow through the sky, trailing the male Mengji beast as they crossed several hills and a valley carpeted with flowers, eventually finding the female Mengji beast within a knotted stone forest. The two Mengji beasts greeted one another with obvious joy. The female nuzzled against the male's neck softly, hissing her longing for her mate. The male reciprocated, tenderly combing and licking the female's fur. Yasei had not expected such a deep bond between them, so he decided not to disturb them for the time being. He circled nearby on the long, scouting the area. The female watched the airborne magical bird with fear. Had the male not been at her side, she would likely have fled at once. After about half an hour of reconnaissance, Yasei, having surveyed the surroundings, brought the Long-K down to land some 10 meters away. The female exploded her mane, fluffed her tail, and flashed blue light across her body, poised at any moment to unleash a magical skill. The male emitted a soft meng-meng call, apparently assuring his mate that Yasei posed no threat. Yasei leapt from the Long-K and halted a few meters from the Mengji beasts. From his pack, he produced a medium-high grade potion and injected it into a large chunk of magical beast meat, then urged the male to take it and feed the female. Although the female was less hostile with her mate beside her, she remained highly alert. Yet trusting her partner, she tested the offering a few times before swallowing the meat and potion. The medium-high potion matched her level precisely. Upon ingestion, she felt a surging power erupt within her. The fetus within her also received nourishment, and only then did her wariness toward Yasei ease. As the saying goes, a favor cuts short suspicion. With the male assisting, Yasei managed within minutes to plant a taming sigil on the female. From that moment, the two Mengji beasts entered Yasei's service. The Mengji beast's hiding place was excellent. Scattered stone pillars and sheer cliffs formed a labyrinth. Had Yasei not come from above, he would have found passage difficult. There were few tall plants nearby, instead vivid stone-born flowers and a profusion of colorful succulents carpeted the area. Yasei quieted his mind to sense the land and discovered several energy fluctuations, prompting him to murmur inwardly, "I did not expect such pleasant surprises." He followed the ripples of power one by one. The first he found was a blood-red stone-born flower over half a meter tall, its three-petaled bulb glistening like crimson crystal. It stood out among the cluster of stone-born flowers. Approaching, Yasei saw a chubby palm-sized scarlet larva basking contentedly in the sun. Yasei promptly offered some jade powder he carried. The blood-red stone-born flower's spiritling, sensing the powder's scent, wriggled its clumsy body over to him. Impatient, it bit Yasei's forefinger, and the contract was sealed. This turned out to be a Longshue stone-born flower, a potion plant capable of evolving bloodlines and strengthening genes. A potion produced during the spiritling stage could affect Earth Knights and mid-level magical beasts. If nurtured into a lesser spirit, its potion would even benefit aerial knights. Such potions were already immensely potent. Although elixirs that could thoroughly transform one's constitution did exist in this world, most were jealously guarded by great families. After all, the foundation of a knight's or mage's cultivation lies in innate aptitude and insight. Any potion that improved aptitude would naturally be tightly controlled by its owning clan and rarely circulated, however costly. The Merlin family's Qingmei potion could accelerate cultivation and refine the quality of combat energy, but it did not alter innate aptitude. Thus, a potion like this would become a strategic family resource. Seeing several Longshue stone-born flowers had already been nibbled, no doubt the doing of the Mengji beasts, Yasei was not too worried. The bounty would not benefit strangers. He harvested the remaining potion, placing it in his jade storage box to preserve its potency. With the Longshue spiritling in tow, Yasei began collecting genetic data from the neighboring varieties of stone-born flowers. By finding new breeding grounds, they could propagate every local variety of stone-born flower, aiding the Longshue flower's growth and fostering mutations. The second energy fluctuation came from a tall babeo flower. The plant rose over 5 meters, its dark green leaves unfurling like ink-colored lotuses. At its summit bloomed bull's-eyed purple flowers that sent forth a delicate fragrance. Thanks to his almost uncanny perception, Yasei located a dark green spiritling marked with purple patterns inside one of the blossoms. He repeated the same method, luring and contracting his fourth spiritling, the babeo spiritling. The potion that a babeo spiritling birthed came in 8 varieties, each corresponding to a bloom of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, or white. Through the spiritling's mental feedback, Yasei learned that mixing potions derived from the 8 colors produced the Baobao Octochrome elixir. Baobao Octochrome could not only heal a knight's internal and external wounds and poisons, but also strengthen a mage's elemental affinity and hasten a mage's cultivation. Potions bred from spiritling stages were effective for mid-level knights and mages. Thus, Baobao Octochrome was an exceptionally rare elixir, even more valuable than the Jinmigi family's Golden Rose potion. After all, the Golden Rose potion cultivated by great spirits excelled only at treating external wounds and scars. Baobao Octochrome could not outshine it in cosmetic healing. But for traumatic wound healing, it was no less effective, and its boon to mages was truly rare. Yasei had yet to hear of any other potion matching these effects. With the babeo spiritling, Southeast foresaw another lucrative avenue. He continued to have the spiritling absorb genetic data from surrounding succulents and stone-born flora. The stone forest hosted an astonishing variety of stone-born flowers and succulents. It took Yasei several hours to complete his collection. Finally, in a dim cave, he found the last spiritling. The cave was carpeted with phosphorescent mushrooms. The Spiritling's natal plant was a pure white jade-like mushroom that shimmered with lunar radiance, the Yueguang fungus. Yueguang fungus was a miraculous potion plant. It affected only females and female beasts, enhancing fetal aptitude and nourishing pregnant mothers. It could also aid conception and increase the number of offspring in magical beasts. The Yueguang elixir had no grade restriction and benefited all female life forms, though its effect diminished with higher-tier creatures. Yasei's jade storage box had limited capacity that day, so he collected only a fraction of the potion. The remainder he would have to return for on subsequent trips via the Lonk, the fastest method. He left the Mengji beast couple to guard the place, instructing them not to trample the nearby potion plants. He promised to bring them magical beast meat and potions from the castle. Thus Yasei spent the next several days shuttling between Longqi Fortress and the Stone Forest. He kept the natal plants of the 3 spiritlings. Back at Longqi Fortress, he found a barren slope behind the keep and planted the Longxue and Babeo spiritlings there. Within days the slope was carpeted with stone-born flowers and succulents, and the nameless hill was christened Duobao Mountain. The Yueguang spiritling's natal mushroom was placed in a shadowed seaside cavern. The environment there suited the Yueguang fungus perfectly. The 3 spiritlings were housed within Longqi Fortress, assigned by Steward Carter to the same jade chamber. Longqi Fortress now contained 5 jade chambers. A corn spirit occupied one, while 2 devilgrass spiritlings shared another. Having been ennobled as a baron for just over 2 months, Yasei already possessed a little spirit and 5 spiritlings, all potion breeding, surpassing the holdings of many powerful barons. Mengji Town had begun to take shape. A village capable of housing 10,000 people was nearing completion. The name Mengji Town reflected Yasei's broader strategic vision. He intended this place to become the central hub for developing the mid-range of West Ridge, a future township to kindle hope and expectations among its inhabitants. Once he and his father secured the promised population through their arrangements, this settlement would legitimately become a thriving town. With the arrival of 3 new magical potion spirit insects, Arthur can finally relax in training his subordinates. There is now sufficient potion supply on Dragon's Nest Island for the knights to cultivate. The ordinary potions produced by the Stoneflower, 8 treasure spirit insects, and corn sprites are sufficient to support the cultivation of 20 high-level earth knights, with some surplus remaining. The surplus can be exchanged for resources and wealth. The total estimated output value is around 4,000 gold coins. The grass produced by the 2 devil's grass spirit insects can feed tens of thousands of purple rabbits. In the future there will be even more. According to the current plans for the Purple Rabbit Valley, the population can reach 100,000 within a year, ensuring stable sales. The estimated annual output value is 50,000 gold coins. The ordinary food and grass produced by the corn sprites yield even more. Arthur has already planned a corn production base in the flatland between Lingang River and Longzhou River. This place can produce enough food for 100,000 people each year. A large ranch will be established in the vast area from the southern bank of the Drinking Dragon River to the northern slope of the southern ridge. It is expected to raise 1 million livestock and 10,000 herbivorous magical beasts. This will not only satisfy the meat demand of 1 million mortals, but also fulfill the needs of 1,000 knights for magical beast meat. The output value here can reach 1 million gold coins when fully operational. The potions produced are effective for Sky Knights. Arthur has sent the corn flowers he previously stimulated to his mother for potion refining. The cornflower potion is a powerful potion that significantly increases the amount of battle chi. It has dozens of times the acceleration effect for Earth Knights and several times for Sky Knights. As the corn sprites continue to grow, the effects may increase further. Arthur has instructed people to procure various wild corns and related plants from major islands through various merchant teams, allowing his sprites to absorb genetic information to accelerate their growth and produce better mutations. In recent days, Arthur has been riding the 2-headed dragon Sparrow back and forth between the Stone Forest and Dragon's Nest Fortress, collecting all the potions from the Stone Forest back to Dragon's Nest Fortress, preparing to send them back to Merlin territory along with the corn potions to be refined into potion elixirs. Mengji Town is still being constructed in an orderly manner. Eric continues to lead the knights in sweeping the border area between the Western Ridge and Southern Ridge, keeping magical beasts and carnivorous ferocious beasts to a minimum. This is to prevent any ambush or harassment once the aquaculture on Dragon's Nest Island develops. One day Arthur is helping Eric ride the Feathered Sparrow, even though Eric and the Sparrow are of the same rank. However, it is clear that the Feathered Sparrow is unwilling to be ridden by Eric. Fortunately, the Beastmaster mark is powerful, and after being marked by Arthur, it will fully obey his commands. Therefore, although the Feathered Sparrow looked down on Eric, it reluctantly allowed him to ride on its back. Arthur has been accompanying Eric in practicing the skills of riding magical birds these days. Fortunately, progress has been quick. Although they cannot communicate telepathically, they have developed some understanding. The Feathered Sparrow can understand most of Eric's commands now. Once they spend more time together, Eric will definitely be able to ride skillfully. Above Dragon's Nest Fortress, Arthur and Eric are practicing high-altitude flying. Several 3-masted sailing ships and more than a dozen flat-bottomed cargo ships have sailed into Blue Dragon Bay. The green and golden plum flag flutters in the wind, marking it as the fleet of the Merlin family. Arthur hurriedly steered the 2-headed dragon Sparrow over with Eric closely following behind. At the bow of the main ship, a middle-aged couple stood hand in hand. A tall and robust man dressed in dark green leather armor with golden hair and blue eyes has features that are sharply defined like they were carved from stone. It is evident that he is a serious and stern person. This is the current Viscount of Merlin, Arthur of Merlin. Beside him is a beautiful middle-aged woman with snow-white skin. Dressed in dark green sorceress attire, she exudes even more nobility and charm. This is undoubtedly Arthur's mother, Vinia. Arthur guided the dragon Sparrow to the bow of the main ship and made it land on the deck before jumping down. He bowed to his parents and said, "Greetings, father and mother." Viscount Merlin nodded slightly, letting out a sound from his throat. His gaze immediately shifted to the two-headed dragon Sparrow. Eric also successfully landed on the deck, immediately kneeling on one knee to greet Eric greets the Viscount and Viscountess. Viscount Merlin turned his attention to the feathered sparrow and casually said, "Get up. You've worked hard during this time." After Eric stood up, he immediately walked over to the side of Viscount Merlin to serve. Seeing the Viscount interested in his mount, he quickly began to introduce it. After Vinia slightly bowed in return, she immediately took Arthur's hand and carefully examined her son. "You've grown taller, and tanned. It seems you've been wild outside. Your hair has also grown quite fast. At last you look presentable. How is it? I heard you've had great gains recently," Vinia asked, caring for her son while also teasing him. Arthur scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I've made some minor gains, nothing significant. It's all thanks to the help of Eric and others along with the strong support of the residents. Only a little has been produced." Vinia glanced at the two magical birds on the deck, her lips curling up slightly. "Is that so?" The family received news that it's not just a small matter. Vinia deliberately paused, looking teasingly at her second son. Arthur quickly understood her meaning and spoke up, "Although they are all minor things, I will not be stingy. Family members naturally look out for each other. I have prepared generous gifts for my elder brother, elder sister, and younger brother to express my feelings as a younger brother and elder brother." Vinia looked at her somewhat changed second son and continued, "It's good that you have this intention. The Merlin family has always been harmonious. As a mother, I naturally hope that you siblings can unite like our ancestors, so we will not fear any external threats or challenges." Arthur solemnly nodded in agreement. "Mother, I understand. Only with mutual trust and unity among family members can we continue the glory of our family." Vinia was naturally pleased to hear Arthur say this. "You're right. But I also want to remind you of one thing: moderation is key in everything. When the gap between people is too great, it becomes difficult to come together. The same goes for family. Everyone should play their role well." Vinia's expression became serious at this point. Many family siblings have quarreled and clashed because of parental favoritism, the amount of family property, or differences in abilities between siblings. Moreover, the entire Azalia Empire follows the primogeniture system, leaving little for the younger sons. As a result, many younger sons harbor resentment, leading to conflicts among brothers. Similarly, if too much is given to the younger sons, the elder sons will also be dissatisfied, resulting in family disputes and internal strife, ultimately allowing outsiders to take advantage and causing the family to decline. Arthur looked at his mother in confusion and asked, "Mother, do you mean that I should hand over my recent gains to the family?" Vinia knew this might be unfair to her second son, but what could she do when Dragon's Nest Island had discovered so many sprites and magical beasts? The family had no choice but to make a decision. If all the resources were given to Arthur to control, it might lead to a growing power struggle between brothers, ultimately causing them to part ways. Just like the Brinken and Brown families back then. Vinia had to harden her heart, but she didn't want to be too harsh on her second son. That's not necessary. Just hand over the resources from Dragon's Nest Island to the family every year as tax and tribute according to the duchy customs. However, the share may not be favored due to your status. This time your father will discuss it with you in detail. Hearing this, Arthur naturally felt a bit displeased, but it was normal for a lord to offer tribute from his territory, especially since his recent discoveries in the territory were indeed too exaggerated. "If I have to give a little more, then so be it." With a plan in mind, Arthur calmed down a lot and said, "That sounds reasonable. As long as my father isn't too unreasonable, I am willing to accept it." Vinia happily patted her second son's back. "I'm glad you understand. By the way, to support the development of Dragon's Nest Island, your father brought 3,000 residents and a year's supply of materials from Merlin territory for you. Also, the cornflower potions you sent back to the family last time have been prepared. 3,000 bottles of intermediate-grade medium potions, 500 bottles of intermediate-grade high potions, and 120 bottles of high-grade low potions. The family retains 1,000 bottles of intermediate-grade medium potions, 200 intermediate-grade high potions, and 100 bottles of high-grade low potions. Of course, it's not without repayment. I've brought you 10,000 bottles of intermediate-grade low potions this time." Arthur was relatively accepting of this, so he said, "Thank you, Mother. Dragon's Nest Island indeed needs more intermediate-grade low potions. I have no objections to this. Being able to help the family is also my way of showing my intentions." Vinia, seeing Arthur, so was even more satisfied, pulling her son into her arms and indulgently saying, "My Arthur has indeed grown up." Viscount Merlin stared coldly at the two-headed dragon Sparrow and the fierce Sparrow for a long while before shifting his gaze to Arthur, who was chatting and laughing with his mother at the bow of the ship. Aristotle's stern face betrayed no emotions as he approached Arthur and said with a probing tone, "These two magical birds make excellent mounts. Even ordinary knights just entering the sky realm would find them difficult to handle. It seems you have had good fortune. However, I am quite curious about how you managed to tame them. With your current strength, it is clearly impossible. Even with Eric's assistance, it would still be unfeasible." Arthur shrugged and replied, The two clans were severely injured in their struggle for the magical potion. Their leaders were in critical condition, and I took the opportunity to subdue them. Although the process was perilous, I was fortunate enough to succeed in the end. Viscount Merlin was evidently dissatisfied with Arthur's explanation and continued, if you didn't have any special means, even injured as they are, you wouldn't have had the chance to approach and tame high-level magical beasts. You might be misunderstanding the nature of high-level magical beasts and Sky Knights. Without waiting for Arthur to explain, Viscount Merlin suddenly released the pressure of a Sky Knight. Arthur felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him. Even as he unleashed all his fighting spirit to resist, the pale blue energy swirled around him, forming a torrent of fighting spirit. But it was all in vain. The Viscount's pressure shattered Arthur's torrent of fighting spirit like a mountain crashing down. Arthur was forced to sit down on the deck in a state of embarrassment. Vinia wanted to intervene, but she knew her husband would not challenge their son without reason. Although worried, she stopped her actions. Seeing Arthur being attacked, his mount, the two-headed dragon Sparrow, let out a furious roar from both heads and immediately unleashed a magical skill. A fierce whirlwind ignited with flames transformed into a fiery dragon vortex, crashing toward Aristotle like a tidal wave. The fierce sparrow beside it also activated its innate divine ability, its body glowing with golden light, its sharp beak and claws shining like gilded bronze, fiercely lunging at Aristotle. Aristotle slightly turned, vanishing into thin air above the sailing ship. He drew his sword and waved it casually, sending out two streams of sword energy. One stream of blue sword energy met the dragon sparrow's fiery whirlwind. The blue sword energy flickered 3 times, with each flash doubling its power. After 3 flashes, the fiery whirlwind was extinguished, and the two-headed dragon sparrow was forced back by Aristotle's sword energy. It was struck once, causing its massive body to tremble, nearly falling from the sky. The other stream of sword energy, resembling a crescent moon, attacked the fierce sparrow. Its beak and claws were extremely sharp and hard. Upon contact with the blue sword energy, a deafening sound erupted akin to metal scraping glass. After 4 flashes, the Viscount's sword energy directly broke through the fierce sparrow's defenses. If it hadn't swiftly evaded the 5th strike, it would have likely suffered severe injuries. After witnessing Aristotle's power, the two fierce birds did not show fear. Instead, their ferocity was ignited, preparing to unleash an even stronger attack. Arthur knew that even if they teamed up, they would not stand a chance against his father. Therefore, he used mental communication to command the dragon sparrow and the fierce sparrow to cease their attacks. The two fierce birds had to obey Arthur's command, returning to the deck while casting unfriendly glances at the people before them. Although these two magical birds were powerful, Viscount Merlin was already a mid-level Sky Knight. The 9-fold waves of their family was a renowned superior technique for cultivating fighting spirit and martial skills. A single strike can enhance up to 9 times, with each instance doubling its power. Few in the same realm could rival him, whether in unknown combat or group battles. If the two fierce birds continued to attack, they would likely be heavily injured. Arthur couldn't help but ponder, is my father trying to assert dominance over me? Or is he trying to teach me a lesson? Regardless, he had no choice but to accept his fate. This was the first time Arthur truly witnessed the power of a Sky Knight. It was indeed worlds apart from that of an Earth Knight. No wonder only families with Sky Knights can stand firm and secure their positions. Every existing family has endured countless trials of blood and thunder. For the growth and stability of their families, they would not hesitate to use any means. Arthur couldn't help but put aside his recent pride. The immense gains he made on Longxi Island were largely due to luck and the blue orb in his consciousness rather than his own strength. A mid-level Sky Knight could easily clear Longxi Island. If his current strength were to be revealed, it would be like a child carrying gold through the market. He couldn't help but secretly calculate. Seeing Arthur seemingly set aside his pride, Aristotle's expression softened somewhat. Your fighting spirit is solid. It seems you will soon advance to a mid-level Earth Knight. This is somewhat unexpected for me. Arthur could only lie a little, saying, after being injured by the giant dragon last time, I found that my cultivation of fighting spirit accelerated significantly, and my fighting spirit seems to exert a strong suppressive effect on magical beasts, so I was fortunate to harvest quite a few magical beasts. However, it wasn't entirely a lie. With the help of the blue orb, his fighting spirit indeed had these abilities and effects. Upon hearing this, Aristotle exchanged a glance with his wife Vinia, then immediately grabbed Arthur's wrist. Do not resist. Let the 9-fold waves flow naturally. After saying that, he activated his fighting spirit and began to trace the trajectory of Arthur's fighting spirit, perhaps due to their blood connection and the similarity of their techniques. Viscount Merlin's fighting spirit infiltrated Arthur's body. Arthur's fighting spirit did not violently resist, merely vibrating slightly, quickly calming under Arthur's control. The blue orb in his consciousness also fell completely silent, making it difficult for Arthur to perceive. He was genuinely afraid that if it exhibited any movement, the Viscount would notice. After all, it was his greatest trump card, and he couldn't let anyone know. But this orb seemed extraordinary. Did it have its own consciousness? Otherwise, how could it know to hide itself? Or perhaps it was a divine object hiding its presence. After tracing the trajectory of Arthur's fighting spirit for a complete cycle, Aristotle withdrew his energy. At that moment, Vinia was anxiously watching her husband and son. The Viscount pondered for a moment before speaking. Arthur's fighting spirit does indeed possess a strong dragon's might, although I do not know how it formed. It is clearly beneficial and not harmful. This is not a bad thing. He then curiously asked Arthur, Why does your body also have magical fluctuations? Arthur had no choice but to tell the truth. After healing from my injury, it seems my affinity for magical elements has increased significantly, so I tried practicing magical meditation, and unexpectedly my progress has been rapid. Not long ago, I advanced to a junior magical apprentice. Vinia, hearing this, suddenly realized. I was wondering why I felt such strong magical fluctuations from you earlier. I thought it was because you had just taken a magical potion. It's quite strange your magical talent is average, and you've practiced for so long without much result. Who would have thought this time it turned into a blessing in disguise? Aristotle was less optimistic. There have always been many geniuses who cultivate both fighting spirit and magic, but very few reach high levels in both. In the New Moon Duchy, only Duchess Newman has cultivated her fighting spirit to the realm level and her magic to the level of a mid-level sorceress. Very few empires have heard of anyone who has cultivated both fighting spirit and magic to the realm level. Since you have fortuitously embarked on this path, I hope you are aware of what this entails. When the time comes, if circumstances do not allow, you must make choices early. Although magical cultivation is wondrous and sorcerers hold high status, ultimately this world still respects fighting spirit. On the battlefield, one must rely on knights. This point, you should be clear about. Arthur appeared to be learning from this, saying, "Yes, father, I understand. I will prioritize fighting spirit cultivation. If my magical cultivation begins to affect my fighting spirit, I will abandon it." Vinia disagreed. Although magical cultivation is not the mainstream of the world, like fighting spirit cultivation, that's only because so few people can cultivate magic. If one can cultivate magic, they should focus on it. The Merlin family has never produced a sorcerer. Are you sure you want to let this opportunity pass? After saying this, she glanced disdainfully at her husband and then fixed her piercing gaze on Arthur. Arthur suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Arthur, weren't you always wanting to become a magician? You have practiced the magical meditation method for 3 years. Now that you have finally made a breakthrough, are you really going to give up? Vinia did not intend to argue with Viscount Merlin, so she started addressing Arthur. Arthur was still unsure how to respond. Aristotle spoke up. Now that Arthur has fortuitously gained great opportunities from the dragon battle, the mutation of his fighting spirit is bound to lead him to achieve great heights in the future, so it is best for him to focus on cultivating his fighting spirit. Vinia was not willing to back down. Isn't it enough to have you, Adam, and our daughter on the battlefield? The family rarely has someone who can practice magic. How can we just give that up? Neither of them was willing to yield, and they began to argue on the deck. Arthur couldn't interject and could only listen awkwardly from the side. Eric and his father's personal guards observed silently, as if they were emotionless puppets. It seemed his father had a unique approach to training his subordinates. Faced with the differing views of his parents, Arthur felt a bit overwhelmed, but could understand both sides. As the current head of the family, Viscount Merlin naturally prioritized the family's combat strength. On the battlefield, knights undoubtedly have the advantage. In this world, magicians are known for crafting potions and their wisdom, but their fighting power is quite ordinary unless they reach the realm level, where they can unleash tremendous combat power. Previously, magicians had always played a supporting role. As the matriarch, Vinia, being a magician who manages the family's potions and cultivation resources, naturally places greater importance on magicians. After all, magicians can bring immense wealth and cultivation resources to the family. This is an important foundation for the family's development and growth. Moreover, cultivating magicians is not easy. Every family member with potential is a significant asset to the family. Both sides are not wrong, they simply have different emphases. However, for the current Merlin family, a magician is undoubtedly more precious than a knight. The fact that his father allows him to focus on cultivating fighting spirit indicates that he is not as indifferent as he appears. His mother is also understandable. The family already has 2 outstanding knights in his father and brother, so they don't lack knights. If his second son can focus on practicing magic, it would benefit the family and also avoid the dangers of the battlefield. As a mother, she believes this is the best course of action for the family and its members. Arthur, on the other hand, is confident that he can cultivate both martial and magical skills without falling behind. After all, he has the assistance of the Blue Orb and has collected numerous potion sprites from Dragon's Roost Island. He believes that there are still surprises waiting for him to discover in unexplored areas. However, Arthur is no longer as eager as before. Although Dragon's Roost Island is not heavily populated, it seems not as unified as he had imagined. According to his understanding, the Lord has absolute control over his territory. However, since Dragon's Roost Island has been directly managed by the family for a long time, the people recognize Viscount Merlin as their lord. Most of the knights under him, except for Thomas and William, are loyal to him because of his father. So even though Arthur places great importance on information control within the island, Viscount Merlin still knows everything about the island, which is not what Arthur wants to see. His territory must be completely under his control. Arthur was clearing his mind when the helmsman's voice came through. "My lord, we have arrived at Dragon's Roost Island." Aristotle and Vinia also ended their argument. Arthur walked up to the 2 and said, "Father, mother, please disembark. As for cultivation, I would like to focus on both martial and magical training for a while, and then decide based on the results. What do you think?" The 2 knew that as parents they could only provide guidance and advice to their children, but should not make decisions for them. Seeing Arthur say this, they chose not to argue further. Aristotle spoke, "Then it's settled. If you encounter any issues with your training, just write to me. Alternatively, now that you have a flying mount, it won't take long to reach Merlin City, so do visit often." Vinia nodded. I will stay on Dragon's Roost Island for the next few days to guide you. It's just in time for me to research the new potions you obtained. The last batch you sent back to the family had excellent results. Thank you, Mother. This time Viscount Merlin brought along a considerable entourage with Master Luban's team comprising around 1,000 people. His father's 30 personal guards were all Earth Knights, and there were over 100 maids and servants. Coupled with the 30,000 subjects provided for Arthur, it was quite a grand procession. The administrative officer Sam Will and the tax officer Edley from Port Village had already received the news and were waiting at the dock according to the arrangements Arthur had previously discussed with them. Viscount Merlin made the following arrangements for the 30,000 people he brought. 10,000 will be sent to Mungji Town to develop farmland and build the town. Led by William, 20 knights and attendants will be stationed there. Mungji Town, as the rear base for purple rabbit breeding, is not only an important grain-producing area, but also a center for the production of blue bricks and ceramics. To the northeast of Mungji Town, the vast and fertile riverside plains between the Inlong River and the Longsho River will later become an important granary for Dragon's Roost Island. This land can be cultivated into approximately 2 million acres of fertile fields. Arthur plans to establish a granary town here. The rice and wheat sprites given to him by the family will be planted here. Currently, he plans to develop 100,000 acres of good farmland, which would be sufficient for the food supply of 500,000 people each quarter. In the future, this will be the production base for rice and wheat on Dragon's Roost Island. Once fully developed, the grain produced every quarter could sustain the consumption of 10 million people for a year. 10,000 people are arranged at a new construction site by the Longsho River named Cornton. This place will be guarded by Thomas and 20 knights and attendants. Thomas and William also have an important task of selecting exceptionally talented young men and women from these subjects to be trained as knights, to form a knight team that only answers to Arthur. As for the current 10 Earth Knights and 50 knight attendants, they will need to be observed for a while to see who can be reused. Cornton will be the corn cultivation base for Dragon's Roost Island, where the corn sprite's native spirit plants will be planted. This place is not only an important potion production area for Dragon's Roost Island, but also a significant grain-producing area. Currently, the planned land is enough to produce food for 100,000 subjects for a year each quarter. Once fully developed, there will be 1 million acres of fertile fields. The food produced each quarter will be enough to sustain 5 million people. A large quantity of blue bricks and building materials from Mungji Town has already arrived here. Temporary accommodations have also been arranged. As soon as this batch of people arrives, they can be put to work on the construction of Cornton. Thanks to the experience from developing Mungji Town, the construction efficiency of Cornton will be even higher. It is estimated that the construction will be completed in 3 months. The remaining 10,000 people stayed in Port Village, and under Sam Will's leadership began building Arthur City in the rear of Port Village. Arthur personally participated in the design of Arthur City, and through his mother invited the most famous architect from OS Gus Island, Master Luban, to oversee the construction. Of course, it is still in the foundation stage at the moment. Master Luban personally brought along nearly 1,000 craftsmen and workers to follow Viscount Merlin. As for why he was so proactive, it was of course because Arthur offered generous conditions. The first phase of the project is expected to take 3 years, building main road, city walls, public facilities, and a new port. Arthur quoted 100,000 gold coins, which is already twice the market price. Arthur is not short on money now. What he lacks are people and talents. His father has already solved part of the population issue. As for talents, it depends on who he hires. Regarding why Arthur is so eager to build the city, it is of course to strengthen the management of Dragon's Roost Island. Only by building a city here at the port can he completely isolate the port from the interior of Dragon's Roost Island. With a city, he can better attract people, talents, and merchant caravans right. Arthur personally led the way, bringing his father and mother back to Dragon's Roost Fort. Steward Carter, along with the castle maids and attendants, warmly welcomed everyone. This time, Viscount Merlin not only brought 30,000 subjects for Arthur, but also gifted him 3 sprites, specifically a rice, wheat, and plum flower sprite. 3 sprites are not considered a lavish gift for the Baron descendants sent out by the family. After all, 2 grain sprites can only produce food for 100,000 people for a year. Typically, a Baron's territory has a population base of around 200,000. Places like Arthur's Dragon's Roost Island are almost non-existent with only a few thousand people. Why does Arthur plan for 2 sprites to supply 20,000 people? Because in this world, due to the existence of sprites, the farming level is very low, which is related to their over-reliance on sprites. After all, with sprites in control, food can yield abundant outputs without much management. Who would still think of ways to farm? They just need to look for sprites. Arthur is different. He only needs the sprites to provide high-quality seeds. Farming is still a task for the subjects. To this end, Arthur has invented many advanced farming tools and taught the subjects many practical and effective planting methods. Some things become easy once understood. Farming is just like that. Upon arriving at the castle, the personal guards and attendants were naturally arranged by Steward Carter and Madame Orson. Arthur led his parents to the castle's 3rd-floor sprite room. Arthur set up 2 sprite rooms in the castle. One housed the corn sprites and devilgrass sprites. This is the number of sprites that everyone on the island knows Arthur has. The 3 sprites his father gifted him this time were also arranged here. The other room housed the 3 sprites obtained from the stone forest. Aside from Steward Carter and his 2 personal attendants, no one else knew. His parents were also surprised to see that Arthur had so many sprites. Vania joked with a smile, I didn't expect my son to manage to keep the news of obtaining 3 potion sprites under the nose of the Viscount. This is indeed amusing. Aristotle also felt a sense of satisfaction. Arthur knowing how to keep secrets is a good thing. After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. What one possesses must match their strength, otherwise it could lead to disaster. To be honest, I have indeed arranged spies and secret guards around you. One to see what achievements you can make, and the other to protect you in secret. It seems that you have quite a knack for managing the territory, although you were a bit radical a while ago. Maintaining vigilance is excellent. The family has been managing Dragon's Roost Island for hundreds of years. How could we not know the resources involved? The purple rabbits were once the most important export product of the Merlin family a century ago, but due to overhunting, they nearly went extinct. That's why the family stopped hunting them. Arthur curiously asked, why didn't the family raise them? Viscount Merlin's expression darkened slightly. At that time we did try to raise them, but the magical grass is rare and the family could only purchase it from outside. Mainly from the Dusting family and the Os Gus family. However, they deliberately inflated the prices of the grass and later tried every means to obtain the purple rabbit breeding stock from us. The family had no choice but to give up on raising them. The 7 Gods Islands are rich in resources. Didn't the family ever consider searching for magical grass there? Viscount Merlin shook his head helplessly. The southern 7 Gods Islands are rich in resources, and the family has ventured there before. However, they encountered great terror. Our ancestors were fortunate to escape a calamity and ordered that no further expeditions south be allowed. Great terror lurks within the 7 deities archipelago. Arthur asked, intrigued. After all his dragon rest, I'll lay directly north of the 7 deities sea. He had never heard of any peril there before. Viscount Merlin nodded. During the twilight years of the Crimson Sun dynasty, a domain-tier dragon beast in the 7 deities archipelago ascended to the Saint Realm and unleashed an apocalyptic beast tide that swept across neighboring continents. It wrought catastrophic devastation upon both humanity and the elven race. Though the sea dragon Mundar was ultimately slain by a coalition of human and elven masters, the 7 great beast clans, each anchored by domain-tier elders, remained entrenched in the archipelago's waters. To fall into their encirclement would spell unimaginable doom. Arthur frowned. If Mundar himself was vanquished in that era, why did the allied forces not press onward and eradicate the 7 clans entirely? Viscount Merlin shook his head helplessly, though Mundar was destroyed in that climactic battle. The elite warriors of the Crimson Sun dynasty and the elven masters were nearly annihilated. Even the domain-rank knights dispatched from other continents perished en masse. None possessed the strength to wage further war. Moreover, the archipelago bears the name 7 deities for a reason. Legend holds that each of the 7 clans is shielded by beings transcending the Saint Realm. All who have ever attempted their eradication vanished without trace. None ever returned whole from the 7 deities archipelago. Vinya added in agreement. Countless noble houses and adventuring guilds lured by the archipelago's riches have sent expeditions. Most never returned. Those few who escaped speak of it with hushed dread, just as the ancestors of House Merlin once did. So, the great terror of the 7 deities archipelago stems from this very legacy. Arthur exhaled slowly. Yet Dragon Rest all borders its waters. If such horror dwells so near, why have we suffered no danger? Viscount Merlin continued. Historically, the 7 clans have remained strictly within their own territories. Even during the beast tide, they refrained from invading human lands. Thus peace has endured. Ah, I see. Arthur relaxed visibly. To dwell beside a powder keg would indeed be unbearable. Arthur asked curiously, then what are these 7 clans? Vinya proudly interjected. The family most intimately acquainted with them is your maternal house, House Tyrell. Our lineage has dwelled upon Oscarsile for over a millennium. Proximity to the 7 deities sea has granted us rare insight into their ways. The largest among them is the 7-colored Pearl Oyster clan, whose members blanket the archipelago's waters. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers dwarf most other clans. Peaceful by nature, they coexist harmoniously with herbivorous beasts, making them untouchable by any prudent adversary. Their 7-colored pearls are sacred artifacts, potent aids in cultivation and healing. The most formidable is the Merfolk clan, peerless in martial prowess and intellect. Legends whisper of vast underwater kingdoms and crystalline palaces deep beneath the waves. Their moon mermaid silk is the finest magical fabric known, while their tears, exceedingly rare, are said to grant wishes with miraculous fidelity. The Leviathan whale clan, though few in number, possesses unmatched individual might. None at the same cultivation level can best them in combat. The 7-colored spirit dolphin clan is the most enigmatic, rarely glimpsed, yet their appearance heralds the emergence of celestial treasures or primordial herbs. Rumors persist that consuming their flesh accelerates advancement and refines one's innate aptitude, though none have ever verified such claims. The crimson-haired giant crab clan and the 5-color luminous shrimp clan are numerous, second only to the pearl oyster clan. The dragon turtle clan is the eldest among the 7, possessing unfathomable longevity, titanic defense, and crushing offense. Their numbers and battlefield dominance rank them foremost among the clans, yet they favor solitude, dwelling in remote isles and coral mazes seldom revealing themselves. Countless lesser turtle clans swear fealty to them. Arthur, having witnessed the awe-inspiring might of Sky Knights and absorbed these arcane revelations about the 7 deities archipelago, felt an urgent, burning desire to ascend his own strength. They continued admiring Arthur's sprites, especially Mani the maze sprite whose size doubled that of ordinary sprites, captivating Viscount Merlin and Lady Vigna alike. Vigna gently stroked Mani and murmured, "Sprites only grow to such scale when preparing to evolve into greater sprites. A newborn sprite of this magnitude. Unheard of." At Arthur's silent command, Mani tolerated Vigna's touch, but bristled with quiet resistance, chirping indignantly at Arthur. Vigna, sensing her unease, withdrew her hand. Viscount Merlin then spoke, "Postpone your survey and development of Dragon Rest Isle, for in 1 month you shall be formally ennobled as its baron. All eyes will turn upon you. Discretion remains wise. As for Eric and the others, do not mistake their presence for surveillance. It is but my assessment of your fitness to govern. Since you have exceeded expectations, I shall command their direct fealty to you. Their loyalty to House Merlin is absolute, and henceforth their allegiance shall be yours alone." What could Arthur say? He simply bowed his head. "Understood, father." After exiting the sprite chamber, Steward Carter had already laid out lunch. Recent bounties, exotic beasts, and rare avian creatures had enriched the table considerably. Following the meal, Arthur handed Vigna the collected alchemical herbs. She immediately immersed herself in formulating new potions, leaving father and son undisturbed. Aristotle, barely containing his excitement, urged, "Let us first tame the twin-headed dragon sparrows." Arthur feigned hesitation. "But they nest upon the 7 deities archipelago. Can we simply go there?" Aristotle's expression stiffened, then swiftly softened as realization dawned. "You've already subjugated the alpha beasts of 2 avian clans. Surely you can compel them to come to us." Arthur tilted his head. "Why do you assume that?" Aristotle smiled smugly. "This morning when Eric rode the Kispero, it instinctively shielded him. Proof that you are its true master. Without some extraordinary method of control, such devotion would be impossible." Arthur stared startled, then glanced at Viscount Merlin. Seeing his son's expression, Aristotle grew even more assured. "I've heard rumors of ancient arts, secret techniques that brand beasts with a soul-bound mark enabling telepathic command." His gaze sharpened, probing. "How did you acquire such a priceless art?" Arthur's composure cracked. "Father, surely you jest. A lowly earth knight who's never even left Oscar's Isle. What grand fortune could possibly grant me such mastery?" Viscount Merlin knew it defied logic, yet intuition whispered that his second son was profoundly extraordinary. "I cannot fathom your fortunes," he said quietly, "but your transformation is undeniable. Once you strived earnestly, but chiefly out of rivalry with your elder brother. Your ambition leaned heavily on worldly gain, and you dismissed our house's tradition of stewardship over the people. That is why I stationed observers around you." Arthur sighed faintly. "And if I had met your expectations, what then?" He left the question hanging, watching his father closely. Aristotle answered plainly, "Had you fallen short, my support would have diminished. I believed hardship itself would forge your growth. Yet you surpassed all expectations, not only in diligence and vision, but in astonishing fortune. Fortune, after all, is no mere accident. The greatest achievers invariably bear the mark of extraordinary encounters. The Tao calls it destiny's favor. I shall not pry into your encounters, but heed this warning: to possess treasure without strength invites ruin. Fortunately, Dragon Rest Isle lies in obscurity. Secrecy is easily maintained. Until you wield sufficient power, reveal nothing. Yet for now, you need fear nothing. With House Merlin standing behind you, the resources you command remain secure." Arthur rose and bowed deeply. "Thank you, father, for your guidance. I am truly enlightened." Then with quiet resolve, "I shall summon the twin-headed dragon sparrows now." Viscount Merlin's stern countenance finally broke into a warm, radiant smile, and beneath it a fierce, rising flame of anticipation. Arthur summoned the 2-headed dragon sparrow leader through the Beastmaster's mark, requesting him to bring a pair of intermediate high-level 2-headed dragon sparrows to Longxi Fortress for his parents to tame as mounts. Keeping a pair of dragon sparrows together would facilitate their future breeding. Given the strength of the Merlin family, they could certainly support a small-scale dragon sparrow clan. During the waiting period, Aristotle began to guide Arthur in his fighting energy training. When his father mentioned fighting energy training, his entire demeanor brightened, and he spoke with clarity. Fighting knight training is generally divided into several levels: knight attendants, earth knights, sky knights, domain knights, and holy knights. Strictly speaking, the first 3 levels can be considered the first major tier. Domain knights represent the second tier, while holy knights form the third tier. When mortals refine their bodies and cultivate their blood essence to draw fighting energy into their bodies, they become knight attendants. This stage primarily focuses on continuously honing the body and refining fighting energy, allowing the knight's physique to transcend the mundane. With continuous accumulation and refinement of fighting energy, one can wield it like a sword, achieving external manifestation of fighting energy to become an Earth Knight. By the Earth Knight stage, having effective cultivation methods and powerful martial techniques becomes crucial. Our Merlin family's 9 waves is an exceptionally powerful water attribute technique, said to have been obtained by our ancestors from a certain relic. The 9 waves is also among the top training methods and martial techniques in the entire Crescent Moon Kingdom. Count von Merlin could not help but feel a surge of pride as he spoke. During the Earth Knight stage, cultivating fighting energy and demonstrating martial skills are both aimed at further strengthening the Bodhi's resilience, making effective training methods and techniques critically important. This is also a foundational stage. It is essential to refine each small phase to the utmost, making it easier to break through to the Sky Knight level in the future. Upon reaching the Sky Knight stage, fighting energy undergoes its first sublimation. At this point, training not only involves cultivating fighting energy, but also sensing the forces of the world through it. I want to elaborate further on this, as it is not beneficial for your current training. These 3 stages focus on the cultivation and application of fighting energy. Moving up to the Domain Knight level is an entirely different realm. Domain Knights can easily manipulate the forces of heaven and earth. You must have felt the pressure of a Sky Knight in front of a Domain Knight. A Sky Knight is akin to a pond encountering a giant wave, representing 2 vastly different levels. The holy level above must be even more mysterious. It's hard to say whether anyone has reached that level now. You've gained quite a lot on Longqi Island. You won't lack magic potions in the future. But remember, the strength gained from magic potions is ultimately external power. It can be used appropriately, but it cannot be relied upon. True mastery of fighting energy comes from constant practice in battle. Arthur wholeheartedly agreed with his father's perspective, bowing deeply and saying, "Thank you for your guidance, father. Arthur is enlightened and will not disappoint your expectations." Aristotle nodded in satisfaction. In truth, cultivation in any world follows this principle: refine the physical body to absorb external energies, where they promote and achieve one another. Ultimately, external energy becomes internal, allowing one to control external forces. Finally, by harnessing the grand forces of heaven and earth, one nurtures oneself with the essence of the world. To put it simply, one's body is a container. The better this container is refined, the more it can hold. Once one can even withstand the grand forces of heaven and earth, they can use the power of the world for their own purposes. As father and son conversed, Aristotle suppressed his own realm and personally sparred with Arthur. Arthur had been quite diligent during this time, coupled with his experience in multiple battles. Thus, he was considered a capable fighter among the junior Earth Knights. Moreover, his fighting energy, aided by the blue orb, was more profound and pure than that of the average Earth Knight. Consequently, his martial skills exhibited remarkable power. Aristotle grew increasingly pleased with his second son. With his father's personal guidance, Arthur had resolved the issues he encountered in combat techniques and the training of 9 waves. Arthur felt increasingly excited. His control over fighting energy and techniques became smoother. He already sensed he was on the verge of breaking through the intermediate Earth Knight barrier. This delighted him greatly. It was known that he had only broken through to the Earth Knight stage a little over half a year ago, and now he was about to break through again. This would place him on the same level as his elder brother. He would also be among the top 2 among his peers on August Island. Just then, as Arthur was sweating profusely while sparring with his father, 3 massive 2-headed dragon sparrows appeared over Longqi Fortress. The father and son immediately ceased their movements. Arthur took the warm towel from the servant and first handed it to his father, then took one for himself, quickly wiping his face and hands. The 2 were currently in the training grounds of Longqi Fortress, which was spacious enough. Arthur had used the Beastmaster's mark to have the dragon sparrow leader descend here. Aristotle examined the 3 2-headed dragon sparrows before him with satisfaction. The leading one was already an intermediate high-level magical beast, its body shimmering with a light golden hue. The 2 heads, resembling those of a giant dragon, exuded an extraordinary majesty. The 2 behind were one crimson and one bluish-green, both exceptionally beautiful. The crimson male sparrow particularly delighted Count von Merlin. At this moment, Vanilla also rushed over, instantly enamored with the bluish-green female sparrow. Perhaps it was the Tillier family's preference for green. Arthur quickly implanted the Beastmaster's mark into the 2 dragon sparrows using the Beastmaster's technique. The Merlin couple exchanged glances, observing their son performing the secret technique, but they said nothing. The nearby guards and servants standing at a distance did not notice anything unusual. With Arthur's assistance, the Merlin couple could tame the 2-headed dragon sparrows within a few days. During these days, Arthur practiced fighting energy with his father's help during the day, while at night, he trained magic meditation with his mother. With the aid of the 8 treasure magic potion, both mother and son made rapid progress. Vanilla even broke through to the high-level magician realm in one fell swoop, saving her years of hard work. During this time, he attempted to teach the Beastmaster's technique to his parents, but they could not achieve any results and would have to try slowly in the future. The couple tacitly chose not to inquire about the source of the Beastmaster's secret. It was already remarkable for their second son to share such knowledge with the family. Who among cultivators doesn't have a few secrets? Days passed, and the Merlin couple spent their time either practicing taming the dragon sparrows or accompanying Arthur in training. Vanilla utilized the magic potions found on Longqi Island to concoct new ones. One day, she excitedly summoned Arthur and his father to her potion laboratory. "Look, this is the new potion I've developed." Vanilla proudly shook the red potion in her hand. "I named it Dragon Blood Elixir. This elixir can enhance the qualifications of both cultivators and magical beasts, and is the best potion for breaking through bottlenecks. Its grade has reached intermediate high level." Upon hearing this, both Arthur and his father were overjoyed. Count von Merlin knew that with such a treasure, the family could further advance. Arthur was also thrilled, as he could use the elixir to break through his current realm. The many magical beasts in his possession could also benefit from it. Suppressing his excitement, Arthur inquired, "Mother, do you know what the production yield of this elixir is?" Vanilla replied with some regret, "The other materials are fine. Longqi Island has sufficient output for them, but dragon blood is hard to obtain. The blood of other dragons is effective, but its effects are greatly diminished. Dragon blood. The enthusiasm of Arthur and his father was instantly extinguished. Dragon blood was something they could almost never acquire. The last dragon battle could not be replicated. Aristotle asked regretfully, how much dragon blood did we manage to collect last time? Vania glanced at the disappointed expressions of the father and son and scoffed nonchalantly. The dragon blood from last time is enough for me to concoct several thousand doses. That is enough for our family to use. Such a precious elixir is sufficient for our own needs and won't be sold externally, so what's there to regret? Upon hearing this, both Arthur and his father felt reassured. At that moment, Arthur suggested, let's test it on our mounts. They are magical beasts with dragon bloodlines and may even undergo a transformation into draconic beasts. The Merlin couple naturally had no objections. The group headed to the back mountain of Longxi Fortress where their mounts were kept. Vania took out 3 doses of the intermediate low-level dragon blood elixir. Arthur took them and fed each to the 3 dragon sparrows. The 2-headed dragon sparrows became agitated as they tasted the elixir. As the potion's effects took hold, their magical power began to surge uncontrollably. The magical power of the 3 dragon bloods burst forth, 1 crimson, 1 ice blue, and 1 emerald green, as if 3 flames were igniting. The effect of the dragon blood elixir is incredibly potent. Shortly after the 3 dragon sparrows consumed it, their vitality surged as if boiling, enveloping their entire bodies in a blaze of magical flames, illuminating the sky. Through the beast master seal, Arthur could sense their excitement and thrill. Chirp, chirp. The pained yet exhilarated sounds of the dragon sparrows echoed through the rear mountains of the dragon nest fortress. As they continued to absorb the elixir, their pressure began to increase gradually. Several dragon sparrows were undergoing a fundamental transformation, their once thin dragon bloodline now strengthening. The other magical beasts and rare birds raised in the rear mountains initially felt restless, but soon they were intimidated by the pressure and lay prostrate on the ground, too scared to move. At that moment, the leader of the dragon sparrow clan arrived at the dragon nest fortress, and Arthur fed a high-grade potion to one of them. Soon it too entered a state of transformation. Roar! To Arthur's astonishment, his dragon sparrow mount emitted a roar similar to that of a giant dragon. Roar! Roar! Immediately the other 3 followed suit, also producing dragon-like roars. Their bodies began to change as well. The 2 spiked dragon heads became sharper, and horns resembling those of cattle began to sprout from their foreheads. The scales on their bodies grew denser and harder, and their size increased rapidly. The power of their vitality, mixed with magical energy, enveloped the entire rear mountain. A pressure emanating from their bloodlines was continuously released from the 4 dragon sparrows. The blue orb in Arthur's sea of consciousness suddenly became agitated. It emitted a unique vibration frequency, as if a colossal heart was beating within Arthur's sea of consciousness. With each beat, Arthur's blood and fighting spirit pulsated in response. Gradually, Arthur felt as if the entire dragon nest island was vibrating along with it. He could only gather all his fighting spirit to maintain his composure. Aristotle, who had been observing the transformation of the dragon sparrows, suddenly exclaimed with joy, "The dragon blood elixir is indeed powerful. They are evolving into sub-dragon beasts. But why do I feel that a terrifying power is awakening in the rear mountains?" His perception was accurate. With the evolution of the dragon sparrows, the elemental forces on the entire dragon nest island became increasingly active. Arthur further sensed an energy strikingly similar to that of a giant dragon awakening on Dragon Nest Island. The orb in his sea of consciousness could no longer be suppressed. His fighting spirit surged uncontrollably, although the impact left his meridians sore. A comforting sensation from his soul made Arthur moan in pleasure. A thunderous dragon roar erupted from Arthur's sea of consciousness. The elemental forces on the entire Dragon Nest Island went into a frenzy. A light mist of pale blue and gold formed above the island, shimmering with a rainbow hue under the sunlight. From above the sky, one could see the dragon energy rising from Dragon Nest Island. Spiritual energy rained down from the air. Meanwhile, fragments of information such as dragon energy rising and dragon orb appeared in Arthur's sea of consciousness. It turned out this orb was a dragon orb. No wonder it was so extraordinary. Because the dragon sparrow's advancement triggered the vibration of the dragon energy here, and with the interference of the dragon orb, the Earth's power on the entire Dragon Nest Island was activated, unleashing dragon energy that had accumulated for countless years. Benefiting from the nourishment of the dragon energy, some of the orb's powers began to manifest. As the dragon energy surged, all living beings on Dragon Nest Island basked in a pale blue and golden aura. The mortals on the island felt their senses sharpening. Many who had ailments felt significantly relieved. The knights discovered that their fighting spirit was rapidly increasing. Thus, everyone began to circulate their techniques and enter a state of cultivation. Many knight attendants experienced breakthroughs. Thomas and William directly advanced to intermediate Earth Knights. The Allen brothers touched the threshold of advanced Earth Knights. Vast expanses of plants on Dragon Nest Island began to grow wildly, many evolving into magical plants. In dozens of places with strange energy fluctuations, the gestation process greatly accelerated, promising new spirit insects for Arthur. Countless wild animals became stronger. The magical beasts felt their bloodlines sublimated. In the kennel, the 2 mastiffs, Onum and Nim, began to produce under the impact of their vitality. The pups were born with scales resembling dragon scales densely covering their legs, abdomen, and back, with 1 or 2 small horns protruding from their heads. They were conceived under the influence of a giant dragon and had consumed Arthur's potion to advance to junior magical beasts. With the surge of dragon energy, this time the pups were born as dragon beasts possessing a very pure bloodline. Their future achievements are boundless. The two female mastiffs benefiting from the baptism of the dragon beast bloodline, and this opportunity unexpectedly evolved to the level of intermediate magical beasts. Viscount Merlin and his wife were stunned by the scene before them, but the rapid growth of their fighting spirit and magical energy left them little time to think. They could only calm themselves and focus on controlling their fighting spirit and magical energy for cultivation. Viscount Merlin, who had been immersed at the intermediate Sky Knight level for several years, finally touched the threshold of the advanced level thanks to the surge of dragon energy. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could advance to advanced Sky Knight. This saved him years of effort and gave him greater hope for further progress. Vinia had just recently advanced to advanced mage after years of dedication at the intermediate level. Now, with the opportunity presented by the surge of dragon energy, she made significant progress in her advanced mage realm. She was not far from becoming a great mage. Arthur, knowing he could no longer suppress the dragon orb, decided to sit down cross-legged and focus on his own cultivation. In less than a quarter of an hour, he felt himself break through to the intermediate mage apprentice level. Soon after, his fighting spirit realm also broke through to intermediate Earth Knight. The surging dragon energy from the entire island was drawn into the blue orb. Though it only passed through Arthur's body momentarily, it still brought him tremendous benefits. His body became increasingly resilient under the washing of dragon energy, as if his aptitude was improving, his bloodline evolving, and his fighting spirit and magical energy rapidly increasing. As the dragon orb absorbed a large amount of dragon energy, a wealth of information flooded back into Arthur's sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, several cultivation techniques appeared in Arthur's sea of consciousness: True Dragon Chi Nurturing Art, True Dragon Water Control Art, Purple Thunder Dragon Binding Technique, and True Dragon Visualization Method. These techniques felt familiar to Arthur. Without hesitation, he began to practice them. True Dragon Chi Nurturing Art is a fighting spirit cultivation technique far superior to his own 9-layer wave, boasting an efficiency more than 10 times that of it. As soon as Arthur began to practice this technique, a vast amount of dragon energy fused with the fighting spirit that had dispersed through his meridians and was reabsorbed back into his body. In less than an hour, Arthur restored himself to the intermediate Earth Knight level. The True Dragon Visualization Method is a magical cultivation method. After switching techniques, the dispersed magical energy, mixed with dragon energy, was also reabsorbed back into his body. The fighting spirit was ice blue with water attributes, while the magical energy was green with wood attributes. The two forces smoothly operated in Arthur's body, intertwining along a mysterious trajectory. True Dragon Water Control Art is a powerful martial technique. Currently, Arthur has only grasped 3 moves: condensing water into ice, riding the wind, and breaking the waves, and 12-layer waves. Condensing water into ice literally means using fighting spirit to condense into ice blades for attack, and can also freeze water surfaces and vapor, making it an excellent offensive technique. Riding the wind and breaking the waves is a technique involving movement and evasion. When executed, it drives the fighting spirit to swiftly skim across the water's surface. At a certain level of mastery, one can transform into water and utilize water evasion. 12-layer waves is an enhanced version of his family's martial technique capable of doubling attack power up to 12 times. Purple Thunder Dragon Binding Technique is a magical attack and binding method. It utilizes thunder element magical energy to form purple lightning chains that can attack or bind enemies. True Dragon Visualization Method is a profound magical meditation technique. It allows one to harmonize with all elemental powers using dragon energy. Seizing the opportunity presented by the surge of dragon energy, Arthur successfully practiced both the True Dragon Chi Nurturing Art and the True Dragon Visualization Method. His fighting spirit realm ultimately stabilized at the peak of the intermediate Earth Knight level. With some accumulation, he could soon enter the advanced realm. His magical realm progressed even faster and had already entered the junior mage phase. This surge of dragon energy lasted for 5 hours. The dragon energy of Dragon Nest Island once again concealed itself within the Earth's veins. Various phenomena gradually dissipated. The opportunities brought to the living beings of Dragon Nest Island continued. Numerous creatures gathered around Dragon Nest Island, lingering for a long time, with most temporarily settling in the nearby sea. The 3-headed intermediate high-level double-head dragon sparrow successfully advanced to the beginner high-level tier by harnessing the opportunity of the ascending dragon energy, and its bloodline has transformed to the level of a sub-dragon beast. This effectively added 3 Sky Knight-level combat powers to the Merlin family, which greatly delighted Viscount Merlin. Thus, he ordered the Dragon Nest Fortress to bring out their treasured fine wines and delicacies, hosting a feast to entertain the prominent knights and officials of Dragon Nest Island. After the leader of the double-head dragon sparrow advanced to the high-level sub-dragon beast bloodline, he left Dragon Nest Island to return to his clan. His bloodline breakthrough will elevate the bloodline of the entire clan in the future. This is of great significance to the entire clan. The double-head dragon sparrow clan has also become an important trump card for Arthur. In this world, animals are categorized by the nobility of their bloodlines into ordinary beasts, magical beasts, sub-dragon beasts, and giant dragons. Giant dragons represent the highest life form in this world, and are also a decisive factor in the birth of various mineral resources. Although subdragon beasts and dragon beasts do not have the ability to spawn minerals, they inherit some of the characteristics of giant dragons, making their combat power formidable. They are the most favored mounts and battle pets among knights. However, wild subdragon beasts and dragon beasts are quite rare. Coupled with their own fierce combat abilities, they are difficult to tame. Generally, the giant dragon bloodline magical beasts owned by various families are evolved from their own giants' bloodlines. Thus, only families that possess giant dragons can have a certain number of giant dragon bloodline magical beasts. This enables these families to maintain their positions of power. Therefore, possessing magical beasts with noble bloodlines is an important factor for a family's ambitions to rise and stabilize their rule. The Merlin family has painstakingly managed for over 3 centuries, and now, for the first time, they publicly possess 5 sky-level combat powers naturally, making him overjoyed. These 5 sky-level combat powers include Viscount Merlin, the 3 dragon sparrows, and the old Viscount Abel Merlin. The 3-headed high-level subdragon beast dragon sparrows were placed in the courtyard of Dragon Nest Fortress, where every visiting guest could see these 3 majestic magical beasts at first glance. The Crimson Dragon Sparrow is noble and grand, the most visually striking among the Dragon Sparrow clan. As Viscount Merlin's mount, it has been placed in the center. Vinia's mount is a blue-green female dragon sparrow, somewhat slender, yet equally fierce and robust. Arthur's mount is a ferocious giant beast with deep blue fur and colorful tail feathers. Its horns are particularly prominent. Dragon Nest Fortress is a castle that has been standing for over 200 years. The main structure is built entirely from sky blue lapis lazuli sourced from the sapphire mines in the back mountains. The sapphires have been completely mined out. However, there are still large amounts of lapis lazuli distributed throughout the mining area. Lapis lazuli is blue like the sky, reflecting a golden sheen under sunlight and revealing a purple hue in dim light. Thus, it has been used by the Merlin family in many castle rooftops. Dragon Nest Fortress covers over 200 acres, consisting of the front courtyard, main fortress garden, and Merlin sections. The castle walls are not very high, only over 20 meters, with the gate tower standing at 25 meters high, and the main gate is forged from bronze, making it quite sturdy. Entering through the main gate leads into the front courtyard of Dragon Nest Fortress. The center of the courtyard features a plaza paved with marble capable of accommodating 1,000 people simultaneously. On the left side are the training grounds and the guards' quarters. On the right side are the stables and warehouses. The main fortress has 3 floors. The first floor includes the hall and dining room, with the hall able to host banquets for 500 people featuring 30 fireplaces. The second floor of the main fortress consists of guest rooms and the master bedroom. The master's bedroom includes 1 large room each for the male and female heads, covering more than 200 square meters. There are also over 20 guest rooms, each over 100 square meters. The third floor contains the study elven room, young master's room, and young lattice room. At this moment, Arthur resides in the second young master's room on the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor master bedroom is reserved for his father and mother. To the right of the front courtyard and main fortress is the garden, which is home to a large variety of exotic flowers and plants. It also houses many beautiful ornamental birds, such as thrush, parrots, and finches. On the left side is the Mei Lin area, which contains hundreds of old plum trees over 100 years old. The blooming plum blossoms create a beautiful sight. Now, with the presence of the plum fairy insects, home spirit plant, the plum trees in the garden have thrived even more. Under the opportunity of the dragon energy surge, many plum trees have evolved into magical plants. This is also an excellent boon for the plum fairy insects. Behind Dragon Nest Fortress are the caves and mines left from the sapphire gathering. 1 large cave and 4 smaller ones are enclosed within Dragon Nest Fortress. The castle's backyard also cultivates many fruit trees and various rare tree species. 1 large cave has been transformed into a storage room and a magically constructed ice cellar. 1 is for the breeding of hunting dogs, and 1 is for holding magical beasts. Currently, these magical beasts have all been controlled by Arthur using the Beastmaster mark. The other 2 caves are occupied by the mounts of Arthur and Eric. Tonight's banquet is sumptuous thanks to the careful preparations of the castle's steward and numerous servants. The fine wines include the fruit wine specialty of Dragon Nest Fortress, barley wine, and beer in abundance, along with 2 barrels of plum wine from the Merlin family. The delicacies are all prepared using magical beast meat, roasted red-skinned giant tooth pig, purple rabbit stew, with magical potion mushroom corn chowder, magical griffin soup, whole roasted magical climbing goat, braised magical beef, and horse meat corn rolls. Viscount Merlin, holding a crystal cup filled with plum wine, walked to the center of the hall and gently tapped his cup twice before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dragon Nest Fortress. Today is a rare occasion. The Merlin family has acquired 3 high-level subdragon beast mounts, which is of great significance to the Merlin family, and I am very happy. Among them, my second son, the newly appointed Baron of Dragon Nest Island, Arthur Merlin, is greatly responsible. All of you present today include loyal knights who have served the Merlin family with great merit, diligent officials from Dragon Nest Island, architects who have come to help create a new city on Dragon Nest Island, and also maids and servants who have served the Merlin family for generations. I believe you have also noticed that today Dragon Nest Island is blessed with auspicious signs, and the entire island has received divine grace. Starting today, I hope you will continue to support my son Baron Arthur, as you have pledged loyalty to the Merlin family. I believe that under his leadership Dragon Nest Island will only get better. He is now a mid-level Earth Knight, and thus has sufficient strength to fully take on the affairs of Dragon Nest Island. July 29th of this year marks his 16th birthday, an important day of his comingafage ceremony, and also the day he officially receives his title. Therefore today is a day worth celebrating. Let us raise our glasses in joy. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone cheered as they raised their glasses together. Viscount Merlin and his wife sat at the main seat of the main table, while Arthur and Eric faced each other. After returning to his seat, Viscount Merlin said to Eric beside him, "Eric, your family has been the guardian knights of the Merlin family for generations, and you are also young and promising. Thanks to today's auspicious signs, I believe you are one step closer to becoming a Sky Knight. You are very likely to create a new history for your family, so trust in following Arthur. I believe he will bring you a better future." Upon hearing this, Eric understood that Viscount Merlin had made a decision. Besides, he had also witnessed Baron Arthur's recent performance. Not only was he diligent in his duties and governance, but he also practiced his fighting energy training with remarkable diligence and rapid progress. Moreover, his fortune is astonishing. In just a few months, he has achieved enormous accomplishments and gains. Sometimes luck is also a part of strength. Thus, he quickly made a decision, drawing his sword from his waist and kneeling on one knee before Arthur to pledge his loyalty. "I, Eric, wish to offer my loyalty to Baron Arthur Merlin. From this day forth until the end of my life, I will be the sword in your hand, clearing your obstacles. I will offer you sincere advice and assist you in making the right decisions. I, Eric, am willing to serve you for life until death." Arthur also drew his sword, lightly tapping each of Eric's shoulders before saying, "I accept your loyalty. From now on, there will be a place for you at my table and a place for you by my fireplace. I will not let you engage in disgraceful deeds. The Merlin family will always be your support and backing." After speaking, he sheathed his sword and helped Eric up. The two embraced each other. The audience immediately applauded in celebration. Soon Thomas William and the Allen brothers came forward to pledge their loyalty to Arthur together. Now they are all mid-level Earth Knights, also among the mid to high combat power personnel on Augustus Island. Especially the Allen brothers, who will soon be able to advance to high-level Earth Knights. At this point, the overall strength of Dragon Nest Island is already not inferior to any old Baron territory. As Eric and others pledged their loyalty to Arthur, the banquet reached a small climax. Everyone raised their glasses to congratulate Arthur, simultaneously expressing their submission and goodwill. The people truly felt that the future Dragon's Nest Island would be under Arthur's dominion. The administrative officer of Port Village, Sam Weir, and tax officer Adley approached Arthur. Sam Weir spoke first. "Congratulations, my lord, for successfully establishing Mungji Town, in just a few months turning it into a prosperous and advanced place. Now, with the simultaneous commencement of projects in Yumi Village, Grain Village, and Arthur City, I believe Dragon's Nest Island will surely usher in a period of rapid development under your leadership, my lord. I am honored to serve under you, my lord, and I will do my utmost to remain loyal to you." With that, Sam Weir downed his drink. Arthur happily returned the toast, saying, "Mr. Sam and Mr. Adley have worked diligently in Port Village for many years, and this is well known to all. During this time, you have coordinated well with Dragon's Nest Fortress in mobilizing people and resources, managing everything in an orderly manner, and your arrangements are commendable. I have noted all of this, so I will need you and Mr. Adley to continue your efforts in the construction of Arthur City and other locations. Once these bases are completed, we will have sufficient food, livestock, and potions to support our external trade. Mungji Town ceramics and purple rabbits will become our flagship products. At that time, Dragon's Nest Island will undoubtedly become one of the new trade centers on the southern shore of Augustus Island." Adley said excitedly, "What you said is indeed true, my lord. Once Yumi Village and Grain Village are fully established, the annual grain output of Dragon's Nest Island will be enough to sustain 10 million people. The livestock and magical beast breeding at Nanling Ranch will not only meet the island's consumption, but will also bring immense wealth to Dragon's Nest Island. These are highly marketable goods. Mungji Town is nearing completion, and in the future the business of purple rabbits and ceramics will attract a large number of merchant ships. Especially ceramics. Who would have thought that such exquisite items could be crafted from clay? I am confident that ceramics will become a favorite among the nobility in the future. My lord, I believe we can initially focus on exporting ceramics and some magical beast meat to attract merchant caravans. At that time, we can use the wealth from these sales to acquire some strong laborers and skilled workers from slave traders, especially those with shipbuilding and maritime experience. It is important to know that in the future, cooperating with Earl and Tsudi without our own transport ships will put us at a disadvantage. After all, if the spoils obtained during the Tsudi campaign are transported using ships from other families, we will incur substantial fees. With more caravans, our grain and livestock will be much easier to sell." Arthur observed that Adley spoke with great clarity, secretly appreciating that he was indeed a talent with a keen understanding of business. "You are right, Adley. Your thoughts are clear, and I feel reassured with you overseeing the external trade of Dragon's Nest Island in the future. Although the number of ships from the Merlin family is second only to the Earl's family on Augustus Island, most of them are procured from the Blinken and Brown families. I think we can use some of our rare magical beasts to exchange directly with those two families for sea vessels and shipbuilding talents. Especially some elderly or sick skilled workers, as their skills will not decline due to their physical conditions. This way we can obtain sufficient talents and sea vessels at the fastest speed and with minimal cost. After all, there are only 3 to 4 months left until this year's duty. We must prepare well before then. As for the grain, I do not plan to sell it directly. We can first brew it into fine wine, and and then mix it with potions to create medicinal wine that is beneficial for knights and mages. Its value will be even greater. Baron Merlin seemingly casually glanced at Arthur and the others, but with the keen hearing of a high-ranking Sky Knight, he caught every word of their conversation. He was very satisfied with their performance. Arthur's subordinates had become reliable individuals. Arthur also had his own ideas and thoughts, and he was very astute in matters of business, displaying considerable foresight and planning. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for Arthur's management of Dragon's Nest Island. Arthur exchanged ideas with his future subordinates one by one, and they all seemed to enjoy the conversation. Tonight's Dragon's Nest Fortress was indeed a night of joy for both hosts and guests. Baron Merlin and his wife obtained 2 high-level dragon mounts, and both advanced in their cultivation. This was an exhilarating event for the Merlin family. Arthur was finally publicly acknowledged by his father, and the 10 Earth Knights and 50 Knight Apprentices had finally become his direct subordinates. From then on, all power on Dragon's Nest Island was in his hands. The guests participating in the banquet had already benefited immensely from the auspicious atmosphere of the Dragon Chi Rising. In the future, they would have a bright future as the first batch of followers of Baron Arthur, as he was a pioneering baron with evident potential and strength. As the earliest followers, they would naturally grow and profit alongside the development of Dragon's Nest Island. Similarly, following such a baron would make it easier to gain military achievements and benefits in future external battles. Thus, everyone was in high spirits during the banquet, harboring beautiful expectations for the future. On the following day, Baron Merlin and his wife rode the 2-headed dragon back to the Merlin territory. During this time, Vinia assisted Arthur in brewing a large number of potions. Arthur also learned many potion-making methods as an assistant. After all, Arthur was already a junior mage. Although he still lacked experience with his mother's guidance, he was making rapid progress. He was already able to brew some commonly used potions. However, Arthur did not focus too much energy on this, as enhancing his combat power was the key. As the potions left by Vinia were enough to train several hundred knights on Dragon's Nest Island, Arthur exchanged the remaining potions with Vinia for high-quality armor, weapons, and various mineral resources. I believe that after this transaction, Dragon's Nest Island will become one of the top baron territories on Oscus Island. The Merlin family fleet brought a large amount of resources and population to Dragon's Nest Island. On their way back, they were filled with the island's specialty seafood, magical beast meat, and potions, returning home with great bounty. However, several hundred of Baron Merlin's servants left half with Arthur. These servants had grown up in Merlin Castle since childhood. Their families had served the Merlin family for generations, showing great loyalty and dependence. Some of them were orphans from the Merlin territory, adopted by the Merlin family since childhood. They had received a good education. Therefore, Arthur did not keep them all in Dragon's Nest Fortress, but assigned them as assistants to various responsible individuals. After Baron Merlin left, Arthur made specific arrangements for his subordinates' work. In the hall of Dragon's Nest Fortress, Arthur sat in the main seat, announcing the upcoming arrangements. Eric, I appoint you as the constable of Dragon's Nest Island and the chief instructor of the castle. You will need to select 300 youths from the populace for knight training, regardless of gender or background, as long as they have good aptitude and perseverance. Yes, my lord. I accept the order. Thomas, I formally appoint you as the head of Yumi Village, responsible for the construction of Yumi Village and the planting and production of corn, potions, and grains. Yes, my lord. Arthur simultaneously dispatched 10 knight attendants and 10 literate assistants to assist him. William, I formally appoint you as the highest administrative officer of Mengji Town, responsible for the follow-up work in Mengji Town. At the same time, the breeding of purple rabbits and the firing of bricks and ceramics must be prioritized, as these are currently the 2 pillar industries of Dragon's Nest Island. There must be no mistakes. Yes, my lord. Alan, I formally appoint you as the overseer of Grain Village's construction and the planting and production of rice and wheat. Sam, we will coordinate manpower with you. Yes, my lord. Adley, I formally appoint you as the head of Nanling Ranch. You will be responsible for the construction of Nanling Ranch and the clearing and extermination of fierce beasts and magical beasts. I will assign you 5 Earth Knights and 20 Knight Attendants. If you encounter powerful enemies, do not engage directly, and notify Eric and me in a timely manner. I will naturally assist you. We are not here to exterminate these magical beasts, but to raise them for maximum benefit. Yes, understood, my lord. Thomas and 3 other intermediate Earth Knights successfully tamed an intermediate feathered sparrow as their mount with Arthur's assistance. This enabled them to swiftly travel between their respective bases and Dragon Roost Fortress. With the intermediate magical bird mounts, their combat power has greatly increased, which is beneficial for facing and resolving any emergencies that may arise in their areas of responsibility. Thanks to the assistance from the castle, the responsible leaders quickly adapted to their roles and performed exceptionally well. Samuel and Audely's work efficiency improved further with the help of the assistants sent by Arthur, and the construction of Arthur City commenced vigorously. Arthur selected some well-educated servants from the remaining ones and dispersed them to various villages and towns to organize the establishment of training schools. These schools were primarily responsible for teaching children literacy and some basic etiquette. The remaining 2 Earth Knights and 20 Knight Attendants were divided by Arthur into 2 small teams. One team with Arthur's help tamed Wangmu and Ram and was responsible for caring for the dozen dragon hounds they bore. Later, they became the initial backbone of Arthur's Dragon Hound Guard. The other team, also assisted by Arthur, tamed the red-legged demon pigeon, the azure sky white crane, and the antlered demon eagle. They They would later become the initial core of Arthur's intelligence department. Once everything was arranged, Dragon Roost Island entered a period of rapid development. To improve efficiency, Arthur and the craftsmen on the island invented and improved many agricultural tools and production equipment. This greatly increased the efficiency of the underpopulated Dragon Roost Island, which now had production capabilities not much inferior to those of territories with a population of 200,000. Moreover, benefiting from the elves and magical beasts harvested during this period, Dragon Roost Island focused on high-return agriculture and aquaculture, as well as pillar industries like porcelain manufacturing, potion brewing, and magical beast breeding. Everything on Dragon Roost Island was steadily progressing and developing. Arthur also found rare moments of leisure. Most days, apart from cultivating fighting spirit and magic, he would wander around Dragon Roost Island. He promptly discovered and corrected issues encountered in the construction of various bases. One day, while patrolling Dragon Roost Island on his feathered sparrow, Arthur suddenly detected violent magical fluctuations in the southern sea area of the island. Riding his feathered sparrow, Arthur flew over the sea area and saw that it was a giant octopus monster several dozen meters long battling a group of massive tridacna magical beasts. The octopus monster was at least an intermediate high-level magical beast, while the strongest of the tridacna group was only at the intermediate low level. Although the tridacna were numerous, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, they could only shoot water arrows as attacks. Even though the dense barrage of water arrows rained down on the octopus monster, the damage they inflicted was minimal. The octopus monster's tentacles were as tough and agile as steel whips, sending the surrounding tridacna flying. Those with slightly lower strength even had their hard shells cracked. Despite their unity and fearless determination, the tridacna were utterly helpless against the octopus monster. Once the octopus captured a tridacna, it would forcibly break open the shell and devour the flesh inside. In a mere 10 minutes, 3 high-level intermediate tridacna were swallowed by the octopus monster, leaving the group with no choice but to fight while retreating. From high above, Arthur sent a call to the leader of the Feathered Sparrow clan, using the Beastmaster seal, preparing to take down the octopus monster. Otherwise, allowing it to wreak havoc near Dragon Roost Island would cause significant losses. The consumption and destructive power of such a magical beast were astonishing. If not dealt with, it would annihilate countless magical beast clans and marine life around Dragon Roost Island. Currently, the marine fishing industry was still vital to Dragon Roost Island and could not be disrupted by it. The octopus monster was forcing the tridacna closer to Dragon Roost Island with its immense strength and robust tentacles. Arthur remained vigilant in the air, knowing that his own strength was limited. Although his mount was also a high-level dragon beast, it was not adept at underwater combat, and there was a significant level disparity. Without the strength to engage in combat, after about an hour the tridacna had been forced back to the southeastern bay of Dragon Roost Island. This bay was quite deep, with a seabed filled with large corals and rocks. The bay was surrounded on 3 sides by sheer cliff walls, with only a beach formed by waves crashing for several dozen meters. A large number of ordinary arthropods and mollusks thrived here. Influenced by the rising dragon energy, many low-level magical beast clans had recently migrated here. Arthur planned to send people to regularly eliminate some fierce carnivorous magical beasts. This was to prevent them from harming economically valuable magical beast clans. For example, a type of sea snail that could produce purple dye when crushed, Arthur had already arranged for people to capture and attempt artificial breeding. It was not particularly difficult. As long as they mixed ordinary magical pastures and magical beast feed together and fed it to them, it would suffice. Now in Blue Dragon Bay and at the river mouth of Port Village, there was already a certain scale of production. In the future, purple dye would become another characteristic industry of Dragon Roost Island. Arthur also discovered a type of nautilus and a type of saltwater pearl oyster. The pearls they produced were large and round with rich magical energy, making them excellent materials for crafting magical equipment and producing potions, and would surely be favored by noble women for jewelry. Especially the colorful pearls produced by the nautilus, which were unique in shape and color. With the help of the Beastmaster technique, Arthur did not need to break the shells to retrieve the pearls. After contracting at Arthur's command, they would expel the matured pearls by themselves. After each expulsion, Arthur would prepare special potions as rewards for them. Thus, the 2 clans continuously grew in the waters of Dragon Roost Island. Arthur had already collected over 10,000 magical pearls worth at least 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins. In the future, this effortless business would only become larger. Of course, this was not something others could replicate, as even if they encountered and captured them, it would be difficult to tame and raise them. Although they had a gentle disposition and disliked fighting magical beasts, were still magical beasts, there had been no reports of any family successfully raising them. Arthur succeeded only with the aid of the Beastmaster technique. The battle between the octopus monster and the tridacna continued. After flying for several hours, Arthur's mount was severely exhausted, prompting him to steer it to a nearby mountain peak to rest. He planned to deal with the octopus monster once his reinforcements arrived. Arthur noticed a steep mountain peak with a large flat stone platform and descended there. As soon as he landed and was about to take a good rest, the dragon pearl in his consciousness suddenly vibrated violently. At the same time, a subtle fluctuation emanated from the rock wall behind the stone platform. Arthur examined the rock wall, which had variously sized holes. Some of these holes were only the size of a fist, while others were several dozen meters wide. However, apart from some ordinary seabirds like seagulls and albatrosses inhabiting the area, Arthur did not sense any magical fluctuations. so there should be no magical beasts here. But as the dragon pearl vibrated, the subtle fluctuations indeed continued to emanate. After repeated attempts and explorations, Arthur finally determined that the fluctuations were coming from a vast and deep cave. Arthur crawled slowly towards the cave on the back of his feathered sparrow. He used fire magic to ignite a magical fireball, allowing him to see the conditions of the cave's passage. Arthur discovered that the cave passage had likely not been visited by any creatures for some time. After crawling for several minutes, he found some dried bloodstains on the passage, which emanated a strong magical fluctuation. Could there be injured magical beasts? But there are no strong energy fluctuations inside. If there are, they must be dead by now. So Arthur continued to crawl deeper inside, and soon a massive space appeared before him. The firelight allowed Arthur to see the situation inside the cave. Is that the silver dragon? Yes, the silver dragon that was injured during the last dragon war ultimately perished here. Now her flesh and blood had dissipated, soaking into the mountain rocks. Only a massive skeleton and a full set of scales remained. Dragon eggs. Arthur couldn't help but exclaim as 3 dragon eggs lay prominently beneath the enormous dragon skeleton. However, before Arthur could think much further, the dragon pearl suddenly trembled, and a dragon soul was extracted from the dragon skeleton, rapidly absorbed along with the nearby wandering spiritual energies. During this process, a tremendous force of energy impacted Arthur, forcing him to calm his mind and quickly operate the true dragon energy nourishing technique to digest the energy. Arthur focused his mind and exerted all his strength to operate the true dragon chi cultivation technique, absorbing the energy that surged violently into his body. However, the immense energy placed a tremendous burden on Arthur's meridians, quickly surpassing their limits. His meridians began to swell, ultimately tearing apart. The intense pain caused Arthur's entire body to tremble, but fortunately the damaged meridians were rapidly repaired by the power of the true dragon chi cultivation technique. The newly formed meridians were more resilient and broader, with new channels opened. Yet the energy drawn from the dragon pearl was far more violent and oppressive than the gentle and rich dragon chi from earlier. Fortunately, the true dragon chi cultivation technique was immensely powerful, capable of controlling this brutal energy. However, as Arthur's meridians were continuously torn and repaired, this inhuman pain severely depleted Arthur's mental energy, leading to a waning control over the true dragon chi cultivation technique. Yet he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and endure. The dragon pearl seemed to sense Arthur's dire situation, and a cool, refreshing energy overflowed from his sea of consciousness. Arthur immediately felt a surge in his mental energy. The true dragon visualization technique involuntarily activated. With the operation of 2 techniques, the overwhelming energy was absorbed by Arthur more quickly. However, it still exceeded Arthur's current capacity. Soon he felt his control over both fighting spirit and magical power becoming clumsy. This was a manifestation of his inability to fully control his own power. If not resolved promptly, Arthur's foundation could be severely damaged. Arthur couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Yet he was powerless to express his dissatisfaction towards the dragon pearl. The violent and overwhelming energy showed no signs of abating due to Arthur's concerns and dissatisfaction continuously being drawn into his body. Arthur felt his control over fighting spirit and magic becoming sluggish, and even his control over his own body started to feel awkward. The pain throughout his body intensified, forcing Arthur to withdraw from his cultivation state. Now the power within him surged like a flood that had lost control, rampaging through his body. Arthur was tormented, rolling on the ground incessantly. Unintentionally, he found himself beside 3 dragon eggs. Arthur gazed at the 3 dragon eggs and unconsciously placed his hand on one of the golden eggs. At that moment, the power within Arthur seemed to find an outlet, rushing towards the dragon egg, greatly alleviating his discomfort. He then placed his other hand on another silver dragon egg. Indeed, the energy from within him also surged rapidly towards this egg. Arthur seemed to have found a savior as he embraced the last bronze-colored dragon egg. With 3 channels, the power within him found a massive outlet. He finally regained control over the power within him. His cultivation level began to rise. During his deep cultivation, Arthur did not notice that his fighting spirit level had already broken through to the advanced Earth Knight tier. His magic level also advanced to the intermediate mage tier. By the time he digested all the energy, several hours had passed. Arthur slowly awakened from his deep cultivation, unable to help but smile wryly. This time it can be considered a blessing in disguise. He tried to mobilize his fighting spirit and magic, but everything felt obscure. This was the downside of forcing a breakthrough. He had power, but could not master it perfectly, which would affect future breakthroughs. Just like in life, everything gained through shortcuts is hard to maintain or truly control. He needed to refine and familiarize himself with his power. Arthur instructed the 2-headed dragon sparrow to guard the cave. These 3 dragon eggs must not be known to anyone for the time being. Otherwise, the Merlin family would face utter disaster. Perhaps due to his transferring power to the dragon eggs, he found himself having a faint connection with them. Suddenly, Arthur had a flash of inspiration and attempted to use the Beastmaster technique on the dragon eggs. To his surprise, it actually worked. Although he did not leave a Beastmaster mark like with other magical beasts, the connection with the dragon eggs had clearly strengthened significantly. Arthur's mount seemed to enjoy the environment of this cave immensely, currently contentedly coiling beneath the silver dragon's skeleton, absorbing magical power. Arthur placed the 3 dragon eggs under his wings and used the Beastmaster mark to instruct it to guard the eggs. The dragon sparrow naturally loved this job, its magical power was advancing rapidly here, and its bloodline showed faint signs of further evolution. Especially beside the dragon eggs, this feeling was even more pronounced. Thus it chirped joyfully, indicating it would follow Arthur's instructions. Arthur walked out of the cave and returned to the platform in front of the rock wall. At this moment, the high-level and mid-level warriors from the two clans of dragon sparrows and sparrows had all gathered above the platform. Arthur climbed onto the back of the dragon sparrow leader and led the two teams of magical birds toward the direction of the octopus monster. At this time, the octopus monster had already driven the clam clan to the beach of Dragon Roost Island. Although the clams were not accustomed to moving on land, the octopus monster was exceedingly vicious in the water, and they could not resist at all. Escaping to land might offer a glimmer of hope, as the octopus monster's power was significantly suppressed on land. Arthur led the magical birds in high circles, searching for the best moment to strike. After all, the octopus monster's combat power was truly terrifying, especially enhanced in the water. Only when it carelessly came onto land was the best time for the magical birds to attack. Arthur secretly gathered the Beast Master mark aimed at the clams on the shore. Before long, he controlled several mid-level high-tier clams and one low-tier advanced clam. Though it was not the clan leader, it was still one of the important members. Under their guidance, all the clams fled to a spot over 10 meters away from the shore. Seeing this, the octopus monster did not hesitate and directly followed them onto the shore. Clearly, its invincibility in the water had caused it to lose its vigilance. Arthur naturally would not give it a chance to regret. When the octopus monster crawled up to land a dozen meters away from the shore, Arthur decisively ordered the dragon sparrows and sparrows to launch an attack. The two-headed dragon sparrow leader, having greatly enhanced its bloodline and strength, was now the highest-level magical beast present. Its body glimmered with golden light from both dragon heads, one exhaling pale golden flames, while the other summoned a fierce wind. The wind and fire intertwined, creating a fiery tornado that engulfed the octopus monster. The octopus monster was entirely focused on chasing the clam group, completely unaware of the magical birds in the air. Logically, as a magical beast with the strength of a sky knight, it should not have been so careless and lacking in vigilance. However, having bullied the clam clan all the way to the edge of the seven gods, the seasoned creature assumed there were no high-level powers nearby. Thus, it paid no heed to the threats in the sky, which was also related to its long-term residence in the deep sea, where it rarely encountered aerial dangers. But everything changed, and it was too late for regrets. The searing flames caused it unbearable pain. The cunning octopus monster quickly retreated towards the sea, enduring the intense agony. But the magical birds would not give it that chance. The fiery tornado stirred by the two-headed dragon sparrow surrounded it like a vibrant fire serpent. Immediately, a rich aroma spread along the shoreline. The octopus monster's tentacles and body were half-cooked from the heat. Stimulated by the excruciating pain, it frantically twisted its body, disregarding everything in a desperate dash toward the ocean. Yet just a few meters from the sea, the sparrows had already arrived. With claws as sharp as broken stones and tempered steel, they immediately lunged at the octopus monster. The sparrow leader caught the octopus monster's head in a single swoop and flew off with it. Other sparrows surged forward, grasping its tentacles and body, collectively lifting the massive octopus monster and dragging it towards the shore. The octopus monster naturally refused to comply, using its immense strength and massive body, as well as its whip-like tentacles, to throw a few sparrows away, and fell heavily onto the beach. The sparrows still clinging to it were entangled in its tentacles, falling from the air. However, sparrows were known for their ferocity, with beaks and claws that held significant lethality. Before long, the octopus monster was left with numerous lacerations. Despite being battered and bruised by the relentless assault of the monstrous birds, the octopus monster continued to fight back tenaciously. Its numerous tentacles, resembling steel whips, danced swiftly, striking the unsuspecting Chui K and sending feathers flying. Gradually, both sides unleashed their true power, engaging in a reckless battle with no holds barred. The leader of the Chui K was the first to activate its innate skill, a brilliant golden light flashing. Like a majestic phoenix forged from gold, the leader of the Chui K charged towards the octopus monster, its sharp beak and massive claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. With a powerful peck, the leader of the Chui K brutally severed one of the octopus monster's tentacles, then swiftly slashed a deep wound across its large head with its iron-like claws. The entire sequence of actions was fluid and graceful, exuding both strength and visual appeal. The excruciating pain caused the octopus monster to let out a bellowing roar reminiscent of a wild bull as a torrent of blue-black liquid flowed from its head. It seemed that this blow had indeed inflicted significant harm. Observing this, the other Chui K also unleashed their innate skills, their figures flashing around the octopus monster in shades of crimson, icy blue, soft gold, bluish-green, and earthy yellow. Soon another wound appeared on the octopus monster's body. Before long, several more tentacles were bitten off, leaving the rest battered and bruised. Furious, the octopus monster continued to thrash its damaged tentacles, its blue-black sheen shimmering. It was about to unleash its innate skill. Arthur immediately commanded the Chui K engaged in close combat to take to the sky and maintain their distance. The dragon birds responsible for long-range attacks activated their fire tornadoes, continuing to prepare a barbecue feast. Countless fiery wind tornadoes began to entwine around the octopus monster. A delicious aroma wafted through the air once more. In a fit of rage, the octopus monster finally unleashed its innate skill, expelling a deep blue orb amidst a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke concealed the octopus monster, granting it a moment of respite. Within the thick mist, the octopus monster cleverly controlled the blue orb to attack. The deep blue orb shot through the body of a Chui K at lightning speed. This Chui K, having just advanced to a high-level magical beast, cried out in anguish as it plummeted to the beach, its fate uncertain. With a successful strike, the octopus monster urged the orb to attack the other magical birds. By this time, the magical birds had braced themselves, narrowly evading several more attacks. However, the octopus monster seized the opportunity to flee towards the ocean. Indeed, a cunning creature. It deserves to meet its end here, Arthur thought as he activated the Beastmaster technique, directing the beast runes towards the blue orb. Upon contact, the blue orb immediately lost its connection with the octopus monster and was drawn into Arthur's grasp. With the orb collected, the octopus monster was gravely weakened, and the concealing smoke began to dissipate. Under the fiery assault of the dragon birds, the smoke evaporated in no time. The dragon birds and Chui K surged forward once more, with the dragon birds using fire and the Chui K attacking with their beaks. Before long, they had devoured a significant portion of the octopus monster's body. The resilient octopus monster finally perished in the mouths of the myriad magical birds. As the octopus monster died, its essence sought to escape from its body, but Arthur unleashed the blue orb, which instantly absorbed the essence. The orb became even more lively. In fact, this orb was the magical core of the octopus monster. Some magical beasts form magical cores within them upon reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, such opportunities are rare among magical beasts. Most of them must possess noble bloodlines or undergo fortuitous encounters consuming heavenly materials to achieve this. The magical core often contains the essence of the beast's magical power, and the essence of the magical beast is nurtured within the magical core. Even if such a beast suffers severe injuries, it can rely on the magical core to escape. It can then seize another of its kind and continue to cultivate. However, this octopus monster lost its opportunity due to carelessness and was ambushed by Arthur and the magical birds. It mistakenly activated the magical core to attack, leading to its inner core being collected by Arthur, although it had the foresight to allow its essence to escape and hide within its body. Yet without the protection of a magical core, how could the fragile essence hope to escape? Thus it made one wrong move after another, ultimately perishing on an unremarkable island in the Seven Divine Sea. Arthur toyed with the octopus magical core in his hand, marveling at its uniqueness. This magical core was primarily water attribute infused with dark and ice attributes. It was a good match with Arthur's own attributes. Excellent, this will serve as the primary material for forging my own soul sword in the future. The soul sword is the signature weapon that knights must forge after advancing to Sky Knights. Among the primary materials required are magical cores and essences from magical beasts that match the attributes. The soul sword is immensely powerful, capable of transforming into an attack form when activated. Thus, the higher the grade of the magical core used to forge the soul sword, the greater the combat power enhancement. This octopus monster was quite strong, with abundant magical power and balanced attack and defense. It would suffice for Arthur's use for quite some time. Arthur collected the octopus monster's ink sac, which is a valuable material for potions. The remaining tentacles of the octopus were left for the magical birds to feast upon, a great source of nourishment for them. There were plenty of benefits. The severely injured Chui K still had a breath of life left, and it would be easy for Arthur to revive it with the 8 treasures potion. However, it would need to stay on Dragon Roost Island to recuperate for a while. Arthur instructed several Chui K to settle it in a cave near the fallen silver dragon. He also left plenty of octopus meat for it to consume. At this moment, Arthur turned his gaze toward the trembling Tridacna clan not far from the shore. Arthur activated the Beastmaster technique, sending beast runes toward the Tridacna. In no time, he controlled all the mid to high-level Tridacna, commanding them to settle in the nearby sea and multiply. The Tridacna king opened its shell, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, and produced 7 colorful pearls the size of apples. The other high-level Tridacna followed suit, collectively presenting over 300 pearls. Arthur hastily stored them in a storage jade box. These colorful pearls were exceedingly precious, each worth several thousand to tens of thousands of gold coins. It takes over a decade for high-level Tridacna to condense a single pearl. Although the colorful pearls of the Tridacna are not as powerful as those of the rainbow abalone, they are still rare treasures for aiding cultivation and healing. Moreover, with so many colorful pearls, Arthur could set up a high-level magic circle, creating a secluded chamber for cultivation and healing. With this thought in mind, Arthur's mind raced as various pieces of knowledge collided in his head and inspiration flowed forth. Eventually, a more feasible idea took shape in Arthur's mind. He could arrange a star-gathering spirit array using the colorful pearls in his hand as the primary material, constructing 360 array bases to draw and concentrate the power of the stars to form a spirit-gathering array. Not only could the spirit array gather natural and star power to aid in cultivation, but he could also set up defensive and offensive measures. Unfortunately, he still needed a core for the array, preferably a spirit plant of an elf's innate spirit. Regrettably, Arthur's current elves were all of great use, and he couldn't spare one solely for operating the spirit array. Arthur reviewed the details of the star-gathering spirit array in his mind, once more feeling increasingly that it was feasible. As long as he could find a suitable spirit's lifeblood plant, he could set it up. It seems I need to investigate Longxi Island more thoroughly. I should still be able to find some spirits there, Arthur murmured to himself. However, there are more pressing matters to arrange, namely the 3 dragon eggs. Until the dragons hatch and grow strong enough to possess sufficient combat power, no one must know about this. This includes his own parents and trusted confidants. Arthur did not want to test human nature, as those who did so rarely ended well. It seems he could only rely on the 2-headed dragon sparrows he controlled for protection. The 2-headed dragon sparrows possess the bloodline of giants and can further enhance their strength and lineage with dragon blood elixirs. For them, cultivating near the silver dragon's fallen land and the dragon eggs is also a great opportunity. Moreover, having them guard the southeastern mountains and coastline of Longxi Island can maintain peace in the surrounding sea. Since the dragon aura has risen, there have indeed been more magical beasts migrating here. In the future, incidents like the octopus monster will likely occur frequently. However, Arthur is pleased to see this, as those who come here are mostly high-level magical beasts. No matter how many come, they are essentially providing food for Arthur. He couldn't ask for more. Arthur left half of the dragon sparrows to guard the silver dragon cave. He then rode the leader of the dragon sparrows along with the rest towards the island where they roost. He wondered if he might gain something there. The high-level dragon sparrows are quite fast, and over 20 of them raced across the 7 Gods Sea. The birds and low-level magical beasts along the way quickly scattered. This was Arthur's first deep venture into the 7 Gods Sea. The islands in the 7 Gods Sea are scattered like pearls on a blue curtain. Most of these islands are lush and verdant with abundant vegetation. Groups of birds and land animals flutter and frolic among them. To the southeast of Longxi Island lies an island about half its size. Various colonies of seagulls inhabit it. As the dragon sparrows flew over, the seagulls took flight in droves, blocking out the sky. Surrounding the island are vast mangrove forests. Arthur sensed several magical fluctuations among them. He could check them out on his way back. He then flew over several small islands. There he witnessed fierce battles among various tribes. Seabirds were preying on fish only to be devoured by powerful magical beasts. On the calm sea surface, the cycle of predator and prey played out. Beneath, the sea shadows occasionally swept by and magical beasts stirred up waves. The blue sky and white clouds with a gentle breeze contrasted with the azure ocean and emerald islands. Who could have imagined that behind this facade of tranquility lies an endless array of dangers and hidden threats? This beautiful scene seems like a devil's ploy to distract you while you are drawn in by its surface beauty. Danger has already quietly arrived. After flying for about an hour, they finally reached the island where the dragon sparrows roost. This island is several times larger than Longxi Island. The northern part of the island features a range of high mountains, while the southern part is covered by vast forests. A wide river several hundred meters across divides the island into 2 regions from northwest to southeast. The dragon sparrows roost in the southwestern part of the jungle. They finally landed on a 100-meter-tall banyan tree. This banyan tree is at least 1,000 years old. It is located at the confluence of a tributary of the river. The ancient banyan casts a vast shadow, standing over 100 meters tall, with a trunk several meters in circumference. Its massive crown covers dozens of acres of land with roots and branches intertwining, some lying flat against the ground, while others rise like flying dragons through the mist, a rare and extraordinary tree. This banyan tree is close to evolving into a magical elixir. Given time, it should nurture spirit insects. Surrounding the giant banyan tree is a sprawling grove of banyan trees. The dragon sparrow clan roosts within this dense banyan forest. The nest of the dragon sparrow leader is built on this largest banyan tree, constructed from blood-red branches. From this, Arthur sensed dense magical fluctuations and a hint of the dragon's aura. He immediately inquired through the Beastmaster Mark about the origin of these blood-red branches. The dragon sparrow leader flapped its wings, ascending once more, and soon arrived at a grove of blood-colored banyan trees, many of which were dead. From a distance, they resembled the magnificent skeleton of a red dragon. The dragon sparrows must have used these mutated banyan trees to build their nests. The dragon sparrow leader perched on one of the highest branches of a blood-red banyan tree covered in purple fruits. This mutated banyan tree is already a high-level magical elixir, which can only be nurtured by small spirits. This banyan tree, although only a few meters tall, has a sturdy trunk and a dense crown, with a green high-level female dragon sparrow stationed here. It seems she is the queen of the dragon sparrow clan. Arthur picked a purple banyan fruit the size of an orange, which radiated dense magical energy, and indeed bore a hint of the dragon's aura. This can already be called a dragon blood elixir. No wonder the 2-headed dragon sparrow clan possesses such a rich dragon bloodline. It seems to be the credit of these mutated blood-red banyan trees. Arthur carefully sensed and explored the nearby dragon blood banyan trees. The blood banyan little spirit must be hiding nearby. However, after several rounds of searching, he found nothing which surprised him. It seems this little thing is quite good at hiding. But then again, if it weren't skilled at hiding, it would have been devoured by the dragon sparrows long ago. Arthur jumped down from the dragon sparrow, sitting cross-legged on the dragon blood banyan tree, while operating the true dragon chi nourishing technique and the true dragon visualization method, quickly entering a deep state of cultivation. He wanted to use the fighting spirit and magical power containing the true dragon aura within him to resonate with the dragon power around, thereby revealing the whereabouts of the dragon blood little spirit. As for why his fighting spirit contains the true dragon aura, it is of course influenced by the dragon pearl within his sea of consciousness and the cultivation techniques he practiced. Although Arthur still cannot perfectly control the surging fighting spirit and magical energy within him, it is precisely because of this that the true dragon aura contained in his fighting spirit and magical energy will uncontrollably leak out. Sure enough, not long after the true dragon aura within Arthur began to resonate with the dragon aura of the dragon blood banyan tree, Arthur clearly felt the magical energy on the dragon blood banyan tree becoming more active. At this moment, Arthur focused intently on sensing even the slightest changes in magical energy. Sure enough, a flash of magical fluctuation passed through one of the banyan fruits. Arthur opened his eyes and activated the wind and waves escape technique, grabbing the banyan fruit in an instant. The purplured banyan fruit suddenly unfolded, revealing a little spirit with red hair and skin. The little one fiercely bit down on Arthur's hand. With quick reflexes, Arthur offered his index finger. After a moment of pain, he established a contract with the little spirit. As soon as the contract was established, the information of the dragon blood banyan tree sprite was immediately grasped by Arthur. It turned out that this dragon blood banyan tree indeed evolved from the nourishment of dragon blood. However, this sprite had only been born for a few decades. It seems that this grove of dragon blood banyan trees had already given rise to many generations of sprites. The dead dragon blood banyan trees were likely the fated spiritual plants that perished after the sprites or sprite insects were hunted down. Generally, when a sprite dies, its fated spiritual plant is bound to perish as well. However, if the fated spiritual plant is destroyed, the sprite may be severely injured but will not die, allowing it to nurture a new fated spiritual plant. Arthur used his telepathy to have the dragon blood banyan tree sprite store its fated spiritual plant. The dragon sparrows became restless upon seeing this, but due to the influence of the beast master mark, they would not act against Arthur's will. Arthur communicated through the beast master mark that he would transplant the dragon blood banyan tree to Dragon Roost Island. At that time, he would concoct better potions for them. Thanks to the dragon blood elixirs provided by Arthur, many high-tier members of the dragon sparrow clan evolved into sub-dragon beasts. Therefore, with this dragon blood banyan tree, he believed that there would be no shortage of dragon blood when concocting the elixirs in the future. The effects might not be as good as the original dragon blood elixir, but the quantity would be sufficient. If in the future they could irrigate with dragon blood, it might improve even further. Arthur did not stay too long on Dragon Sparrow Island. After all, this place was close to the central area of the 7 divine seas. He did not want to encounter the 7 major clans here. If that happened, not only would he be in trouble, but Dragon Roost Island would also be implicated. Therefore, after having the dragon blood banyan tree sprite assimilate the genetic information of all the nearby banyan trees, he let her store her fated spiritual plant. Arthur kept her in the storage jade box and mounted the back of the dragon sparrow leader to begin his journey back. When passing by the small island where countless seagulls roost, Arthur instructed the dragon sparrow leader to lower its altitude to the mangroves by the island's shore. Following his intuition, Arthur quickly located a red tree formed by 3 intertwined seedlings. At the same time, he found 3 red tree sprite insects on the tree. Arthur excitedly took out jade powder to attract the little creatures. The plump sprite insects greedily devoured the jade powder. Arthur dipped his index finger in the jade powder and brought it to their mouths. With one bite, the contract was established. He now had 3 more sprite insects. Up to this point, Arthur had 2 sprite companions, the corn sprite and the dragon blood banyan tree sprite, and 11 sprite insects, the plum blossom rice and wheat sprite insects given by his family, 2 devil grass sprite insects. He found himself, along with the stone flower, 8 treasures and moonlight mushroom sprite insects, plus the current 3 red tree sprite insects. Arthur couldn't help but feel pleased his foundation had thickened a bit more. He commanded the 3 red tree sprite insects to store their fated spiritual plants, and after putting them in the storage jade box, he immediately left the area. Not long after, Arthur left a blue figure flash through the depths of the mangrove. Soon after, Arthur returned to Dragon Roost Island, directing the dragon sparrow leader to land in front of the silver dragon cave. Now that he had the dragon blood banyan tree, Arthur could finally attempt to construct the star-gathering spirit array. First, he needed to find a suitable place to plant the dragon blood banyan tree, as this was crucial for the array's foundation. Planting the dragon blood banyan tree in the silver dragon cave was most suitable, as the energy dissipated from the fallen silver dragon could promote her evolution. Setting up the star-gathering spirit array here would also allow the dragon's power to receive external energy replenishment rather than gradually deplete, and it might even strengthen over time. This would benefit the dragon blood banyan tree, the dragon eggs, and Arthur's future cultivation. However, although the dragon blood banyan tree was a magical plant, it still required sufficient sunlight and rain to thrive. The silver dragon cave obviously could not allow her to grow normally. Arthur surveyed the surroundings and found that while the area was mainly composed of rocks, there was still a relatively abundant water source. There was also sufficient soil for the plants to take root. After pondering for a moment, Arthur devised a plan. Since there is no sunlight in the silver dragon cave, I will just carve out a skylight myself. This way sunlight and rain could both come in. With a plan in mind, Arthur immediately began to explore the area around the silver dragon cave carefully. He attempted to find places where the rock walls were relatively weak, allowing sunlight and rain to easily enter. In the end, he identified suitable spots in both the southeast and southwest directions. Arthur commanded the dragon sparrow to scorch the rock walls with flames. When the walls became extremely hot, he then employed the technique of condensing water to freeze them. The alternating hot and cold caused chunks of rock to explode. After several hours of this repetitive cycle, Arthur had carved out holes with a diameter of about 10 meters in both rock walls. Sunlight could directly shine into the cave through the holes. At this point, Arthur took out the banyan tree sprite and let her settle her fated spiritual plant here. The little one emerged and curiously surveyed her surroundings. As she sensed the rich dragon power here, she immediately became excited. She spat out her fated spiritual plant next to the silver dragon skeleton, and the blood-red banyan tree grew rapidly. The surrounding abundant dragon power made her grow to twice her previous size. The banyan tree fruits also matured instantly. The growth of the fated spiritual plant naturally reflected back to the sprite. The little one happily chirped, conjuring blood-red seeds that rapidly proliferated around the silver dragon cave. In the area of about 1 kilometer around, new blood-red banyan trees sprouted in suitable growth spots. Arthur took these newly sprouted banyan trees as a foundation and combined them with the 7-colored treasure orbs inscribed with magical runes. The spirit array constructed in this way possessed a property of endless vitality. By the time night fell, the star-gathering spirit array was finally completed. The surrounding wandering natural forces and the celestial powers of the stars were continuously drawn over, quickly forming a layer of mist. Arthur sat cross-legged beneath the dragon blood banyan tree, operating the true dragon chi cultivation technique and the true dragon visualization method, and the effects were indeed remarkable, speeding up 3 to 4 times compared to usual. This was just after the array was set up. Once the power of the spirit array was fully manifested, the effects should see a 10-fold increase. To Arthur's delight, the 3 dragon eggs also began to stir under the nourishing energy. They continuously drew and absorbed the energy gathering around them. This was truly an unexpected joy. They also discovered that in this star-gathering spirit array, their physical bodies received considerable nourishment unexpectedly, providing body-tempering effects. Moreover, the dragon sparrows stationed here were also quite elated, as cultivating here was several times faster than when they were in their old nest. With even richer power and the wandering dragon power, not only could their cultivation speed be accelerated, but it could also continually improve their bloodlines. This place was simply their ideal home. The arrangement of the star-gathering formation was completed, and Arthur gained a significant foundation. Seeing that the star-gathering formation was beneficial for the dragon eggs, Arthur made some adjustments and arranged the 3 dragon eggs according to the positions of the 3 talents within the formation. The adjusted star-gathering formation became more active, and its effective range doubled. This should be the effect of the several dragon eggs. Arthur couldn't help but pay more attention to the dragon pearl in his sea of consciousness. The knowledge gained from the dragon pearl seemed to greatly assist in matters concerning dragons. Moreover, he found that many dragon-related matters were progressing smoothly, almost unknowingly. Was it luck? Or was it the deliberate guidance of the dragon pearl? Did the dragon pearl possess its own consciousness? Arthur couldn't help but feel a hint of apprehension towards it. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Regardless, the assistance it provided him was immense. Worrying was pointless, and it was better to focus on enhancing his own strength. After all, only with sufficient personal strength could he confront the challenges that lay ahead. Arthur meticulously checked the star-gathering formation once more. The results were good. It operated smoothly, and the energy within gathered more densely. The power of the dragon within also showed signs of enhancement. Arthur believed that given time, the dragon power here would continue to strengthen, leading to a quicker emergence of the silver, or spawned by the fallen silver dragon. Furthermore, it would continue to grow stronger. If successful, Arthur could also arrange a similar gathering formation at the site of the fallen golden dragon. This way, he would have a continuous source of both gold and silver ore. Thinking of this, Arthur couldn't help but feel excited. The sky was already darkening, and he settled the banyan tree sprite in the silver dragon's cave, instructing 2 high-level dragon sparrows to guard her. This would ensure her safety. The environment here was more conducive to her evolution, so Arthur did not plan to bring her back to the dragon nest fortress. This also helped avoid exposing himself while obtaining information about the sprites. It was still better to keep a low profile for now. Arthur mounted his blue dragon sparrow and flew towards the site of the fallen golden dragon. The site of the fallen golden dragon was in the east ridge, where the surrounding vegetation and rocks had been severely damaged. Dragon scales, dragon blood, and some small dragon bones had already been taken back to Merlin Fortress by Viscount Merlin. Only the massive dragon skeleton lay here, the tremendous impact of the dragon's fall having created a convergence of 4 rivers in this area. Although a lake had not yet formed, a swamp was already taking shape. This is perfect for placing the life plant of the red tree sprite here. Arthur took out a storage jade box, awakened the red tree sprites, and commanded them to settle the life plants here. Upon receiving the command, the 3 little creatures wriggled their plump bodies and worked together to entwine the 3 red tree life plants. The rich dragon power in this place also made the regrown red trees taller and more prosperous, with many branches turning golden. The leaves above resembled golden leaves. This was a mutation, and through spiritual sensing, Arthur understood that this golden mutated potion could concoct a golden elixir that enhanced physical strength. Currently, it would have effects even under the sky nights. The growth of the life plants fed back to the sprites, and like the banyan tree sprite, the 3 sprites stimulated the life plants, causing countless seeds to mature and drift around. Once they landed, they immediately took root, and numerous golden red tree saplings sprang up. Soon the area within 300 meters was filled with these golden-red trees. Thus a golden-red forest took shape. Unfortunately, Arthur did not have enough colorful pearls at the moment, otherwise he could set up the star-gathering formation here. It seems I need to find more tridacna groups nearby when I have time. Or perhaps research suitable potions to enhance the pearl production efficiency of the tridacna. Arthur murmured to himself. However, this was not something that could be accomplished in the short term. He had only a few days since his official title was granted, and he needed to prepare for the enfeoffment. Moreover, this time, when he returned to Merlin Fortress, he should prepare suitable gifts for his family. After all, he was now a baron with his own estate. As the moon hung high, Arthur returned to the Dragon Nest Fortress. After a quick wash, he fell into a deep slumber, feeling quite tired from the day. Setting up the star-gathering formation and opening the Silver Dragon's cave had consumed quite a bit of his energy. Rarely, Arthur did not practice the true dragon visualization method and directly drifted into dreamland. After a refreshing sleep, Arthur arrived at the castle dining hall the next day, followed by the dejected Tom and Jerry. Butler Carter had already prepared breakfast. Seeing Arthur arrive, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Good morning, my Lord Baron. You seem to be in good spirits today. Is there good news?" Arthur replied with a smile. "I made some slight progress in my cultivation, so I'm in a good mood." Butler Carter raised an eyebrow and advised, "I remember Viscount Merlin mentioning that your cultivation has been improving too quickly. You should take your time to refine your skills. Though I am not an expert in cultivation, moderation is key. You are still young and already the most talented noble in Augustus Island. There's no need to be so aggressive." Arthur smiled helplessly and said, "You are right. There's nothing I can do. This was an unexpected turn of events, but fortunately I can still manage it, so you need not worry." Seeing Arthur's response, Butler Carter did not press further. "You certainly have everything under control. Try today's new dish." Arthur asked curiously. "Oh." Butler Carter smiled mysteriously as he took a silver platter from a servant, lifted the lid, revealing a roasted golden-hued low-level magical beast resembling a large goose. "My lord, this is a type of green goose that recently migrated to Dragon Nest Lake," Butler Carter explained. "This green goose has green feathers all over its body. Its eyes, webbed feet, and tail are red. They are numerous and extremely delicious." Butler Carter brought the silver platter before Arthur, and Tom immediately came forward to carve the juiciest portions onto Arthur's plate. Arthur forked a piece and tasted it. It is indeed delicious and succulent, perfectly roasted, melting in the mouth, rich, yet not greasy, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Moreover, the aroma was overwhelming, roasted to perfection with a delicate and layered texture that was intoxicating. The magic essence was also quite rich, reaching the level of a mid-level magical beast. Jerry explained, "My lord, I heard from Lord Eric that there are over 10,000 green geese that have migrated. They might be planning to settle and breed in Dragon Nest Lake." Arthur nodded upon hearing this. "That would be best. Tell Eric not to disturb them for now. After they lay their eggs, we can sneak out a portion and raise them ourselves. This way we will have a continuous supply of green geese to eat." "Yes, my lord," Jerry bowed and replied. "By the way, Tom, Jerry, you both need to train harder in your night training. I do not wish for my personal attendance to be too lackluster. When I watched you two sparring, I felt like I was watching a cat catch a mouse." Their expressions instantly soured. Butler Carter also struggled to suppress his laughter. After having breakfast, Arthur set off from Longqi Fortress, riding on the Dragon Sparrow, flying over the under-construction Arthur City and Liangtuan Town, arriving at Mengji Town. For months had passed, and Mengji Town was nearly completed. The port village nearby was closed to the outside as construction on Arthur City was ongoing. Merchant ships arriving at Longqi Island for trade were all arranged by Arthur to conduct transactions in Mengji Town. Hundreds of longboats were docked at the town's port, calling out to customers. Many traders came from the territory of Arthur's sister Alishan City. They brought needles, threads, fabrics, and spices as everyday goods and returned with some local specialties from Longqi Island. Products like purple wine, porcelain, woolen textiles, and beast meat were currently very popular on the Big Island. This allowed Longqi Island to achieve a trade surplus and continuously accumulate wealth. Mengji Town now had orderly houses and wide, clean streets. A several-meter-high freshwater channel was built to ensure the convenience and cleanliness of residents' water supply. The construction of public toilets and sewage treatment ditches minimized the pollution of nearby water sources. Additionally, these waste materials were concentrated at a remote hillside for fermentation and composting. This was the best fertilizer when cultivating farmland. All merchants visiting here praised the cleanliness and tidiness of the town. It should be noted that this world was very similar to the densely populated places in medieval Europe. The sanitary conditions were truly hard to describe. The hygiene situation in medieval Europe was indeed concerning. Here are the details. Personal hygiene habits were extremely poor. People at that time generally believed that bodily uncleanliness brought one closer to God, so not bathing was seen as a holy act. Under this belief, many went for long periods without bathing, and some were even regarded as saints. For instance, French kings Louis XIV and Louis XV only bathed a few times in their lives. Public places and environmental sanitation were equally terrible. Cities lacked basic sanitation facilities such as public toilets and sewers. Luxurious buildings like the Palace of Versailles even lacked toilets, forcing people to relieve themselves anywhere, leading to filthy and chaotic streets. Diseases and plagues were rampant, which was related to the poor sanitary conditions at that time. For example, the rampant Black Death was linked to the unsanitary conditions in cities. Overall, the sanitary situation in medieval Europe reflected society's neglect of personal cleanliness and public health, which was also related to the backward medical standards, regional factors, and the influence of Catholic doctrine. Although this world had not reached such a level, it was due to the existence of certain magic circles and supernatural powers which the nobles utilized to improve their living environment. However, the conditions in the slums were quite similar. The streets of large cities were often filled with excrement reeking terribly. Therefore, Arthur paid great attention to hygiene and water drainage issues during the design and construction. The results were indeed promising. Living in a clean and comfortable environment, most people were healthy and had a high happiness index. Arthur arrived at the Purple Rabbit Valley Fortress, where more than a dozen purple rabbit breeding valleys had been established. Thanks to the ample supply of devil grass and corn, the population of purple rabbits had reached several tens of thousands, although most of them were young rabbits. However, they would be ready for market next year. Arthur selected 20 pairs of well-bred purple rabbit juveniles and asked William to arrange for them to be sent to Longxi Fortress. Arthur planned to bestow them as gifts to his relatives when he returned to Merlin Fortress. After that, Arthur rode the Dragon Sparrow towards the White Horse Ranch. The ranch was currently raising 3 groups of magical beasts. The largest group consisted of several thousand low-level magical beasts, known as black hoof giant horn sheep. They had pure white long fur, black heads and hooves, and sharp horns over a meter long. Arthur took a long time to tame them all. Now the woolen products made from their wool were also very popular. Their goat milk was also a nutritious drink that Arthur enjoyed a large cup of every morning and evening. Goat milk products were even more popular. However, Arthur did not sell them as he believed it was more valuable to keep them for his subjects' health. The second largest group was a herd of white stallions with thin dragon bloodlines numbering over 300, which Arthur named white dragon horses. White dragon horses were proud and fierce with snow-white fur, light golden manes and tails, and large dark eyes like copper bells twinkling with exceptional intelligence. When running, they soared with all 4 hooves, exhibiting remarkable agility and excellent endurance. They were ideal mounts for knight attendants and earth knights. The king of the white dragon horses was fed dragon blood elixirs and had upgraded to an intermediate high-level magical beast. Moreover, some dragon scales had grown on its limbs and abdomen, making it truly a dragon horse. 20 knight attendants under Ed had successfully tamed 20 intermediate low-level stallions as mounts with Arthur's assistance. They had already begun to train well together and started practicing knight battlefield skills such as charging and formation. In fact, in this world, knights were the dividing line between nobles and commoners. Only by becoming a knight could one hope to cross class boundaries, so knight training was very strict and multifaceted. Noble knights first needed to learn combat skills such as horsemanship and swordsmanship, and these training processes were often strict and arduous. In addition to direct combat skills, they would also learn to devise offensive and defensive strategies. Popular knight chess could enhance their thinking and response capabilities in warfare. Personal qualities and etiquette. Noble knights needed to learn how to be qualified knights, including the cultivation of qualities such as loyalty, courage, and discipline. They also needed to learn the etiquette and social manners between knights, which helped maintain their social status and image. Cultural knowledge. Over time, noble knights began to emphasize the study of cultural knowledge such as religion and arithmetic, which helped them better understand and manage their territories. Personal life skills. Noble knights also needed to learn to handle various affairs in daily life, such as cleaning kitchen scraps and tidying up stables. In summary, the training of noble knights not only involved military and physical skills, but also encompassed cultural etiquette and personal quality development. These trainings collectively formed the comprehensive education of noble knights, laying a solid foundation for their future paths as nobles. Finally, there was a herd of powerful magic bulls with a scale of about 100 heads. The leader, Black Bull King, was already a top-tier intermediate high-level magical beast and would soon advance to a high-level magical beast due to his opportunities. Powerful magic bulls were large and mighty, with adult males reaching 3 meters in height and 3.5 meters in length. They were incredibly strong and possessed a unique skill, Scarlet Charge. When activated, the black bull's eyes turned red and its blood surged, making it difficult for anyone to withstand its immense power along with its massive horns. They were excellent magical beasts for charging. Therefore, Ed and 5 Earth Knights under him tamed 6 powerful magic bulls as mounts with Arthur's help. They were the initial heavy cavalry of Longxi Island. Arthur selected 10 pairs of climbing sheep, 5 pairs of white dragon horses, and 1 pair of young powerful magic bulls to be sent to Longxi Fortress as gifts for his family. After selecting the magical beast cubs to gift to his family at the ranch, Arthur rode the Dragon Sparrow towards the direction of the Silver Dragon Cave. Following the Longying River along the south ridge to the east, he flew over Eagle's Return Peak and arrived at the Silver Dragon Cave. The Silver Dragon Cave had undergone a tremendous transformation. The previously sparse vegetation on the hillside was now overrun with lush crimson banyan trees, forming a vibrant red banyan grove. A vast river stretched from the mountaintop all the way down to the foot of the mountain. Mist swirled between the banyan trees, infused with rich natural energy. Dozens of dragon sparrows had built their nests atop the towering banyan trees, basking in the dense magical mist. The magical power within him steadily increased, and his physical body gradually became stronger. Many birds had also come to settle in the surrounding areas. It seemed that the star-gathering spirit array was indeed extraordinary. Arthur flew into the cave through the entrance he had carved out of the Silver Dragon Cave. At this moment the cave was nearly filled by the dragon blood banyan tree. Two of the most powerful dragon sparrows perched atop the banyan tree, guarding the two entrances. The passage that led into the silver dragon cave from the rock wall had been completely filled by the banyan tree's aerial roots. It was now very difficult to enter the cave from here. Arthur leaped down from the back of the dragon sparrow and arrived in front of 3 dragon eggs, which were now shimmering with a faint glow and appeared very lively. Arthur gently caressed the dragon egg, which was more beautiful than any gem covered in scales, feeling the surging dragon power and the pulse of life within. The dragon pearl in his sea of consciousness also vibrated continuously, and Arthur could faintly sense a pleasant emotion being conveyed. He activated the true dragon breathing technique and the true dragon visualization method. He drew upon the rich energy within the cave to temper his body and studied the more advanced contract magic within the Beastmaster technique, known as the symbiotic contract. As the name suggests, the symbiotic contract allows for shared power and life with the contracted being. It enables rapid progression of strength for both the contracted being and the contractor, as well as compensating for the human lifespan deficiency. Thus, the higher the level and potential of the contracted being, the better. The 3 dragon eggs before him were undoubtedly the best choice for Arthur, for once the dragon hatched, it would possess the strength of an Earth Knight and could grow to the level of a Sky Knight within a few years. In a decade or so, it would reach the strength of a Domain Knight, and its youth and adulthood would mean Saint-tier combat power. Generally, metal dragons mature at 36 years of age. Gemstone dragons mature at 60 years, elemental dragons at 7 Taitwo, and holy dragons at 120 years. Although this may seem long, it is trivial for a dragon with a lifespan of several thousand years. The symbiotic contract is not as easy to execute as the Beastmaster mark. It requires constant gathering of magical runes on the contracted being while ensuring the being does not resist. Fortunately, these dragon eggs had yet to gain consciousness, allowing Arthur to take advantage of the situation. He chose the golden dragon egg as his first contracted being. At the Earth Knight level, he could only perform the symbiotic contract once. At the Sky level, he could perform it 3 times, and at the Domain level 9 times. At the Saint level, he could contract 36 times. Thus, he could at most contract 49 times in his lifetime. If all my contracts are with dragons, doesn't that mean I could live for tens of thousands of years? Arthur thought excitedly. Yet upon reflection, how could that be? It was better to let go of such unrealistic thoughts early on. Dragons are not so easy to find, and even if found, how could one tame them so easily? Arthur shook his head, casting aside his distractions, and focused all his energy on gathering magical runes on the golden dragon egg. The symbiotic contract is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires continuous refinement of magical runes until the contract is established. During this process, his strength could not increase as most of his power was used to refine the magical runes. For Arthur at this moment, this was just right. His strength was still unsteady, making it a good opportunity to temper it. After several hours, Arthur's fighting spirit and magical power were completely exhausted. The magical runes that he had imprinted onto the golden dragon egg gradually sank into the egg. The golden dragon egg's speed and efficiency in absorbing surrounding energy had clearly increased. This was the benefit of the symbiotic contract. Arthur sat down to meditate, practicing his technique for half an hour to replenish his fighting spirit and magical power. He then rode the dragon sparrow away from the Silver Dragon Cave, flying towards Silver Dragon Bay in the southern part of Dragon Roost Island. After Arthur had led the flock to ambush the octopus monster last time peace had returned here, the Nautilus Pearl Clam and Giant Clam tribes coexisted peacefully, here living comfortably. Moreover, they could regularly provide Arthur with precious pearls and rainbow gems. Today, Arthur brought low-grade dragon blood elixir and a golden potion made from golden red tree magical medicine to test their effects. Currently, Arthur's demand for rainbow gems was quite urgent. Using the Beastmaster mark, Arthur summoned the Giant Clam King and poured the dragon blood elixir and golden potion into its massive open shell. The Giant Clam King closed its shell and entered a state of cultivation. After several minutes, the medicinal effects were fully activated. The Giant Clam King's snow-white shell began to shimmer with a rainbow luster, with faint golden light seeping through the gaps. The surrounding natural energies wildly converged towards the Giant Clam King. Is it about to advance? No wonder this giant clam had no idea how long it had lived. Due to its qualifications and bloodline, it could not break through, but now with the help of the dragon blood elixir that was effective for bloodlines and the golden potion as an aid, advancing was only logical. Arthur observed its changes while remaining alert to the surroundings. Magical beasts are most susceptible to the covetous eyes of other magical beasts during their advancements. Suddenly, Arthur felt a powerful aura approaching from not far away. He immediately went on guard, looking towards the source of the aura, while calling for the dragon sparrow through the Beastmaster mark. A massive beast with the head of a shark and tentacles of an octopus quietly appeared, extending its tentacles straight towards the Giant Clam King. Arthur hurriedly commanded the dragon sparrow to intercept, while simultaneously casting water condensation to ice and 12 wave attacks against the strange shark. This shark monster was a high-level, low-tier magical beast. Its defensive and offensive capabilities were both formidable. Although Arthur's attacks were sharp, they only temporarily halted its assault on the Giant Clam King. However, they did not cause any damage. The dragon sparrow's wind and fire tornado did inflict considerable harm, but it cunningly submerged beneath the ocean surface. The dragon sparrow was at a loss. The high-tier combat forces of the Clam tribe had already surrounded the giant Clam King, preventing the shark monster from launching another surprise attack. Yet the Clam's attacks were indeed limited, and with a single charge the shark monster opened a breach. At that moment, the arriving dragon sparrows unleashed their signature skill, the wind and fire tornado, stirring the surface of the sea into turbulent waves, significantly raising the water temperature. But to the shark monster this was akin to scratching an itch through its boot. Arthur felt anxious. He had to find a way to quickly eliminate this shark monster, or else the giant Clam King might be in danger. He looked at the dragon sparrow's wind and fire tornado and felt a spark of inspiration. Arthur decided to use a skill he had never tried before, combining fighting spirit and magic to create a powerful attack. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and unleashed his self-created water wind tornado. A massive tornado formed in Arthur's hands, intertwined with sharp blades of water sweeping towards the shark monster. The shark monster sensed the danger and tried to evade, but it was too late. The water wind tornado struck it directly, pulling it into its whirl, and although the power of the water wind tornado was not great, it forced the shark monster out of the water. The dragon sparrows immediately unleashed their wind and fire tornado, engulfing the shark monster in a blaze of various flames. The shark monster let out a painful howl, struggling to escape. But Arthur would not give it the opportunity. He continued to exert force, making the water wind tornado spin even more ferociously. Ultimately, the shark monster could not withstand the onslaught, collapsed, and lost its vitality. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully protected the giant Clam King. He recalled the dragon sparrow watching the giant Clam King complete its advancement, successfully, filled with pride. This battle made Arthur increasingly aware of the cruelty and vibrancy of this world. He needed to train harder. Having come to this alternate world, he wanted to fully experience it. With the shark beast vanquished, Arthur's spirit relaxed, and his entire body collapsed in exhaustion. His battle chi and magical energy had once again been utterly depleted. Fortunately, this shark beast was far weaker than the octopus beast he had faced before. Had it been otherwise, he might well have met a humiliating demise in these shallow waters. Clearly, his arsenal against sea-dwelling monstrous beasts remained woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, the several monstrous beast clans of Silver Dragon Bay continued to draw predatory sea beasts ever closer. Though the Azure Phoenix excelled in aerial and terrestrial combat, it possessed no power over the ocean depths. Arthur slumped onto the Azure Phoenix's back and began circulating his cultivation technique to restore his strength. At that moment, he noticed the giant clam sovereign rising to the surface and slowly parting its colossal shell. From within, it expelled a radiant seven-hued pearl. Its luminous aura cascaded like celestial dew upon the giant clam sovereign. The orb pulsed with an arcane energy. Arthur sensed within it a profound, dormant power. As Arthur pondered how this seven-hued treasure pearl differed from the one previously bestowed upon him, the sovereign's pale golden mantle began to writhe. Then from its fleshy folds emerged a woman with sapphire hair and eyes. Though only her upper half had fully taken human form, her lower body still fused with the clamshell. Arthur gazed in stunned silence, his mind flooded with bewilderment. The sapphire-haired woman slowly opened her eyes, their gaze clouded with disorientation and quiet confusion. She scanned the surroundings, then fixed her gaze upon Arthur. "Master." Her voice rang clear and ethereal, like music from the heavens. Arthur blinked in surprise, then swiftly composed himself. "I am Arthur. Greetings, sovereign of the giant clam." "Yes, master. I am Muriel, sovereign of the giant clam. Behold, this seven-hued treasure pearl holds miraculous power. It enables my transformation into human form." "Muriel, did you yourself cultivate this treasure pearl?" Arthur asked curiously. "No, master. It was entrusted to me by my mother. According to my ancestral memory, she was a fully transformed seven-hued pearl oyster. Yet she and my father encountered grave peril. They commanded me to lead our clan northward in migration. My consciousness was once hazy and undeveloped. Only now, having transcended the limits of my bloodline, has my intellect awakened and matured. What gains have you realized from this ascension?" Muriel beamed radiantly. "Indeed, master. I now command numerous arcane arts. Behold, the water tornado." With a graceful sweep of her alabaster arm, she conjured a spiraling vortex of water, vastly more potent and refined than Arthur's own earlier attempts. Had the shark beast still lived, it would likely have been torn asunder in an instant. Satisfied, Muriel dispelled the spell, then murmured incantations softly. In moments, Silver Dragon Bay vanished beneath a shroud of mist. "Master, this is the deity deceiving mist. Any monstrous beast below the domain realm will lose themselves utterly within it. Remarkable, is it not?" Her eyes gleamed with the eager, hopeful light of a child yearning for praise. Arthur leapt down from the Azure Phoenix and, wielding hydrokinetic magic, strode across the water's surface to stand before Muriel. Gently he stroked her azure tresses, deep sky blue and shimmering, and said, "Muriel is truly the most extraordinary of all." "Master." Muriel's smile blossomed even brighter. Within Arthur's heart, quiet elation swelled. Silver Dragon Bay was now secure at last. His gaze lingered on her, thoughtful and expectant. "Since this treasure pearl is so wondrous, perhaps it harbors further hidden virtues. Do you know how to unlock its full potential?" The giant clam sovereign shook her head. "I know only that it grants me human form, to aid my cultivation and refine the seven-hued pearls. As for other functions, I remain ignorant. Nor did my mother ever disclose them to me." She offered the seven-hued treasure pearl to Arthur. He turned it thoughtfully in his palm. and as a cool, vital current of Dragonki flowed from him into the orb, its radiance deepened, its essence grew more enigmatic. Arthur nodded pensively. No matter. We shall uncover its secrets in due time. For now, your foremost priority must be consolidating your newfound cultivation. I shall bring potent magical elixirs regularly. You may also experiment with using the pearl to aid your kin. Perhaps its blessings extend beyond yourself. Then Silver Dragon Bay shall never again suffer oppression. Muriel inclined her head solemnly. I shall train without respite, never failing your trust, master. By the way, Muriel, do you possess any means to accelerate the formation of these 7-hued pearls? I require 360 for the Stellar Spirit Gathering Array. Muriel paused in contemplation. I can guide my kin to jointly refine the pearls, but such an endeavor demands time. That is perfectly acceptable. Proceed at your own pace. One more question: besides the water tornado and the deity deceiving mist, what other arcane arts do you command? Her eyes sparkled. Many, such as water shumpa, aquatic spirit shield, and more. Yet my current strength permits only rudimentary manifestations. Arthur smiled warmly. That is excellent. Practice diligently whenever you may. Your power shall rise steadily. Oh, and your body requires further time to fully separate from the clamshell. Until then, I shall assign the Azure Phoenix to patrol the skies above Silver Dragon Bay, safeguarding you and your people. Muriel looked upon him with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, master. Arthur waved dismissively. No thanks are needed. You are my comrade. I shall protect you and your kin without reservation. In the days that followed, he brought abundant magical elixirs to Muriel and her clan. Though many advanced in cultivation, none achieved the transformative breakthrough Muriel had attained. Yet their collective refinement of the 7-hued pearls accelerated dramatically. Each day, Arthur exchanged insights on hydromagic with Muriel, and both progressed with astonishing speed. On this particular morning, he arrived at Silver Dragon Bay, as usual. He found Muriel instructing the giant clams in newly mastered spells, a sight that stirred quiet pride in his heart. Spotting him, she greeted him with a bright, welcoming smile. Master, our strength has grown considerably. Arthur nodded, then handed her several vials of rare magical elixirs. These elixirs will greatly augment your cultivation. Distribute them according to each clam's innate potential. Muriel accepted them reverently. Thank you, master. Muriel, within your ancestral memory is there knowledge of magical arrays? She paused in reflection. Yes, the deity deceiving mist itself evolved from an ancient array, but I must study it thoroughly before mastering its principles. Take your time. Should you succeed, not only will it deepen your cultivation, but Silver Dragon Bay itself will flourish, becoming richer and more resplendent. I shall begin by imparting to you the Stellar Spirit Gathering Array, its structure, flow, and subtle harmonies. Thereafter, Arthur taught the array to Muriel with meticulous care and unwavering patience. Muriel watched him intently as he traced the array's intricate patterns. Her cheeks flushed faintly, her gaze steadied with quiet resolve. Within her heart a vow formed. I shall strive without cease, for my master. Master, time flies, so swiftly that the day of Arthur's formal ennoblement as a baron arrives in just 2 days. Several days ago, Arthur had already dispatched Eric with 20 newly elevated squire knights bearing gifts to depart ahead for Merlin Castle. All 20 squire knights were mounted on magical beasts. Eric naturally rode the Kinneyu, a choice befitting both Arthur's dignity and the prestige of Dragon's Perch Isle. Nobility in this world places profound emphasis on honor and appearance, bloodline, wealth, martial prowess, etiquette, and ceremonial grandeur. All are meticulously displayed at every noble encounter. After weeks of rigorous training, over 100 of the 300 youths Eric had recruited had ascended to the rank of Squire Knight. For the ennoblement ceremony, Dragon's Perch Isle would be represented by its 10 most accomplished young men and 10 most accomplished young women. The young men rode pure white dragon horses, the young women towering horned cliff goats, each nearly 2 meters long, their imposing presence outshining even the finest steeds of great noble houses. Arthur soared toward Merlin Ridge astride his lonk, trailed closely by Tom and Jerry, both now Squire Knights, reluctantly elevated under Arthur's unyielding pressure. Tom possessed solid aptitude. Advancement beyond this rank would pose little difficulty. Jerry, however, would likely peak as a Grand Earth Knight. Though with Arthur's unrestrained investment in rare alchemical elixirs, even greater transcendence remained conceivable. Since mastering the Dragonhorn Sky Eagles, Arthur's 2 personal attendants had grown markedly more ambitious in their pursuit of martial strength. After all, vanity is an intrinsic human trait. Crossing Merlin Bay from Dragon's Perch Isle brought them to Alisanne's domain, the territory governed by Arthur's elder sister directly across the sea. Alisanne's domain lay southwest of Merlin domain. His sister had assumed governance 7 years prior, ennobled as a baroness even before reaching her majority. Alisanne City, founded over 2 centuries ago, housed more than 200,000 souls. It served as the Merlin clan's principal port for foreign trade and its largest urban center. It was established by Alisanne Merlin, the clan's first Sky Knight. In those days, deep within the vast and perilous Pansky Sea, off the southwestern coast of the Oscaris, a primitive tribe of lizard folk dwelled upon the giant lizard archipelago. Though lacking advanced maritime technology, these lizard folk possessed extraordinary physiological adaptability. They thrived equally on land and in water, embodying a rare amphibious intelligence. Cunning and relentless, they plied the expansive Oscaris Sea between Oscaris Isle and Soslos, launching merciless raids upon both islands. They seized grain, livestock, and other resources. When spoils ran scarce, they even hunted humans, reducing islanders to prey and plunging communities into unending dread. At that time, the Crescent Duchy had existed for barely a century. Its noble houses were still consolidating power and nurturing their strength. Yet the lizard folk's ceaseless incursions proved a vexing thorn in their side. Finally driven beyond endurance, the 7 great houses united in resolve and commissioned several elite masters from the formidable Furl Empire in southern Azeria, paying exorbitant sums to secure their aid. With banners unfurled and armies converging, they launched a mighty expedition against the giant lizard archipelago. After fierce, heart-stopping combat, they eradicated the vast majority of the lizard folk, bringing the long nightmare to a definitive end. Thereafter, peace finally settled upon the land. During this campaign, Alysanne Merlin rose meteorically, breaking through to sky knighthood amidst the crucible of war. She became a legendary figure in the Crescent Duchy, captivating the admiration and ardent pursuit of countless scions from noble houses across the realm. Yet Alysanne chose instead to remain with her clan, overseeing Merlin Bay and founding Alysanne City. With unparalleled martial might and exceptional administrative acumen, she transformed Alysanne City into a renowned, thriving port, one famed throughout the neighboring Great Isles. Its population swelled beyond 200,000, and she forged the Merlin clan's own deep-sea fleet, establishing the clan's preeminent standing among the Great Isles and securing its place as one of the wealthiest houses in the Crescent Duchy. This illustrious ancestor never married nor bore heirs, yet she remains venerated across generations of the Merlin clan. In every generation, at least one daughter bears the name Alysanne. Perhaps destiny wove its threads subtly. Arthur's elder sister, too, was named Alysanne, and from childhood, she modeled herself after her namesake, training with unwavering discipline. Compounded by her extraordinary innate talent and capability, she attained the rank of Senior Earth Knight by age 21, and had already progressed remarkably far within that tier. Ascension to Sky Knight was all but assured. Consider that Arthur's elder brother Adam at 24 remained only a mid-tier Earth Knight, albeit poised to advance soon. Moreover, Alysanne's brilliance extended beyond martial cultivation. Her administrative genius was equally exceptional, earning her the unprecedented ennoblement as Baroness by Viscount Merlin himself. Yet Lady Vinia, their mother, fretted endlessly over Alysanne's marital prospects. Countless scions from Great Isles had extended proposals to Viscount Merlin, but Alysanne remained resolutely unmoved. Musing upon her clan's revered ancestor, Lady Vinia could not help but feel a deepening anxiety. Under Viscount Merlin's banner also served 3 exceptionally powerful, fiercely loyal vassals, each possessing the martial strength of a Sky Knight. Baron West, Baron East, and Baron Panlight. West Domain lay west of Alysanne's domain, occupying the northwestern reaches of the entire Merlin domain. Its seat, West City, stood at the estuary of the Zirakilia River, the western terminus of the West-OS Road. To the north of West Domain stretched the domain of House Tillery. To the west lay the Oslos Sea, facing across the water the 3rd largest island of the Crescent Duchy, Soslo's Isle, making it the western gateway to Merlin Ridge. East of Alysanne's domain lay the Panlight family's lands. Their stronghold, Long Lake Town, sat due south of Merlin Ridge, its terrain crisscrossed by rivers and blessed with fertile soil, rendering it the wealthiest among all vassal domains. East of the Panlight domain lay the East family's territory, bordering the domain of Viscount Aaron to the east. The southern march wall separated them. North of both the Panlight and East domains, across the South-OS River, lay the domain of Viscount Wyma. As for Arthur's elder brother Adam, he commanded the clan's direct fief, Rakilia City. Strategically vital, Rakilia City controlled both the largest lake on Osprus Isle, Lake Rakilia, and the vast Rakilia Plain in the southwest, the Merlin clan's primary granary. Additionally, a venerable great-uncle of the Merlin clan presided over the Golden Delta, a critical confluence where the domains of Viscount Tally, Viscount Wyma, and the Merlin clan itself intersected. Densely populated and resource-rich, this region had witnessed centuries of violent contention among rival houses. Notably, relations between House Wyma and several southwestern clans remained persistently tense. House Wyma has long styled itself the faithful hound of House Osprus, its banner depicting a black hound crouching beneath a golden bull. House Osprus's banner bears the emblem of a golden bull's head. Arthur sat steadily on the back of the dragon hawk, gripping the saddle tightly, as he soared northeast over the territory of Alysanne. He flew over the magnificent South Leclia River and crossed the grand East Leclia River. The scenery below unfolded like a painting, and Arthur admired the splendid mountains and rivers of the Merlin territory while flying toward his destination, Merlin City. Along the wide and flat OSI Avenue, the dragon hawk raced like lightning. The wind whistled past his ears and the clouds rolled beneath him, filling Arthur's heart with both anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Although he had inherited Arthur's memories, he knew that the things remembered were different from personal experiences. He secretly reminded himself not to reveal any flaws. About an hour later, Arthur finally saw the magnificent city in the distance. Merlin City was like a dazzling pearl set upon the earth. Its city walls stood tall and sturdy, and the city gates loomed majestically, giving an impression of invincibility. Looking down at Merlin City from the high sky, a strong sense of awe surged within Arthur. Before his eyes lay a scene of prosperity and bustling activity. The wide streets were lined with various shops, with pedestrians weaving through like a flowing stream, the sounds of chatter and calls blended into a vibrant symphony of urban life. This vast city covered an area exceeding 50 miles with a large population estimated to be at least 500,000 residents. Previously mentioned that the population of the territory was 1,700,000 excluding free people and merchants, so 500,000 is not surprising. Arthur guided the dragon hawk high into the sky, racing forward. Before long, a vast and lush Mei Lin forest came into view, one of the most representative landmarks of the Mei Lin family. The Mei Lin forest unfurled like a magnificent scroll stretching for dozens of miles, resembling a green silk ribbon dancing gracefully upon the land. In the midst of it stood a towering fortress that pierced the clouds, which was none other than the legendary Mei Lin fortress. It was majestic and grand, breathtaking in its beauty. The outer walls of the castle were intricately carved with countless mysterious magical runes shimmering and emanating powerful magical fluctuations. Brave knights clad in dark green armor and golden cloaks stood at attention, holding sharp spears and swords, their expressions serious and solemn, guarding key positions around the castle like an indestructible steel wall. The high-flying golden Mei flags with their green background served as symbols of the Mei Lin family's glory, clearly visible from afar, showcasing the deep historical roots and formidable strength of this ancient family. The broad Osi River surged tumultuously, rushing past the front of Mei Lin Fortress. The bustling Osi Avenue was filled with a constant stream of traffic connecting the north and south. This transportation artery allowed caravans from the south and north to reach the prosperous Mei Lin city without obstruction, fostering the vigorous development of commerce. Arthur slowly descended in the courtyard in front of Mei Lin Fortress. The castle steward Orson led a group of servants to greet him quickly. "Young Master Arthur, you have finally returned. Please come inside. Lord Viscount has been waiting in the parlor for quite some time. Lord Abraham and Lady Ophina are also here. Also, your uncle Viscount Tillier and Lady Alina have come as well." "All right, got it. Thank you, Steward Orson." Arthur felt a bit nervous. He knew that these elders had always cherished him, and he must not reveal any signs of his changed temperament. Before, his older siblings had been so outstanding that it made Arthur feel jealous, leading to feelings of inferiority and hatred. Fortunately, these elders still paid attention to him and patiently taught him, preventing him from falling into despair. Thus, deep down, Arthur held a profound respect and admiration for these elders. He couldn't help but quicken his pace toward the parlor. Upon entering the parlor, Arthur instinctively rushed into the arms of his grandmother and grandmother. He didn't know why he acted so out of character. Perhaps it was the original owner's emotions at play. His grandmother Alina and grandmother Ophina were cousins, having a deep bond. Alina was bold and spirited, while Ophina was gentle, virtuous, and modest. Despite their different personalities, they got along very harmoniously. They often traveled together, with either grandmother visiting the other. It can be said that they were not only key figures in the frequent marriages and close connections between the Tillier and Mei Lin families, but also important links maintaining the friendly relationship between the two families. When they saw Arthur rushing into their arms, their eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of indulgence and deep affection. "Grandmother, Grandma, Arthur really missed you both." Arthur tightly hugged the two elders, shaking their sleeves while acting coy. Arthur was surprised by his own behavior. Seeing this, his grandmother Alina pretended to be stern, feigning a displeased expression as she said, "Humph, you little rascal, always so slick-tongued. You ran off to that deserted island for 4 or 5 months without a word, even leaving to become a lord. You didn't even remember to come back home. Now you claim to miss us. Who would believe you? Only those foolish purple rabbits might fall for your words." Arthur's father Aristotle looked at his son acting so childishly in front of the elders, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. He cleared his throat twice, trying to mask his embarrassment. Seeing this, Arthur quickly realized that his behavior was inappropriate. He promptly adjusted his clothing and respectfully offered a standard greeting to everyone present. "Greetings to grandfather, father, and mother." Grandfather Abraham had originally been resting with his eyes closed, but upon hearing Arthur's voice, he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he widened them, casting an intense gaze upon his grandson. His eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation as he asked, "Have you advanced to a senior Earth Knight and become a high-level mage?" Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. They widened their eyes, their faces displaying disbelief. The two elder women were so excited that they nearly stood up, unable to believe their ears. Could their grandson truly possess such exceptional talent? However, Aristotle and Vina, the couple, were not acting out of surprise, but rather filled with worry. The couple knew well that the path of cultivation was extremely difficult, and breaking through the bottleneck too early could lead to an unstable foundation, thereby affecting the child's future growth and development. At this moment, the elders all focused their sharp, eagle-like gazes on Arthur, which made him feel a wave of embarrassment and awkwardness. Faced with the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, he could only muster the courage to explain, "Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom and Dad, hey, race, what happened? Some time ago, I stumbled upon a mutated dragon blood fig tree in the habitat of the twin-headed dragon sparrow, and the fruits of that fig tree were extraordinarily sweet. At that moment, with a mindset of giving it a try, I ate it, and never expected its effects to be so powerful, allowing my cultivation to make a significant leap in a short time, fortunately, without causing any harm to my foundation. From now on, as long as I spend more time refining my skills, I should not suffer from any after-effects." Upon hearing Arthur's words, old Lord Abner slowly extended a hand, and Arthur obediently walked up to him. Grandpa began to carefully probe into Arthur's body, using his profound and vigorous fighting spirit. After a short while he nodded, and said, "Indeed, as you said, there is no sign of foundation damage. However, for the next 2 years, do not rush to break through your realm. You must use this time to carefully hone your martial skills and strengthen your physical power. Only in this way can your foundation become even more solid." At this, Grandma Alina beamed with joy and praised, "Haha, that's just wonderful. This truly proves the saying, new waves push the old waves aside. Who would have thought that the once unremarkable little guy you all deemed ordinary has now surpassed the 2 previous unparalleled geniuses?" Arthur's mouth twitched slightly as he quickly explained, "Grandma, you're overpraising me. This success is just due to my good luck. Compared to my sister, I'm still far behind. Besides, my brother's foundation is even more solid than mine." Upon hearing this, the elders were somewhat surprised by Arthur's change. Just as they were about to say something, Arthur's brother Adam, sister Alyssa, and their 12-year-old brother Aaron arrived on the scene. Upon seeing each other, the siblings immediately greeted each other warmly, clearly having a good relationship. Of course, this was also somewhat related to Arthur's gifts, for Eric and his group had already arrived at Merlin Castle, bringing with them a variety of precious gifts. These included rare animals, such as white dragon horses, mighty magic cattle, giant horned climbing goats, and purple rabbits. These gifts would undoubtedly greatly enhance the family's intrinsic strength. Moreover, Arthur had also painstakingly prepared generous gifts for each member of the family. For his grandmother, mother, and sister, Arthur prepared numerous shimmering nautilus pearls, each crystal clear, round, and vibrantly colored, with the pink pearls being particularly rare and precious, leaving one in awe. Although saltwater pearls produced by pearl oysters are relatively common, the large size of those prepared by Arthur is also quite rare. Especially since there were enough in quantity, the female family members were very pleased. As for the gift for his beloved grandfather, it was even more special: a pair of reedy demon doves and 2 hungry chubby sky-white crane chicks. Arthur knew that after retirement, Grandpa was very keen on raising various rare birds and beasts, so he carefully selected these 2 pairs of extraordinary birds as gifts for him. Sure enough, Grandpa cherished this unique gift and praised Arthur's filial piety and thoughtful intentions. Of course, Arthur did not forget to prepare a special gift for his father as well, namely the profound martial skill 12 waves and the latest secret technique he had researched, the wind and water tornado. This was not only to repay his father's years of nurturing, but also to further enhance the family's overall strength and deepen their foundation. As night fell and the lights began to glow, the Merlin family gathered around the dining table, sharing a sumptuous dinner filled with laughter and warmth. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the title conferral. On this beautiful day, with a gentle breeze and clear skies, the lords of the Merlin territory arrived one after another. They were elegantly dressed, dignified in posture, and wore expressions of both solemnity and excitement. Everyone gathered here to witness this historically significant moment. Arthur's uncle Viscount Viterial came with his 24-year-old cousin Vilas and 20-year-old cousin Velos, along with his 17-year-old cousin Wimigry. A stout man with a face full of flesh strode over. This was Baron West. Following closely behind him was a chubby boy, presumably his eldest son. Further back, 3 teenage girls stood elegantly, blooming like flowers in spring, exuding charm and beauty. These 3 beautiful girls were, of course, the daughters of Baron West. Who would have thought that such beautiful daughters could come from West's appearance? Meanwhile, Baron Pallant drew everyone's attention as he approached. He stood tall and handsome, with an elegant demeanor like a prince emerging from a fairy tale. His glossy black hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall, and his deep, enchanting black eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, captivating all who beheld him. Baron Pallant's wife came from a branch of the Merlin family, and she was charming and elegant. The couple had a son and a daughter, both still young, just in their teens, yet they had already grown into exquisite and handsome individuals reminiscent of golden boys and jade maidens evoking affection. Baron Aister was an elderly man with a full head of white hair, yet he appeared sprightly and moved with steady steps. At this moment, he was leading his 2 granddaughters to attend the conferral ceremony. These 2 little girls were 16 and 14 years old, both possessing delicate features and gentle temperaments, giving off a refreshing and refined aura. It seems that the barons were not merely attending Arthur's conferral ceremony. Under the guidance of the priest of the Moon Goddess Church, the grand ceremony commenced. First, the priest led everyone to sincerely pray to the Moon Goddess and read aloud a series of solemn oaths. Next, Arthur stepped forward steadily, receiving the baronial scepter and the territorial badge from the hand of Viscount Merlin, signifying that he had taken on the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the territory and blessing the common people. Arthur designed a baronial outfit with a purple robe on a black background. The banner displayed a golden twin-headed dragon sparrow on a purple plum blossom vine pattern. The badge was a purple-gold twin-headed dragon sparrow. Subsequently, the other lords took turns to step onto the stage, expressing their utmost respect and support for the newly appointed baron. The atmosphere in the entire venue was solemn and dignified, filled with a sacred aura. Finally, amidst thunderous applause and cheers, the baronial conferral ceremony came to a perfect conclusion. From this moment on, Arthur was officially bestowed the title of Baron of Dragon Roost Island, bearing the family's earnest expectations and the hopes of the people. The conferral ceremony was successfully completed, and Arthur officially became the Baron of Longshi Island. After the ceremony, a grand banquet was to be held at Merlin Castle to entertain guests from various places. Arthur returned to his room in Merlin Castle first, where his loyal servants Tom and Jerry helped him remove the heavy formal attire and change into a splendid knight's outfit of black and purple. The unique color combination of this outfit actually has a special reason behind it. Longxi Island is abundant in a magical purple sea snail, which secretes a slime that can be used to create vibrant and long-lasting purple dye. Because of this, purple has become the symbolic color of Longxi Island, chosen by Arthur to represent the island. Purple dye is a scarce resource in this world, making purple pigment an important product for Longxi Island's future foreign trade. Moreover, the family banners and emblems of Longxi Island primarily feature deep purple, fully showcasing the uniqueness and nobility of this island. Arthur's personal style of clothing is no exception, as both his daily wear and battle gear incorporate various shades of purple. Notably, the knight's armor of Longxi Island is a finely crafted purple treasure. The chest plates of the knight attendants are engraved with a mysterious sparrow pattern, while the Earth Knights bear single, double, or triple-headed dragon patterns based on their ranks. Junior Knights have one head, intermediate Knights have two heads, and senior Knights have three heads. Once dressed neatly, Arthur radiated a dazzling brilliance. His face was exquisitely sculpted with fair and translucent skin that exuded an otherworldly aura. Though young, his tall stature and clear gaze inspired trust. As Arthur stepped into the banquet hall, all eyes in the room were drawn to him. He held his head high, walking with firm and confident steps, each stride resonating with a unique rhythm. His movements were fluid and natural, exuding an elegant charm with every gesture. At this moment, his mature and graceful elder brother quickly approached, a sincere smile lighting up his face as he extended his heartfelt congratulations to Arthur. Congratulations, brother. Not only have you successfully been conferred as the Baron of Longxi Island, but you have also achieved such an astonishing breakthrough in your cultivation. It truly is a double joy. Well done. I'm a bit jealous myself. Adam continued, patting Arthur on the shoulder. However, you must continue to hone your skills and not neglect your foundation in pursuit of higher realms. Arthur nodded eagerly, saying, Understood, brother, I will be careful. This is also a fortunate coincidence. I indeed need to solidify my foundation moving forward. Adam nodded in satisfaction, saying, As long as you understand. Now that you are considered a lord, there are many matters to attend to. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask me. Remember, united, we stand strong, Arthur expressed gratefully. Thank you, elder brother. If needed, I will surely not hesitate to reach out to you. Adam's smile grew even brighter at Arthur's words. That's the spirit. What are you two so happy about? At that moment, Sister Ali Sane approached with Cousin Vima. Sister Cousin Arthur quickly greeted them. His sister, graceful and charming, was undoubtedly the focal point of the banquet. As his sister approached, many others followed suit. Known for her exceptional talent, she could not hide her admiration for Arthur and generously offered him praise. She smiled and said, Brother, you truly have made a remarkable impression this time. I never expected such a transformation in such a short time, but do not become complacent. Your sister is still the leading figure of the Merlin family this generation. It was surprising to see such a competitive side of her. Arthur joked back, Sister, you must keep it up, or your position as the top genius of the Merlin family could be at risk. I wouldn't mind that at all, Ali Sane replied nonchalantly. If I have 3 brothers stronger than me, I could enjoy life in peace. Everyone burst into laughter at this. Cousin Vima, with a sincere smile and perfectly timed expressions and gestures, said, Congratulations, Cousin Arthur. Today you should be careful, as all the young ladies from various families have their eyes on you. Then she lowered her voice playfully, If you fancy someone, just let me know and I promise to get you the inside scoop. Hee hee. Her laughter rang like silver bells, adding to her already striking beauty. Arthur quickly averted his gaze and responded somewhat awkwardly, I don't have any such plans for now. Thank you for your concern, cousin. But cousin, your looks and talents are outstanding, not to mention you are an excellent magician. I wonder how many noble youths have fallen for you, Vima teased, raising a brow captivatingly. Ahem. Arthur cleared his throat awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. How is elder brother faring with the young lady from the Dustin family? Cousin and my elder brother are both at the age where they should be starting families. Adam, sensing the topic turning towards him, hurriedly excused himself. At that moment, his 12-year-old younger brother Aaron rushed over, having begun his night training and now standing over 7 meters tall. The little fellow joyfully ran to Arthur and exclaimed, Thank you, second brother, for the mastiff you sent me. I absolutely adore it. Seeing his younger brother's innocent and carefree demeanor, Arthur felt a surge of comfort and joy. I'm glad you like it. Be sure to take good care of it and train it well. It is a pure-blooded dragon beast with immense potential. It will become your most loyal companion one day. Yes, I will, second brother. By the way, second brother Deacon and Sam have also arrived. Do you want to meet them? Oh, Arthur couldn't help but recall these 2 cousins from his aunt's side. His mother's younger sister Vela married Baron Tali. They now have 2 sons and 3 daughters. Sam Tali, the eldest son of Baron Tali, is 15 years old, but the chubby cousin is still just a junior knight attendant. He is timid and weak. Though he loves reading, he shows no scholar-like demeanor, which has caused Baron Tali much worry. Fortunately, the 14-year-old cousin Deacon Tali is quite promising, already a peak knight attendant. He is ready to advance to Earth Knight and has outstanding aptitude for combat training, surpassing even Arthur in the past. However, this cousin is a rigid and stubborn person. His personality is not very likable, so although Arthur is close in age to them, he looks down on them. At family gatherings, he often mocks and teases them. This has led to the 2 brothers not wanting to associate with Arthur. Although the 2 cousins from the Tali family did not get along with Arthur, as before they had a good relationship with their brother Aaron. Perhaps it was because they were all simple-minded. However, Arthur now found himself quite fond of the two younger cousins. After all, it was quite rare for someone of noble birth to maintain such a childlike heart. Arthur held his brother Aaron's hand and approached his tally cousins. "Sam Deacon, how are you?" Sam immediately became flustered but still stood in front of his brother with a stiff demeanor. Deacon, on the other hand, maintained a stern expression, clenched his fists, and forced his way in front of Sam. Sam's chubby face turned crimson with embarrassment, feeling unable to protect his brother, and was quite disheartened, yet he maintained his noble upbringing and bowed to Arthur, saying, "Congratulations, Baron Arthur." Arthur felt somewhat helpless and could only try to respond with a pleasant demeanor. "Thank you, cousin. The development of Dragon's Nest Island is going quite well. If you are interested, you can come to visit. I have raised quite a few magical beasts, which is rather interesting. Moreover, Dragon's Nest Fortress has many unique delicacies that I guarantee you will enjoy." The two brothers were momentarily baffled by Arthur's friendly demeanor. They couldn't help but wonder if this annoying cousin was up to something again. "Of course, if you wish, you can bring your sisters along," Arthur added. Upon hearing this, Sam and Deacon exchanged glances, their eyes darting, seemingly contemplating something. In the end, they decided it was better to maintain their distance. They had not forgotten how many times they had been teased by Arthur since childhood. The elders were all biased toward him. Thus, the Tully brothers tried to avoid Arthur as much as possible. "We will think it over carefully," Sam said, pulling Deacon's hand, preparing to sneak away. "Wait," Arthur called out to them. "I am looking forward to your arrival. You won't be disappointed when the time comes." Sam and Deacon nodded, and then quickly ran off. Watching their retreating figures, Arthur couldn't help but smile. "Second brother, it seems they are quite afraid of you," Aaron said. "I just want to get along with them amicably," Arthur said, ruffling Aaron's hair. "I hope they can understand my good intentions. You should go play with them." "Okay, I will, second brother." "Good." After Aaron left, Arthur took a cup of green plum wine and walked towards his cousin Velis. Velis, 25 this year, was a well-known handsome man from Agus Island. He was knowledgeable, and at a young age was already an intermediate mage and a junior Earth Knight, a prominent figure in the Tellier family. He was hailed as the most promising heir of Agus Island. "Hello, cousin, I heard you tamed a high-level magical beast, the Gale Eagle. Congratulations." Arthur walked up to Velis and raised his glass. Velis slightly bowed to the nobles beside him, expressing his apologies. Then he smiled brightly at Arthur. Arthur clearly saw the surrounding girls suddenly become infatuated. "I will take this as a compliment from my cousin. But do you really think that receiving congratulations from a baron who has a dragon beast mount would bring me joy?" After speaking, he lightly tapped Arthur on the chest with his fist. Arthur also smiled and jested in response. "Of course, it's a sincere congratulations. After all, conquering a magical beast of the same level with my superior cultivation is still impressive, but cousin, you are indeed more skilled." Velis did not expect his cousin to have such eloquence. "Well, it seems that Dragon's Nest Island is indeed a blessed place. Not only has my cousin's cultivation made remarkable progress, but his sharp tongue also surpasses the past." Ha ha ha. After speaking, he raised his glass and took a sip of green plum wine. Arthur also laughed heartily. "Not at all in front of the #1 talent of Agus Island. I am merely able to catch a glimpse of your back." Velis nearly spat out his wine upon hearing this. "Hey, good boy, your tongue has indeed been well trained." The two were teasing each other when a harsh duck-like voice rang out from behind Arthur. "Look at you cousins chatting so happily. Your exuberant appearance is even more enticing than those young girls. Does this fondness for grandstanding run in the family?" Arthur turned around to find it was Charles Weimer, the eldest son of the Weimer family, who was built like a bear and had a face covered in a thick beard. Arthur's voice turned cold and sarcastic. "If it weren't for your unique voice, I would have thought a bear had wandered out of someone's house." "What?" Arthur paused slightly and continued. "Does young Master Weimer have such interests? But judging by your appearance, even if you did, few would dare to indulge in it. I heard that your Weimer family excels in raising magical bears. You might as well try interacting with them." Charles was furious upon hearing Arthur's words, his face turning green, but he couldn't explode with anger directly. At this moment, Velis stepped in to mediate. All right, jokes should be kept within limits. Today is a day to celebrate Arthur becoming a baron. All the families are present." Arthur let out a cold laugh. "I have no interest in joking with such a person, as it would only lower my status. It is simply that my rare good mood has been spoiled. I should go check on my magical beasts to ensure they don't mishandle themselves and annoy others." After saying this, he turned and left, leaving Charles there gritting his teeth in anger. Velis watched Arthur's departing figure, inwardly sighing that this cousin was becoming more and more unique. Arthur stopped in the courtyard in front of a lotus pond. He took out some bait from his storage bag and began to tease the koi. "Congratulations, Baron Arthur," a soft, clear voice rang out in front of him. Arthur looked in the direction of the voice and found a noble young lady and her maid standing behind the flowers. "Hello, Miss Emma. Have you come here to see the lotus flowers and koi?" Emma's features were delicate and her figure was slender. Although she was not an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her aura was quite unique. "I love lotus flowers the most, and I heard that the ones in Malin Fortress are particularly stunning. So I came here to enjoy them. I didn't expect the koi here to be so beautiful that I couldn't bear to leave." Arthur shared half of the bait in his hand with Emma, saying, "If the lady likes them, it is their fortune. These lotus flowers grow in the mud, yet bloom into such elegant blossoms. This truly complements the lattice temperament." Upon hearing this, Emma's smooth fair hand trembled slightly, causing a considerable amount of bait to scatter. Her face turned red to the roots of her ears. She took a few deep breaths to adjust her state without leaving any trace. Still maintaining an air of calmness, she said, "The Baron flatters me. I still remember, when we first met at the age of 7 you said I was a paper lantern that would break if the wind blew." Off. Arthur couldn't help but feel awkward. How should he respond to this? Since then, at every family gathering you have paid special attention to me. You often said you didn't want to be misunderstood as bullying me. Emma's smile faded, and with a hint of bitterness and resignation she said, "But you are right, my health has not been good since childhood. I can't cultivate the fighting spirit, and my magical talent is average. After diligent practice for so long, I have only become a junior mage." Arthur could only comfort her. "Why should you belittle yourself, miss? The Eileen family has a profound background, and you are only 16. Becoming a mage is already quite remarkable. Everyone is born differently, and in this limited life, one should invest more energy in pursuing what brings them joy and happiness. Moreover, the young lady is the only daughter of the Eileen family, and will one day take charge of the family. Still," he continued, "the young lady is merely a bit frail, but her wisdom surpasses that of others, and her character is noble. With proper care, her health will be no issue." Emma gracefully rose, her smile radiant like the moonlight. "Thank you, Baron Arthur, for your guidance. I indeed should not indulge in self-pity any longer. As the only daughter of the Eileen family, I must grow up now that my father is getting older. It is best if the young lady can see it this way, just like the lotus flower, which appears delicate and fragile, but can nurture sturdy seed pods and lotus seeds. No matter how polluted the environment, it can bloom proudly." Emma said nothing more, quietly gazing at the pond full of lotus flowers. After a while it seemed as if she was talking to herself, rising from the mud, yet untainted. Arthur's words always left a lasting impression. "I heard you manage Dragon's Rest Island very well. I would love to visit again. I still remember the year I turned 12 when I went hunting on Dragon's Rest Island with my father. You had just begun your night training then. Although your strength was not remarkable, you still accompanied those land knights to hunt in the Eastern Ridge, and you managed not to be left behind. I still have a deep impression of your tenacity, unlike me who always likes to give up easily." Arthur's memory of these matters was quite vague, so he could only muster the courage to say, "Girls naturally need to be cherished. They cannot be compared to boys who are tough and resilient." After chatting for a while, Arthur and Emma walked towards the banquet hall together. The moment this handsome couple entered the hall, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Almost all the nobles from the southwestern region of Oscus had come to this banquet. The Merlin family naturally wanted to showcase their family's heritage. The fine wines and exquisite dishes were not only diverse in variety, but also beautifully presented using rare spices and potions. Coupled with various delicacies crafted from rare magical beasts, the strength and heritage of the Merlin family were on full display. However, beneath this glamorous facade, dark currents were stirring. The young nobles were dressed in splendid attire, smiling, yet each harbored their own secret agendas. Many were there for the purpose of marriage, as alliances through marriage could solidify their family's status and power. As a prominent family, the Merlin family was naturally a focal point. Especially noteworthy were the family's eldest son Adam and eldest daughter Alicia, who were both exceptional marriage prospects on the island, while the second son Arthur was also beginning to make his mark. The eldest son of the Tyrrell family, Vilas, and the youngest daughter Vimadri were also objects of great interest. Everyone knew that the Merlin, Tyrrell, and Tali families were closely interconnected, dominating vast areas of western and southwestern Oscus. To marry into any of these families would mean a significant rise in one's family status on Oscus Island. The two vassal families of the Merlin family, one to the east and the other to the west, shared a common trait. The men were not particularly handsome, yet surprisingly their daughters were stunningly beautiful. Moreover, these girls not only possessed exceptional beauty, but also remarkable virtue, an upbringing earning them much praise. As vassal families, they understood well the benefits of marrying into their lord's family. Thus they prepared in advance, meticulously planning and nurturing their daughters to become outstanding women who would meet the lord's preferences. Now all the preparations were complete, and they had successfully set their sights on their targets. The two young masters of the Merlin family. After entering the banquet hall, Arthur and Emma exchanged apologies and moved towards their respective social circles. The eldest and second daughters of the West family, Via and Vila, walked hand in hand towards Arthur. "Young Master Arthur, long time no see." Via slightly curtsied, her movements elegant and graceful. "Two beautiful ladies. Long time no see." Arthur nodded politely. "I heard that young master has had quite a harvest on Dragon's Rest Island. Truly impressive for someone so young. My brother Willie has been clamoring to go to Dragon's Rest Island to serve Baron Arthur as a squire." Vila smiled like a flower. "It's just some minor gains, all thanks to our ancestors' blessings," Arthur said modestly. "The Baron is being too humble. The fleet from our family that visited Dragon's Rest Island has returned, and they all said that the island has changed dramatically. The newly built town is spacious and tidy with many products unavailable elsewhere. It is indeed a different world now." Via's eyes were filled with admiration. "Especially the porcelain, which I hear was invented by young Master Arthur. It is as pure as jade and sounds like bells when struck. It has been highly sought after by the nobles," Vila said with a look of adoration. "You flatter me, ladies." Arthur felt their deliberate and well-timed compliments were premeditated. Although he wasn't repulsed, he still found it a bit odd. At that moment, music began to play and the ball commenced. The two sisters exchanged smiles and invited Arthur to dance. Arthur felt somewhat helpless, but could not refuse, so he accepted the invitation with a stiff resolve. Meanwhile, Emma of the Eileen family also became the object of fervent pursuit by many noble men. It is known that whoever marries this beauty will not only gain a beautiful wife, but also become the new master of the Eileen territory as the sole heir of the Eileen family. The Eileen family has a history spanning thousands of years. During the Hongri dynasty, they were the lords of Oscus Island. In the Sunshot War, the then head of the family decisively chose to side with the rebels, preserving the family's legacy. Although the Eileen territory has significantly shrunk, it is still the most developed territory on Oscus Island with the largest population among all families. However, due to a decline in recent generations, the family now consists only of the Eileen Viscount and his only daughter. Thus, gaining Emma not only means obtaining the Eileen family's coveted fortune, but also vast territories and a population of millions. Such temptation is truly irresistible, leading many noble youths to fervently pursue Emma. In an instant, the entire banquet became tense, resembling a battlefield without gunpowder. Various factions engaged in overt and covert struggles, each refusing to yield, creating quite a lively scene. Some displayed all their skills to attract Emma's attention, while others secretly vied against one another, attempting to sabotage their rivals' plans. In this contest of intrigue, everyone employed their best skills, striving to stand out in this competition. Yet Emma remained detached, showing indifference to all. Her gaze was constantly searching the crowd for a certain figure. Arthur and Baron West's 3 daughters each performed a dance before finding an opportunity to hide in a secluded corner. He leaned against the wall and let out a long sigh. While taking a big sip of the green plum wine, he secretly observed the crowd around him. As expected of the representative wine of the Merlin family, not only is it refreshing and rich in flavor, but its effect on pure fighting spirit is truly remarkable. He muttered to himself. At that moment, he felt someone approaching. It was Baron West's youngest daughter, Winnie. "Lord Arthur, may I speak with you?" Winnie's voice was gentle and sweet. Arthur was somewhat surprised but nodded. "Of course, Miss Winnie." Winnie smiled as she approached Arthur. "I am here to thank you for accepting our sister's invitation to dance. This is my first time attending such a ball, and I am truly happy." Arthur replied with a smile, "Miss Winnie, it is my honor." They fell silent for a moment, then Winnie mustered her courage, her face flushed, and asked, "Lord Arthur, do you have someone you like?" Immediately after asking, she lowered her head and nervously fiddled with the handkerchief in her hand. "I'm sorry, it was presumptuous of me." Arthur took a large gulp of green plum wine, gazing into the distance, and responded in a somewhat somber tone. "I once had someone I liked, but I missed the chance to express my feelings before she unknowingly slipped away. We probably won't meet again." Winnie's expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment, and influenced by Arthur's suppressed emotions, she felt a hint of melancholy. However, she quickly regained her smile. "Lord Arthur, you are so outstanding. I believe you and the one you like will surely have a bright future together. Missing out is not scary. As long as the feelings remain, those in love will eventually be together." With that, Winnie bowed to Arthur and turned to leave. "Lord Arthur, please forgive me for taking my leave first." Arthur watched her departing figure, his melancholy deepening. Those in love will eventually be together. But 2 people from different worlds can never intersect again. She will surely find her happiness in that world. Perhaps we should embrace our respective new lives. Through the large window, Arthur gazed at the new moon rising in the sky, softly speaking. "A lonely moon and a cold lamp keep me awake. The cold wind and fine wine turn sorrowful. Tonight I long for my hometown across 1,000 miles. Come dawn, another year will pass." The dance music flowed melodiously and the lights flickered, yet Arthur felt an indescribable loneliness. He recalled the time spent with family and friends. Those beautiful, yet bittersweet memories surged like a tide in his heart. However, he knew deep down that he was now in a different world, and dwelling too much on it was futile. As the dance drew to a close, Arthur let out a slight sigh and turned his gaze once more to the new moon outside. He silently wished for the happiness of his distant relatives and friends, while also deciding to let go of the past and face his new future with calm. Arthur returned to the crowd, where the atmosphere was just right and everyone at the banquet was in high spirits. His elder brother Adam was dancing with his cousin Vemegre. The beautiful couple attracted envious gazes from those around. His grandmother and mother looked on with satisfaction. Grandmother Alina took a small sip of fruit wine and whispered to her mother, "So, Ophina, I truly believe they are a match made in heaven." Mother Ophina remained non-committal. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. They are all excellent kids. Why should there be a lack of good matches? Grandmother Alina disagreed. "Is there a better child than ours from Augustus Island? Velis and Adam are the heirs of the family. Naturally, they should seek the most outstanding girls on the island. Alyssum and Vemegre should also be promised to the best sons." Mother Ophina replied helplessly, "You know Adam has feelings for Dana from the Dustin family, and they have been keeping in touch privately. So what? You wouldn't want your grandson to randomly marry a servant's daughter from our Augustus family, would you?" Mother Ophina shook her head helplessly. The Dustin family has held the title of Viscount for over 100 years. Though their foundation is shallow, they are ultimately of the same noble class as us. Grandmother Alina looked at her cousin as if she were a fool, a Viscount who helps the Augustus family raise cattle. "You think they are of the same level as us? Their barren Highland family territory can only grow grass for raising cattle and sheep. Without the Augustus family's support behind them, do you think they can afford a 300 gold knight regiment? No matter what status they claim to have now to the Augustus family, they are merely cowherds and henchmen." Back in the day, our good cousin Odin nearly sent us both to Old Star's bed to please the Star family. Do you think such a petty person would give the Dustin family a chance to escape the control of the Augustus family? Mother Ophina recalled this incident, and although it had been nearly half a century ago, she still felt a lingering fear. Dana is a nice girl. It is better for Winnie and her husband to worry about it. Our family doesn't need to force the children into marriage for the sake of family interests. Now that the Tali and Merlin families are closely connected, it has already drawn the concern of the maternal family. If we weren't also from the Augustus family, we might not have this stability. So I think it's better to continue to keep a low profile. Grandmother Alina understood her cousin's character and stopped dwelling on the issue, instead saying, well, since your Merlin family feels this way, then let the children of the island family be given to my Talier family. Velos may be a second son, but he is no worse than an average first son. Moreover, he is quite handsome and very appealing to girls. Mother Ophina's mouth twitched slightly, and she quickly took a sip of fruit wine to ease her embarrassment. However, her eyes kept observing Emma, following Emma's gaze to find her grandson Arthur. She couldn't help but smile slightly. Love is the most wonderful thing. Cousin, we should not interfere too much. I still believe that children and grandchildren have their own blessings. We should find more joy and pass the time with this boring moment. Grandmother Alina also noticed Emma's gaze. Seeing her grandson chatting enthusiastically with several handsome knights, her expression suddenly soured, and she said with a displeased tone, you have a point. The Talier family has not had a single worry-free child except for Velis and Vemigre. Your 4 kids are one worse than the other. Mother Ophina remained calm. Aren't they also your own grandchildren? What's the difference between them and Velis? Grandmother Alina downed her fruit wine and looked at Emma and Arthur, speaking meaningfully. At my age, what is there to be unable to let go? It's just worrying about these few grandchildren and great-grandchildren. It seems that those who worry the most will turn out to be the least worried. After Adam finished the opening dance with Vima, he danced with the 2 daughters of Baron Eyster. Although he was accustomed to such social events as the eldest son of Viscount Merlin, he still felt somewhat fatigued. His longing for Dana grew stronger in his heart. He wanted to find an opportunity to rest. But then he saw his second brother Arthur and his cousin Vilas approaching him. Elder brother. Arthur greeted him with a bow. Cousin, second brother. Cousin. Arthur handed Adam a cup of green plum wine and continued. Let's go for a walk. The young ladies today are simply too enthusiastic. I can hardly handle it. Adam smiled and said, I was just thinking the same thing. Let's go. Let others have a chance. Vilas also smirked slightly. What my 2 cousins said is very true. They walked together to an empty balcony. On the balcony, a gentle breeze brushed against them, bringing a refreshing coolness. The 3 stood by the railing, gazing at the distant twinkling lights of Merlin City. Elder brother, how many families do you think can achieve their wishes at this banquet? Arthur took a gentle sip of green plum wine and teased. Adam shook his head helplessly. Aren't gatherings among nobles always like this? Indeed, but it is still a pleasure to see so many beautiful young ladies, Vilas said with a smile. Adam smiled slightly and remained silent. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the distant lake, and he thought of Dana. By the way, elder brother, I heard from father that you were preparing to challenge the rank of senior Earth Knight. Is that correct? Arthur suddenly asked. Yes, the accumulation is already sufficient, and with the new dragon blood elixir developed by mother, it should not be a problem, Adam confidently replied. Then I congratulate my cousin in advance, Vilas interjected. If you can break through before this year's GOD, we can participate together. That would be wonderful. Cousin has already participated once, and it would be good for us to look out for each other this time. I will need you to take care of me then, cousin, Adam said excitedly. Vilas smiled brightly. The elders of the family will clarify everything that needs attention. Ultimately, the strength at the sky level will be the key to victory. We Earth Knights are only responsible for capturing slaves, plundering resources, and transportation. After all, the Domain Knights and Dragon Riders tend to restrain each other and rarely engage directly. 2 years ago, we went to the North Wilderness continent to raid the Orc tribes there and capture them for mining. The Crescent Moon Duchy acquired a medium-sized gold mine estimated to have plundered about 20 million gold coins worth of ore, and over 100,000 Orc slaves. But they were all sent to Star Island for mining. Arthur asked curiously, I wonder where we will go this year. Vilas shrugged. Only those decision-makers above the rank of Duke know the final destination. After all, if the news leaks, we might end up with nothing, or even be countered by the enemy. Even the Sky Knights only learn the final destination once they actually arrive. But according to tradition, they will definitely not go to the same place again. So this time there is a greater chance it will be the Semiga continent or the Irmu continent, Adam speculated. Arthur thought for a moment and said, I hope we don't go to the Semiga continent. After all, it is also the territory of the human race. Indeed, although Semiga is inhabited by both humans and barbarians, it is ultimately human territory and very backward, with resources not being abundant at all, Vilas agreed. Adam raised his cup, took a sip, and said, no matter where we go, we just need to be prepared for a big fight when the time comes. This world is fundamentally one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. As long as we stand opposite our enemies, we cannot afford to be merciful. That's true, Arthur echoed. With the strength of our 3 families, as long as nothing unexpected happens, we are sure to gain a lot. The 3 chatted casually for a while before deciding to return to the banquet hall. At that moment, a servant approached respectfully and said, Young masters, the Lord requests your presence. The 3 exchanged glances and followed the servant towards a corner of the hall. Their father Viscount Merlin, Uncle Viscount Tilly, and Uncle Viscount Tali were all present. Cousin Velos, Sam Dyken, and Aaron were also there. Father, uncle, father, uncle. The three greeted in unison. Cousin, younger cousin, cousin, younger cousin, cousin. Viscount Merlin nodded. The reason I called you here is that there is a matter to discuss with you. The Tali family is preparing to hold a hunting competition in Jiaoling in half a month. At that time, all the young members of the Viscount families and the three young masters of the Earl families will be invited to participate. This competition is not just a simple hunt. Many young members of families have reached the age for marriage, and many families will propose alliances. You are not young anymore and need to be prepared. Especially Vilaz and Adam, you as older brothers must set a good example. Indeed, when I was your age, Vilaz was already 2 or 3 years old. Young men should marry and young women should wed. How can you have no news at all? Uncle Viscount Tilly couldn't help but complain. Daikon and Aaron exchanged glances, then began to cautiously observe their older brothers, but the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl upwards, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Meanwhile, Sam's face turned red and he appeared exceptionally embarrassed and awkward. Why are you blushing? With someone like you, do you still naively believe any young lady would take an interest in you? Viscount Tilly spoke in a tone filled with mockery and disdain. Sam had always feared his father, and now being publicly reprimanded like this made him feel utterly humiliated to the point that his body began to sway. Arthur saw this and hurriedly stepped forward, placing a hand on Sam's shoulder, using his own cultivated fighting spirit to steady him. Then he spoke with righteous indignation. Uncle, regarding what you just said, I cannot agree. The most valuable qualities in a person are their good character, noble birth, profound knowledge, and elegant cultivation. As for appearance and strength, those are the least important factors. Cousin Sam, as the eldest son of a Viscount family, is not only knowledgeable, but also possesses noble character. Therefore, he should not endure such unfair evaluations and belittlement from you, uncle. Everyone present did not expect that Arthur would dare to confront an elder face to face to defend Sam, and for a moment the entire scene fell silent with not even a pin drop. You do have a cousin who knows how to stand up for you. That is your fortune, Viscount Tilly spoke again. However, if you could have even a tenth of his ability, I would also be worthy of the ancestors of the Tilly family. Viscount Merlin then spoke. Sam is still young, and Arthur has suddenly come to enlightenment in these past 6 months. It is never too late to educate him slowly. That is different. Arthur was originally outstanding among the younger generation, and it is not surprising for him to have a sudden breakthrough, but Uncle looked at everyone who began to use that look he disliked the most, and immediately fell silent. He secretly thought, Mother said that once someone looks at you like that, it is time to keep silent. Although Uncle Vitor Tillier was not the sharpest tool in the shed, he was obedient to his grandmother's words. At this moment, noticing the gazes of others looking at him as if he were a fool, he wisely kept his mouth shut. He quickly raised a glass of strong liquor, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go to cover his embarrassment, and exclaimed, the wine from the Merlin family is truly exquisite. Just then Uncle Tally approached Arthur with a glass in hand, and said, Arthur, you have indeed impressed us all in the past 6 months. Now that your Dragon's Nest Island is thriving, it is the perfect time to have more hands on deck. Why not let Sam come over to assist you? Who knows, being by your side might help him grow and change. Sigh, I truly have no way to handle him. I've tried scolding and beating him. I even invited a sorcerer from the semi-Gala continent to cast spells attempting to awaken the courage within him, but unfortunately it all proved futile. In my Tally family's ancestral language we say, I am the vanguard. Such a timid, cowardly, and gluttonous eldest son simply cannot bear the family's great responsibilities. Fortunately, I still have Deacon. Otherwise, Sam widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe that such words could come from his own father's mouth. He actually expressed in front of so many people that he wanted to disinherit his own heir. A wave of intense shame surged within him, accompanied by a torrent of anger, yet his cowardly nature felt like a heavy shackle tightly binding his throat and preventing him from uttering a single word. In that moment, Sam just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in or disappear from everyone's sight immediately. However, his body seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move, with the redness on his face becoming more pronounced, as if declaring to everyone his inner embarrassment and discomfort. All of this made him feel utterly humiliated. Just then his cousin Deacon could no longer bear to watch. He couldn't tolerate his brother enduring such humiliation. Without hesitation, Deacon reached out and tightly grasped Sam's hand, leading him away from this painfully awkward place. Aaron quickly followed suit. Arthur observed that his uncle remained as acerbic as ever, and it seemed he was already considering the possibility of replacing the heir. A sense of dissatisfaction and sympathy welled up within him. He felt that although Sam might not excel in combat, he had a passion for reading and was knowledgeable. With proper guidance and opportunities, he could perhaps showcase his talents in managing the territory. Thus Arthur couldn't help but say, Uncle Tally, everyone has their own unique traits and strengths. I believe that my cousin Sam may not be suited to become a powerful warrior, but he has a strong interest in books and possesses extensive knowledge. In terms of managing the territory, he should be capable. Just in time, my Dragon's Nest Island is currently in need of revitalization. I'll let Sam come to assist me. I believe my cousin will prove that he too has areas of expertise and pride. After speaking, he turned to the crowd, bowed, and then hurriedly chased after the direction where the others had gone. Seeing this, Viscount Merlin suddenly spoke up, children have their own fortunes. I think Arthur is quite right. Everyone possesses unique shining points. If we insist on forcing something, it might backfire and lead to failure. Let's just let everything take its natural course. Yes. As the saying goes, parents love their children, thus their plans are far-reaching. However, in the end, their future lives still need to be lived by themselves. Some things cannot be forced, truly cannot be forced. Uncle Tillier, who seldom spoke such philosophical words, made an exception today. After hearing this, everyone raised their glasses in agreement with Uncle Tillier's words. Seeing the praise from everyone for his earlier statement, Uncle felt increasingly satisfied and proud. Not long after, Arthur successfully caught up with Sam and the others, but the scene before him filled him with rage. At that moment, Deacon had been knocked to the ground, and a formidable Earth Knight was channeling his fighting spirit, brutally stepping on his back, rendering Deacon completely immobile. Meanwhile, his brother Aaron was firmly held by a Baron's son under the command of Viscount Weimer, unable to escape, no matter how he struggled. He could only shout loudly, "You all better stop, or my older brother and second brother won't let you off." As for Sam, he was currently being mercilessly restrained by two strong knight attendants. His plump body was tightly bound, unable to exert any strength. Although he lacked power, he could only watch helplessly as he was dragged step by step toward Charles. Sam felt filled with anger and unwillingness, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. For the first time, he regretted not practicing fighting spirit. One of the knight attendants restraining him kicked hard at Sam's knee pit, causing Sam to kneel on the ground, falling in a disheveled manner. All of this happened under the watchful eyes of many mid to high-level Earth Knights. These onlookers wore inscrutable smiles, seemingly delighted by the unfolding scene, as if watching a comical performance. Sam felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He clenched his teeth, widened his eyes, and glared at those mocking him. Yet what could he do against so many enemies? At that moment, he felt like a trapped beast, isolated and helpless. Charles' face was twisted with malice, his rough and thick hands like bear paws gripping Sam's chubby cheeks, tightly, veins popping, while he menacingly threatened, "You little bastard, recognize your place, and quickly kneel and apologize to Grandpa. Otherwise, Grandpa will beat you so badly that even your parents won't recognize you. How about this? Let's just slice off all your fat and feed it to the dogs, haha." Faced with such a brutal scene, Arthur remained silent, channeling the surging fighting spirit and magical power within him, a powerful force instantly gathering in his tightly clenched fists and strong legs. Arthur moved. The martial skill chasing the wind and riding the waves made him as fast as the wind and lightning. With a sudden explosive punch, he unleashed the Wind Dragon Whirlwind technique, striking fiercely at the high-level knight attendant restraining Aaron. With a loud bang, the unfortunate attendant was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing down heavily on the ground. Immediately afterward, Arthur's figure flickered as he leaped high into the air, his legs kicking out like a furious whirlwind, accurately striking the chests of the other two knight attendants pressing down on Sam. In an instant, these two fellows were also sent screaming and flying far away. Arthur moved like the wind and lightning, taking the initiative to strike with fierce moves instantly, sending three men flying. Following this, he unleashed the powerful energy within him, creating a violent wind vortex that swept the advanced Earth Knight Dickinder into the air. At that moment, Arthur's mount, the two-headed dragon Sparrow, howled as it circled above everyone's heads. It opened its fearsome jaws, and a torrent of scorching flames erupted, heading straight for the advanced Earth Knight, who had been blown into the air by Arthur. Although the advanced Earth Knight was caught off guard and swept up into the sky as a battle-hardened knight, he remained calm, quickly drawing his sword from his waist and executing the unique technique of the Weimer family Earth Smite. This technique not only draws endless power from the vast Earth, but also generates a powerful gravitational field that restricts the enemy's movements. However, at this moment, being suspended in midair significantly diminished the technique's power. Moreover, the wind and fire vortex unleashed by the two-headed dragon Sparrow was an extremely fierce magical skill. Thus, before he could safely land, he was already roasted to the point of being charred and fragrant. Accompanied by a piercing scream, he crashed heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. Charles, witnessing the scene before him, had his eyes nearly popping out as if his eye sockets were about to crack. His face was filled with rage as he roared at the top of his lungs, "What are you all standing there for? Get moving. You bunch of idiots, stop just watching and join me." Meanwhile, Charles quickly reached for the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist and forcefully drew it out. In an instant, a layer of armor as hard as rock armor suddenly appeared and tightly enveloped his body. This was indeed another unique skill passed down by the renowned Weimer family. When Charles stood firmly on the ground, this martial skill could maximize the combat aura within him, coalescing around him into an indestructible armor as tough as rock. With such powerful defensive capabilities, this martial skill is renowned within the entire Count's territory, difficult for enemies to breach. The numerous Earth Knights of the Weimer family quickly formed a neat formation, like a well-trained army launching a fierce attack against Arthur. Various attacks, fueled by combat aura, surged towards Arthur like a raging storm. Holding his sword, Arthur swung it fiercely, and the 12 waves roared like a surging tide rushing towards the enemy. The attacks from both sides collided, instantly producing a deafening roar. It was evident that in terms of individual combat power and combat techniques, Arthur was far ahead of his opponents. Notably, the technique he executed, named 12 waves, was not only immensely powerful, but each wave was also twice as strong as the last. Moreover, it was completely unafraid of chaos, effectively allowing it to handle both unknown and group fights. In addition, Arthur's combat aura surged like an unstoppable tide, crashing down on the enemy like an overwhelming force akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg. Faced with such a fierce and relentless onslaught, the low-tier and mid-tier Earth Knights were utterly unable to withstand it, completely powerless to retaliate. They collapsed like rice ears swept away by a raging wind, utterly disorganized. Even if a few high-tier Earth Knights barely held on, they could only grit their teeth and struggle against the overwhelming pressure. The two-headed dragon Sparrow took the opportunity to shield Sam, Dick, and Aaron behind it. Its two fierce dragon heads fixed their gaze on the battlefield, ready to strike at any moment. Not far away, the guards of the Merlin and Tully families rushed over. They immediately formed a battle formation encircling the Weimar family. To everyone's surprise, Arthur once again unleashed an astonishing technique, the art of solidifying water into ice. In an instant, countless sharp and icy icicles seemed to burst forth from thin air, easily piercing through the enemy's defenses with blinding speed. These icicles resembled a dense swarm of arrows carrying a bone-chilling coldness and tremendous lethality, catching the enemies completely off guard. Furthermore, the terrifying might brought by the 12 waves was like an invisible torrent, scattering the already weak enemies into disarray, leading to a complete rout. The scene descended into chaos, with the Weimar family's guards fleeing in all directions, looking utterly disheveled. Arthur's overwhelming strength shocked everyone, and his heroic performance became a brilliant highlight in this battle. At that moment, the guests who had been immersed in the joyous atmosphere of the banquet also noticed the unusual commotion. Their gaze was involuntarily drawn over, and they quickly gathered towards the scene of the incident. Arthur swung his sword to unleash the 6th wave of the 12 waves. Although Charles' armor was sturdy, he found it quite uncomfortable under the relentless attacks from Arthur. He had consumed a considerable amount of magic potions to advance to an advanced Earth Knight. His foundation was shallow, and he was not keen on training, so he was gradually unable to hold up. At this point, the more powerful Sky Knights simply soared into the air, especially the Sky Knights from the Weimar family, who rushed to the scene in a few strides. However, the Sky Knights of the Weimar family with anxious expressions were stopped by Baron West. "This is just a small scuffle between children, old man, you should not interfere." The Sky Knight of the Weimar family shouted angrily, "Humph! West, do you dare to stop me? Do the Merlin family wish to incite conflict between the two families? We specifically came here to attend your enfeoffment ceremony. Is this how the Merlin family treats its guests?" His words were filled with accusations and dissatisfaction towards the Merlin family. In the face of his questioning, Baron West showed no signs of retreat. On the contrary, he stood tall and spoke righteously. "When friendly guests come to our home, we naturally treat them with fine wine and delicious food. But if wolves break into the door, we will make them taste the severity of our Merlin territory." Baron West's voice was powerful and resonant, exuding determination and courage. As he spoke, Viscount Merlin and Viscount Tully also arrived. Viscount Merlin looked coldly at everyone present, exuding a powerful pressure. The knights below the sky were all suppressed by this pressure, struggling to breathe. Taking advantage of the moment, Arthur kicked Charles away. Charles' martial skill was instantly broken. Under tremendous pressure, Arthur swung his fists towards Charles' annoying face. Arthur was not completely subdued by the pressure exerted by Sir Merlin. This was greatly related to the cultivation technique he practiced and the dragon pearl he possessed. His fighting spirit and magical power both contained the might of a dragon. This allowed him to offset the overwhelming pressure from most strong individuals. However, others were not so fortunate. They were unable to channel their fighting spirit under the immense pressure from Sir Merlin. Thus, Arthur, already in an advantageous position, did not show mercy. In no time, he had knocked down the remaining opponents. Charles in particular was beaten into a pulp by Arthur's fists. At this moment, Sir Merlin finally spoke. "Enough, Arthur." Seeing his father intervening, Arthur had no choice but to stop, leaving a massive footprint on Charles' face with his last kick. "Who can tell me what is going on? How dare you cause trouble at my Merlin family's banquet? Are you tired of living?" The overwhelming aura of Sir Merlin brought immense pressure to everyone present. Sam's courage, which had just been ignited by humiliation, was suddenly scared away. Dickon was seriously injured and trembling with humiliation and anger. In the end, it was his brother Aaron who stepped forward. At that moment, Aaron's face, flushed with anger, also showed a hint of grievance. "Father, the situation is like this. After leaving you with my two cousins, we came here. Cousin Sam was feeling a bit down, so Dickon and I tried to console him." Who would have thought that Charles and his group overheard and started mocking Cousin Sam with many words that were hard to bear. They repeatedly insulted the Tully family. To defend the honor of the Tully family, Cousin Sam became agitated and spoke quite harshly. Who would have thought that Charles would become angry and command his subordinates to attack us, trying to humiliate Sam and Dickon severely? Fortunately, our second brother arrived in time, or they would have succeeded. But Cousin Dickon was still severely injured. Dickon, somewhat dazed, pondered, "Am I seriously injured? It must be that my younger cousin underestimated my anger and thought I had been beaten badly." He then tried to adjust his breathing, wanting to explain to his cousin. Seeing this, Aaron understood what he intended and immediately signaled the approaching guards to take him away. However, they were still stubborn, actually ganging up on our second brother. This is truly excessive. Their vicious methods are indeed disgraceful. If it weren't for our second brother's formidable strength, I can't imagine the consequences. Charles, hearing Aaron's words, was immediately unconvinced. "You were talking nonsense. It was that fat pig who spoke disrespectfully. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Your second brother was also ruthless towards us, relying on his cultivation. I did not. Don't slander me." Charles, having been beaten into a pulp by Arthur, was now speaking fluently. His hurried and agitated words, however, were pronounced incorrectly, causing those around him to stifle their laughter. At this moment, Arthur spoke up. "Bear in mind, you bear of the Weimar family. You led your hounds to attack my brother and my cousin in my Merlin family castle. This is a blatant provocation against both the Merlin and Tully families. I do not care whether your actions stemmed from a moment of stupidity or if you deliberately insulted our two families relying on the might of the Weimar family. If you cannot give us a satisfactory answer today, I won't hesitate to leave behind the limbs of your hounds that dared to offend my family as fertilizer for flowers." The white-beard Sky Knight of the Weimar family chuckled coldly. "The Merlin family is quite arrogant. You are just a newly conferred baron's second son. How dare you act so ruthlessly against the heir of the visiting viscount? Shouldn't you be the one to give us, the Weimar family, an explanation? Such hostility at a young age is certainly not a good sign. Sir Merlin should discipline you properly." Baron West, blocking his path, laughed heartily. "Old dog, I see you've lost your mind, trying to flaunt the Weimar family's might in our Merlin castle. Have you eaten too much bear gall? Did you grow an extra bit of courage compared to others?" At this moment, the nearby Baron Palantir also chimed in. "It's not a big deal to grow some dog gall, but having a poor brain can be quite disgusting. A servant who raises bears who luckily advanced to a Sky Knight can only manage to hold a position as a thug. How could he possibly think of himself as someone important? It's truly laughable." Arthur didn't expect the suave Baron Palantir to have such a sharp tongue. This truly proves that one cannot judge a person by their appearance. There's truth in those words. Baron East also appeared behind the Sky Knight of the Weimar family. The three barons formed a triangle surrounding the Sky Knight of the Weimar family. The Weimar family's Sky Knight, realizing the situation, began to feel fearful. Although he was a Sky Knight, he was the weakest of them, over 60 years old, and still at the initial level with signs of power degradation in recent years. On the other hand, the several barons in front of him were all at the level where they could advance to intermediate. He couldn't handle even one, let alone three. Additionally, Sir Merlin was a high-level Sky Knight. Count Tully was also at the intermediate level. Thus, the white-beard Sky Knight of the Weimar family no longer put on a brave front, saying, "Currently my Weimar family heir is seriously injured, so I will take my leave first." He added, "Afterward the Weimar Viscount will certainly come to apologize in person," and intended to slip away with Charles. Sir Merlin deduced the course of events from the words of several people, and then spoke. "I do not care what your purpose was for coming to my Merlin castle. Guests are guests, and we have not neglected any of the guests present today. However, those who dare to act against my family and relatives, I will not let it go easily. Of course, I will not hold this against you youngsters. I will personally seek an explanation from Bale Weimar. However, you old dog dare to act arrogantly in front of me, and you must be punished." As soon as Sir Merlin's words fell, he instantly swung his sword, unleashing a sword energy straight towards the Sky Knight of the Weimar family. The Sky Knight of the Weimar family was unable to withstand it. The second wave of energy brought him crashing down from the sky, heavily smashing into the ground. The flat stone surface was cracked from the impact. Count Tully waved his sword, and several spikes erupted from the ground beneath the white-beard knight, instantly piercing him with several bloody holes. With a scream, the white-beard knight fainted. Sir Merlin and Count Tully exchanged a smile before leaving together. At that moment, Uncle Tillier, who had just arrived, followed them. After all, ground knights do not have the speed of Sky Knights. His older brother arranged for his subordinates to take the white-beard Sky Knight of the Weimar family away for medical treatment. The knight of the Weimar family, knocked down by Arthur, was also subdued by the guards. Arthur, while flexing his hands with cracking joints, walked towards Charles. Charles, frightened, kept retreating. Every cell in his body screamed for him to stay away. Seeing Charles' terrified expression, Arthur, who had lost the mood to tease him, spoke directly. "Now let's discuss the compensation issue." "What compensation?" Charles asked, confused. "What? You beat someone and disrupted my baronial banquet. Shouldn't you compensate me? If you dare to say no, I will break one of your legs." Charles trembled in fear and asked, "What kind of compensation do you want?" Arthur smiled. "No rush, let's take our time discussing it." After saying this, he had the guards escort Charles back to his residence. Arthur walked ahead with his head held high while Charles was dragged along like a lamb led to slaughter by the guards beside him. Despite the overwhelming reluctance in his heart, Charles had no other choice at this moment, for those who were supposed to protect him had long since become captives along with the powerful Sky Knight. He could rely on no one now. He stumbled forward, being pulled along by two guards. Upon reaching the room, Arthur took a refreshing glass of juice from Tom's hand and elegantly took a sip. This was Arthur's habit. He preferred not to drink alcohol like others, but rather enjoyed beverages and beast milk. Holding the drink, Arthur leisurely sat in the main seat of the sofa, turning to Jerry and gesturing. "Jerry, quickly pour a glass of fine wine for young Master Weimar to calm his nerves. Please take a seat, Charles." After saying this, he instructed Charles' guard to bring him to the front of the sofa, then suddenly thrust him towards the sofa opposite Arthur. Caught off guard, Charles stumbled and fell heavily onto the sofa. He shot a fierce glance at the guard, who had already calmly stepped back to the entrance. At that moment, Jerry approached Charles with a glass of red wine, placing it on the coffee table in front of him before stepping aside. Arthur's lips curled into a smile as he slowly raised his glass, gesturing a toast to Charles across the empty space, then tilted his head back to finish the remaining juice in one gulp. "Charles, I must admit your Weimar family does possess some strength and has gained the favor of the Earl. However, this does not grant you the right to act recklessly before the Merlin family. Since you are so foolish and arrogant as to challenge the dignity of the Merlin family, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Understand this, if we truly decide to take action against you, even executing all of you, I doubt the Weimar family and Earl Augustus could say anything. After all, everything is your own doing. Arthur's voice was as cold as frost, and the pressure it conveyed instantly thickened the atmosphere in the room. So if you want to return unscathed, you'll have to pay a price that satisfies me. Charles gritted his teeth and remained silent. He knew the current situation favored Arthur. He could not afford to provoke him further. Reluctantly, he asked, "What price do you want me to pay?" Arthur lounged lazily on the sofa, stroking his chin, his gaze icy as he looked at Charles, and said, "I do not wish to make things difficult for you. After all, we are all young nobles. How about this? You only need to compensate me with 100,000 gold coins plus 500 craftsmen, and I will ensure your safe return. Of course, the compensation your Weimar family owes the Merlin family cannot be compared to this. What do you think?" Upon hearing Arthur's words, Charles felt an uncontrollable rage, but he forced himself to calm down, bowing his head in thought. Charles raised his head, looked at Arthur with a determined glint in his eyes, and said, 100,000 gold coins and 500 craftsmen is too much. I absolutely cannot provide that. At most, I can offer 50,000 gold coins and 200 craftsmen. A cold smile appeared on Arthur's lips as he mocked Charles. Do you really think you have the leverage to bargain with me? What I am asking for is already the minimum requirement. If you refuse, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Arthur slammed the cup in his hand down onto the coffee table. Tom quickly stepped forward to take the cup away and replaced it with a glass of plum wine. Charles took a deep breath and calmly said, "Arthur, do not go too far. I am willing to compensate you with 70,000 gold coins and 300 craftsmen. This is my bottom line. If you are still not satisfied, then we have nothing more to discuss. At worst, we can both suffer." Although the Merlin family is strong, it has not yet reached the point of being able to dominate all the noble families on Augustus Island. The Merlin family has never aspired to dominate everything. Arthur scoffed. "But do not forget that according to the noble territorial regulations, having accepted the fine wine and food from my Merlin family, you are obliged to adhere to the rights of guests and must not do anything detrimental to my family. Yet you openly violated the guest rights by attacking my family and relatives. According to the laws of the continent, you could be executed on the spot. Moreover, the Weimar family must provide a satisfactory answer to my Merlin family. Otherwise, all of us from the Merlin family can summon all nobles to strike against you." So Arthur said with a teasing tone, "Which do you think is more important, your life and body, or the compensation?" Charles' face turned extremely ugly. He knew Arthur spoke the truth. If it really escalated to the point where all nobles united against them, even the Weimar family would find it difficult to bear. And at that time, he would surely face a miserable fate. Finally, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, "All right, I can agree to your conditions. But you must guarantee my safety and that of my subordinates. You cannot make things difficult for us again." Arthur revealed a smug smile, stood up, and patted Charles on the shoulder. "This is indeed a wise choice. I believe the Weimar family will receive your message soon. Your compensation and craftsmen must arrive. Before they do, I hope you will not try any tricks. As long as your compensation is in place, I assure you that you will not be harmed during this time." With that, Arthur waved his hand, instructing the guards to take Charles to the guest room and to prepare pen and paper, as well as a communication raven. Charles silently stood up, his eyes filled with resentment. Arthur was indifferent to this, and as Charles walked out the door, he said, "Remember, everything you have suffered is your own choice, and I am willing to bear all the consequences of my actions." Charles clenched his fists, secretly vowing that one day he would make Arthur pay a painful price. Meanwhile, after Arthur settled the compensation matter, the crowd in the banquet hall gradually dispersed. Soon communication magical birds were released, and the events of the night spread throughout Augustus Island. 2 days later, the compensation gold and slave craftsmen from Charles arrived early at Merlin City. Arthur arranged for Eric to take people to transport the gold and craftsmen back to Dragon Roost Island. A day later, Viscount Weimar arrived at Merlin City with 50 members of his Black Bear Knight team. The Black Bear Knights of the Weimar family were all at least intermediate Earth Knights. Among them, there were also 10 advanced Earth Knights, all riding intermediate magical beasts known as bloodthirsty black bears. Accompanying them were 3 Sky Knights, one of whom was a burly old man who was already an advanced Sky Knight. From the aura they exuded, they appeared to be even stronger than Viscount Merlin. The group moved with great momentum, storming into Merlin City and drawing the attention of passers-by who stepped aside. Viscount Merlin, Viscount Tali, and the accompanying Sky Knights flew in from the air. Arthur rode a 2-headed dragon sparrow, leading 2 feathered sparrows behind him. Viscount Merlin stood in midair, looking down with a cold laugh, and spoke first. "Bear, what do you mean by this? Bringing so many people to storm into my Merlin City, are you trying to provoke the Merlin family?" Viscount Weimar replied with a gloomy expression, "Aristotle, don't spew baseless accusations. Since my son had an incident in your Merlin territory, what is wrong with me bringing soldiers here?" "Knowing that you can't read well, didn't the scholars by your side read our letter to you?" "Indeed, like father, like son." Equally arrogant and domineering, Viscount Tali agreed. The burly high-ranking Sky Knight saw this and stepped forward using his combat aura, saying loudly, "Gentlemen, we have come to Merlin City purely to resolve the conflict. I hope you will not misunderstand. This show of force is merely to demonstrate our respect for the Merlin family. If you are apprehensive, we can station our troops outside the city. Only I and Viscount Weimar will enter to negotiate and resolve this misunderstanding. What do you all think?" Viscount Merlin felt a hint of respect for the elder in front of him, since Senior Biden has said, so there is naturally no issue. Please come in. After saying this, he led everyone down from the air, mounted the crimson blood horse prepared by his guards, and guided Biden and Viscount Wyma towards Merlin Fort. Arthur still maneuvered the dragon sparrow circling in the sky. Viscount Wyma sized up Arthur for a few moments and disdainfully said to Viscount Merlin, "Is that your second son?" "The recently rising genius Arthur Wright. I heard your son tamed a two-headed dragon sparrow, quite impressive." However, young people often think that a bit of talent allows them to be arrogant and domineering. Little do they know how many geniuses fall along the way. I advise you, Viscount Merlin, to be strict in disciplining him. Viscount Merlin frowned slightly and replied, "When it comes to raising children, my Merlin family does have some insights which could provide some reference for Viscount Wyma. Parents who love their children should plan ahead. One cannot be too indulgent, otherwise if they raise a waste who causes trouble everywhere, it is better to end it directly. To avoid harming others as well as oneself," Viscount Tully echoed. Having a disobedient child is indeed a misfortune for the family. I deeply understand this. Sometimes I really want to resolve it once and for all. But thinking about it, while Sam is indeed fat and weak, he is still quite worry-free. Unlike some children who are foolish as pigs, yet remain unaware. If such a wretched child were to inherit the family business, I see it would be doomed sooner or later. Viscount Waymoth's face turned sullen upon hearing this, but he did not erupt in anger. He was well aware of the strength of Viscount Merlin and the others. Making a move here would not benefit him, so he remained silent. Biden and Viscount Merlin rode side by side, chatting and laughing. The Merlin family's reputation is indeed well-deserved, even though the season of plum blossoms has passed. But this aura of the entwined dragon and soaring snake is still quite charming. No wonder they produced the renowned Qingmei magic potion. Viscount Merlin humbly replied, "It's just barely acceptable. The red date magic potion from the Wyma family is truly well known." The two engaged in friendly banter, making Viscount Wyma and Viscount Tully feel a bit sour. Fortunately, the group soon arrived at Merlin Fort. In the castle hall, Viscount Merlin sat at the head. Adam and Arthur stood beside Viscount Merlin. The Wyma family sat on the left side, while Viscount Tully and the waiting Viscount Tillier sat on the right. The young masters of the Tillier and Tully families stood behind their fathers. Several barons from the Merlin territory sat at the lower end. As everyone arrived, the servants immediately presented fine wine and fruit snacks. Mr. Olson, the butler, personally poured wine for everyone. Biden got straight to the point and said, "Viscount Merlin, regarding Charles' misconduct after drinking at Merlin Fort, our Wyma family also feels sorry. But after all, young people can be impetuous. It's not uncommon for them to lose their composure after drinking. We have all been young once, and sometimes disputes of pride are inevitable. I hope both lords can forgive him this once, considering we are all under Count Augustus." Viscount Tully said in a low voice, "You speak lightly, as if the insult was not to your son. As a dignified heir of a Viscount family, to disregard the rights of guests and injure the host and relatives, such evil deeds cannot be easily forgiven." Biden Wyma did not regard Viscount Tully with any seriousness. "Does Viscount Merlin also think so?" Viscount Merlin paused for a moment and said, "This matter is indeed Charles' fault, and the Tully family is the direct victim. Though I do not wish to see the Merlin family and the Wyma family become enemies because of this. However, if we cannot provide the Tully family and the Merlin family with a satisfactory answer, some matters must be addressed, even if they are undesirable." Biden was not surprised that if he had the chance, he would also bite off a piece of flesh from the opponent. But facing the knife at his own throat was a different matter. "Then what do you think should be done, Viscount?" Biden inquired. Viscount Merlin glanced at Viscount Wyma and slowly said, "I can let this pass, but the Wyma family must publicly apologize and provide sufficient compensation to the victims. Charles and those participants, after compensating according to the standards for the redemption of prisoners of war, may leave." Prisoners of war. Viscount Wyma was about to erupt, but seeing his uncle's cold gaze, he forcefully swallowed the words that followed. Biden knew this demand was a bit excessive, but the situation was stronger than the individual. He could only helplessly continue to negotiate. According to the redemption standards for prisoners of war, the ransom for Sky Knights and family heirs needs to be paid in spirit gems. This is a bit too much. After all, we have had hundreds of years of friendship, and adhering to this standard truly hurts our sentiments. Viscount Merlin remained unyielding. Friendship is one thing, but rules are rules. I have already made a significant concession. Furthermore, Charles openly attacked at my Merlin Fort banquet. If this gets out, where would the Merlin family's face be? Viscount Tully also pressed on. Although my Tully family is small and weak, we are not people who can be easily trampled on. My eldest son may be weak, but if your Wyma family thinks it can step on my Tully family's face now, it will only be over my dead body. If it weren't for being in Merlin Fort, I would swear not to let this go with your Wyma family." Viscount Wyma wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Biden. "All right, I represent the Wyma family to agree to your conditions. I hope that after this matter our families can turn hostilities into amity." Viscount Merlin smiled and raised his wine cup. "That is natural, as we are all Viscounts under Count Augustus. With our territories bordering each other, peaceful coexistence is beneficial for everyone." After agreeing to the conditions, the atmosphere among the crowd became much more relaxed. Only Viscount Wyma wore a face of resentment. Biden paid him no mind and began discussing the specific details of compensation with Viscount Merlin and Viscount Tully. Finally, after a tug-of-war negotiation involving Viscount Merlin, Viscount Tully, and Biden Wyma, several families finally reached a consensus. The Wyma family would compensate the Merlin and Tully families with a small sprite each in exchange for Charles and the Whitebeard Sky Knight. 3 senior Earth Knights ransom was 1500 gold coins plus 3 sprite insects. 7 intermediate Earth Knights ransom was 700 gold coins. 10 junior Earth Knights ransom was 3000 gold coins. The servants and attendants were simply returned to the other party. Since the territories of the Merlin and Wyma families were adjacent and the distance between their main cities was less than 100 kilometers, Viscount Wyma sent someone to fetch the ransom as soon as the negotiations concluded. At noon, Viscount Merlin hosted a banquet for Viscount Wyma and his entourage. Charles and his subordinates who had been guarded and imprisoned were also released. Charles and the Whitebeard Sky Knight stayed to attend the banquet, while the others were sent to the temporary residence of the Wyma family outside the city. Viscount Merlin instructed his eldest son Adam to lead several of his cousins to deliver wine and delicacies to them, accompanied by a few senior Earth Knights. On the surface, everyone appeared amicable, like old friends reuniting over drinks. Only Viscount Wyma and Charles had faces that resembled constipation as they silently downed their drinks. Charles was even more like a startled quail, too afraid to make eye contact with his father and uncle. He had not only been humiliated by Arthur, but also lost a considerable amount of his private assets. It seemed he would have to tighten his belt for a while. The key was that he had caused such a significant mess, he could only wonder what punishment awaited him upon his return. His father, Viscount Wyma, had 3 wives and over 10 sons. Although his mother was the legitimate wife, she was not favored and relied entirely on her status as the daughter of the Augustus family to maintain her position in the Wyma family. It was precisely for this reason that he, as the eldest son, held an unshakable status. But now with such an incident, he could only wonder how those other women and his damned younger brothers would stir up trouble. Just thinking about this gave Charles a headache. Viscount Wyma occasionally shot glances at Charles, and seeing his cowering demeanor only fueled his anger. Suddenly, he found himself disliking the son, who usually resembled him the most. Biden, catching sight of the tense atmosphere between father and son, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Looking at the talented offspring from the Heir and Merlin families only heightened his worries. Although the Wyma family possessed considerable strength, with formidable martial skills and secret arts. Thanks to the magical potions produced by the family's red date sprites, the household was prosperous and many had achieved success in cultivation. Yet whether due to the family's cultivation methods or the side effects of the red date potions, most members of the Wyma family were impulsive and foolish. They belonged to the type of people who were physically strong but mentally simple. On the battlefield, they were excellent at charging forward, but they were ineffective in managing their territory and family. Now in his 60s, though it was not uncommon for Sky Knights to live over 100 years, he still had decades to oversee the family. However, a family with no successors was the greatest taboo. It seems I must choose some young children to keep by my side for nurturing when I return. With several surrounding families teeming with talent, this was quite unfavorable for the future development of the Wyma family. Biden Wyma thought to himself, subtly sizing up Adam, Arthur, and Vilas. He was brewing something in his heart. Arthur and Sam sat close together, occasionally whispering to each other. Since Arthur had stood up for Sam a few days ago, and had taught Charles and his underlings a harsh lesson, the 2 cousins from the Tully family had become friendly with Arthur. Arthur also frequently encouraged and acknowledged Sam, which made Sam grow even closer to him. Viscount Tully was also pleased to see their relationship developing. Thus Arthur's demeanor towards Sam had improved a bit in recent days, though not by much. Biden raised his wine glass and seemingly sincerely said to Viscount Merlin, Viscount Merlin is truly fortunate. His children are all ambitious and exceptional, truly a dragon among men. This truly makes me envious. Especially the young masters of the Merlin family, each one outstanding. Their character and talents are equally matched, making it hard to choose who is stronger or weaker. Especially your second son Arthur, who at such a young age has already been granted the title of Baron, and I see his cultivation has even surpassed that of the eldest son. This truly shows that he is better than the previous generation. Biden's seemingly sincere demeanor made it hard for anyone to find fault. But to others it naturally invited comparisons between Adam and Arthur. That cunning old man. Arthur secretly scoffed. With just a few words he aimed to stir up conflict between the brothers Adam and Arthur. If it weren't for the strict family traditions of the Merlin family, he might have succeeded. Arthur adjusted his clothes, stood up, and performed a shallow bow, saying, Senior, your praise is unwarranted. The Merlin family's traditions are rich and rigorous with a proper order of seniority. We do not judge based on strength alone, but on character and hierarchy. Thus I am far inferior to my elder brother. Moreover, we are from the same mother, unlike the offspring of certain families who are separated by birth and are accustomed to plotting against each other. Biden's originally smiling face momentarily stiffened, but he adjusted himself before others noticed. Still wearing a kind, grandfatherly expression, he said, See, I told you Viscount Merlin's second son is remarkable. Such brotherly respect is truly admirable. I am certain he will soar to great heights in the future, perhaps even winning a Viscount title for the Merlin family. Biden's exaggerated performance even made Daikon and Aaron start to scrutinize this seemingly amiable old man. This old man seemed a bit extraordinary. Viscount Merlin remained non-committal and said lightly, Every generation has its own blessings, but whether they become dragons or crouching tigers is their own fortune. As long as they do not violate the traditions of the Merlin family, they are all my good sons. After all, there are only so many members in the Merlin family, and each one must be educated with care. Unlike families with many offspring who do not need to worry too much, after all, even among the less capable one, can still select a pillar to support the family. Viscount Tully also smirked, slightly activating his sharp tongue. One good child is enough, a pile of useless ones like bears is of no use at all. Arthur's uncle Viscount Heir also agreed this statement is correct. The wild boars in the Austin Mountains run rampant, but they can only be prey for fierce beasts. Biden Wyma continued without changing his expression. What you all say is quite true. Although the Blinken family may not have many members, they continually produce talents, and even a baron like Baron Brown has emerged from their lineage. This is also a good story. Arthur couldn't help but sigh. This old guy really had some eloquence. The entire luncheon proceeded under a facade of tranquility. Yet it was actually spent amidst turbulent undercurrents. After the banquet, Viscount Wyma led the majority of his troops back to the Wyma family, leaving only Biden and a few personal guards to complete the ransom transaction. After seeing off Viscount Wyma, Viscount Merlin arranged for Biden and his guards and attendants to stay at the guest castle. Viscount Merlin, Viscount Tully, and Viscount Tillier gathered with the male heirs of their families in Viscount Merlin's study. In a good mood, Viscount Merlin specially had his servant open a bottle of cherished Qing Mei wine for everyone to taste. I'm in a good mood today. This is a 50-year-old Qing Mei wine, rich in flavor and abundant in spiritual energy. It has a pure effect on the fighting spirit of Sky Knights. The younger generation should only take a small sip. Otherwise, be careful of the fighting spirit going berserk. Hearing this, everyone was quite excited, as aged Qing Mei wine is a fine aid for cultivation. Moreover, its taste is crisp and sweet, a renowned wine, and one of the Merlin family's trademarks. The ever-wine-loving Viscount Tillier was the happiest, downing a cup in one gulp. Refreshing. When it comes to fine wine, apart from the Moon God wine from the Duke of New Moon and the Dragon Tongue wine from the Star family, none can compare to your Merlin family's Qing Mei wine in flavor. Although Viscount Merlin felt quite pleased, he still feigned modesty, saying, "This is all thanks to the Great Spirit Mei Sha of the Plum Blossom." Every family's Great Spirit has its unique aspects. Take your family's Rose Great Spirit, for example. The Golden Rose Potion is among the top potions. Many of the Great Spirits in the earldoms can't compare. Viscount Tully felt somewhat uncomfortable. Great Spirits are the foundation of a family's legacy. Since the death of the Tully family's Rosewood Great Spirit, we haven't been able to nurture a new one for decades. Now that the family is in decline and the descendants are not ambitious, the future looks bleak. Thankfully, there are two families related by marriage to support us, preventing us from being bullied by outsiders. Seeing him like this, Viscount Merlin hurriedly comforted him. The three of us are interconnected. We rise and fall together, so we should naturally look out for and support each other. Although nurturing great spirits is challenging with the Tully family's foundation, I believe it will happen soon. After all, how many Rosewood little spirits does your family have? Eventually one will surely succeed in advancing. Vilas and Adam sat together chatting while savoring the rare fine wine. Adam was on the brink of a breakthrough, so after drinking he felt invigorated, his fighting spirit eager to surge. He believed he was not far from breaking through. Although Deacon and Aaron were still young and had advanced to knight attendance, their foundation was insufficient, so they only drank a small cup before going to the side to practice their skills. Even Sam cautiously sipped the wine in small amounts. He had been a knight attendant for a long time, although he had not yet advanced to intermediate, his fighting spirit was still robust. So even though he didn't dare to drink much, after trying it sip by sip, he felt fine. Sam, after Wayma's compensation arrives, I will return to Longxi Island. Is there anything you need to prepare? Adam quietly asked Sam. Sam quickly put down his wine cup and scratched his head. I don't have anything to prepare. I haven't been to many places. Usually I just go to the High Court or come to Merlin Castle. So I don't know what to prepare. Adam thought for a moment and said to him, you can have a servant prepare your favorite books and daily necessities. Just bring your personal male servant and a few guards. Nothing else is needed. Sam felt awkward. I should prepare some gifts, and since my cousin is willing to help me, I must show my gratitude. Adam laughed. We don't talk about that among relatives. But everything on Longxi Island is just starting. You can bring more things you like to avoid difficulties in finding them there. Sam nodded quickly. What you said makes perfect sense, cousin. I must prepare more local specialty foods and spices from Jiaoling. I can't live without them. Adam said helplessly, as you wish. You can have someone collect some seeds. You can plant them on Longxi Island later, and then you won't have to worry. That's a great idea. Sam immediately began considering what he could bring. He appeared quite thoughtful, giving off a somewhat wise impression. Sky Knights have exceptionally keen hearing, and Viscount Tully seemed to have overheard Sam and Adam's conversation, giving Sam a hard glare. He reached out to summon a servant and whispered instructions in his ear. After a while, the servant left, presumably to complete the tasks assigned by Viscount Tully. The next morning, the compensation from the Wyma family arrived. 250,000 gold coins. The Merlin family received 150,000, and the Tully family received 100,000. 3 spirit bugs. The Merlin family kept 1 red date spirit bug. The Tully family kept 1 elm spirit bug suitable for the mountainous terrain of Jiaoling. The remaining apple spirit bug was given to the victim Sam. For the 2 little spirits, the Merlin family chose the duckweed little spirit, leaving the wheat little spirit for the Tully family. This was because the Merlin family had a wheat little spirit which was in its prime. The two little spirits from the Wyma family were both nearing the end of their lifespan. They could only live for another 10 years if they couldn't advance to great spirits. The duckweed little spirit produced duckweed that wasn't even a potion, it was quite an unremarkable spirit. Looking at the lethargic duckweed little spirit, Arthur surprisingly saw a stubborn, unyielding sparkle in its eyes and couldn't help but speak up. Father, I think this little spirit isn't worth much, why not let her be traded to me? I can help the family tame a pair of sparrows. Without the slightest hesitation, Viscount Merlin directly handed the duckweed little spirit to Arthur. No need for an exchange, your contributions this time are considerable, so consider it a reward for you. However, I see that your Longxi Island has exceptional white horses that could supply the family with a batch. You won't be shortchanged in price. We also need your grass, as the family lacks magical herb pastures and relies entirely on purchases from other families. Now that Longxi Island has devil grass and magical corn, it saves us a lot of trouble. Arthur naturally had no issues, after all he wouldn't use it all up himself, and supporting the family while accumulating some wealth was a good thing. After distributing the compensation, everyone held another family gathering. After the gathering, Grandma and Uncle Tillier along with cousins returned to the High Court. Before leaving, Grandma found Arthur and gave him a storage ring containing a large amount of magical potions and supplies worth no less than 200,000 gold coins. Grandma, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Alina held Arthur's hand and said, Child, although your surname is Merlin, in my eyes you are no different from Velos and the others, you are all my good children. This is my own private stash, and I have prepared something for all of you kids, so you don't need to refuse. I only hope that you will remember my kindness, and no matter what happens in the future, you kids can support each other and maintain this bond of kinship. Life is hard in this world, and true feelings are rare. You are a smart child, you should understand Grandma's heart, right? Arthur, seeing Grandma, usually humorous and witty, showing such an emotional side for the first time, couldn't help but feel a bit teary. He then said earnestly, Grandma, don't worry, my cousins are also my family. I, Arthur, will definitely support them and share both honor and disgrace. Alina, hearing Arthur say this, felt very pleased. She lovingly stroked Arthur's head and softly said, Good, you are all my good children. Arthur ultimately accepted his grandmother's gift, as familial bonds are hard to refuse. This was not merely a token of affection from an elder to a junior, but a legacy of family ties. Arthur himself placed great importance on family. In his past life, he was born into a large family with a harmonious atmosphere. Now he was fortunate to encounter another family that valued kinship. This could be considered his good fortune. Moreover, he finally possessed a spatial ring. This ring had a capacity of over 10 cubic meters. It could hold quite a number of items, providing a place for his precious belongings in the future. Spatial rings are rare magical artifacts requiring the space-imbued sky void stones crafted meticulously by powerful mages. Each ring is worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and they cannot simply be bought with wealth. The Space Sacred Dragon ranks second among the 12 sacred dragons. It wields control over spatial power, and no records exist of it being tamed. The existence of these dragons is only substantiated by the discovered sky void stone mines in this world. Currently, the discovered deposits of sky void stones are mostly controlled by kingdoms and empires. Only families with the rank of Count and above have the channels to obtain them. Several of his grandmother's spatial rings were brought as a dowry from his family, the Augustus family. The Tillier family, being the foremost Viscount family on Augustus Island, has inherited multiple spatial rings. Each direct descendant of the family can wear one. The Merlin family, in comparison, has far fewer, only possessing 6 rings, 2 of which are ancestral heirlooms. One ring belongs to his father and grandfather. One is his mother Vinia's dowry, which she uses herself. Another is owned by his elder brother, gifted to him by their grandmother at his commingafage ceremony. One belongs to his sister, bestowed by their grandmother during her commingafage ceremony. The last one is the only remaining dowry of their grandmother, which she uses herself. Everything here has settled down, as the guests who gathered for Arthur's enfeoffment and commingafage ceremony have gradually departed. As they came to celebrate Arthur's commingafage and baronial ceremony, the guests prepared numerous gifts for him, most of which were local specialties, potions, exquisite fabrics, and fine weapons. In the past few days, Arthur also met with childhood friends several times. However, most of them are knights and vassal descendants of the Merlin family, so their interactions are no longer as carefree as in their youth. This is an unavoidable reality. Once people reach a certain age, they become bound by the rules of the world. Arthur's relationship with them is constrained by status and hierarchy. They hold only respect and loyalty for Arthur, and their childhood friendship can no longer exist. Perhaps in the future it will only be a relationship of superior and subordinate. Several baronial families from the Merlin family also bid farewell. The daughters of these baronial families gifted Arthur various embroidered items and pouches. On that day, Emma also came to say goodbye to Arthur. She held a beautiful jade box in her hands, her ears slightly reddened, as she gently said, Arthur, this is a commingafage gift I prepared for you. I hope you don't dislike it. Arthur smiled and replied, the box looks so exquisite, how could the gift inside not please me? With that, he intended to open it and take a look. Emma immediately stopped him, saying, no way to open it until you return to Dragon's Nest Island. Arthur felt a bit curious, but respected her wishes. Seeing that Arthur listened to her, Emma secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued, the Moon Goddess Festival is soon. You will return to Merlin Castle to celebrate with your family, right? Arthur nodded, saying, yes, according to the Merlin family's tradition, the Moon Goddess Festival must be celebrated with family. After all, it is the most important festival in the New Moon Principality, symbolizing family reunion. Emma nodded, her tone slightly forlorn. Indeed, family reunion is more important than anything else. If possible, after the Moon Goddess Festival, I wonder if I could visit Dragon's Nest Island. I still remember the beautiful scenery there. I have always wanted to go. Arthur naturally welcomed this, so he replied, of course you are most welcome. Although Dragon's Nest Island is currently in disarray, its scenery has indeed improved from before, and you will not regret visiting. Emma immediately broke into a radiant smile upon hearing this. Then it's settled. It'll trouble you when the time comes. We will take our leave now. After saying this, she performed a graceful bow. Arthur returned the gesture, saying, it is no trouble at all. Miss Emma's presence is a blessing for Dragon's Nest Island. I shall await your arrival with great anticipation. Emma, accompanied by her maid and guards, mounted the unique white elephant of the Eileen family. She turned back to wave at Arthur before departing. The 8 high-level magical beast white elephants, seemingly slow, but actually moving swiftly, exited Merlin Castle. Standing nearly 5 meters tall and resembling white jade, they immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Arthur watched until they vanished from sight before retracting his gaze. He returned to his room with the jade box, soon sending off his uncle's family, and Viscount Tully also took his leave. Before leaving, however, he dispatched someone to retrieve several carts of supplies from Jiaoling. Most were local specialties and some spice seeds, along with a large number of books. It seems that Viscount Tully was not entirely indifferent to his eldest son, perhaps he merely displayed harshness out of excessive disappointment. Finally, Viscount Tully left 2 personal male servants and 5 junior Earth Knights to accompany Sam to Dragon's Nest Island to be at his disposal. On the morning of August 4th, Arthur set off towards Dragon's Nest Island by land, accompanied by Sam and their personal male servants and guards. Since his sister insisted on accompanying him, Arthur had no choice but to set off towards Dragon's Nest Island with his guards and the convoy carrying supplies. As it was a rare visit to Merlin City, Arthur procured a large quantity of supplies here. A grand convoy of over 100 carts made its way west along the South OS Avenue. The South OS Avenue stretches from Dosting City at the easternmost point of Augustus Island to the westernmost point at West City. It passes through the territories of Fairwood, Blinken, Brown, Eileen, Wyma, and Merlin in order from east to west. At Merlin Ridge, it divides the flat and fertile Leclia Plain in two. To the north lies the direct territory of the Merlin family, while to the east the OSI River serves as a boundary, beyond which is the Golden Delta ruled by Arthur's uncle. To the northeast is the West OS Avenue, opposite to which is the territory of the Tully family. The northwest boundary is delineated by Lake Leclia and the Regelia River. To the north lies the territory of the Tillier family. The southern boundary up to the east Leclia River is also the direct territory of the Merlin family. Both sides of the South OS Avenue within Merlin's territory are flat and fertile lands leading to a dense population and a serene pastoral landscape. This road could also be considered a scenic tour. A day later, the group arrived at a small town called Cross Inn. South AUS Avenue and Leclerc River intersect, here forming a unique and significant geographical location, the nexus of land and water traffic in the Merlin territory. This special site not only boasts outstanding natural advantages, but is also highly valued by the Merlin family due to its strategic importance. The Leclerc River here is deep and wide with gentle flowing waters and numerous tributaries, making it ideal for ships to navigate and dock. Thus, the Merlin family initially recognized the potential of this land and established a trade transit station, leading to the rapid construction of numerous bridges. Large docks and warehouses were also built in concentration, and a fine inn was established at the crossroads. As time passed, this inn gradually grew and became a popular resting place for travelers and merchants. Word of mouth eventually led to it being called the Crossroads Inn. To this day, the once small inn has disappeared, replaced by a vibrant and bustling hub town. Though not overly large, this small town is well-equipped. Various shops line the streets, dazzling with a multitude of goods. Crowds bustle about, some busy with their livelihoods, others enjoying the good times of life. A laughter and joy echo through the streets, adding a touch of warmth and harmony to the town. Moreover, the natural scenery surrounding the town is equally breathtaking. The crystal-clear waters of the Leclerc River flow gently, with green trees and flourishing flowers lining the banks, resembling a beautiful painting. In the distance, the mountains rise and fall majestically, offering endless space for imagination. Living in such a picturesque environment, the residents feel a sense of joy and contentment. Shops abound and ships and caravans come and go without ceasing. The town's dock can accommodate over 1,000 cargo ships at once. Sea vessels laden with goods from Yallison Port transit here, distributing cargo to the entire island of Oscus. Families from the western regions of Oscus also transport goods here before sending them out by sea. Arthur and his sister Yallison rode side by side, exchanging insights on their cultivation journeys along the way. Arthur has also taught his sister the 12 waves technique, an advanced version of the 9 waves technique from the Merlin family. Both the speed of cultivation and the power of combat skills have significantly improved. This is of crucial and epoch-making significance for the entire Merlin family. After all, in a world where strength reigns supreme, cultivation techniques and martial skills are the foundation of a family's legacy and survival. Upon arriving at the crossroads in town, Arthur planned to stay for 2 days. Firstly, the scenery is beautiful, allowing for some leisure, and secondly, to wait for the cargo ship. Tom and Jerry had already set out with Yallison's command to summon the fleet in Yallison City. After all, Arthur was carrying a large volume of goods, and the upcoming water route would require several large cargo ships. Sister Sam, let's spend 2 days here. It will take time to summon the cargo ship, anyway. Sam naturally had no objections. He now enjoys being by Arthur's side as there is no pressure and they can discuss their favorite books, which gives him affirmation and encouragement. This made Sam wonder if Arthur had been switched. His attitude was too different from before. Yallison, however, casually remarked, I'm fine with it, but the scenery here is indeed nice, and the commercial atmosphere is quite rich. Moreover, goods from all over gather here. We can have a good look around and see if we can discover something interesting. Then it's settled. Oh, let's find a place to rest. As Arthur spoke, he began looking around. A tavern named Wildcat caught his attention. This tavern is not on the main street, but situated by the river with half of the building constructed over the water. Its unique style is unlike the solemn architecture of the Merlin territory, possessing a certain natural charm reminiscent of the elven race. The entire tavern is built around several giant rainbow eucalyptus trees. Rainbow eucalyptus trees can often grow over 100 meters tall, with diameters reaching 10 meters. Due to their rapid growth, the outer bark often cracks and falls off during their vigorous growth phase, revealing colorful trunks inside. Like a vibrant rainbow, this tavern is constructed primarily from rainbow eucalyptus, wood supported by living rainbow eucalyptus trees. Thus it appears dazzling and colorful, attracting attention. Arthur instructed his guards to temporarily store the goods at a nearby dock, before leading everyone into the tavern named Wildcat. Inside the tavern it was already bustling with people filled with noise. A wandering bard softly strummed the strings while singing, a comical jester energetically performed various ridiculous acts. Wandering merchants whispered and exchanged secrets. Melancholic mercenary knights drowned their sorrows alone in drink. Several flamboyantly dressed women weaved through the crowd, flaunting their charm in hopes of finding today's benefactor. The tavern's owner, with skin as fair as snow and eyes as bright as an elf's, directed the servers with precision. Arthur and his party settled in a quiet spot, close to the river surface. The server immediately rushed over enthusiastically. Hello, esteemed guests. What would you like to order? Our tavern offers exquisite wines from around the world, including the green plum wine from the Merlin territory, the rose beauty from the Tillier family, the red date wine from the Weimer family, and the sorghum wine from the Eileen family. We have renowned wines from nearby islands, and even the moon god wine and dragon's tongue wine can be reserved. Of course, our tavern's exclusive brew rainbow wine is the most popular and can only be found here. The rainbow wine has an amber hue with a spectrum of colors, possessing the ability to wash the marrow and impart a sense of magic. Anyone who has tried it has praised it. Would you like to give it a try? Arthur and Sam were both hearing about this rainbow wine for the first time. Arthur instructed the server to bring a pot for each person. He also ordered one of each of the tavern's signature dishes. Now financially independent and relatively well off, he was not stingy. Arthur looked at his sister curiously and said, "This is my first time hearing of the famous rainbow wine. Is it really that extraordinary?" Yallison quietly explained, "Indeed, as he said, it has extraordinary effects. Our father personally sought to purchase it years ago. However, there is a high-level sky knight as the owner behind this tavern who resolutely refuses to sell it externally. Later they settled down here, and our family did not interfere with this tavern." I see. Hearing her sister say this, Arthur became even more interested in this tavern. Soon the server brought the food and rainbow wine. Arthur lifted his wine glass towards his sister, and Sam sang, "Since this rainbow wine is extraordinary, let us savor it today." After saying this, he poured a glass and drank it in one go. Arthur immediately felt a refreshing current flowing through his organs and limbs. His cultivation level, which had been forced to rise due to the dragon pearl, had stabilized and become much purer. His perception and absorption of natural energy had indeed improved. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This truly is a rare good wine." Sam, with a rosy complexion, let out a comfortable groan. "This magical rainbow wine is amazing. I feel incredibly refreshed, as if many impurities have been expelled from my body. My fighting spirit seems to have improved significantly." Yallison, who had consumed it before, simply closed her eyes, savoring the joy brought by this fine wine. "Have you heard? Recently, a group of elusive thieves has emerged, targeting merchant ships, carrying magic potions, precious herbs, and gems." "No way. The Merlin family has stationed many experts here. Who would dare to pull the tiger's whiskers?" Someone immediately retorted. Arthur overheard the conversation from the table next to him and was somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but think, since someone dares to stir up trouble in the Merlin family's territory, they will be unfortunate when they encounter me. Of course, the Merlin family is not ignoring this matter. In fact, they have exerted all their efforts to track down these despicable thieves, but they are just too cunning and no clues have been left behind so far. All the victims who suffered losses have, without exception, never witnessed the true faces of these thieves. This has left the knights of the Merlin family, who are responsible for guarding, at a loss. How strict the patrols have been recently, yet there have still been no results. This is indeed strange. In my opinion, this group of thieves must be individuals with exceptional skills. If not, how could it come to this? It has already been more than half a month, yet no one has been able to detect even a trace of their presence. Such methods are certainly beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals. What you say is not without reason, but even if their cultivation is profound and unfathomable, daring to oppose the Merlin family would likely not end well for them. After all, the strength and reputation of the Merlin family are well known throughout this land. Indeed, in the entire western region of Augustus, the Merlin family, the Tyrell family, and the Tully family are closely intertwined, and there truly is no one who can benefit from their combined forces. The speaker was a bard who lowered his voice and said, I heard that a few days ago the Weimer family was severely humiliated by the three major families. Even Biden Weimer took action personally. Is that so? Of course, I just came from Merlin City, and the news will spread quickly. I personally witnessed the Weimer family pulling in several carts of compensation just to regain their family heir and subordinates. Moreover, the tavern is indeed the fastest place to hear news. Arthur and the others sat here for less than an hour and learned about the major and minor events of the Merlin territories. From the reasons behind the conflicts among various families to the romantic escapades of noble women. Not to mention the natural and man-made disasters that have struck various regions and the popular songs of the day. Arthur finished the last sip of rainbow wine and said to his sister, Our timing is perfect, we can just happen to meet this group of thieves. But why haven't I heard anyone reporting the situation here to the family? Alison also found it strange, but she had some insights. The one guarding here is a newly appointed Sky Knight from the family tryst, and the news is still kept confidential. It is very likely that my father will confer him as the new Baron after this autumn's D. I think he must be trying to solve the matter by himself in order to prove his capabilities. Arthur understood upon hearing this. That makes sense. He cannot easily expose his strength, so he can only arrange for his subordinates to investigate thoroughly. Perhaps he has already devised a plan. Let us not interfere for now. Alison also agreed. Then let's pretend we don't know anything. After all, we will be staying here for 2 days, so we can just keep an eye out. Arthur saw that everyone had finished their rainbow wine and asked the waiter to bring several more jugs for everyone. Since it's not sold outside, I should be able to buy it in the tavern, right? Everyone ordered dozens of jugs in total, estimating they would spend over 30,000 gold coins. This delighted the tavern attendant as he would receive several gold coins in rewards. This would be enough for a family's expenses for half a year. Such generous customers are quite rare. Typically, they would only taste a few jugs. Finally, the landlady personally came to greet Arthur and the others politely. Greetings, gentlemen and miss. Thank you for your patronage. I will give you a 10% discount on today's consumption as a token of my appreciation. Arthur discreetly observed the landlady before him. She appeared graceful and exuded an ethereal aura completely unlike the ordinary women mingling in taverns. Arthur sensed that this landlady likely possessed at least the strength of a high-level Earth Knight. However, strangely, he couldn't detect any trace of fighting spirit or magical power from her. Instead, there was a strong and astonishing vitality along with a fresh and vigorous spiritual energy that seemed to emanate from plants. Could it be that she hails from another continent? Arthur couldn't help but wonder. It's known that this world consists of 5 vast continents along with numerous large islands and minor continents. Indeed, there exist many cultivation methods that are entirely different from fighting spirit and magic in these places. As far as Arthur knows, orcs revere shamanic doctrines and mysterious totemic secrets. The elven race is famous for its unique priestly systems and outstanding warrior cultivation. The barbarian tribes excel at refining their bodies through runes, while the beastmen possess unique bloodline secrets passed down through their ancestry. As for the demon race, they master the elusive and profound blood magic. All these bizarre and ever-changing paths of cultivation combine to create this splendid and fantastical otherworld. Faced with such a complex world, infinite yearnings surged in Arthur's heart along with anticipation for the future. Perhaps one day he too could set foot on those magical lands and explore their mysteries. Just as Arthur was lost in thought, the landlady spoke again in a crisp voice. I hope you esteemed guests won't find it amusing. Although our little tavern offers a variety of fine wines, our stock is indeed limited. Especially the materials needed to brew rainbow wine are quite scarce. As it stands, there isn't much left in the tavern today. If you truly have a fondness for it, perhaps you could come back another day to try it. For today, how about we sample some of our other fine wines? As soon as she finished speaking, the landlady casually took a colorful and crystal-clear wine bottle from one of her attendants. This is a treasure I have personally kept for many years. The 7-colored brew, please savor it well. Immediately after, a group of attendants skillfully brought out exquisitely crafted crystal wine glasses and placed them on the table. The landlady personally poured the 7-colored brew into the glasses and handed them one by one to Arthur and the others. The effects of this 7-colored brew are indeed impressive, at least dozens of times stronger than ordinary rainbow wine. I wonder how you esteemed guests feel about it. Arthur raised his glass and took a gentle sip. Instantly, a rich and mellow aroma spread across his palate, a fragrance that seemed to penetrate deep into his soul, intoxicating it. Good wine. A rare good wine. Arthur couldn't help but exclaim. The others also chimed in, praising the 7-colored brew endlessly. The landlady displayed a satisfied smile. I'm glad you all enjoy it. This wine was quite difficult to procure, and I usually wouldn't part with it. Arthur smiled slightly. Such excellent wine must have some special origin, right? There's no way to find the ingredients for such a fine product on the nearby islands. The landlady's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect you to understand wine so well. The 7-colored brew indeed has quite a story. She paused, beginning to recount the tale. It turned out that this 7-colored brew was made from a rare 7-colored flower. This flower only grows on a distant, mysterious island. This 7-colored flower blooms only after the first spring rain of each year, and only when a rainbow appears. Once the rainbow disappears, the 7-colored flower withers away. Therefore, one must remain on the island every early spring waiting for the first spring rain and the rainbow, and pluck it at the first opportunity. Sometimes it can take several years to find it, so it is indeed quite rare. Moreover, that island is fraught with danger. Not only are there powerful monsters guarding it, but also harsh natural conditions. Only the bravest and luckiest individuals can find the seven-colored flower and bring it back for brewing. Such a precious wine is truly a rare sight. The proprietress took the magical token with a look of surprise and thanked. So it's Lady Alishan. What a pleasure to meet you. Our little shop's ability to operate here is largely due to the kindness and generosity of the Merlin family. The Merlin family is known for their compassion and wisdom, treating their subjects well. This is what allows outsiders like us to live and work here in peace. Then I shall accept this token. When the new season's rainbow wine is ready, I will certainly inform everyone, and we shall enjoy it together then. Ha! Arthur lightly touched his nose, yet an unusual feeling surged within him. The rainbow wine he secretly hid in his storage ring was unexpectedly becoming a bit warm. However, considering the situation, he did not feel there was anything wrong after all he had paid for it. As for whether the shop was truly out of stock or just employing a clever marketing strategy, he had no way of knowing. Seeing the proprietress personally intervening, Arthur naturally felt it inappropriate to ask again, but by a stroke of luck he got to taste the even rarer seven-color brew. This marvelous drink was indeed astonishing. After just a sip, Arthur noticed that the realm he had forcibly broken through not long ago had become even more stable, and his perception of magic grew increasingly acute. The most significant change was in Sam, who after drinking the seven-color brew showed signs of a potential breakthrough. Moreover, his body and mind felt considerably lighter. His body began to sweat profusely, and with it a strange odor and impurities gradually emerged. Everyone present was a cultivator, and their senses were naturally sharper than ordinary people. They quickly noticed Sam's condition. He immediately felt a wave of shame. Although he often faced ridicule and disdained, the fact that he was emitting an odor in public was quite embarrassing. Thus he became fidgety, unable to sit still. Seeing this, Arthur quickly settled the bill and got up to leave. The group exited the tavern. Arthur addressed the group. You all go to the inn and rest well. I will head to the dock to check on the goods from Dragon's Roost Island. After all, with thieves rampant recently, my cargo contains quite a bit of magical potions. It would be troublesome if they set their sights on us. He added, losing items is one thing, but if it happens on the territory of my Merlin family, it would be quite embarrassing. How can merchants feel at ease trading here in the future? Sam naturally agreed, as he only wanted to return and take a hot shower. He felt quite unpleasant right now. Although the others did not show it, their deliberate avoidance of facing him said it all. Alishan nodded and said, all right, we will settle in at the inn first. You can join us after you handle things on your end. She then instructed Arthur. By the way, I noticed that the proprietress must have long seen through our identities, which is why she brought out the seven-color brew to interrupt your sneaky act of hiding her rainbow wine. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would likely have been thrown out of the tavern. Be cautious when you get to the dock. A chaotic place like that can lead to conflicts. After all, this is the territory of my Merlin family. Oh, we must not leave a bad impression. Arthur replied helplessly. Got it, sis. Don't worry, I know my limits. They'll be off now. You all settle in first. Once I've arranged everything at the dock, they'll come find you. Saying this, Arthur summoned the two-headed dragon sparrow soaring in the sky to land. Arthur mounted and flew towards the dock. Watching Arthur depart, Alishan shook her head and said, sigh. Although he possesses strength and skill, he still acts so childishly. Sam admired Arthur's retreating figure and remarked, cousin is truly brilliant and formidable. That two-headed dragon sparrow is so impressive. Arthur rode the dragon sparrow over the dock, causing quite a stir among the crowd below. After all, mounts like the two-headed dragon sparrow were not common. Especially with the dragon sparrow's two heads resembling fierce dragons, it easily reminded people of the world's most elite creature, the dragon. Arthur found his personal guards, who had already secured a warehouse. The hired convoy had also settled their fees and left, leaving only 15 night-level personal guards waiting there. Arthur had brought 20 night-level guards with him this time. Eric had escorted 5 of the goods away. Arthur surveyed the area and found no vulnerabilities. He then took out 2 jars of rainbow wine from his storage ring to reward his personal guards. He instructed them, recently a group of elusive thieves has appeared in this area, operating at night, mainly targeting magical potions and various cultivation resources. So you all must remain alert during the night. Yes, my Lord Baron. Arthur checked the surroundings once more, confirming there were no issues, and then secretly set up a defensive formation before leaving with his beast. Arthur sat on the back of the dragon sparrow, closing his eyes to carefully feel the energy fluctuations of the small town. Though not large, the town had over a dozen areas with energy levels reaching that of high-level Earth Knights. There were also several areas at the sky level. However, as soon as Arthur sensed them, he withdrew his awareness, fearing he might inadvertently provoke someone. After all, probing into others without cause is considered quite rude and offensive. Arthur began to scout the surrounding mountains and rivers. Although the nearby landscapes were beautiful places with magical energy fluctuations were quite rare. However, this area was already densely populated, and who knows how many years it had been developed. How could there still be valuable magical creatures left? Yet the large river did host quite a few low-level aquatic magical beasts. This was likely an important resource for the locals. After all mountains, rivers, and mineral resources in the Merlin territory belong to the Merlin family. No one is allowed to take them without permission. Otherwise, the Merlin family has the right to deal with anyone caught for theft. In this world, theft and poaching are considered as serious as murder. Many free citizens in the harsh noble territories have been reduced to slaves after being branded with theft or poaching crimes. The Merlin family has stationed dozens of Earth Knight-level warriors at the Cross in not only to maintain normal trade order and collect taxes, but also to safeguard local resources, to prevent anyone from obtaining them without permission. Arthur spent over 2 hours scouting the 10-kilometer radius around, and apart from discovering some low-level magical beast groups, he found nothing else of value. Just as Arthur was about to return to the inn, he sensed a powerful magical fluctuation from a sandbar in the middle of the river. Arthur did not act recklessly but quietly left to regroup with his sister and the others. This sandbar was small and did not seem like a place that could accommodate thieves. Instead, it was more likely that magical beasts were lurking there. From the energy fluctuations, it seemed to be at the sky level. Although Arthur had a sky-level mount, he could not act impulsively. If he startled it, it would be fine if he could handle it, but if an accident occurred, the nearby residents would suffer. Magical beasts have a strong sense of revenge. Since it had settled here, without harming the surrounding people, Arthur did not wish to trouble it. Arthur rode the dragon Sparrow racing towards the inn like the wind. The small town was not far from the inn, merely a few miles away. In the blink of an eye, Arthur had arrived above the inn. After safely landing in the inn's courtyard, he headed straight towards his sister. At this moment, Alyssum had already refreshed herself and looked completely new. Having shed her dashing knight attire for splendid noble garments, she indeed exuded a unique queenly aura. Arthur briefly recounted the general situation to her. Upon hearing this, Alyssum immediately took it very seriously. Your analysis is correct. That small islet cannot possibly harbor thieves. The most likely scenario is that there are magical beasts residing there. However, given our current strength at the Earth level, facing magical beasts from the sky level poses considerable risk. In my opinion, we should seek assistance from Trister. Arthur nodded in agreement, saying, What you said is indeed true, sister. What puzzles me is why Trister, as a sky knight, did not notice such powerful magical beasts lurking so close by. After all, with the power of a sky knight, this should be impossible, right? Alyssum hesitated upon hearing Arthur's words. What do you mean? Arthur replied affirmatively. This magical beast has a connection to Trister. If that's the case, then things have become complicated. Alyssum frowned slightly. Regardless, we cannot stand by and do nothing. After all, the Cross Inn is an important trading town for our family. Arthur's gaze was resolute. The siblings ultimately decided to first find Trister to see if they could obtain any clues from him. However, when they arrived at the town's military station, they discovered that Trister was not there at all. You say Trister has been gone for a few days, while bandits are rampant here. Alyssum looked incredulously at the Earth Knight left behind. Yais, Baron Alyssum. After the theft incident occurred, Trister led us in a thorough investigation, but found no useful clues. At first he was quite anxious, but suddenly one day, he told us he had matters to attend to outside, and left a message for us to continue strengthening patrols. He would address everything upon his return. Arthur's heart sank. It seemed the situation was developing in the worst possible direction. Sister, we should return. It seems we cannot be of any help here. Arthur then told the Earth Knight left behind. You must immediately report the situation here to Merlin Castle. The knight on duty seemed uncertain. What? Are my words not effective? Although you report directly to Commander Trister, the situation here should have been reported to Merlin Castle in a timely manner, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long to resolve. Do you not know the bad impact this period has had on the Merlin family's reputation? Alyssum was also furious, her presence commanding as she spoke each word with intensity. Now immediately set off to report the situation here to my father, Viscount Merlin. Do you understand? Alyssum's cultivation had already surpassed the advanced Earth Knight level, and although she had not reached the sky level, she was not someone an ordinary Earth Knight could withstand. Several Earth Knights left behind were nearly gasping for breath under her pressure. One of the mid-level Earth Knights immediately knelt on one knee and said, I will set off for Merlin Castle right away and personally report this matter to Lord Viscount. Please do not worry, my lords. Arthur looked at the Earth Knight for a few seconds and said, Good. What is your name? I am Lester, an orphan raised by the Merlin family. The Merlin family has shown me great kindness. I see. In that case, Lester, I will personally write a letter detailing the situation here for you to deliver to Lord Viscount. Lester stood up and bowed, immediately preparing pen, ink, and paper for Arthur. Arthur briefly outlined the situation and handed the letter to Lester. He instructed, If Lord Viscount inquires about the details, you must report truthfully. Also inform Lord Viscount that my sister and I will not leave until this matter is resolved. Yes, Lord Arthur. After handling this, Arthur and his sister left and headed towards the inn. Sister Alyssum furrowed her brow and asked Arthur, Brother, what do you think is going on with Trister? If it weren't for him growing up in the Merlin family and being loyal for so long, I would suspect he has betrayed the family. Arthur's expression also turned slightly solemn as he replied, He may not have betrayed, but he has certainly placed his own interests above those of the Merlin family. At this moment, Alyssum felt as if a fly was stuck in her throat, unable to spit it out or swallow it down. Seeing his sister in distress, Arthur comforted her. This is not hard to understand. He is already a knight at the sky level. Naturally, the focus of his life should be on establishing and developing his own family. This is not unreasonable. Our Merlin family is also under the command of August. Surely he cannot truly place their interests above our own family. Not harming their interests is already considered loyalty. Upon hearing this, Alyssum finally alleviated the frustration in her heart and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to see so clearly at such a young age. I truly view you in a new light now. Arthur replied calmly, such is human nature, it is not difficult. It's merely a matter of perspective. Many things are hard to understand from one's own perspective. But if you try to analyze and understand from the other person's standpoint, you will find it easy to comprehend that person. After saying this, Arthur pretended to be profound and said, in truth, society is quite simple. It is the human heart that is complex. It is difficult to discern whether a person is good or evil, as the human heart resides within the body, intangible and invisible. One should not only look at the surface, the heart is the most important. In friendships, one should not consider interests. Character is the key. In this world, the hardest thing to predict is the human heart. The most indifferent is also the human heart, and the most moving is also the human heart. The essence of the heart is humanity, and the origin of humanity is the principle of heaven. If one can fully express the heart of humanity, then one can fully express its nature. Hence, only the most sincere people in the world can fully unleash their humanity and the principle of heaven. What is life? Is it not a kind of cultivation? Ellison was momentarily stunned by Arthur's words, but quickly reacted, punching him hard. At such a young age, where did you learn this old-fashioned talk? You should think about how to solve the current problem first. With Arthur's teasing, Ellison's mood completely turned around. She couldn't help but secretly despise herself. At my age, I still haven't seen through human nature as clearly as my younger brother has. The brother and sister chatted and laughed all the way back to the inn. Cousin Sam had been waiting for a long time. He had just enjoyed a long and satisfying hot bath for 2 full hours, finally cleaning himself thoroughly. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Sam felt as if he had lost quite a bit of weight. Next, under the attentive service of his personal male servant, he changed into brand new noble attire. As expected, the clothes felt noticeably looser on him. The male servant beside him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, young master, you finally slimmed down. Arthur gazed at Sam, who looked entirely different, and sincerely exclaimed, it seems this 7-colored brew is truly remarkable. Cousin, you look spirited and full of energy. You must be close to a breakthrough in your cultivation, right? Sam still wore his honest and simple smile, scratching his head as he replied, yes, I do feel like I could break through at any moment. That feeling is indeed wonderful. Oh, in that case, let's seize the momentum and break through. With your current accumulation, it's more than enough. There's no need for excessive honing. While speaking, Arthur took out a precious bottle of dragon blood elixir from his storage ring and handed it to Sam. This is the dragon blood elixir from Dragon Roost Island, very effective for breaking through realms. Come, it'll provide protection for you. After saying this, the two returned to the room where Sam was staying. At this moment, Arthur quietly stood to the side, silently guarding, while also preparing a series of potions to assist in the breakthrough. Without hesitation, Sam swallowed the invaluable dragon blood elixir and immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, focusing intently on the unique cultivation technique passed down through his family, immovable rock. Before long, the fighting spirit that had been dormant within Sam's body suddenly erupted like a volcano. To everyone's surprise, he effortlessly broke through the bottleneck that had troubled him for so long as a mid-level night attendant. It had been 3 full years since Sam had broken through to night attendant status. Although this achievement may seem somewhat lacking compared to most young heirs of noble families, for Sam, achieving such a breakthrough was already quite remarkable. After all, Sam's aptitude for fighting spirit was rather poor. This time, thanks to the effects of the 7-colored brew and the dragon blood elixir, he was able to break through in one go. Moreover, Sam could clearly feel that his fighting spirit was flowing much more smoothly now, unlike before when it was sluggish. This made him feel invigorated. He stood up, wanting to thank Arthur, saying, thank you, Cousin Arthur. Otherwise, I would have thought I could never break through in my lifetime. Arthur smiled and patted him on the shoulder. No need to be so formal among relatives. You have encountered a good opportunity. Cherish the changes it brings and focus on your cultivation from now on. Yes, I will listen to you, cousin. Sam nodded earnestly, his eyes finally beginning to show some confidence. After Sam's breakthrough, Arthur reserved a table at a nearby tavern to celebrate. Everyone joyfully enjoyed a lavish feast. During the meal, Arthur couldn't help but sigh at the effects of the 7-colored brew, saying, this 7-colored brew is indeed extraordinary, but it's a pity that I cannot control it myself. Sister Ellison disagreed, saying that belongs to someone else. As a member of the Merlin family, we cannot resort to strong-arm tactics. There are countless good things in this world. If one cannot control their greed, it will surely bring calamity. Brother, you must not let greed take hold, understand? Arthur was merely speaking casually, so he clarified, sister, don't worry, I was just saying that. But I wonder if I will have another chance to taste the flavor of that 7-colored brew. Sam suddenly spoke up, cousin, the Wildcat Tavern is right there. Are you worried you won't be able to taste it? After all, this is the territory of the Merlin family. If it were under another lord, as long as one has the desire, wouldn't the things in their own territory be up for grabs? Territory. Up for grabs. Arthur suddenly caught on to an idea from Sam's words. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind on how to deal with that group of cunning thieves. After the meal, Arthur deliberately selected 2 night attendants from among many of his personal guards whose strength was on the verge of breaking through. Then he personally led these 2 into the warehouse where the goods were stored. Upon entering the warehouse, Arthur unhesitatingly took out several bottles of dragon blood elixir from his storage ring and handed them to them, instructing them to take them during their breakthrough. Next, Arthur began to employ his knowledge of formations to carefully set up a layout in the warehouse. Although he lacked the key material, the 7-colored conch pearl. He still cleverly used ordinary magic power pearls as substitutes, successfully constructing a simplified version of the star-gathering formation. Despite the fact that this formation's effectiveness could not compare to the original, it still gathered energy inside the formation several times denser than the surrounding environment. Once everything was ready, night fell. Arthur and his sister rode the dragon sparrow soaring above the clouds quietly, awaiting the arrival of the group of thieves. As time passed, the 2 night attendants in the warehouse sensed that the moment for breakthrough had arrived. Without hesitation, they swallowed the precious dragon blood elixir and sprinkled a potion prepared according to Arthur's instructions on the magic power pearls used for the formation. In an instant, the energy within the formation surged again, and the fighting spirit within the 2 night attendants also surged violently. Their strength rapidly broke through the bottleneck, successfully advancing to the mid-level knight attendant realm. It is worth mentioning that they had only trained for a mere 6 months, yet their achievements surpassed many noble youths. The momentum generated by this breakthrough was quite tremendous, and all those cultivating nearby could clearly feel the powerful energy fluctuations. Especially the aroma of the dragon blood elixir wafting through the star-gathering formation, which was irresistible to low-level magic beasts. Consequently, the low-level magic beasts in the Reclia River were drawn in and began to converge towards this direction. As more and more low-level magic beasts smelled the fragrance of the dragon blood elixir, many aquatic magic beasts could not reach the shore and became agitated, starting to attack each other, causing the scene to gradually descend into chaos. The passing ships were caught off guard by the sudden chaos of the magic beasts, but fortunately these were low-level magic beasts posing little threat to them. With their guards, they could easily handle it. The personal guards guarding the warehouse pretended to go deal with those magic beasts that could crawl onto land while secretly surrounding the warehouse. Seeing this scene, Arthur's lips curled slightly. He knew that the fish would soon take the bait. Sure enough, in the distance, a magic beast the size of a house dog appeared. With a rabbit's head, a deer's body, and a huge tail that flapped continuously, it raced over swiftly. Arthur's eyes lit up as he whispered to his sister, "It's coming." Alyssa also saw a dark shadow approaching quickly from a distance. What kind of magic beast is this? It doesn't look big. Arthur activated his perception skill, and although the night made it hard to see clearly, he could still perceive the general situation of the magic beast. It looks like a flying house dog. Huh, what is that? Before long, the magic beast appeared above the warehouse. Seeing the guards entangled with those low-level magic beasts, it couldn't help but excitedly bark, "Woof woof." Alyssa couldn't help but laugh. It really is a flying dog. The magic beast circled around the warehouse for a while. After realizing there was no danger, it dove headfirst into the warehouse. Seeing this, Arthur's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile, as he cheerfully said, "Finally, it's our turn to strike." Without hesitation, he issued a charge command to the dragon sparrow through the Beastmaster mark. The dragon sparrow, receiving its master's order, instantly unleashed its powerful strength, spreading its wings and racing forward at an astonishing speed. Compared to the flying dog they encountered earlier, the dragon sparrow, as a high-level magic bird, was much faster. It tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, reaching the top of the warehouse in just a few blinks. At this moment, the magic beast in the warehouse was feeling extremely frustrated. Looking at the empty warehouse, although it was filled with rich energy, it could not cultivate peacefully here. Just when it was at a loss, it suddenly saw a massive 2-headed magic bird following closely behind, entering the warehouse. This sudden change terrified the magic beast, and it immediately turned around to flee desperately. However, the star-gathering formation was originally designed to trap enemies. Moreover, the 2-headed magic bird before it far surpassed it in both strength and speed, leaving the magic beast feeling hopeless and overwhelmed with despair. With the light from the warehouse, Arthur and Alyssa finally saw the true form of the beast before them. It resembled a mouse, entirely snow-white, with ears and a tail in vibrant colors. Its head was like that of a rabbit, its body akin to that of a deer, making sounds similar to a dog's bark, and it could fly using its tail. This beast is called the ear mouse, and it was quite adorable. It is said that the ear mouse can resist all poisons and excels at treasure hunting. It is a rare pet. With the star-gathering array in place and the strength of the dragon sparrow, Arthur had little difficulty in taming it using the Beastmaster technique. After taming the ear mouse, Arthur dismissed the star-gathering array. The gathered energy quickly dissipated and the beasts retreated. However, many beasts were left behind by Arthur's guards. The knights responsible for the town's security also collected the beasts they had slain from various merchant caravans. Those who wanted beasts could purchase them with gold coins. Before long, the dock returned to normal. Arthur's guards properly handled the captured beasts and stored them in the warehouse, preparing to transport them along with other goods. The local security team soon arrived to report to Arthur and Alyssa about their gains from the day. Arthur learned through the Beastmaster mark that the elusive thief was his new pet, the ear mouse. Seeing its adorable appearance, Arthur gave it a name, Fuzai. He did not disclose the situation of Fuzai to anyone else. He only informed the local security team that the bandit problem had been resolved. As for how they would explain it to their superiors or inform the public, Arthur did not concern himself with that. Alyssa felt a pang of envy upon seeing that Arthur had so easily tamed a high-level beast. Thus she spoke with a tinge of displeasure. "I heard from father that you have good luck and are skilled at taming beasts. At first I thought it was just your good fortune. It seems, my dear brother, that you have quite a few secrets. You managed to tame such a high-level beast so effortlessly. Arthur smiled, slightly unfazed by Alyssa's tone, and gently stroked the ear mouses for saying, "If sister likes it, I can tame one for you the next time we encounter one." Alyssa let out a light snort. "Do you think high-level beasts are so easy to come by? But seeing how capable you are, I have an idea." Arthur asked curiously, "What idea?" Alyssa's eyes sparkled with cunning. "Don't forget, my lord the Count, that every year there is a hunting competition held in the Austin Mountains. How about you help your sister tame one then?" Arthur's lips curled up in a confident smile as he agreed. "All right, it's a deal. However, my dragon sparrow from Longxi Island is also exceptionally magnificent. Sister could exchange for it with some population. You know Longxi Island has a very small population." Alyssa glared at Arthur. "I thought you would generously gift me one. So it needs to be an exchange." Arthur chuckled, while rubbing his nose. "Brothers should be clear about accounts. My brother's Longxi Island is still underdeveloped, lacking both population and resources." Alyssa understood Arthur's situation and agreed. "All right, I will send a message to prepare a population of 50,000 to accompany you to Longxi Island." Arthur was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Thank you, sister." 50,000 people, according to market prices, would cost 2 to 300,000 gold coins. If they were craftsmen, the price would be even higher. Exchanging for a dragon sparrow would not be a loss for either side. Once everything was arranged, Arthur and Alyssa returned to the inn. When night fell and the world quieted, Arthur followed Fuzai towards its old nest. The distance was short, and they arrived at the small islet in just a few minutes. Arthur landed the dragon sparrow. The small islet was overgrown with grass taller than a person, along with several large banyan trees. Following Fuzai, Arthur arrived at a cave entrance which appeared to be a limestone cave. Arthur took out a magical pearl and activated it with his magical power, instantly illuminating the passage within the cave. The cave twisted and turned somewhat dark and damp, yet rich in spiritual energy. Before long, they reached the depth of the cave, which seemed to be below the waterline. Woof woof, woof woof. From deep within the cave came a few tender barks reminiscent of a puppy's cry. Arthur couldn't help but feel excited. "I didn't expect this Fuzai to have a family." Upon hearing the cries of its young, Fuzai immediately ran deeper into the cave, while Arthur leisurely followed behind. Soon the cave opened up significantly. Moreover, the rock walls shimmered with tiny lights. Upon closer inspection, Arthur realized they were fluorescent slugs. Though these fluorescent slugs were low-level beasts, they were quite useful for healing. They were remarkably effective for external wound healing and toxin removal. However, these fluorescent slugs were quite rare. They could only be nurtured in dark, damp places abundant in spiritual energy. Fortunately, such environments were not uncommon on Longxi Island, especially along the eastern shore of Longxi Lake, where many limestone caves existed, and the spiritual energy had become dense after the water dragon's fall. This was the perfect habitat for these fluorescent slugs. After walking a bit further inside, Arthur saw Fuzai nursing 5 palm-sized cubs. Arthur crouched down to observe the contented little ear mice suckling at their mother's milk. They seemed to have only opened their eyes a few days ago, their round, bright eyes appearing as if they were still half closed. They looked quite adorable. Their fur seemed to have just grown and slightly prickly and awkward. Their tails were still like little fleshy sticks. Fuzai had nestled them in a cozy little nook filled with various magical herbs, surrounded by an array of colorful gems and beautiful stones. All these gems were rich in spiritual energy. Arthur carefully examined the dried magical herbs. Many were common types, although dried the seeds had remained. Arthur recognized over a dozen types, such as dragon nightshade, heavy floor, celosia snow, sea eucamia, and angelica. In total, there were more than 40 varieties of decent magical herbs. It seemed he could establish a magical herb garden on Longxi Island. Magical herbs typically could only be nurtured by elves. However, once they were cultivated, they could still be planted once they matured and produced seeds. Without the care of elves, however, they were prone to degeneration and undesirable mutations. Of course, some magical herbs might also give rise to new elven insects in suitable environments. There were no clear patterns to this, but the more abundant the magical energy, the greater the possibility. Additionally, it was related to dragons. Wherever dragons appeared, the chances of elven insects being born were greatly increased. Now, with so many magical herb seeds, planting them by Longxi Lake, which was the site of the water dragon's fall, would surely yield unexpected rewards. Thus, Arthur secretly planned that once he returned to Longxi Island, he would definitely establish a magical herb garden near Longxi Lake. Arthur carefully picked up the magical herb seeds from the cave of Fuzhong, placing them into a prepared container. He nodded in satisfaction before starting to collect various gemstones scattered around. Just as he was about to put the last gemstone into his storage ring, a strange light caught his attention. It was an oval-shaped stone covered in fine scales, shimmering with a unique luster reminiscent of opal. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief as he whispered, Is this a dragon egg?" He rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things. However, when he felt the intense throbbing of the dragon pearl in his sea of consciousness, he finally confirmed that what lay before him was not an illusion, but a genuine dragon egg. Arthur's heart raced with excitement as he gently cradled the captivating dragon egg resembling an opal gem and leaned in for a closer look. It emanated a mysterious and warm aura that was utterly enchanting. Could this be an opal dragon? Such a rare breed. Arthur pondered to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, the dragon pearl suddenly stirred, transmitting a continuous stream of energy through Arthur's hands into the dragon egg. At the same time, Arthur's own fighting spirit and magical power seemed to be drawn in by some force, involuntarily coalescing into complex beast-controlling runes that gathered towards the dragon egg. These runes danced through the air like tadpoles, ultimately attaching themselves to the surface of the dragon egg and radiating a dazzling light. The entire space appeared to tremble under the influence of this immense power. Arthur had grown accustomed to the Dragon Pearl's occasional strange occurrences, so he obediently allowed the Dragon Pearl to actively initiate the beast-controlling technique. However, unexpectedly with the Dragon Pearl's activation, his fighting spirit and magical power began to deplete rapidly. Meanwhile, the runes covering the dragon egg became increasingly dense. Before long, Arthur's fighting spirit and magical power were completely exhausted, yet the Dragon Pearl continued its actions, even beginning to draw Arthur's blood to complete the condensation of the runes. The Crimson Runes seemed to possess greater power than those formed from fighting spirit and magical power, and Arthur could vaguely sense a weak consciousness awakening within the dragon egg. This was truly an incredibly wondrous experience. Just as Arthur attempted to establish a connection with the consciousness within the dragon egg, a sudden wave of intense fatigue washed over him. It was then that he noticed his body had become unsteady without his awareness. Immediately afterwards, a sacred and majestic aura emanated from within the dragon egg, directly rushing towards Arthur's sea of consciousness. In an instant, everything went dark before Arthur, and he fainted. After he lost consciousness, the incredibly hard scales of the dragon egg began to gradually shed, falling lightly, like autumn leaves. Soon after, beneath the scales, a layer of crystal clear and shining eggshell was revealed. This eggshell emitted a mysterious glow, captivating all who beheld it. Then a fine crack appeared on the eggshell, initially just a small dot, but it quickly spread like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, with a crisp crack, the entire eggshell shattered completely. A petite and charming dragon baby peeked out from the broken eggshell, blinking its large bright eyes like stars, curiously gazing at the sleeping Arthur. This little dragon was only half a meter long, a female giant dragon covered in rainbow-colored opalescent scales with a slender body that exhibited perfect curves. On its head were 3 pairs of protrusions, which must be the undeveloped dragon horns. The tip of its tail had several hard blade-like tail plates. Its hind legs bore wings, and the soft dragon wings had tips that resembled nimble fingers. The little creature was sitting in the eggshell, observing everything outside. It felt a natural affinity towards the sleeping Arthur. While not far away, a large number of smaller creatures had long been flattened to the ground by the young dragon's imposing presence. Fuzhong stealthily nudged her child into her abdominal pouch. Arthur would be astonished if he woke up. Unbeknownst to him, the ear mouse was also a marsupial. The young dragon looked on curiously, wondering why Arthur was still sleeping. However, feeling extremely hungry, she had no energy to think too much and began crunching away at her eggshell. After devouring the eggshell, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and the little one crawled into Arthur's arms to take a long nap. Arthur remained unconscious throughout the night, only waking up the next morning. He still felt incredibly fatigued. Groggily, he sat up, instinctively reaching for some potions from his storage ring to replenish his energy. Suddenly sensing something coiled around him, he opened his eyes and was immediately stunned by what he saw, his mouth agape in disbelief. He could hardly believe his eyes, for he discovered a beautiful young dragon sleeping beside him. Arthur held his breath and cautiously extended his hand to gently cradle the dragon baby in his palm. As he felt the dragon baby's faint breath and warm body, an unprecedented sense of responsibility surged within him. At that moment, the dragon baby also opened her eyes, seeming to share a profound bond with Arthur. There was an inexplicable sense of connection between Arthur and the dragon baby. This feeling was neither the control of a beast-controlling technique nor the mutual understanding of a symbiotic contract. Rather, it was a bond, an intangible and unbreakable feeling. The dragon baby extended her tiny pink tongue, gently licking Arthur's fingertip, as if conveying her existence and dependence through this gesture. A wave of boundless joy surged within Arthur's heart, and he silently vowed to wholeheartedly protect this treasure that had fallen from the heavens, nurturing it to grow and striving to cultivate her into a powerful and reliable companion. Arthur took a dragon blood elixir from his storage ring and poured it into the dragon baby's mouth. The little one drank happily. After finishing, she looked at Arthur with a pitiful expression, forcing him to take out another elixir. After drinking it all, she gave him that same look. "You can't still be thirsty, can you?" "Ow. All right, you win." Thus Arthur took out another elixir, and this time the dragon baby finally felt satisfied. She affectionately rubbed her head against Arthur and resumed her slumber. Arthur also took a few potions and began to circulate his cultivation technique to restore his fighting spirit and magical power. It was then that he realized his cultivation was on the verge of falling below the high-level Earth Knight tier. This is indeed a close call. Several hours later, Arthur's fighting spirit and magical power once again became full. He picked up the dragon baby and exited the cave. Fuzhong followed along with her babies this time. The dragon sparrow was currently lying in the cave waiting for Arthur. Upon seeing him emerge, she immediately joyfully nudged her 2 heads close to him. When she saw the dragon baby in Arthur's arms, she immediately lay down. It seemed that the giant dragon exerted a significant bloodline pressure over the dragon beast. Arthur climbed onto the back of the dragon sparrow with the dragon baby soaring towards Dragon Roost Island. As for the impact of his sudden disappearance on his sister and the others, he couldn't spare a thought for it at the moment. The matter of the giant dragon baby was of great importance, and until he possessed sufficient strength, he could not expose it to anyone, including his family. Arthur sat steadily atop the dragon sparrow, guiding its direction through the beast-taming seal. He and the majestic dragon sparrow adorned with brilliant icy blue feathers seemed like one swiftly soaring through the clouds towards the distant dragon nest island. This high-level dragon sparrow truly lived up to its reputation. Though not known for its speed, it now exhibited astonishing power. Its speed was nearly 200 kilometers per hour. Initially, Fuji could keep up closely with her formidable magical skills, but as time passed, she gradually felt overwhelmed. Seeing Fuji exhausted, Arthur felt a pang of compassion and gestured for her to rest on the back of the dragon sparrow. Thus, Arthur rode alone on the dragon sparrow with Fuji crouched beside him, carefully cradling the adorable dragon, hatchling racing towards their destination. On the wide and sturdy back of the dragon sparrow, Arthur held the small and delicate dragon baby tightly, his heart filled with a wonderful sensation that was hard to describe. Though he still had 3 unhatched dragon eggs in hand, this living, soft, and adorable little dragon felt so real and tangible. Unable to resist, Arthur reached out his finger to gently stroke the warm, smooth scales of the dragon baby and its elastic wings, his face beaming with happiness, almost drooling in delight. Fuji sat quietly beside Arthur, her bulging parenting pouch occasionally revealing 5 tiny heads. Due to the strong winds from the dragon sparrow's high-speed flight, these little ones were nearly unable to open their eyes, squinting as they struggled to adapt to the howling wind. After about 2 hours of flying, Arthur finally arrived above Dragon Nest Island. He commanded the dragon sparrow to head straight towards the Silver Dragon Cavern. At this moment, the peaks surrounding the Silver Dragon Cavern had undergone tremendous changes. The crimson dragon banyan trees took root here, appearing like a sea of scarlet blood from a distance, particularly vibrant under the sunlight. The red banyan trees beautifully contrasted with the white drapery-like waterfalls among the mountains, creating a vivid and spectacular scene. The area around the Silver Dragon Cavern was shrouded in mist, evoking a dreamlike quality with profound artistic beauty. The core area, guarded by the powerful dragon sparrow clan, was not easily approached by any creature. However, at the edge of this mysterious realm, countless flying creatures gathered, setting up camp and living harmoniously. Among them were even many lower-tier magical bird species. Below, the once shimmering Silver Dragon Bay was now cloaked in heavy mist, and through the haze Arthur keenly sensed waves of intense magical fluctuations continuously emanating. Clearly, Meili had made significant progress in her research on the star-gathering spirit array, successfully incorporating the divine mist into it. Arthur guided the dragon sparrow directly into the Silver Dragon Cavern. The previously slumbering dragon blood banyan tree sprite seemed to sense Arthur's presence and instantly awoke from its deep sleep. It joyfully fluttered its 2 pairs of transparent wings, darting towards Arthur like a shining meteor. Wow, wow, wow. As soon as Arthur dismounted from the dragon sparrow, the banyan tree sprite had already flown in front of him, expressing its longing for Arthur. When she saw the dragon baby in Arthur's arms, her small hands covered her mouth in surprise. Wow, wow. Then she gracefully landed on Arthur's broad and sturdy shoulder, her lively eyes curiously examining the sleeping dragon baby in Arthur's embrace. The dragon baby also awoke at this moment. At this time, she was still an adorable baby, her innocent big eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. Seeing that the dragon baby was awake, the sprite danced around her like a butterfly, joyfully flitting up and down, her big watery eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. The dragon baby also spread her wings, flapping them vigorously, and surprisingly took to the air clumsily. The sprite nimbly circled around the dragon baby, excitedly chirping. The 2 little creatures seemed to be in harmony. Soon the dragon baby flew back to Arthur's shoulder, while the sprite perched on the other side. Arthur smiled, gently, softly stroking their little heads, and said, "From now on, you 2 must get along well. By the way, little one, from now on you shall be called Mage, the dragon blood sprite of the Merlin family. What do you think, Mage?" Hearing Arthur give her a name, the sprite joyfully cheered, then quickly landed on Arthur's face like a flash of lightning. Then she flew over to the dragon baby, cautiously extending her small hand to gently touch the dragon baby's folded tender wings. The dragon baby happily accepted Mage's friendly gesture. Perhaps because Mage was nurtured by the blood of the dragon baby did not reject her. At this moment, Fuji also leisurely approached. Her once round and bulging parenting pouch was now flat, while the 5 little ones that had just been born lay on her back, their big round eyes filled with curiosity as they looked around. Arthur walked to the place where the dragon blood banyan tree mother was carefully placing the dragon baby there. A few dragon eggs had already been arranged in the nest made from the dragon blood banyan tree by the dragon sparrow. This is the core area of the star-gathering spirit array, where the spiritual energy is the most abundant. The dragon baby looked at the 3 dragon eggs in front of her with a hint of disdain in her eyes, but she still reluctantly accepted the temporary nest before her. She forcefully pushed the 3 dragon eggs to the side and laid down in the center. Mage also landed next to the dragon baby, excitedly expressing her joy with cries of joy, while the dragon baby silently observed Mage's lively antics. Occasionally, she would let out a growl to indicate her impatience. The dragon baby, slender in form, had scales shimmering with a rainbow of colors, and her naive gaze began to exude an air of authority, while the little sprite Mage was petite and charming, her wings sparkling with a faint red glow, always wearing a radiant smile. Mage was filled with curiosity about the dragon baby, joyfully fluttering around her, trying to capture her attention. However, the dragon baby remained indifferent, still coldly lying on the ground, occasionally lifting her head to glance at Mage with a detached expression. Mage did not retreat in the face of the dragon baby's aloofness, continuing to interact with her in her own way. She presented her cherished dragon blood banyan fruit to the dragon baby, placing it near her mouth, and would sing and dance beside her, doing everything she could to make her happy. Gradually, the dragon baby's heart was melted by Mage's enthusiasm. She began to take an interest in Mage's actions, occasionally calling out for her when she couldn't see her. The aloof dragon baby and the lively little sprite Mage, although contrasting in character, shared a bond filled with warmth and harmony. Looking at the beautiful scene before him, these two innocent little beings coexisting harmoniously filled with joy, Arthur felt an indescribable surge of happiness in his heart, a sensation that brought him warmth and satisfaction. Arthur carefully settled the dragon baby and meticulously checked the star-gathering array. After days of operation, the array had become very stable. The colorful conch pearl nourished by the array had absorbed even more potent magical energy, gradually enhancing the effectiveness of the star-gathering array. Although this enhancement was barely perceptible, the increasingly efficient gathering ability demonstrated that once the star-gathering array was successfully set up, it would indeed become stronger. The Dragon Sparrow clan at the core of the spirit array benefited the most. Their cultivation and bloodline were subtly improving. This was due to the continuous enhancement of magical energy and the steady rise of dragon power in this area. Especially with the presence of a gemstone dragon and 3 dragon eggs, they were bound to grow stronger. The dragon sparrows residing on Dragon Roost Island had already begun to breed, and this new generation of dragon sparrows had clearly received significant enhancements, all reaching the level of young dragon beasts. Moreover, since the last surge of dragon energy, Dragon Roost Island had attracted a large number of mid to low-level magical beasts with occasional appearances of high-level ones. This provided the Dragon Sparrow clan with ample food sources, allowing their population to expand once again. Since the Dragon Sparrow clan and the Conch clan began to guard the southeastern part of Dragon Roost Island, the entire southern shore has been much more peaceful. Arthur felt assured about raising the dragon baby here. However, the Merlin family had no records or experience in raising giant dragons. Thus, Arthur could only let the dragon sparrows catch various magical beasts and see what the dragon baby would prefer to eat. Although Arthur had a considerable supply of dragon blood elixirs, it was still somewhat challenging to sustain a giant dragon. Therefore, magical beasts had to be her primary food source. Fortunately, the south of Dragon Roost Island was the rich Seven Divine Sea, providing endless magical beast resources. With the assistance of the Dragon Sparrow clan and the Conch clan, the dragon baby would receive excellent care. After thoroughly inspecting the Silver Dragon Cave, Arthur took the dragon baby Mei Gu and the Fuzi family on the backs of the dragon sparrows to the coral reef where the Conch clan resided. Upon sensing Arthur's presence, Mei Li immediately cast a spell to disperse the nearby illusory fog, which gradually drifted towards the edges. This revealed the breathtaking scenery of the central area. Now this sea region had completely transformed under Mei Li's management, with magnificent magical beast nests built from huge coral reefs shimmering with enchanting light. Colorful coral worms swayed with the waves, their shapes varied, some resembling branches, others like fans, and still others like flowers, each more beautiful than the last. Various shell-type magical beasts made their homes in this coral reef paradise. Some lay quietly among the corals, basking in the warmth of the sun, while others darted playfully among the corals, as if dancing a marvelous dance. The shells, large and small, sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling like gems. Each had a unique shape, some smooth and rounded, others sharp-edged, each a masterpiece of nature. In this beautiful landscape, life and nature coexisted harmoniously, creating an intoxicating tableau. Giant conchs slowly opened their heavy and ornate shells, firmly positioned at the core of the star-gathering array, right at the focal point. The impact of this action was far beyond imagination. On one hand, it greatly accelerated the conch's own cultivation process and the refinement speed of the colorful pearls. On the other hand, even more astonishingly, the improved version of the star-gathering array designed by Mei Li underwent an incredible transformation. Who would have thought that Mei Li could come up with such a brilliant idea? She instructed the conchs to serve as the foundation of the array, deeply imprinting mysterious runes onto their hard shells, and utilized the innate spirit pearls within the conchs as a powerful energy storage and conversion hub. As a result, the already mystifying star-gathering array became even more dynamic and intricate. At this moment, the star-gathering array had undergone a complete transformation, significantly enhancing its effects on physical training and energy gathering. Moreover, the array also achieved remarkable breakthroughs in terms of concealment, defense, and attack. Among them, the concealment effect produced by the illusory fog was truly exceptional. Even a world-class powerhouse with domain power, without special methods or divine artifacts, would find it difficult to perceive the situation within the array. As for defense, it constructed a shield barrier as tough as a bubble by gathering vast amounts of energy sufficient to withstand a fierce blow from a Sky Knight level opponent. In terms of offensive capabilities, the star-gathering array could unleash attacks like water arrows and ice spikes, which, while not top-tier in power, had a broad area of impact. Although these attack methods were simple, they could yield unexpectedly effective results on the battlefield. Arthur nimbly leaped off the dragon sparrow and landed on a rock protruding from the sea. Mei Gu and the dragon baby settled securely on his shoulders. Fuzi quickly placed her young one in a nurturing pouch and excitedly followed closely behind Arthur. Their arrival drew the attention of the surrounding shell-type magical beasts, especially the innate pressure the dragon baby exerted on aquatic magical beasts. As soon as Arthur stepped into the area, the previously playful shells instantly closed up, panicking and hiding into the nearby coral forest. Wow, what a cute dragon baby! An exclamation came from Mei Li as she swam out from a coral fortress, her eyes sparkling with delight. Arthur, you are truly amazing for catching a dragon baby. Arthur smiled slightly and humbly replied, it's just luck. When I found her, she was still an egg, and I happened to witness her hatching. So I brought her along. She is indeed beautiful. I sense a holy aura emanating from her. That little sprite is also extraordinary. She seems to carry a hint of dragon might. Mei Gu is a dragon blood banyan tree sprite. Perhaps she is influenced by the blood of the giant dragon. Mei Li's attention was entirely on the dragon baby as she joyfully circled around her, enthusiastically saying, I just happen to have some magical potions collected from the seabed. Ooh, I wonder if she will like them. As she spoke, Mei Li took out various magical potions from the seabed, such as glowing seaweed and colorful seagrasses. However, the dragon baby clearly showed no interest. Yet Fuzi nearby was quite interested, approaching Mei Li with eager eyes. Seeing that this ear mouse was also quite cute, Mei Li gave all the magical potions that the dragon baby disliked to Fuzi, who excitedly barked nonstop. The little ones in the nurturing pouch also peeked out curiously to observe the surroundings. When Mei Li handed these magical potions to the dragon baby, she coldly turned her head away. Clearly, these magical potions were not to her liking. However, Mei Li did not lose heart and patiently continued to test. Although the dragon baby rejected everything, she did not seem to harbor any aversion towards Mei Li. Finally, a bright red sea grass caught the dragon baby's attention. She sniffed the more than 1 foot long red sea grass, nodding in satisfaction before quickly extending her tongue to draw the sea grass into her belly. Her playful demeanor made Arthur chuckle. Seeing that the dragon baby finally found something she liked, Mei Li became even more excited. So you enjoy dragon blood grass, huh? That makes sense. After all, being a noble giant dragon, surely only magical potions related to giant dragons could catch your eye. Arthur, realizing that the dragon baby indeed had something she liked, asked Mei Li, where can I find this dragon blood grass? Mei Li joyfully handed over several more to the dragon baby and responded, there's a small island not far from here where many seabirds gather. You can find plenty of dragon blood grass in the mangrove forests near the river mouth. Recently, Arthur has been rather overwhelmed and has no time to personally gather dragon's blood grass. Reluctantly, he decided to entrust this important task to Meryl. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up. Meryl, I've been a bit tied up lately, and I might trouble you to regularly help collect some dragon's blood grass for the dragon baby. Meryl cheerfully replied, don't worry, I've got this. I've been enjoying collecting magical herbs in the nearby waters recently. How interesting. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and continued excitedly. Oh right, Arthur. While collecting magical herbs, I unexpectedly discovered 2 small fairies and 8 spirit bugs. What? Arthur exclaimed in surprise, incredulous as he asked, are there really fairies in the ocean? And so many of them. Arthur admitted he felt a bit jealous. In his understanding, only places rich in spiritual energy on land could give birth to spirit bugs. As for the possibility of spirit bugs, and even small fairies existing in the deep sea, he had truly never heard of such a thing. Meryl appeared somewhat puzzled by Arthur's astonished expression. She responded matter-of-factly, what's so strange about that? Wherever plants grow, there is a chance for spirit bugs to emerge, isn't there? Why not in the ocean? The richness of the ocean is no less than that of the land. Arthur was momentarily speechless, finding himself at a loss for words. After all, Meryl's words did seem to make sense. Isn't it true? People in this world indeed have little understanding of the ocean's resources because the vast land has only been partially developed. But for Arthur, who came from another world, he clearly knew how abundant the ocean's resources were. So what kinds of fairies did you harvest? Arthur was also quite curious. Meryl smiled mischievously, remaining silent. She gently waved a wand crafted from red coral, and a surge of mysterious magical power suddenly emerged. Soon after, a gigantic shell slowly floated to the surface from the coral castle, drifting towards where Arthur and the others were. Meryl reached out to hold the shell, then quietly recited a spell, causing the shell to open with a sound. Sure enough, inside the shell swam 2 exquisitely small fairies and 8 plump spirit bugs. The shell was filled with a blue liquid. The small fairies and spirit bugs were clearly very satisfied with the environment inside the shell, appearing quite content. Meryl proudly introduced to Arthur, these 2 small fairies are coral fairies. Thanks to them, I was able to create such a perfect environment here. Arthur slapped his forehead, cursing himself for his foolishness. Indeed, without such magical creatures as the fairies' help, how could so many splendid corals be produced here? Meryl shot a glance at Arthur, her eyes clearly suggesting, it seems you aren't too foolish after all. Arthur's mood instantly soured as he realized he had been looked down upon by a clam. How to resolve this? Meryl continued to boast, these 8 spirit bugs include 2 kelp spirit bugs, 2 algae spirit bugs, and 4 seagrass spirit bugs. They can all produce magical herbs. My clan, along with the pearl oysters and nautilus groups, has also made significant advancements thanks to the magical herbs they produce. And the purple sea snail group has also expanded quite a bit recently. Didn't you notice the significant increase in the number of middle and low-level shell magical beasts here? This is all thanks to these little guys. Arthur couldn't help but nod. The development here truly exceeds my expectations. I didn't expect you to have such good fortune. Moreover, I find Meryl's management skills to be outstanding. It's not something an average person can achieve. Arthur's praise made the self-satisfied Meryl feel a bit shy. Oh no, it's just as you said, it's just good luck, Meryl replied with a smile. Arthur chuckled, sometimes luck is also a part of strength. Arthur then asked, does your inheritance also include methods for concocting magical herbs? I see that the blue liquid in the shell seems to be quite favored by the fairies. Meryl shook her head. No, we usually just consume it directly. Why bother concocting it? This blue liquid is merely the juice extracted from the magical herbs. These little ones really like it though. Arthur explained to Meryl, different magical herbs blended together can enhance their potency, just like, when we arrange formations, seemingly ordinary things when arranged can produce astonishing changes, right? Upon hearing this, Meryl understood. However, she said with some disappointment, it's a pity that my inheritance doesn't contain this knowledge. But you humans are so clever, surely you can concoct magical herbs, right? Of course, Arthur replied as he took out the alchemist's manual left to him by his mother, which contained professional principles of magical herb concoction and numerous formulas. Arthur didn't have time to study it, so he decided to hand it over to Meryl. Meryl became engrossed in the manual after just a glance. This is truly amazing. I feel as if I can see the fire of wisdom burning. Humans truly deserve to be called the most intelligent race. Arthur did not disturb Meryl, but instead played with the small fairies and spirit bugs in the shell. The differences between ocean fairies and land fairies were quite significant. The two coral fairies had no wings, but had an organ resembling gills behind their ears. All 8 spirit bugs also had gills. I wonder if you like eating jade powder. Arthur murmured as he took out some jade powder to feed them. The 2 coral fairies had blue hair, snow-white skin, and their pupils were colorful like coral. They stared at the jade powder in Arthur's hand, their noses twitching, but they did not rush forward. Instead, they cautiously observed Arthur. The 8 spirit bugs, however, were not as cautious. Upon catching the scent of the jade powder, they immediately wriggled their plump bodies towards Arthur. Arthur brought a small amount of jade powder closer to them. The little ones began to nibble eagerly, and suddenly Arthur felt a sharp pain in his finger. A seagrass spirit bug had actually formed a contract with him. Arthur really hadn't expected such a situation to occur, so he curiously asked Meryl, Meryl, didn't you form a contract with these spirit bugs? Meryl, immersed in the ocean of knowledge, casually replied, our magical beasts cannot form contracts with fairies. That's something only humans and humanoid races can accomplish. This was the first time Arthur had heard of such a thing. I really never knew that. I thought that since you have partially transformed, you would be able to form a contract. Meryl lightly remarked, not now anyway. You can try again once you fully transform. But who knows when that will be. For now, you should contract with these ones. After all, their lifespans aren't long, and contracting them sooner gives a better chance for evolution. It's good for both you and them. Arthur was immensely excited, but still pretended to be calm as he said, you make a valid point, so should I contract with them all? But since you were the one who found them, I should offer something in return, otherwise I would feel quite embarrassed. Meryl glanced back at Arthur and said, if you could just rein in the desire in your eyes, I might believe you. Stop playing those hypocritical niceties of yours. I'm already your beast pet, why would I care about these fairies? If you're feeling guilty, just bring me some good magical herbs in the future. Arthur scratched his nose and laughed heartily. Then I shall not be polite. I will be sure to bring you good things at the first opportunity. With that, he eagerly contracted all the spirit bugs and small fairies. Arthur grinned widely, excitedly contracting 2 little spirits and 8 spirit insects. He was utterly dazzled by this wave of benefits. Who would have thought that a newly titled baron could amass such a foundation? 5 little spirits, corn, banyan, duckweed, and 2 corals, and 19 spirit insects. This has already surpassed the typical foundation of a viscount. As long as he works hard to cultivate his own direct knights, he can start planning for a promotion to viscount. However, this will have to wait until he elevates his own cultivation to the level of a sky knight. Without strength, occupying resources is like building castles in the air, fragile and unable to withstand any test. It would be best to elevate his family to the position of count first, but currently it seems there's no suitable opportunity. He suddenly found himself in complete agreement with the saying, chaos is the ladder to ascension. Once the contracts were completed, Arthur could communicate with the spirits on a deeper level. He clearly sensed the spirits' joyful emotions while they consumed the jade powder. After the contract, the 2 coral spirits were no longer as wary of Arthur as before. Instead, they became quite affectionate. Especially after tasting the jade powder brought by Arthur, this affection became even more apparent. Megu, who had been sitting on Arthur's shoulder, instantly felt displeased seeing the 2 newly arrived spirits getting so close to him. With a swift motion, she flew to the heads of the 2 coral spirits, pointing at them and chattering away, wanting them to understand the hierarchy. The 2 coral spirits were not to be outdone. They exchanged glances and immediately spat out 2 jets of seawater, splashing Megu in the face. Megu's temper flared up and she began to swing her little fists at them. Megu used her flying advantage to dive and attack back and forth, trying to teach these 2 ugly creatures a lesson, especially since they had no wings. However, the 2 coral spirits worked together seamlessly, retreating into the liquid of their shells. After a long while of tussling, besides Megu getting splashed a few times with seawater, neither side managed to hit the other. The dragon baby watched the farcical scene, its naive gaze revealing a hint of disdain. As for the 8 spirit insects, they had long hidden in the corners of the shell. They certainly did not want to suffer the collateral damage. At first Arthur and Heir were watching with great interest. But when they saw both sides getting serious, it seemed they were about to escalate into a full-blown battle. Arthur immediately called for a halt. He pulled Go back onto his shoulder and gave her a bag of jade powder to soothe her. The little creature finally smiled happily. The two coral spirits glared at Go in dissatisfaction. Arthur also took out a bag of jade powder to share with them. From now on you all need to get along peacefully. If someone instigates a fight you won't get any jade powder. By the way, from now on you shall be called Cairo and Kira. The two coral spirits became excited with their names and the jade powder. They chattered happily to Arthur. Arthur planned to have a detailed discussion with Heir about her upcoming plans in order to issue commands for the spirits to assist her. He curiously asked Heir, how did you manage to get them to cooperate with you without contracting them before? Heir put down the book in her hands and replied, we advanced magical beasts can communicate through thoughts they can understand. After catching them, I first scared them a bit, then I settled them in shells and nurtured them with magical potions, and they were glad to help me. Arthur felt he had learned something new. Is it really possible? The world is indeed full of wonders. Advanced magical beasts can communicate through thoughts. It seems my family's foundation is still somewhat shallow, as many pieces of information are not recorded in the family. It appears there is still a long way to go for my family's advancement. Arthur retracted his thoughts and continued to ask Heir, what are your plans next? Heir, upon hearing this, found herself unsure of how to respond to Arthur. Honestly, I don't have any specific plans. I just want to cultivate this place to be more beautiful and prosperous, allowing the Tridacna clan and other shell creatures to live here happily. Of course, what I really want to do right now is to collect more spirit insects and little spirits that can grow magical herbs. With their help, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort, right? Also, I feel that if I can spend more time with the dragon baby, it would benefit my transformation and bloodline enhancement. So Arthur, could you let me raise the dragon baby here? Is that all right? Arthur hesitated, saying, although there is a star-gathering spirit formation protecting this place, it is still not very safe. There are too many powerful magical beasts in the sea, and right now the dragon baby has no ability to defend itself. Let's talk about it when she grows a bit bigger. However, I will return to Dragon Roost Island in a few days, and will often bring her to see you. Heir felt her disappointment instantly lifted upon hearing Arthur's words. Great. In that case, I will gather more dragon blood grass in the coming days, and look for new magical herbs nearby that could help her. Anyway, it won't hurt to wait a few more days. They'll just wait for your return. Alright. Arthur nodded. By the way, Heir, when do you think the new rainbow pearls will be ready to nurture? Heir thought for a moment, and said, based on the current power of the star-gathering spirit formation, our clan will be able to nurture another batch of new rainbow pearls in about half a year. So soon? Arthur couldn't help but ask curiously. Heir explained in the past we would condense them while cultivating, which took several years or even over a decade to produce one. Now we are actively condensing them, so the speed has naturally increased. Moreover, this is also thanks to the star-gathering spirit formation gathering sufficient energy. In ordinary seas, we wouldn't be able to do it this quickly. By the way, Arthur, the pearl oysters and nautilus have also sped up their pearl nurturing process and improved in quality. Once I can collect them, I'll gather everything and bring them to you. Arthur nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll trouble you, Heir. You're welcome. Heir smiled brightly, sunlight illuminating her snow-white skin and blue hair. It was as if she was glowing beautiful enough to make one unable to blink. Arthur snapped out of his momentary daze and awkwardly cleared his throat. Then Heir, you should research potion concoction seriously. When I come back after some time, I will build a laboratory for you by the seaside. Then you can start brewing potions. Great, great. Heir became even happier upon hearing this. Ever since becoming Arthur's beast companion, her life had become increasingly better. Not only had she escaped her previous aimless and precarious life, but she had also found an ideal habitat and home. Thanks to Arthur, her bloodline had been enhanced, awakening her racial heritage and greatly increasing her intelligence. She was now growing fonder of her life. Deep down, she was more determined than ever to protect this paradise and to repay Arthur as much as possible, helping him achieve his ambitions and ideals. After a brief discussion, Arthur and Muriel formulated a preliminary development plan for Silver Dragon Bay. Arthur fully understood that cultivating Silver Dragon Bay effectively was vital to the security and future expansion of the southern coast of Longxi Island. At present, the great duchies and kingdoms across the realm remained remarkably stable. Relations among the various races likewise maintained a delicate equilibrium. This relatively peaceful environment, however, offered scant opportunity for noble houses like Merlin to earn the martial merits required for elevation in rank. Nor did it afford prospects for territorial expansion. Over 500 kilometers southwest of Longxi Island lay Giant Lizard Isle and Goblin Isle, both severely depopulated a century ago during a sweeping human purge, leaving barely 1% of their former strength intact. Yet over the past 100 years, both islands had gradually regained some measure of power, posing a non-negligible threat to Longxi Island. Lizard folk and goblins were races famed for extraordinary reproductive capacity. Their populations had likely rebounded close to pre-purge levels. Should they harbor ambitions of external conquest, the still developing Longxi Island would almost certainly become their prime target. Thus, Arthur resolved to construct a series of defensive fortifications along the southern coast of Longxi Island. First, he intended to fully harness the natural advantages of the coral reefs, progressively extending them to encircle Silver Dragon Bay and the outer southern coastline entirely, forming multiple robust outer defensive lines. These barriers would not only serve a protective function, but also provide thriving habitats for countless ordinary marine creatures. Meanwhile, portions of the coastal waters near shorelines and river estuaries were already enveloped by the stellar spirit-gathering array, a domain destined to expand further. Eventually, the entire southern core region would be seamlessly interconnected under the array's influence. Within its bounds, rare magical herbs would flourish while mid- and high-tier magical beasts would dwell and cultivate in peace. This arrangement would constitute the final impenetrable line of defense for Longxi Island's southern coast, ensuring its enduring safety. The vast expanse of sea lying between these two defensive belts would be thoughtfully designed as a habitat suitable for low-tier magical beasts, particularly bivalves. At its center, a wide, unobstructed shipping channel would be reserved, preparing for the future construction of docks and a full-fledged port along the southern coast once Longxi Island's development reached maturity. Though Muriel did not fully grasp Arthur's reasoning, she knew instinctively to support him, and the beast-taming art ensured her loyalty remained unwavering. Having finalized these strategic arrangements, Arthur cheerfully engaged in affectionate interaction with the coral sprites Kalo and Kayla along with their 8 sprite insects. Though a natural bond arose upon pact binding between humans and sprites, sustained emotional connection remained essential. His mother had once told Arthur the closer the bond between master and sprite, the more readily the sprite could ascend in cultivation. Such wisdom had been distilled through generations of experience. Finally, after instructing the sprites to cooperate closely with Muriel's directives, Arthur prepared to return to the Silver Dragon Cave. He entrusted the coral sprites and the 8 sprite insects to Muriel's care. These oceanic sprites thrived most naturally within the domain of the stellar spirit-gathering array. They would thus benefit from both the array's protection and Muriel's vigilant guardianship, and Arthur preferred to keep his capabilities discreet. Under Muriel's wistful gaze, Arthur departed for the Silver Dragon Cave accompanied by the dragonling mage and the ever-uninvolved Fuzi family. No sooner had he entered the cave than Arthur caught a sharp scent of blood. The dragon sparrows had hunted several mid-tier marine magical beasts for the dragonling. Mage grew visibly displeased upon seeing the blood-drenched carcasses brought into the Silver Dragon Cave, for sprites were born of nature's purest energies and generally abhorred the stench of blood. Their soulbound flora, however, held no such aversion. For instance, corn sprite Maney's soulbound plant eagerly absorbed magical beast blood, and Mage's own soulbound flora had sprouted only after being catalyzed by dragon blood. Arthur observed that each beast measured over 10 meters in length: an octopus demon, a tiger-headed shark, a flying manta ray, and a white-headed albatross. The dragon sparrows had suspended the beasts from the dragon blood banyan tree. Blood streamed down its trunk and seeped deep into the surrounding soil. This might well nourish the dragon blood banyan tree. The energy-rich blood of magical beasts served as a crucial ingredient in potion craft. It would undoubtedly benefit flora as well. In his past life, he recalled gardeners boiling meat broth to feed peonies, ensuring lush growth and resplendent blossoms. The dragonling cast a detached glance at the beast, showing little interest. Could it be that the dragonling disdains magical beast flesh? Or perhaps raw meat altogether? Indeed, legend held that among all living beings, only humans and dragons consumed cooked food. Arthur lightly tapped his mount's neck, transmitting a command through their beast-taming mark. The dragon sparrow seized the octopus demon and carried it to an open space. Its scales shimmered with inner radiance before it flared its jaws wide, releasing a torrent of searing flame that instantly engulfed the massive beast. The beast was swiftly roasted, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma. The dragonling, keenly attuned to the scent, erupted with excitement, flapping its tender wings and darting to the roasted carcass to feast voraciously. Watching the dragonling devour its meal with unrestrained gusto, Arthur finally breathed a sigh of relief. The legends proved true. The dragonling indeed consumed only cooked fare. In moments it devoured every succulent morsel, then let out a resonant, satisfied belch. Next it drifted slowly toward Arthur, circling him several times, expressing sheer delight and heartfelt gratitude. Then it retreated directly to its nest, curling up tightly to sleep. Astonishingly, this hatchling, no larger than a house cat, had consumed dozens of pounds of magical beast flesh. Arthur had yet again learned a lesson in this fantastical world: appetite bore no relation to stomach size. Simultaneously, he resolved to observe the dragonling's behavior with even greater diligence, to uncover its preferences and habits, thereby providing ever more attentive care. For the dragonling's healthy growth demanded nothing less than unwavering devotion and relentless effort. After the dragonling finished eating, Fuzi flew over and consumed the remaining carcasses. Another prodigious eater. Seeing the dragonling settle into slumber, Mage followed and nestled beside it, soon drifting off herself. Arthur retrieved a dagger and carefully harvested the tiger-headed shark's fins, the white-headed albatross's flight feathers, the flying manta ray's hide, and the blood of the remaining beasts. All were exceptional magical materials. The leftover meat was left for the dragonling and Fuzi, under the devoted care of the dragon sparrows, who served equally as wet nurses and master roasters. The dragonling would never go hungry. Fuzi too enjoyed his share. Arthur meticulously cleaned the collected materials before storing them securely within his spatial ring. Gazing upon the peacefully sleeping dragonling, and Mage, a warm smile softened Arthur's features. With both the dragonling and Fuzi now settled, his next destination was clear. He prepared to return to the Crossroads Inn. Its affairs remained unresolved. Mounting his dragon sparrow, he waited briefly at the cave mouth. From the southeast, a pair of Casparrows approached. The male, crimson-hued, bore a striking resemblance to Viscount Merlin's, but possessed only mid-tier high cultivation. The female was jet black, yet beneath sunlight her plumage shimmered with dazzling iridescent hues, though her cultivation stood at mid-tier medium. A phrase suddenly surfaced in Arthur's mind: the crow's black is a kaleidoscope of black. Arthur sat upright on the back of the dragon sparrow, traveling north along the river. Two imposing dragon sparrows closely followed behind him, racing towards Longqi Fortress. From high above, Arthur looked down at Longqi Island. The eastern and southeastern regions, ravaged by the Great Dragon War 6 months ago, had begun to breathe life once more, with the once devastated landscape now cloaked in vibrant green. Birds and beasts had once again made their homes here. Arthur couldn't help but exclaim, the restorative power of nature always exceeds human imagination. The pastures of Nanling had begun to take shape. Groups of tamed magical beasts grazed contentedly on the grass under the watchful eyes of numerous knights. Elegant white dragon horses, robust and majestic might bulls, and agile, yet fierce giant-horned goats formed 3 clusters around the magical corn pastures. The white dragon horse and might bull clusters occupied the eastern and western areas along the southern bank of the Drinking Dragon River, while the giant-horned goats were distributed across the southern hills. Around 100 knights were training in formation with their steeds. Upon seeing the dragon sparrow streaking through the sky, they immediately dismounted and bowed to Arthur, who was high above. They continued to watch until Arthur disappeared from sight. Currently, the key projects on Longqi Island, the corn storage, and Arthur's castle, were still under construction, but their overall outlines could be discerned from above. Once the population was exchanged with his sister Alizon, the construction speed would surely increase. Arthur returned to Longqi Fortress primarily to store the precious magical beast materials from his storage ring in the castle's warehouse. As the dragon sparrow gradually approached Longqi Fortress, its massive form was quickly noticed by the people within the castle. The castle was suddenly bustling, with servants quickly gathering at the castle entrance under the leadership of Butler Carter and Madame Austin, excitedly preparing to welcome their beloved lord back. Arthur directed the dragon sparrow straight towards the warehouse on the castle's rear mountain. On duty at the warehouse today was an Earth Knight accompanied by 3 knight attendants. Upon seeing Arthur approach, they immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. Arthur gently leaped down from the dragon's back and walked directly toward the warehouse. "Greetings, my lord the Baron," said the guarding knight as he bowed to Arthur. "Please help me open the warehouse," Arthur requested. "Yes, my lord the Baron," the leading Earth Knight replied, taking out a magical token from his pocket and placing it on the switch of the magic array. Arthur also formed a spell with his hands, condensing runes to imprint upon the magic array. The protective magic array of the warehouse then opened. Had Arthur not come personally, 2 magical tokens would have been needed to activate the array. The other magical token was held by Mr. Carter, the castle's butler. The magical token functioned like a key, while the runes Arthur cast acted like a password. Thus both could unlock the warehouse's magic array. Arthur entered the warehouse alone, carefully placing the rare magical beast materials from his storage ring onto the shelves specially designed for storing such materials. These shelves were made of precious magical wood engraved with magic arrays to better maintain the vitality and efficacy of the magical materials. At that moment, the warehouse of Longqi Fortress had become extremely bountiful, filled with a dazzling array of magical beast materials that dazzled the eyes. The frozen magic array contained enough magical beast meat to feed all the knights of Longqi Fortress for years. The stockpile of potions was abundant and of high quality, gleaming with a beautiful glow. Moreover, ordinary grains and fine wines were neatly stacked in a separate area, resembling small mountains, as if showcasing the prosperity and wealth of this castle to the world. As Arthur gazed at the fruitful results accumulated through his 6 months of hard work, a surge of satisfaction and accomplishment welled up within him. He felt quite pleased with his efforts and mused to himself, "Now I can finally unleash my potential without reservation and fully develop Longqi Island while meticulously nurturing my own knight order." At that moment, Butler Carter also arrived at the warehouse. "Welcome back, my lord the Baron. Surely you have brought back some treasures." "Hello, Mr. Carter. I merely returned to deliver some magical materials." "Since you're here, you can take care of the registration right away," Arthur replied. Mr. Carter's face lit up with joy, knowing Arthur would return with good things. "It is my honor, my lord." Mr. Carter was quite pleased, as Longqi Fortress, which he managed over the past 6 months, had transformed from a modest vacation castle into a baronial fortress with profound heritage. This made him extremely proud. He often reflected on how fortunate he was to serve such an extraordinary master. Mr. Carter took out a ledger and began to record the new materials Arthur had placed. "My lord, based on the current development trend, it won't be long before we become the most powerful barony in the Merlin territory." Mr. Carter could hardly contain his excitement. Arthur smiled and nodded, but he did not simply wish to be the strongest baron under the family. He hoped the family could advance further because of him, wanting to leave a remarkable mark in this magical otherworld. "By the way, Mr. Carter, I still have some gifts from my peers when I was bestowed my title. Please register those as well. Hey, race the list, be sure to keep it all documented." Reciprocity is important, so please remind me how to return the favors, Arthur said as he continued to take items out from his storage ring. Of course, my lord. This is indeed very important. The etiquette among nobles must be flawless, though otherwise one could be ridiculed. Leave it to me, rest assured. Arthur smiled and nodded. That is true. Thanks to you, I have saved so much worry. Mr. Carter took the items from Arthur's hands, checked them one by one, and registered them. Before long, Arthur had taken everything out, and he also took some potions from the shelf to store in his storage ring for future needs. After all, he still had to return to the cross inn where the captain of the guard Trist was also in an uncertain situation, having vanished during a time of rampant banditry. Heavens, this is a spirit bug. Mr. Carter, who was organizing the gift list and presents, suddenly exclaimed. He held out an exquisite jade box towards Arthur and said, "Look, my lord the Baron, this box contains a sorghum spirit bug." Arthur took the jade box and upon inspection couldn't help but be surprised. Indeed, it is a sorghum spirit bug. This jade box was a gift from Miss Emma of the Eileen family. He hadn't expected such a precious gift. Mr. Carter observed Arthur's expression with a knowing smile and said, "Miss Emma Eileen is the only daughter of Viscount Eileen of noble status and pure character. I have had the fortune of meeting her a few times. She is a rare beauty among noble ladies. It seems that Miss Emma indeed holds a special regard for you, my lord. That's a good thing. Furthermore, the current situation of the Eileen family is quite noteworthy. Many noble scions have their eyes on it." Arthur was momentarily at a loss. The direct bloodline of the Eileen family now consists only of Viscount Eileen and Miss Emma. Many families are eager to form alliances through marriage, though I never intended to get involved. Moreover, Butler Carter, however, had a different perspective. "My lord, you are accomplished in both civil and martial matters with immense strength, and Longshi Island holds great potential. In the territory of Earl Augustus, there are not many who can compare with you. Moreover, the Eileen family is the oldest family on Augustus Island. With deep heritage, forming an alliance with them would be an exceptional opportunity. What is there to worry about?" Arthur did not continue to discuss this topic with Mr. Carter. Not only was their status unsuitable for such discussions, but more importantly, even for Arthur himself at present, he could not make decisions about marriage at will. Mr. Carter also realized that he had spoken too much out of excitement, so he stopped talking and returned to his work. Arthur tightly grasped the jade storage box in his hand, lost in thought. In fact, family marriages involved extensive connections affecting the interests and intricate entanglements of various families. The Eileen family, as the rulers of Augustus Island 300 years ago, naturally had a solid foundation. Especially the knowledge and secrets passed down over thousands of years were invaluable heritage. If he could successfully marry into the Eileen family, Arthur would directly become the next Eileen Viscount. Undoubtedly, in this peaceful era, this was the easiest way to ascend in rank. However, after hundreds of years of changes, the Eileen family now faced the dilemma of their direct bloodline being severed. Arthur would not believe that the Augustus family had no hand in this. After all, the Eileen family once controlled Augustus Island for thousands of years. The newly in power Augustus must be wary of their resurgence. Suppression was inevitable. Over 300 years, the Eileen family had been continuously weakened, falling from the top family under the count to the second-ranked family. Although they ranked as the second family, their combat power could not compare to the third-ranked Merlin family and the fourth-ranked Weimar family. However, their population still made them the largest vassal territory on the island, not much different from the count's direct territory. Currently, the entire western and southwestern Augustus were controlled by several relatives of the Merlin family, the Tillier family, and the Tully family. If he could marry into the Eileen family, the entire central and western regions of Augustus Island would be connected. Undoubtedly, this was a situation that the Augustus Count family would be extremely unwilling to see. With the strength of the Count family, although they were wary of the alliances of several families, it wouldn't be too difficult for the Augustus family to deal with them. Arthur was currently more suited for a low-profile development and did not want to get involved in complex situations. However, maintaining a good relationship with the Eileen family was still more appropriate. Just go with the flow. After all, I am only 16, and there is still a long way until marriage. By the time I reach the marriageable age, I will surely have reached a higher level, and then there will be nothing to fear. However, I also do not want to disappoint Emma's friendship, so let's just interact as close friends for now. This doesn't count as being a scumbag, right? With the decision made, Arthur no longer felt conflicted. The urgent task now was to find a suitable place for the sorghum spirit bug to plant its soul plant. The floating small sprite that the Weimar family compensated him with was still at the cross inn. "Mr. Carter, I am going to Graintown now to plant the soul plant of the sorghum spirit bug. I will head straight back to Longshi Fortress afterward. I will leave after lunch as I still have some matters to handle at the cross inn." "All right, my Lord Baron. I will have the kitchen prepare your favorite roasted green goose and creamy mushroom soup." Mr. Carter put down the ledger in his hands and responded to Arthur. Arthur nodded. "All right, you take care of the arrangements." After giving his instructions, Arthur left the storeroom and flew towards Graintown on the Dragon Sparrow. In Arthur's plan, Graintown would become the granary of Longshi Island in the future. Once fully developed, it could solve the food supply issue for millions of people every quarter. With around 2 million acres of farmland, it should be no problem to sustain 5 people per acre with the help of spirit bugs. So don't say I collapsed the prices. If it is wrong again, just ignore it. Arthur looked down at Graintown from a high altitude. Various grain planting areas had already been planned here. The areas close to the river would be developed into rice planting zones. Centered around the sole plant of the rice spirit bug, several tens of thousands of acres of neat rice paddies had already been established. Thanks to the use of water wheels along with the ample water supply from the Shilling River and the Drinking Dragon River, the development of the rice paddies was proceeding smoothly. New rice paddies were being developed every day. Areas further away from the river were planned as wheat planting zones interspersed with soybean, barley, oat, and vegetable planting areas. There were also several tens of thousands of acres. However, since Arthur currently only had rice and wheat spirit bugs, the priority had always been on the cultivation of these two crop areas. Now with the sorghum spirit bug, he could plant sorghum in relatively barren areas. Sorghum is a resilient crop that does not have high environmental requirements. Arthur chose a freshly leveled dry field, took out the sorghum spirit bug. The little fellow, plump and just awake, immediately crawled onto Arthur's hand upon smelling the jade powder. Following the same procedure after the sorghum spirit bug bit Arthur's index finger, it immediately established a contract with him. Unexpectedly, this sorghum spirit bug was the first to establish a contract with a person. It seems the Eileen family's heritage is even deeper than it appears. Arthur stroked the head of the sorghum spirit bug and softly said, "Little one, you should plant the soul plant here." The sorghum spirit bug, wriggling its plump body after a flash of light green, spat out a 2-meter-tall soul plant. The soul plant quickly took root and sprouted rapidly, blooming and bearing fruit with seeds falling to the surrounding land within 100 meters, sprouting from the soil. In no time it grew over a foot tall. The sorghum spirit bug also exhausted itself and fell into a slumber. Arthur carefully placed it back into the jade storage box. At this moment, Alan, responsible for the construction of Grain Town, rode his mount, a mid-level sparrow, to this location. "I have seen the Lord Baron. Have you harvested another spirit bug?" Alan's face was full of surprise, as having another spirit bug would be a tremendous benefit for Grain Town. "Yes, it was given to me by a friend after my title was conferred, a sorghum spirit bug. From now on, someone must specially guard this soul plant. During the monthly breeding period, go to Longqi Fortress to coordinate with Butler Carter. He will arrange for someone to bring the little spirit here for breeding." "Understood, my Lord Baron." Alan seemed to have matured after these days of practice. His cultivation also appeared more robust and restrained. It seemed he was not far from breaking through to a high-level Earth Knight. "My Lord Baron, due to the limited manpower allocated to Grain Town, the construction speed is not very ideal. I have shifted my focus to the development of farming. After all, the population is limited now and the demand for houses is not very high. I want to finish developing the farmland first, plant the grain, and then resume the construction of the town." Arthur nodded. "What you are doing is right. In a few days, 50,000 people will arrive at Longqi Island, and I will allocate 10,000 to you. Then your efficiency will improve." "Thank you, my Lord Baron." With this 10,000, Alan guarantees that the construction of Grain Town will be completed by the new year this year. Arthur nodded in satisfaction. "Good, I look forward to your good news." Arthur and Alan had a brief discussion on how to develop Grain Depot Town. Although there were not many people involved in the construction of Grain Depot Town, the agricultural tools made by the craftsmen that Arthur had previously commissioned, such as curved plows, automatic seeders, and oxen plows, played a significant role in the land reclamation. These tools allowed one person to easily accomplish the workload of over a dozen people. However, they required a large number of livestock. For this reason, the wild cattle, wild donkeys, and wild horses on Longqi Island were nearly all captured by the knights. They managed to gather only a few thousand. After a brief period of domestication, they could barely be used for farming. Arthur watched the vassals in the distance, carefully herding the livestock in the fields, saying, "From their appearance, it seems they're not very skilled in using the livestock." Alan responded helplessly, "My lord, although these livestock are not magical beasts, they have grown wild in the wilderness and are quite difficult to tame. If it weren't for the knights and their attendants helping, it would be impossible to tame them. Even now, once tamed, they can still suddenly go out of control." "I see. That is understandable, as wild animals are hard to tame. However, I have a great idea. You might want to give it a try," Arthur said, suppressing a smile. "You could have the less desirable male livestock castrated. This way they will become much more docile and easier to fatten up. Additionally, you can crossbreed wild horses and wild donkeys, which will produce a type of livestock called mules. Mules not only possess the docility and strength of horses, but also the stubbornness of donkeys. They will be much easier to handle than horses and donkeys." "Huh." Alan looked at Arthur in disbelief, suddenly feeling a chill beneath him. Arthur shot him a glance and said, "You can try doing as I suggested, and you'll find out the results, won't you?" "Yes, my lord. I will arrange it once I return. By the way, my lord, our food production will undoubtedly be substantial, and with the current population of Longqi Island, it will surely exceed consumption, leading to a large surplus. However, storage might be an issue," Alan said with a worried expression. "Longqi Island has a humid and hot climate year-round, and if the harvested food is stored in warehouses for too long, it may mold and spoil." Arthur nodded, saying, "That is indeed a problem. However, you can first set up a brewery to use the excess for brewing. Not only will this be easier to sell, but it will also fetch a higher price." Alan exclaimed excitedly, "Right. And alcohol is much easier to store than grain." Arthur thought for a moment, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in his eyes. "I have another idea. You could contact the ceramic factory and have them make larger pottery to store the grain." Alan asked curiously, "Pottery? Is that feasible?" Arthur replied confidently, "Of course. Pottery has good breathability and moisture resistance, which can extend the preservation time of the grain. Moreover, pottery can also be used to hold wine, which is even better than wooden barrels. We can also paint designs on the pottery to enhance its aesthetic appeal." Alan was thrilled after hearing this. What a great idea. He'll immediately discuss with James how to proceed once I return. Arthur nodded, saying, yes, I also have a suggestion. Once the brewery is established in Grain Depot Town, we should use the grain to brew grain wine. You can experiment with sorghum rice, glutinous rice wheat, and magical corn to see if you can brew a wine infused with magical energy. Alan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought his lord was truly brilliant. If we can brew a grain wine infused with magical energy, Longxi Island will have another signature product. Arthur smiled and patted Alan on the shoulder, saying therefore the focus of our upcoming work should be to accelerate the construction progress of Grain Depot Town. We should strive for an early harvest of grain and create our unique products. Alan nodded repeatedly. Understood, my lord. I will give it my all. Then you go ahead and get busy. I need to return to Longxi Castle. Alan bowed to take his leave and quickly mounted his steed, eager to find James to discuss the pottery issue. Meanwhile, Arthur looked at the bustling crowd, filled with anticipation. He seemed to envision the future prosperity of Grain Depot Town and the bright prospects of Longxi Island. Later, after discussions, Alan and James decided to immediately adopt Arthur's suggestion. The ceramic factory created a particularly large jar for storing grain. It could hold several hundred pounds of grain. Each jar bore the inscription of Longxi Island at the bottom. This type of jar later became an extremely popular product. It was known as the Dragon Jar. After careful firing by the workers, they also produced a wine jar stamped with the Longxi Island emblem. Not only was it beautiful, but the wine stored in it became more delicious and mellow. After some time, the first batch of pottery was completed. People stored the harvested grain in the pottery and found that the preservation condition of the grain had significantly improved. It was far better than the storage effect of ordinary warehouses. After returning, Alan immediately organized workers to begin constructing the brewery. Half a month later, the brewery welcomed its first day of wine production. The workers joyfully tasted the newly brewed wine, and some of the wines made with magical corn even emitted faint magical fluctuations with flavors more intense than ordinary wines. The wine brewed from 5 types of grain was named by Arthur as 5-grain liquid. It was sold for a silver coin per jar, primarily targeting the civilian market. The premium wine infused with magical energy was stored in exquisite ceramic wine jars. 5 pounds of premium 5-grain liquid sold for a high price of 10 gold coins per jar. It truly became a well-known product of Longxi Island. However, that is a story for later. After Alan left, Arthur rode the Dragon Sparrow to inspect Grain Depot Town before returning to Longxi Castle. At this time, Longxi Castle had prepared lunch for Arthur. Butler Carter led the castle's servants waiting at the castle gate. Upon seeing Arthur, they immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, my lord. Arthur leaped down from the Dragon Sparrow and approached everyone, saying, thank you for your hard work. Let's go inside. Butler Carter and Mrs. Orson led the way directly to the dining hall. The maid had already prepared warm water for washing up along with towels and soap. Arthur quickly washed up and then began to dine. Butler Carter personally served him, saying, my lord, regarding the 500 craftsmen brought back by Lord Eric 3 days ago, 200 have been allocated to Grain Depot Town. 300 were arranged at Port Village. As Butler Carter served the dishes for Arthur, he reported him. This arrangement is quite reasonable. Grain Depot Town needs manpower, and it is just a regular grain production base, so it is inevitable that some dishonest individuals are mixed in among these people. Only reliable personnel should be arranged to Mungji Town in the future. We must strengthen the supervision and observation of this group. Butler Carter respectfully nodded, saying, yes, my lord. You should try this blue goose that tastes quite nice. This flock of blue geese has now settled in Longxi Lake. Lord Ed has found quite a few goose eggs. They are currently arranging for hatching. I believe we will soon be able to raise them artificially. Arthur nodded while enjoying the delicious lunch, saying that is indeed good news. Where is Eric? The Butler Carter spoke after pouring a cup of milk wine brewed from beast's goat milk for Arthur. Sir, this is goat milk wine made from climbing goat's milk. Please have a taste. Lord Eric has gone deep into the western ridge with some men. Someone spotted traces of the red-skinned giant tusked pig. He has gone to surround and capture it. Oh, it seems that Longxi Fortress will add another type of beast that can be raised. Mr. Carter laughed upon hearing this. That would indeed be a good thing. It seems I can have someone prepare to build pig pens. Arthur nodded. Yes, let's set it up at the foot of the hill east of Corn Village. With magical corn there, we won't have to worry about keeping them alive. Arthur took a sip of the goat milk wine. Its unique flavor was a blend of rich milk fragrance and the wine's smoothness. At first sip, he felt a silky texture as the sweetness of the goat milk spread across his tongue. Gradually, the warmth of the wine was released, and he felt a gentle heat in his throat. After swallowing, the aftertaste lingered, leaving a faint milk fragrance in his mouth. This unique taste and sensation were intoxicating, as if he were amidst the grasslands and mountains, feeling the vastness and tranquility of nature. Moreover, a cup of goat milk wine could replenish about half of his fighting spirit. The taste is good. Oh, prepare more of this goat milk wine for me in the future. I like this flavor. Yes, sir. Who was so creative as to think of brewing wine with goat milk? Arthur asked curiously. Mr. Carter smiled and said it was the kitchen maid Jenny. She noticed you liked drinking goat milk and suggested to Mrs. Olson that we brew goat milk wine for you to drink. That suits your status better. Arthur raised an eyebrow. A clever little girl. Don't forget to reward her with a gold coin. Yes, thank you, sir. From now on, I won't be stingy with those who are creative. They will all be generously rewarded. Arthur took another large gulp of goat milk wine and commanded grandly. After a satisfying meal, he went back to his room for a refreshing hot bath. He then went to the fairy room to connect with them emotionally. The corn fairy, upon seeing Arthur, immediately flew over and hugged his neck. Yay, squeak, squeak. Arthur misses Maney too, he said while stroking Maney's small head. Maney's fiery red hair and vibrant demeanor made Arthur very fond of her. Maney was already the size of a 3-year-old child. He wondered how long it would take for her to advance to a great fairy. At that moment, Mr. Carter entered with jade powder. Greetings, sir. The old butler bowed solemnly. You're here, Mr. Carter. So you have no idea how mischievous Maney is. If I don't take her to Corn Village to exhaust her energy, every day the entire castle won't find peace. Look at how much corn potion has grown in the castle courtyard. Carter seemingly complained, but was actually indulging as he handed high-quality jade powder to Arthur. This jade powder is Maney's favorite. It is a type of blood jade powder. Arthur took it. Indeed, there was a faint trace of dragon's might within. No wonder Maney liked it. This jade powder is good. Oh, let's try to procure more in the future, and we can store some. Arthur instructed the butler. Carter nodded in agreement. This was purchased from merchants from the outer islands, and it's not cheap. However, since Maney likes it, it's good to stock up. Arthur nodded. Other fairies can also use this jade powder. It should work well. I feel that this jade powder has some unique magical properties that benefit the fairies. The butler didn't expect it would have such effects, and quickly replied, no problem. This merchant frequently comes to Longqi Island for trade. Recently, there have been many good things on Longqi Island, so he has been coming more often. Next time he comes, I will have Adley talk to him. We should try to procure as much as possible. If we can find out the source of this jade powder, that would be even better. We can spend more gold coins. We can also exchange magical beasts. Arthur continued to instruct. The butler began to feel a bit confused, but soon understood. Yes, sir. Arthur took the red jade powder and poured a small bag for Maney. You can take this and eat slowly, but you must behave well usually. Don't plant corn everywhere, Mr. Carter will take you to Corn Village to plant. Squeak, squeak. Maney could occasionally utter some onomatopoeic words. It seemed that her promotion to a great fairy wouldn't be too far off. Soon she would be able to speak like a human. Arthur tried feeding the red jade powder to other fairy bugs, and indeed they all liked it. It seemed that there was a close connection between the fairies and the dragons. Arthur communicated with 9 fairy bugs for a while. With the addition of the blood jade powder, the fairies were very happy today, transmitting waves of joy to Arthur. The rice and wheat fairy bugs might have enhanced their magical fluctuations due to recently collecting a large number of new genetic information. Arthur felt that their magical power had increased significantly. To better develop the grain production on Longqi Island, Arthur ordered people to buy different rice and wheat seeds. These new seeds would be collected for genetic information by the rice and wheat fairy bugs, then catalyzed by them. Not only did the fairy bugs benefit, but the newly sprouted rice and wheat were also of higher quality. Thus, Arthur continued to instruct Mr. Carter have the merchant team continue to procure various grain seeds. We also need to procure pastures, stone flowers, and various mushroom spores. Yes, sir. After playing with the fairies for a while, Arthur left the fairy room and went to the doghouse in the back mountain. The back mountain now housed many magical beasts, most of which had been branded with Arthur's beast tamer mark, so they were quite docile. However, there were some newly captured magical beasts that had not yet been branded. Thus, they were very agitated. If it weren't for the magical cage, it would be quite hard to manage them. The back mountain was a crucial area of Longqi Fortress guarded by over a dozen knight attendants under the leadership of 2 Earth Knights. Ordinary people cannot enter easily. Right now, the 2 AO hounds Wangmu and Lamb were stationed here because the magical beast's sense of perception was indeed much more acute than that of humans. As soon as Arthur approached, the 2 gigantic AO hounds rushed over. By now, they were already intermediate magical beasts, having grown larger with their fangs visibly protruding. They had become quite imposing and majestic. Upon seeing Arthur, they were extremely excited, wagging their tails vigorously. These 2 AO hounds had been raised by Arthur since they were young and had advanced to intermediate magical beasts due to their fortunes. Thus, their bond with Arthur was quite deep, not inferior to those marked with the beast tamer mark. This is the nature of dogs after all. Arthur took out 2 dragon blood medicines mixed with bewitching grass to feed them. This new magical medicine had a good effect on the enhancement and advancement of magical beast qualities. After drinking the medicine, the 2 AO hounds barked excitedly. Their voices even carried a hint of dragon's roar. At this moment, a dozen half-meter-sized puppies followed behind them. These puppies were not ordinary. They all possessed dragon bloodlines. In just over a month, they had already grown this big. Moreover, their limbs, heads, and backs were covered in fine scales. Seeing Arthur a stranger, they all immediately assumed an aggressive stance, baring their teeth. Looking at their fierce yet adorable appearance, Arthur couldn't help but feel delighted. The beast tamer mark in his hand took shape, activating the beast tamer mark within the puppies. His beast tamer mark could perfectly handle magical beasts of similar or lower levels. Aside from consuming a bit more magical power, there were no shortcomings at all. The knights who had initially wanted to help from behind were surprised to see the Baron handle it with just a wave of his hand. They thus left tactfully. The dragon puppies marked with the beast tamer mark immediately returned to their puppy state, surrounding Arthur and constantly trying to please him, making Arthur unable to resist taking out low-grade dragon blood medicine and feeding each one a little. The little ones became even more excited, sticking to Arthur like a sticky plaster. Indeed, milk is the best. A dozen dragon dog puppies frolicked around Arthur, their lively figures resembling a group of energetic sprites. Each puppy was brimming with vitality, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. They surrounded Arthur, some gently tugging at his pants with their little paws, while others jumped onto him, attempting to lick his hands. Embraced by this adorable bunch, Arthur wore a joyful smile. The dragon dog puppies chased and playfully tussled with one another, occasionally emitting cheerful barks. In their world, it seemed that nothing was more important than play and fun. The puppies fully expressed their nature. Unable to resist, Arthur joined in their play, relishing this joyful moment. In this vibrant scene, the vivacity of the dragon dog puppies intertwined with Arthur's affection, creating a heartwarming and beautiful picture. However, Arthur soon found himself overwhelmed by the lively puppies. They were simply too energetic. Reluctantly, he had to ask the guards to take them out for a walk. The 13 night attendants currently stationed were selected by Arthur from the young men and women that Eric had retrained specifically to care for and train the dragon dog puppies. In the future, they would form a strong bond of camaraderie, with the dragon dog puppies laying the groundwork for the dragon dog guards that Arthur intended to develop. They had already established a good emotional foundation with the puppies, who could now understand some of their commands. With training, it was believed that when the dragon dogs matured, this guard unit would possess formidable combat strength, excelling in offense, defense, and search operations. This would also serve as an important trump card for Arthur. Of course, the card's effectiveness would depend on how much the dragon dogs could grow. As pure-blooded dragon beasts, achieving a domain level should not be difficult. After escaping the puppies' clutches, the Earth Knight took Arthur to the cave where untamed magical beasts were held. Currently, this cave housed 3 intermediate magical beasts: a low-level black bear, a severely burned medium-level azure wolf, and a low-level silverback gorilla. They had all been fed a weakening potion, so when they saw a person enter, they let out low growls of dissatisfaction, but were unable to make any effective moves. The leading Earth Knight stepped forward to introduce to Arthur, "My lord, this black bear was captured by Lord Ed near the Flower Valley in the Southern Ridge. Aside from its tough skin, thick meat, and great strength, it has no special abilities and cannot even use magical skills." Arthur nodded, saying, "It is quite robust and would make a decent, ordinary mount." Then the Earth Knight pointed at the Azure Wolf and said, "My lord, this Azure Wind Wolf is extremely fast and can unleash wind blade attacks. It is indeed remarkable. However, due to severe burns, it was found in a state of decay. If Lord Ed hadn't discovered it, it likely wouldn't have survived much longer. After being captured, it stabilized its injuries through careful treatment." Arthur looked at the giant wolf, which stood over 1.8 meters tall and measured over 2 meters long. Its qualifications are quite good, possessing a strong dragon bloodline. It is almost at the level of a dragon beast, showing considerable potential. Without further ado, Arthur performed the Beastmaster technique, and soon the giant wolf was subdued. Arthur speculated that this wolf must have been affected by the Dragon War, and fortunately it survived and gained a good dragon bloodline. It would not be difficult for the dragon beast to break through to a high-level magical beast, and its magical skills could be further developed. Even his 2 ordinary mastiffs gained tracking magical skills after acquiring dragon bloodlines. The magical skills of the dragon dog puppies had yet to awaken, but they certainly wouldn't be lacking given their bloodline. After being tamed, the Azure Wind Wolf noticeably became much gentler. It kept conveying its affection towards Arthur. Arthur released it from the cage, dispelling the effects of the weakening potion, and applied Golden Rose Potion to its wounds. Perhaps sensing Arthur's kindness, the Azure Wind Wolf lowered its head before him like a dog wagging its tail playfully. Arthur gently stroked its currently somewhat fearsome head. The Azure Wind Wolf was covered in scars from burns, and its once graceful azure fur was now uneven and tattered. However, with the Golden Rose Potion, he believed it would soon recover to its former glory. Arthur, accompanied by the Azure Wind Wolf, continued with the Earth Knight towards the place where the silverback gorilla was held. The black-haired silverback gorilla of Longxi Island is a large primate with unique physical features and interesting living habits. The silverback gorilla's appearance is robust and imposing, with its body covered in black or black-brown fur and a silver stripe running down the center of its back, which is the origin of its name. They have large heads, broad faces, and deep, wise eyes. The arms of the silverback gorilla are extremely strong, often longer than their bodies, allowing them to easily climb trees. An adult silverback gorilla can reach a height of 5 meters and achieve a low-level advanced cultivation level. In terms of living habits, silverback gorillas are social animals, typically living in small groups. Each group has one male silverback gorilla as the leader, with other members, including females and juvenile gorillas. They exhibit rich social behaviors and communicate through various sounds, gestures, and expressions. Silverback gorillas primarily feed on plants, excelling at climbing trees to find fruits, leaves, and nuts. Overall, the silverback gorilla is an awe-inspiring animal, showcasing its unique adaptability in the natural world through both appearance and behavior. However, the silverback gorilla before him was clearly special. Its entire body was covered in silver fur with platinum stripes on its back. Moreover, its physique was noticeably slimmer than that of an average silverback gorilla, resembling a long-haired human standing at less than 2 meters tall. Rather than resembling a gorilla, it looked like a long-haired giant. Arthur confirmed once again that this was indeed an adult gorilla. It does have a certain character. Perhaps it has undergone mutation, and it seems to be a positive change. Arthur couldn't help but marvel. For in her eyes, Arthur saw emotions similar to those of humans: anger, helplessness, and defiance. Without hesitation, Arthur immediately employed the Beastmaster technique to imprint on her. The Beastmaster rune successfully entered her body. However, the next situation was somewhat unexpected for Arthur. after the rune entered the silverback gorilla, it suddenly siphoned away most of Arthur's magic to maintain the rune's stability. Until Arthur's magic ran out, the rune had still not been successfully imprinted. Instead, it dissipated within the silverback gorilla. Such a situation had only occurred when imprinting several dragon eggs. The imprinting failed. This was the first time Arthur had failed to cast the Beastmaster technique on an intermediate magical beast. Of course, although it failed, Arthur still established a faint mental connection with her. They could understand each other's thoughts. As the rune dissipated, Arthur's immense magic burst forth within the silverback gorilla. The powerful magic raged within her like a runaway flood. The silverback gorilla in pain howled and rolled on the ground, continuously coughing up blood. After about half an hour, she endured Arthur's magical onslaught with her strong physique and willpower. However, she was already on the brink of collapse. Ignoring the Earth Knight's advice, Arthur entered the cage and fed her 2 healing potions. Finally, her condition stabilized. Perhaps sensing Arthur's goodwill, she did not lose control. Instead, she simply fell asleep, looking lethargic. Seeing that things were nearly resolved, Arthur left the cave and called upon the dragon sparrow and the 2 feathered sparrows. He headed towards the cross inn. Arthur sat steadily upon the broad back of the 2-headed dragon sparrow, accompanied on each side by a slightly smaller sparrow. The 3 magical birds flapped their wings in unison, racing towards the cross inn like a bolt of lightning. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow illuminated the flowing waters of the Reclian River, resembling a beautiful unending painting that spanned across the Reclian plains. The river sparkled with shimmering light, golden rays dancing upon its surface like countless stars falling into the water. A gentle breeze brushed over, creating ripples that glimmered like a dream. The afterglow of the sunset painted the trees along the riverbank a golden hue, their shadows reflected in the water, swaying with the flow of the river. Birds sang joyfully from the treetops, seemingly cheering for the beautiful scenery. The distant rolling hills were also dyed in shades of orange and red, harmonizing with the evening glow of the sky. All of this formed a tranquil, yet magnificent scene, captivating one's heart and evoking a deep appreciation for the allure of nature. At dusk, Arthur finally arrived at his destination, the town of the Cross Inn. As he guided the 3 majestic magical birds over the town, it sparked quite a commotion. The townsfolk, unsure of what was happening, were filled with panic, and chaos ensued in the streets. People had never seen such large flying creatures, let alone 3 at once. They feared a magical beast was attacking. Many children in the streets screamed in terror, causing a scene of confusion. Seeing this, Arthur quickly lowered his altitude, allowing people to see his figure and preventing further panic. Some bolder individuals, however, showed little fear upon seeing him. Instead, they began to excitedly point at the sky. "What are you scared of? Look closely, there are clearly people riding on that big bird. This must be the exclusive mount of the noble lords," exclaimed a waiter from the inn. "Wow, that's really something," came a chorus of awe from the crowd. "So it turns out these are large birds raised by humans. But isn't their size a bit excessive? How much food must they consume to satisfy their hunger?" A curious laborer with his hands in his sleeves asked. "Fool, how could the noble lords' households lack food?" Another loudmouth guard scoffed. "Yeah, for them, eating 5 pounds of food a day is nothing." Others chimed in agreement. "But speaking of which, do you know what those big birds usually eat?" A flamboyantly dressed woman posed a new question. "Of course they eat grains. The noble lords wouldn't forage for wild vegetables to feed them," a savvy man who had worked briefly in a knight's household replied immediately. "Not necessarily. The noble lords have many servants. Sending a few to gather wild vegetables would be a piece of cake," a scholarly-looking observer asserted confidently. Everyone nodded in agreement. "I think those 2 smaller ones look like big roosters. They probably eat the same as chickens. They probably wouldn't finish even one meal. With so many people in noble households, will there be enough to eat? But they should be kept for hatching right. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to eat them. How much would they sell for?" The sharp merchant began calculating with his fingers amidst the discussions of the townsfolk. Arthur landed directly in front of the cross inn. At this time, Alisan and Sam were already waiting there. They had spotted him the moment he entered the town's airspace, so they immediately came down to greet him. Alisan approached angrily and mercilessly punched Arthur, scolding, "You little brat, where have you been? Why didn't you even leave a message? You scared us to death." Sam also asked with concern, "Yeah, we were so frightened. When we went to find you this morning, we discovered you weren't here at all. The guard said you haven't returned since you left last night." Then he leaned close to Arthur's ear and whispered, "Cousin was worried sick and dispatched people to search everywhere, yet to no avail. She was furious." While speaking, Sam occasionally stole glances at Ali-san. Faced with their questioning and concern, Arthur felt a twinge of guilt and could only bow apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry. Sister cousin, it was all very sudden. I didn't have time to greet you." Alisan, still fuming, questioned sternly, "I want to hear what kind of urgent matter could possibly make you unable to greet us. Tell me, perhaps I can help. Even if I can't help, I can at least offer some advice." Arthur looked at his sister, who was being particularly sarcastic, and inwardly sighed in despair, but given the situation, he could only lower his head and admit his fault, saying, "Please forgive me, sister, I was inconsiderate. The reason I rushed back to Longxi Island is that I wanted to bring back a couple of sparrows for you. Secondly, I made some discoveries while visiting the ear mouse Fuko, so I went to investigate." Upon hearing this, Ali-san's expression softened slightly, showing evident interest in the latter matter. "Oh, did you discover something?" Arthur looked around, lowered his voice, and said, "This isn't a place to talk. Let's return to the room and discuss further." They exchanged glances, nodded, and followed Arthur back to his room. Once inside, Arthur took out an exquisite storage jade box from his storage ring, opened it, and displayed its contents to his sister and cousin. What is this? A glow slug. Alison recognized it immediately. Sam also took a closer look and remarked, indeed, it looks exactly like the one depicted in the book. In the dark, the glow slug resembles a spirit radiating a mysterious light. Its body is soft and smooth, shimmering with a faint green or blue glow, as if it were a creature descended from the starry sky. The unique glow makes its bodily contours distinctly visible, resembling a fine piece of art. Its tentacles are slender and sensitive, gently swaying, as if exploring the surrounding world. The slug's back bears unique patterns like delicate ripples flowing as they crawl, adding a sense of dynamism and vitality. As they slowly crawl on rock walls or in caves, the faint glow seems to guide their path, making them appear even more dreamlike. Arthur watched Sam reciting the book's content with such clarity. His voice had a melodious rhythm resembling that of a wandering bard. This composure and confidence made him appear considerably more handsome. It was the first time Alison had seen this side of her chubby cousin. She couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Arthur tentatively asked, so what do you think? It's a good find, right? Tonight we should gather some people to collect them. I estimate there are at least tens of thousands in that cave. Alison and Sam's eyes lit up. Really? Is that true? They asked almost in unison. Arthur shot them a glance, saying, tonight, we'll find out together. Alison nodded in agreement. Sam simply agreed with whatever Arthur said. Arthur had his subordinates requisition a cargo ship belonging to the Crossings Guard. As night fell, Arthur rode the Dragon Sparrow accompanied by Sam. Sister Alison rode a red sparrow with a female guard, while two of Arthur's subordinates sat on another sparrow. In the high sky, the three magical birds carried 6 individuals. A cargo ship on the Reclian River was loaded with all the subordinates of the 3 siblings. They stealthily made their way towards Fuko's cave under the cover of night. Arthur rode the 2-headed dragon sparrow, leading the way, flying in the front. Sam, being on a magical beast for the first time, was extremely excited, but the strong winds at high altitude made it difficult for him to speak, and even opening his eyes was quite a challenge. Fortunately, his stout physique helped him, otherwise he might have been blown away. He gripped the dragon sparrow's scales and spines tightly, fearing he might fall off. The excitement flushed Sam's face red as he strained to widen his eyes, taking in the scenery that could only be appreciated from high above. Though everything looked hazy under the night sky, the distant lights and the faint glow of the Recliria River under the starry sky still brought him great satisfaction. A seed of ambition was unknowingly planted in his heart. Watching his calm cousin sitting cross-legged on the back of the dragon sparrow, Sam couldn't help but admire him even more. Arthur turned around just in time to see Sam struggling against the wind and said to him, Sam, you can circulate your fighting energy to form a protective barrier around your body to counteract the wind. Upon hearing this, Sam's face turned even redder. As a mid-level knight attendant, he had forgotten to use his fighting energy. So he followed Arthur's advice and began to circulate his fighting energy to counter the strong winds of high-altitude flight. Although knight attendants couldn't produce a protective barrier like Earth Knights could, it was still possible to create a thin layer of protection on the surface of his body. It really works, Sam exclaimed after a while, finally forming a thin fighting energy barrier around himself. This made him feel much more comfortable, allowing him to enjoy the scenery while sitting on the dragon sparrow. Alyssa was also riding a flying mount for the first time, sitting side by side with her bodyguard Diana on the crimson feathered sparrow. As a high-level Earth Knight, she could effortlessly circulate her fighting energy and form a protective barrier around her. The high-altitude winds couldn't even move their hair. Miss, this feathered sparrow is truly beautiful, Diana exclaimed excitedly. Alyssa smiled slightly, her tone indifferent as she replied, it's just okay, looks like a flashy rooster. It just lacks a bit of majesty. Hearing this, Diana couldn't help but giggle. Rooster, don't say that, it does look a bit like one when you put it that way. The feathered sparrow beneath them was an intermediate high-level magical beast. Although it couldn't fully understand what the two were saying, it could grasp the teasing tone. Suddenly, the crimson feathered sparrow soared higher, fiercely unleashing its magical abilities. Its entire body glimmered with golden light. Its massive beak and sharp claws shone brightly like gold. The surging magical power within it burst forth like a sword. The sudden outburst from the feathered sparrow instantly shattered Alyssa's fighting energy barrier. This nearly caused both of them to tumble off the back of the dragon sparrow. At this moment, the crimson feathered sparrow was glowing with faint golden magical energy, spreading its enormous wings to swiftly soar above the clouds, showcasing unparalleled strength and majesty. Had it not been for its master Arthur's prior instructions to cooperate with the 2 female humans on its back, it would have certainly shown them what for. Oh dear, what a temper. Alyssa noted the feathered sparrow's temper, which almost turned against her. She then urged her fighting energy to stick firmly to the back of the sparrow. She also grabbed tightly onto the feathers at the back of its neck. Bodyguard Diana did the same. Rooster, whatever tricks you have, let's see them. I'm ready. Alyssa shouted at the crimson feathered sparrow while tossing Diana towards Arthur. As the sparrow erupted, Arthur had already approached it to calm it down. Seeing his sister about to confront it, he instructed the sparrow not to go too far, then stood by to prevent any accidents. Sister Alyssa only dared to toss Diana out because she saw Arthur nearby. As Arthur guided the dragon sparrow towards Diana, he commanded the wind element dragon head to activate its magical abilities, pulling Diana onto the back of the dragon sparrow. Arthur caught Diana skillfully. The little girl exclaimed excitedly, damn, this is exhilarating. Arthur and Sam were momentarily speechless. Arthur couldn't help but inwardly sigh, indeed like master like servant. The feathered sparrow, seeing the human female still provoking it, immediately shot straight up. The strong winds once again shattered Alyssa's fighting energy barrier. Alyssa abandoned the idea of forming a barrier and instead focused all her fighting energy into her hands and legs, sticking tightly to the sparrow's back. The crimson feathered sparrow ascended to nearly 10,000 meters, where the air and magical energy became extremely thin. It could not stay for long, so the crimson feathered sparrow unleashed its full power, executing a death roll. The crimson feathered sparrow unleashed faint golden magical energy, spinning like a high-speed drill at an altitude of 10,000 meters, executing its abilities at will. Alyssa's azure eyes were filled with excitement as she tightly gripped the sparrow's feathers. The wild winds whipped her golden hair like a frenzied dance. The feathered sparrow noted that this human female was quite impressive, even though her grip on its feathers was causing it pain. The feathered sparrow stopped rolling, took a moment to catch its breath, and then dove straight down. Suddenly, a violent sense of weightlessness hit Alyssa, catching her off guard and nearly causing her to lose control and fall. She forced herself to calm down, gripping the sparrow's feathers tightly, even pulling out several beautiful feathers due to her excessive force. Looking at the bright and striking feathers in her hand, Alyssa's lips curled into a sly smile as a brilliant idea flashed through her mind. She quickly adjusted her posture, using the fighting energy within her to stabilize her body, tightly wrapping her legs around the sparrow's body for balance while fiercely tugging at its feathers. Before long, a large cluster of the sparrow's feathers had been forcibly pulled out by Alyssa, fluttering down through the air. Pain was trivial to the crimson feathered sparrow, but seeing its beloved feathers scatter like snowflakes made its fury impossible to contain. Originally restrained by Arthur's command, the feathered sparrow was now thoroughly enraged. It disregarded everything else and decided to use all its strength to throw this annoying human girl off its back. The crimson feathered sparrow initiated a terrifying death roll, again simultaneously channeling all its faint golden magical energy, sweeping toward Alyssa like a surging tide. Due to not having formed a fighting energy barrier beforehand, Alyssa was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, her body was slashed by the sharp magical energy, leaving numerous wounds of varying depths, and blood seeped out, staining her clothes and cheeks. Arthur saw that they were injuring each other and felt somewhat speechless. However, this was also a good opportunity for his sister Alyssa to tame the crimson feathered sparrow, so he refrained from intervening. He stayed close by to prevent any accidents. Alyssa endured the intense pain, well aware that she could not show weakness easily. She gritted her teeth, concentrated, and circulated her energy to form a barrier against the sparrow's magical assault. However, the crimson feathered sparrow's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and Alyssa became even more thrilled. "Good lad, you've got bite. I like it, but it's time you tasted my power." Alyssa took a deep breath, condensing her fighting energy in both fists. "Try my meteor rain fist." With that, her fists rained down on the crimson feathered sparrow like a storm. This fist technique was something Alyssa derived from her family's ninefold waves. It transformed sword techniques into fist techniques, with each punch delivering double the power of the last. Unless Alyssa exhausted her fighting energy, she could keep it going. Finally, under Alyssa's brutal punches, the crimson feathered sparrow let out cries of distress, its massive body starting to sway. Alyssa seized the opportunity and directly climbed onto the neck of the crimson feathered sparrow, raining her violent punches down onto its large head. This left the sparrow somewhat overwhelmed, especially since it couldn't even gather its magical energy. Arthur communicated with the feathered sparrow through the beast control mark, urging it to submit quickly or it would be seriously injured. The crimson feathered sparrow had no choice but to show submission to Alyssa. Having tamed the crimson feathered sparrow personally, Alyssa was filled with pride and didn't forget to provoke Arthur with a glance. She gently stroked the sparrow's feathers, feeling its docility. Arthur also flew beside her to congratulate her. "Congratulations, sister. You captured such a powerful feathered sparrow so easily." Alyssa was in a good mood at that moment. "Thanks. This guy is really not bad." Although Arthur intervened in the process of Yalisha capturing the crimson feathered sparrow, it was still a complete success for her sister. Having a magical beast mount of the same level significantly enhances her combat power, and if coordinated properly, it can achieve results greater than the sum of its parts. Sam watched enviously as Yalisha grew close to the crimson feathered sparrow. However, he knew very well that if it were him, he would have been thrown off long ago. Thus, he had a clear understanding of his limitations. That powerful magical beast was beyond his reach. However, following cousin Arthur might just allow him to ride a magical beast one day. The crimson feathered sparrow recognized Yalisha's courage and combat strength, and thus their bond began to rapidly strengthen. So the crimson feathered sparrow flew with great enthusiasm. "Big Rooster, your feathers are truly beautiful, like flames burning bright. From now on, I shall call you Ignis. It symbolizes fire and courage. How about that?" The crimson feathered sparrow chirped in response. "You agree? That's wonderful. Ignis, let us fly." The soaring crimson feathered sparrow seemed to accept its new name, its excited calls piercing the tranquility of the night sky. Yalisha, feeling playful, began to flaunt her flying skills while riding Ignis. She performed flips, jumps, and executed a steep dive. Before long, the group arrived at the small bank where the ear mouse's cave was located. In the night, this small bank was quite inconspicuous, now shrouded in darkness. Arthur landed at the entrance of the cave with the dragon sparrow and the black feathered sparrow. He took Sam's hand and jumped down. The guards and Diana also jumped off the dragon sparrow. Arthur then took out a magical orb from his storage ring to illuminate the area, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The birds resting in the grass were startled and fled. Sister Yalisha circled twice on Ignis before landing. Diana excitedly ran over to Yalisha and joyfully said, "Congratulations on capturing Ignis, miss. That was truly exhilarating. I felt quite stirred up watching it." Yalisha replied in a good mood, teasing her companion who had grown up alongside her. "Look, there's another one that's similar to a black crow. You could capture that one. It would suit you perfectly considering you love wearing black clothes. I think that sparrow would be perfect for you." "Miss, you're bringing up my clothing again. What's wrong with black? Haven't you heard? Black is the most versatile color. Black is a color rich in creativity. Although it seems to contradict with colors, black is actually the embodiment of all colors. An object appears black because it absorbs all colors. Each color has its own attitude, and black represents acceptance and humility." The little girl babbled rapidly like a machine gun. "Miss, black is a noble virtue and represents elegance. You mustn't laugh at me for wearing black in the future, or it will tarnish your noble and elegant image." "Humph," Diana said angrily, then proudly turned her back to Yalisha. Then she turned and approached the black feathered sparrow, looking at it with hopeful eyes, softly asking, "You understand the beauty of black, don't you?" The black feathered sparrow tilted its head, blinking its eyes, seemingly curious about this small and adorable human. It gazed at Diana as if trying to comprehend her words. Although it didn't fully understand, for some reason it felt drawn to the delightful quality radiating from her. Thus it unconsciously moved closer to Diana, showing a willingness to bond with her. Arthur and Sam discreetly stepped aside. It was best not to get involved in a woman's quarrel, as it could end badly. Seeing Diana getting flustered again, Yalisha decided not to provoke her further. "Well, since you are so knowledgeable and opinionated about black, you can train this black feathered sparrow. After all, you're my highest combat strength. It's only fitting for you to tame it." Diana immediately donned a flattering smile. "Miss, you are too kind. Rest assured I will train her thoroughly. From now on we shall be your indomitable sword and unbreakable shield." Before she could finish, Yalisha quickly raised her hand to signal Diana to stop. "All right, enough. I've grown tired of your sweet talk. Stop trying to charm me. If you want to tame that black feathered sparrow, you better step up and protect me when danger arises." Diana quickly grabbed Yalisha's arm, affirming with determination, "Of course. When have I not protected you, miss? Right?" Yalisha, both amused and exasperated, poked Diana's forehead with her finger. "You've always been like this since childhood." Just as the two were playfully bantering, the cargo ship had already arrived at the location. Arthur directed them to the shore, and once everyone gathered together, he spoke up. "This cave isn't spacious, but the interior is relatively open. We need to divide our tasks efficiently to complete our mission. Therefore, I will split everyone into 3 teams. The first team will enter the cave to collect items. The second team will be responsible for transporting the items outside, and the third team will stay at the entrance to load the goods onto the ship. Is that clear?" "Understood. Very well. Now everyone quickly form teams according to my orders. The knights from Longxi Island will form their own team and will be responsible for collecting inside the cave. The knights from Yalisha City will form the second team, responsible for transporting items to the entrance, while the knights from the Tali family will transport the items onto the ship. Is everyone clear?" "Yes, sir." "Excellent. We will now begin our team actions. The knights from Longxi Island stay close behind us. Next is the team from Yalisha City, and the knights from the Tali family must guard the ship and be ready to assist at any time. Everyone, let's set off." Arthur still held the magical illuminating orb, leading the way ahead of the group. Following closely were Yalisha, Diana, Sam, and others. The knights from Longxi Island and Yalisha City each carried a wooden box which Arthur had temporarily collected from the crossroads inn. The sealing effect was quite good, perfect for transporting slugs who otherwise, with their soft, pliable bodies, they would escape at the slightest crack. The bottom of the box was lined with moss, which was the slug's favorite food, and the damp environment ensured that they wouldn't sustain serious damage during transport. This limestone cave, although slightly damp, had relatively flat and easy paths. Before long, the group arrived at the location of the slug's nest. However, at this moment, only the empty cave remained, along with the glow-in-the-dark slugs radiating an eerie green or deep blue light, twinkling in the darkness with a faint yet enchanting luminescence. The slugs' bodies were soft and smooth, and their glowing patterns changed as they moved, creating a dreamlike flow of colors. As they crawled through the cave, the trails they left behind shimmered with faint luminescence like markers of their journey. Their antennae quivered slightly, as if exploring the surrounding world, adding a touch of vitality and liveliness to this tranquil cave. These slugs dotted the dark cave like countless stars in the sky, some as large as an adult's arm, while others were merely the size of a finger. Everyone, listen up. We will only collect those that are palm-sized or larger. When collecting, be gentle, do not cause them harm. Arthur reminded everyone before they began. All right, let's get started. Arthur also took out a storage jade box, specifically choosing the largest ones, and before long, he had collected dozens, until the storage jade box could hold no more. Arthur cautiously stored away the already filled storage jade box, then took out another spare one from his storage ring. He secretly rejoiced at his habit of always carrying sufficient storage jade boxes with him. Perhaps it was a good work ethic cultivated from the diligent 996 schedule. Huh, what bad luck. Seeing this, Sam hurriedly took out his own storage jade box, dragging his plump body as he looked around for a larger slug. At this moment, he firmly believed one thought: as long as he closely followed his cousin's footsteps, he couldn't go wrong. This was also the advice his father had given him. Meanwhile, Alyssum and Diana were focused on selecting the slugs with beautiful appearances. Seeing his usually aloof sister display such a side, Arthur couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Miss, look at this beautiful green one. It's just like imperial green jade. Diana excitedly placed a palm-sized emerald green slug into her storage jade box and eagerly showed her find to Alyssum. What's so great about the green one? I prefer blue, which matches my combat aura better. Alyssum said indifferently, yet couldn't help but glance into Diana's jade box. Hey, why are you only catching the small ones? What can such a tiny thing do? Are you stupid? She scolded with a hint of reproach. Small ones can grow, you know. Good looks are what matter most. Diana retorted defiantly. Why not look for a giant green one? There are plenty of greens around here. You always have excuses. You need a good talking to. All right, you are the boss. Whatever you say goes. I'm just a minor player, what can I do? Diana looked like a scheming girl, making Arthur feel a bit sour. Sister Alyssum was also disgusted. Humph. What can you do? Kneel. 3 days without a beating, and the roof will be torn down. Arthur chuckled and shook his head at the exchange between the master and servant. It's better to keep my distance. He feared for his life. Arthur activated his combat steps, swiftly navigating the cave like a gale, and soon caught a few sizable slugs. These slugs were over a meter long, astonishing all. Look, here are some big ones. And their color is quite unique, they're actually pink. Arthur joyfully displayed the slugs before everyone. Upon seeing this, Alyssum and Diana immediately crowded around, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Wow, how beautiful. Miss, look quickly. This color is quite rare. Blah, blah, blah. Diana was really loud. Cousin, you are truly remarkable. Sam was equally drawn, in his face filled with envy. After a while, he quickly moved his hefty body to a less crowded area. I also need to work hard to find even bigger and more beautiful slugs, he murmured to himself, becoming even more focused on his search. Alyssum and Diana exchanged a knowing glance, instantly understanding each other. Then, like arrows released from a bow, the two swiftly dashed to Arthur's side, and taking him by surprise, each snatched a slug from his jade box. After their successful theft, they didn't linger, but turned and sped away like lightning. The two female high-level Earth Knights actually used their strength for this. Arthur was quite impressed. The two acted like children who had succeeded in a scheme, hiding to the side and laughing heartily. Sam was so startled, he quickly distanced himself. Arthur looked at the two mischievous master and servant, shaking his head helplessly. He collected himself and continued to gather slugs. After all, there were slugs everywhere here, and it was easy to find a big one. Although slugs are magical beasts, they have almost no attack power. If not for their special healing and detoxifying properties, no one would want to catch them. Suddenly, Arthur spotted an exceptionally large slug measuring a full 3 meters in length. Its body exhibited a mysterious purple hue, crystal clear, resembling a gemstone. It dragged its soft body, preparing to crawl into the narrow depths of the cave. Arthur sensed that this slug was approaching the level of high-level magical beasts. Excited, he quietly approached this giant. However, just as he was about to strike, a flash of purple light appeared, revealing that the purple slug possessed such magical abilities. It could actually teleport. However, the distance was only a few meters. Arthur quickly followed after it. The large slug glowed with purple light again, and Arthur thought it was about to teleport again. So he preemptively blocked its path of escape. Puff! To his surprise, this wretched creature spat a mouthful of purple liquid at Arthur. Arthur hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, inwardly shocked that this slug seemed to possess more intelligence than people thought. The purple liquid hit the ground, immediately corroding a pit. If not for Arthur's excellent agility, he might have fallen for its trick. He steadied himself and decided to change tactics, quickly forming the beast control seal in his hand. As the seal was completed, Arthur swiftly sent the beast control rune into the slug's body. However, the easy submission he had imagined did not come. The beast control rune sank into the sea without any response. This was the second time the beast control rune had failed. Arthur couldn't help but feel puzzled. At this moment, Alyssum and Sam noticed the situation and immediately prepared to assist Arthur. Don't come in, it's dangerous here. I can handle it. You coming over would only be a hassle. Arthur quickly stopped them. The space was already cramped. If more people came, it would be harder to dodge the attacks from the purple liquid. Moreover, Sam was still a rookie, only at the level of a mid-level knight squire. His presence would be more of a hindrance. After hearing this, the group immediately halted. But they still nervously watched Arthur's situation from the sidelines. Arthur's expression became serious as he decided to resolve the issue with force. He took a deep breath, his combat aura surging, and dashed towards the large slug. The large slug sensed the crisis, continuously spewing purple liquid, but all were easily avoided by Arthur. Arthur drew his sword and cast condensing water into ice. Most of the slug's body was water, so this technique inflicted significant damage. As Arthur unleashed his martial skill, the purple slug began to freeze at a visible speed. Just as he was about to stab the slug king with a decisive strike, something unexpected happened. The slug king spat out a sparkling stone from its mouth. It pulsated with extremely pure stellar energy. The slug king let out a piercing scream, its body trembling incessantly. The brilliance of that stone intensified. Eventually, the entire cave was enveloped in its blinding light. Everyone was unable to open their eyes due to the intense glare. Arthur had no choice but to close his eyes, feeling the reality around him. At this moment, the energy fluctuations from the Slug King's position were so powerful that it left Arthur feeling like a mayfly facing the ocean. I can't just sit back and wait. Arthur activated his combat aura and unleashed a formidable attack towards the Slug King 12 waves with condensing water into ice following closely. Purple Thunder Trapping Dragon Technique. Arthur poured all his magic power into this strongest strike against the Slug King. As the light gradually faded, Arthur opened his eyes to see the mysterious stone floating in midair, emitting a faint glow. The Slug King's figure had long vanished, leaving only a severed half of its body. Arthur nonchalantly stored it into his storage jade box. After all, slugs are adept at regenerative rebirth. This half of a body was enough for it to survive and recover. Arthur quickly moved to pick up the stone, directly storing it in his storage ring to prevent others from discovering it. The others also gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity. What caused that dazzling light just now? Sam asked in confusion. The Slug King must have used a teleportation technique. Look, many slugs nearby have disappeared. They must have been teleported away by it. Alyson explained to everyone with a serious expression. Teleportation technique. Isn't that only recorded in books? Does it really exist? Diana still seemed skeptical. However, the evidence was right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe. Perhaps it was just one of the Slug King's magical skills. There's no use pondering the unexplainable, Arthur said. Everyone hurry up and catch the remaining large slugs. After nearly 2 hours of effort, Arthur successfully captured all the slugs the size of a palm and larger. Arthur called everyone to carry the last wooden crates out of the cave, and at this time half of the space on the cargo ship was filled with these crates. After the last batch of wooden crates was loaded onto the ship, Arthur ordered all his personal guards to board the cargo ship to oversee the slugs. This haul was quite good, totaling several thousand slugs that were the size of a palm or larger. Let the smaller slugs be left for the ones who come later. The environment here is very suitable for slugs to grow. As long as they are properly protected, there is no worry about them not thriving in the future. Arthur thought to himself. With his exceptional agility and keen perception, he reaped the most rewards. He had used 6 storage boxes, capturing over 1,000 large slugs more than a foot long. The most precious ones were undoubtedly the few pink slugs, and that half of a purple Slug King. Although the exact uses of these rare slugs still needed further exploration, one could infer from their enormous size and strong magical fluctuations that they must possess extraordinary qualities. Arthur's sister Alison also had a good haul. At this moment, Alison had resumed her bright and noble appearance. Diana stood quietly behind Alison, resembling her shadow. Sam's chubby round face was beaming like a freshly steamed bun, with his eyes nearly squeezed shut. Cousin Arthur, are we going to go straight back to the Cross Inn next? Although this is the territory of the Merlin family, but... Diana rolled her eyes at Sam. Weren't you quite enthusiastic when catching slugs just now? Now you're backing out. Aye. Sam stammered, instantly reverting to his timid self, unsure of what to say. Alison gestured for Diana to stop speaking. Arthur, although we are descendants of the Merlin family, we have already been sealed outside. It really isn't good to blatantly pillage resources in the family territory, don't you think? Arthur had no psychological burden. Have the cargo ship set off immediately to Alisan port to quickly settle my sister's share. They'll have my share transported back to Longxi Island when I return. Let's stay at the Cross Inn for a few more days and see what's going on with that treester. There must be a conclusion and explanation for the recent incidents of theft here. Alison nodded. That sounds good. We also need to report the situation here to the family and have them send someone to guard this place. After all, this is quite a valuable resource. Naturally, and this is also a considerable achievement, we can ask the family for some rewards. Arthur nodded in agreement. Rewards. Alison was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood Arthur's meaning. Indeed, according to family tradition, even if useful resources are found within the territory, corresponding rewards will still be given. Sister is right. Although we have been sealed outside, we are still sheltered under the family's wing, so it is only fair to give back to the family. Alison smiled. It's rare for a young brother to prioritize the family in everything. Arthur humbly smiled. Not at all. The younger brother, lacking experience, still had much to learn from his sister. He hoped she would not hesitate to teach him. Watching the two siblings suddenly enter a mode of mutual praise, Diana's lips twitched. However, she maintained a calm demeanor and did not interject. Sam, on the other hand, was nervously glancing between Arthur and Alison. He couldn't help but form a new judgment about his cousin and cousin sister. While they spoke, all the wooden crates had been loaded up and Arthur ordered them to set sail directly towards Alison City. With his personal guards and his sister's subordinates present, there would be no safety issues. Moreover, in their own territory, no one dared to act against him. Following the Rikilia River, they would arrive in a day. Taking advantage of the night, there would hardly be any unexpected incidents. Watching the cargo ship depart, Arthur took Sam and rode the two-headed dragon sparrow. Sister Alison naturally rode her new mount, the crimson feathered sparrow Ignis. With Arthur's help, Diana also climbed onto the back of the black feathered sparrow. The little girl began to get excited again. After all, this had already become her intended mount, so she treated the black feathered sparrow with exceptional gentleness. Minutes later, the group returned to the Cross Inn. At this time, the Cross Inn town was brightly lit and the crowds were still large, especially the taverns and brothels, which were bustling with business. Along the dock, various candles and magical lights illuminated that area brightly. From the sky, it indeed had a charming scene of flickering lights. However, Arthur and the others were not interested in these. They directly returned to the cross in arriving at Arthur's room. Sam Allison and the servants stayed at the inn to take care of their food, clothing, and lodging. However, Arthur was left alone. All his personal guards and servants had been arranged to go out on errands. It seems my display isn't sufficient, this must be changed. Having finally become a noble, how could he not enjoy the experience of having a multitude of servants? Arthur mused to himself. Seeing that not even a servant was by her brother's side, Alison felt a bit distressed and said to Diana, "Go arrange for 2 maids to come and take care of Arthur's daily needs." "Yes, miss." Diana immediately went out to make arrangements. The room was left with only Arthur, Allison, and Sam. Sister, the bandit issue isn't a big deal for the Merlin family, but it would tarnish the family's reputation. So regardless, the Merlin family needs to provide everyone with a result. Alison nodded in agreement. "You're correct, but since Fuzai has already been captured by you, it wouldn't be good to announce it externally, right?" Arthur took out a jug of sheep's milk wine and 4 silver cups from his storage ring, pouring a cup for his sister and cousin. "This is sheep's milk wine from Longxi Island. It tastes quite good, you should try it." After pouring a large cup for himself, Arthur took a big sip and said, "How could Fuzai be a bandit? This bandit, after all, can only be human. The Cross Inn is a chaotic mix of people, and I don't believe there aren't some shady dealings. We should investigate thoroughly in the coming days. In the end, the truth will come to light. Naturally, a conclusion will come." Sam meticulously savored the sheep's milk wine in his cup, not daring to look away, but the way his ears perked up could not hide his curious heart. Alison took a small sip and said, "This wine has a unique flavor. You're right, it's just like hunting rabbits while gathering grass. There are no efforts without reward." Arthur smiled slightly and continued, "Moreover, we can use this opportunity to feel out the situation here and see if there are any other hidden dangers." Alison nodded in agreement. She looked out the window thoughtfully, saying, "This is an important hub to the inland, the flow of people is great, and it is indeed easy to harbor dirt and filth." At this moment, Diana entered with 2 maids. Alison looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. Then she said to Arthur, "These twin sisters are called Lola and Layla. They are from the Cymigia continent, and from now on let them take care of your daily needs. Now that you are a baron, your daily living and sleeping arrangements must have someone to manage them, and you cannot be careless even when away from home." Arthur nodded obediently. "Thank you, sister, for your concern." Arthur curiously examined the twin sisters, who had black hair and eyes, yellow skin, and were petite and delicate. Their bodies were covered in brightly colored tattoos, and they had designs on their faces as well. People from the Cymigia continent. Arthur couldn't help but ask. Alison explained, "I came across them at the slave market in Osagus a few years ago. Seeing their plight, I bought them. The 2 sisters have decent qualifications and are now at the level of high knight attendants, but because they practice the totem method, they can no longer cultivate fighting spirit. Therefore, their cultivation has stagnated. However, the sisters are clever and attentive. You should keep them by your side." Arthur hurriedly said, "The personnel at Longxi Fort are still quite sufficient. I will pay attention to this next time I go out, and will not take away what my sister loves." Alison took another sip of sheep's milk wine and said, "What does it matter? My Alison territory has a population of over 300, unlike your Longxi Island, which has only so few people. It's hard to find capable people. Since I've opened my mouth, you just accept it. Don't be so wishy-washy." Arthur could only thank her helplessly. "Then thank you very much, sister." Diana quietly stood behind Yallison after bringing someone over. Yallison then spoke, "Diana, you should sit down as well and try the specialty goat milk wine of Longxi Island. It has a unique flavor." "Yes, miss." Diana smiled as she sat on the chair next to Yallison. The Lola sisters were indeed obedient, immediately stepping forward to fill Diana's wine glass without being asked. As soon as Arthur downed his cup of goat milk wine, Lola immediately came over to refill it for him. Their movements were smooth and graceful. Arthur smiled and took a sip, saying to his sister, "Sister, you truly know how to train people." Yallison replied proudly, "As a lord, the most important thing is to cultivate talent. This way, everything can be done more smoothly. You must remember this. What you said makes perfect sense. I do feel that there is no one I can rely on right now, and it troubles me greatly." Arthur agreed. However, Longxi Island's population is indeed limited, with only over 30,000 people. "Thankfully, sister, you have supported me with 50,000 people this time, which has indeed solved my urgent problem." Yallison, however, was unperturbed, saying, "This is just a normal transaction. It cannot be considered support. In the future, when I have free time, I can send people to help you build Arthur City. But the payment must be calculated properly." Arthur laughed upon hearing this. "That is natural. I am already deeply grateful that sister can send people to help me. However, this year is the year of Chiodi, and with your strength, you must participate. At that time, the focus can be on plundering population." He then solemnly instructed, "However, you must prepare the sea vessels for transportation in advance. As far as I know, Longxi Island has no large sea vessels. Otherwise, renting from others will result in significant deductions. Unfortunately, my Yallison port only has 2 3-masted sailing ships, just enough for use." Arthur agreed wholeheartedly. This is indeed a problem, but Longxi Island does have some savings. I plan to purchase 2 3-masted sailing ships. Yallison couldn't help but be a bit surprised. A 3-masted sailing ship costs over 200,000 gold coins. Are you sure Longxi Island can afford 2? Moreover, these must be customized in advance. Although used ships are significantly cheaper, they come with considerable risk. Arthur smiled slightly and confidently said, "Money is not a problem. I have ways to secure sufficient funding. However, only the Marquis of Star Island has a shipyard, and I heard that without connections, even money won't get you anything. Yallison nodded. Indeed, my 2 sailing ships. One was commissioned from Star Island by my father, and the other was reformed after I bought it from the Island family. At this moment Diana interjected, Miss, second young master, why not build your own shipyard? Yallison shook her head, saying, firstly, building a dock requires a substantial investment. Secondly, and most crucially, shipbuilding technology is rare. Only those large families have the heritage to set up the magic arrays needed for large sailing ships. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conduct ocean voyages. The sea's magical beasts are not to be underestimated. The ocean is not like inland rivers where ordinary cargo ships can sail unimpeded. The Merlin family has painstakingly operated for over 300 years, and they have only built one cargo ship dock in Reclea City. The main issue is that the Merlin family's foundation in magic is too weak. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Arthur confidently said, although every beginning is difficult, as long as there is determination, there is nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished. Though we currently lack the ability to build 3-masted sailing ships, we can continue to gather the technology and talent needed for constructing them. As for magic arrays, once Mother advances to a grand mage, the Merlin family would be capable of developing their own magic arrays. Yallison helplessly shook her head. Well, it's good that second brother has such confidence. You are right, as long as the family works together, difficulties will always be resolved. Everyone expressed their agreement. They continued to chat for about half an hour before each returned to their own rooms to rest. My lord, this is the incense I prepared for you, which can soothe the mind and aid sleep. Please have a feel and see how it works. Layla's gentle and clear voice came through as she held a colorful shell from which a faint blue smoke continuously wafted. Arthur was quite curious. Did you make this incense yourself? Yes, my lord. In my hometown, it is quite popular to make incense and use herbs for healing. Indeed, this incense makes one feel exceptionally pleasant. It truly helps calm the mind and brings joy to the body and spirit. Arthur couldn't help but exclaim, this is indeed remarkable. Oh, I never expected such a small incense could have such an effect. The wonders of this world are often truly unexpected. Layla is indeed skillful. Layla smiled sweetly. This is just a minor skill. It doesn't deserve such praise from my lord. It's the medicine pouch that my sister concocts that is truly miraculous. Oh, tell me more about it. Arthur couldn't help but be intrigued. My sister can make bath medicine pouches that not only relieve fatigue, but also aid in cultivation. Moreover, the cooking medicine pouch made by my sister is also excellent. Seeing Arthur listening intently, Layla continued to explain, furthermore, my sister can also heal with herbs. When we were captured by slave traders in the Crescent Moon Kingdom, my sister saved many people using herbs. And then, Lola emerged from the bathroom at this moment, interrupting Kara's delightful conversation with Arthur. Kara pouted, I know. Lord Arthur enjoys listening to what I say. Lola shot Layla a fierce glance to silence her. Layla indeed stopped talking and turned to tidy up the bed for Arthur. My lord, the bathing water is ready. You may bathe now. Lola's voice was soft yet distant. All right. I haven't had a good bath lately. Oh, I need to relax today. Lola followed Arthur into the bathroom, assisting him in removing his outer garments. She then took the garments out of the bathroom. Arthur took off the remaining clothing and stepped into the wooden tub. The tub was floating with various flower petals, and a faint, tranquil, medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Oh, it turns out a medicine pouch was added. Arthur picked up the medicine pouch and sniffed it. The scent was quite pleasant, a subtle aroma. Arthur then closed his eyes in the tub, allowing himself to relax. The warm water and the gentle medicinal fragrance quickly helped him unwind, entering a state of clarity and tranquility. Unknowingly, he began to circulate the true dragon chi cultivation technique and the true dragon visualization method with a subtle upward trend in his blood and energy. An hour passed unknowingly. My lord, the water has cooled down. Oh, do you need hot water? Lola's voice came from outside the bathroom. Arthur woke up from his meditation. No need, I'm almost done. Yes, my lord. Arthur dried himself off and changed into new sleepwear. Arthur discovered that his clothes also carried a faint fragrance. It was a woody scent quite suitable for men. Stepping out of the bathroom, the two sisters had tidied up the bed. The entire room was filled with the scent of incense. Arthur was in a good mood. He took out 2 gold coins from his pouch, saying, take this as a reward for you both. I really enjoyed today's incense and medicine pouch. Thank you both. Please continue to prepare in this manner from now on. The two bowed, and then solemnly accepted the gold coins from Arthur's hand. Thank you for the reward, my lord. I will begin my training now. You both should rest as well. Yes, my lord. The two turned and left the room. Arthur then sat cross-legged on the bed, continuing to practice his cultivation technique. At dawn the next day, Yace ended his cultivation. Thanks in part to the incense and medicinal sachets prepared by the Lola sisters, his session last night had been unusually smooth. The fighting chi and magical power that the dragon hatchling had once drained finally began to refill, and they felt even fuller and more substantial than before. Just as Yace rose, a knock sounded at the door. My lord, are you awake? Luola's voice came from outside. Yes, come in, he answered. Yace straightened his sleep robe and gave his instructions. Luola opened the door and entered carrying his toiletries. Yace asked curiously, why are you up so early? Luola wore her usual gentle, distant expression. I was on night duty. I prepared the washing supplies at first light. I did not know your schedule and did not wish to delay you. I see. I rise fairly early every day. You need not stand guard. Just have everything ready when dawn breaks, Yace replied. Yes, my lord, Luolai answered. Yace continued, when I was on Longxi Island, I always drank a cup of warm beast goat milk in the morning. Since we are away now, just warm the goat milk wine and bring it to me. He took a small jar of goat milk wine from his storage ring and handed it to Luolai. Take this for now, when it is used up I will replenish it for you. Luolai accepted the jar and replied, understood my lord. What would you like for breakfast? Yace asked after a moment. I will dine with my sister and Shanmu, so you need not attend to me, go about your duties. Very well, my lord. With that, Luolai withdrew from the room. After washing, Yace donned a set of light leather armor, summoned his Long K, and fed it a large piece of magical beast meat and a vial of dragon blood tonic. Under Yace's careful rearing, the Long K was on the verge of breaking through to an advanced intermediate rank. Its combat strength had become crucial to Yace. With it beside him, he could hold his own against an ordinary Sky Knight. The crimson Long K Yajinisai and the black Long K watched Yace feed the bird with meat and tonics and could not hide their envy. They chittered their discontent. Yace had no choice but to produce 2 more pieces of beast meat, upon which they fell silent. You found a new master now. Ask your new owner for meat. Yace joked as he tossed the meat to them. Oh ho, the second young master sure knows how to live, hoarding even a few pieces of beast meat, Yelishin's voice called from behind. Yace turned to see Yelishin and Diana approaching. Good morning, Sister Diana. Good morning, second young master. Yelishin produced a large slab of beast meat from her storage ring and threw it to the Long, complaining, take it, so stingy. The Long K immediately snatched the meat and began to feast. Yace smiled helplessly. I was only joking. He is not that stingy with a few pieces of meat. Yelishin produced 2 more pieces, one she tossed to Yajinisai the crimson Long, and the other she handed to Diana to feed the black Long K. Diana took the meat and hurried over to the black Long, cooing, Dakanisi, eat quickly. I will find you many treats from now on. Yace looked puzzled at Diana. When did you give the black Long K a name? Diana answered happily. Since Miss named the crimson Long K Yajinisai, I thought of a matching name. So they would be a pair. Yace shrugged. They do make a fitting pair of names. I think so too, Yelishin agreed with a nod. Having fed their mounts, the group set off together for the dining hall. When they arrived, Luolai and her sister and Yelishin's attendants were already waiting. A middle-aged maid spoke. Miss, second young master, I have sent for Shanmu. He will be here shortly. As they were about to sit, Shanmu arrived. Cousin, good morning. Good morning, Shanmu. After everyone sat, Yelishin turned to the middle-aged maid and asked, Mrs. Padamo, what is planned for breakfast today? Mrs. Padamo replied kindly, at the crossroads, and one must taste the clear-boiled white-scale shrimp, the red-scale carp sashimi, and red dragon broth. In addition, I asked the kitchen to prepare a potion mushroom cream soup and a golden steak using our own ingredients. Yelishin nodded with satisfaction. Mrs. Padamo never disappoints. I have been looking forward to this. Soon the first appetizer arrived, a mushroom cream soup. It was the Merlin family's customary starter. It melted on the tongue and left a fragrant aftertaste that opened the appetite. The second course was red dragon broth, made from the leftover parts and scales of the red scale carp used for sashimi. The broth was exquisitely savory and even offered modest benefits to cultivators. For Yelishin and her brother it had little effect, but it did have an impact on Shanmu. After a bowl of the fish broth, he clearly felt his fighting chi refine a little. Soon the third dish, the clear-boiled white-scale shrimp, was presented. The white-scale shrimp were palm-sized and crystalline. When cooked they took on a pale rose crystal hue and looked beautiful. Yace tasted one and found the flesh tender and juicy, imbued with rich magical power. These shrimp are excellent. I haven't had them in a long time. Thank my sister for that, Yelishin said after eating only one, dabbing her mouth with a napkin. You've been holed up on Longxi Island for half a year. You naturally haven't had them. Remember to balance work and rest. Sister is right, Yace acknowledged. I love white-scale shrimp, but I can only indulge at my grandmother's or cousin's home. The Tali family rarely serves them. Shamus' eyes lit up at the sight of the shrimp. Yace smiled. You sure know good food. One white-scale shrimp costs a gold coin. Who can just eat them freely? Shamu grinned simply. So I follow my cousins to eat. He ate 3 in a row and only stopped when he felt his fighting chi growing restless. The fourth course was red-scale carp sashimi. The pale pink flesh dipped in a special sauce was indeed a rare delicacy. Yace ate a piece and said, this is my favorite. Its freshness and the sauce are perfect. Yelishin tasted only one piece and declined more. It is very fresh, but I find it a bit fishy. It's not to my taste. Shamu also tried a bite and left it. The remainder was taken care of by Yace and Diana. For the main course, everyone enjoyed the golden steak. After all, this was not a common beast meat to eat regularly. Golden beef is hard to obtain. As sister, you are very resourceful, Yace complimented. Yelishin coughed awkwardly. It's nothing. Dominic of the deciding family lost to me in a contest, and so he brought over a few heads as a result. Yace and Shanmu were surprised. Since when did the deciding family become so generous? Yace asked. Diana was about to say something when Yelishin shot her a sharp look, and she changed her words. Yes, they lost the contest, she agreed. At that moment the servants brought out the final dish. Mrs. Padamo explained, this dish comes from the magical aquatic plants of Lake Reclinia. It is called Shuixing Yanghua. Its flavor is crisp and sweet. An excellent salad to finish the meal. The breakfast had been lavish and sumptuous. Everyone left the table satisfied. After using the last water-like flower, Arthur had Laura pour each person a cup of heated goat milk wine. Arthur raised his glass and introduced to everyone a cup of goat milk wine after a meal warms the stomach and soothes the throat. Everyone should try the heated goat milk wine, it has a unique flavor. Alyson took a small sip and said the heated goat milk wine has a richer aroma, it's truly a good method. Arthur smiled and said if you like it sister, I'll make sure to set aside a portion for you when we brew the goat milk wine in the future. Sounds good, I do quite like this flavor. Alyson was not shy with her brother. She thought it best to help him more in areas where he needed assistance. Sam set down his cup after drinking 2 cups of goat milk wine satisfied. Today's breakfast was amazing. So comfortable. If every day were like this, I wouldn't trade it for anything, even for the gods. Arthur jokingly disagreed. In this world, nothing comes without a price. If you want to enjoy this kind of life continuously, you must be prepared to pay the cost. Seeing Sam nod in agreement, Arthur continued, we must thank our ancestors for today's good fortune. For over 300 years, they have shed countless blood and sweat. As we enjoy ourselves, let's not forget the hardships of our ancestors and consider whether our descendants will also be able to live as comfortably as we do in the years to come. Alyson also agreed. Arthur is right. Cousin, you should focus more on your cultivation. Didn't Charles bully you because of your low cultivation level? Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant as a fellow Viscount heir? Sam timidly replied, I understand, cousin. Arthur knew that under the harsh education of Viscount Tully, Sam had become extremely self-conscious. In fact, he was quite adorable when he was chubby as a child. However, as Sam grew, his father Viscount Tully became increasingly worried. This son of his had a somewhat eccentric personality. He was not as active as the boys he often saw, or fond of swordplay and fighting. Sam loved music and art. He was a young man with a strong artistic temperament, showing no interest in fighting. Moreover, he particularly enjoyed reading various books like Small Animals and loved experimenting with baking cakes and desserts to satisfy his cravings for good food. From this perspective, Sam was a child who had a thirst for knowledge, artistic talent, and a kind heart from an early age. Faced with such a son, Viscount Tully grew increasingly disappointed, as no method seemed able to change Sam's interests. Whether it was scolding him or even hitting him, none of it was effective. However, this father was quite ruthless. He once had his son wear women's clothing and parade in the streets, hoping that such extreme stimulation would change his son's temperament. Naturally, the outcome was not as he wished. After becoming completely disappointed in this son and ignoring him, his wife gave birth to another son. Now Viscount Tully prayed in gratitude to the moon goddess. As the younger brother grew, his father increasingly favored him due to the stark contrast in their personalities. Viscount Tully placed all his hopes for the family's future on his second son, which led to his growing disdain for Sam. The formation of a person's character is not something that can happen overnight. Similarly, a person's transformation is also difficult without experiencing certain events. The humiliation from Charles last time may have had some impact on him, but whether he can stand up and find his own path in the future will depend on fate. How about we take a stroll in the town? The rainbow wine we tasted at the Wildcat Tavern last time left me wanting more. Arthur suggested enthusiastically. Alyson nodded in agreement, saying sure, and places like taverns are excellent spots for gathering information. Sam naturally had no objections. He was enjoying his time with Arthur. After breakfast, the three left the Cross Inn with their guards and began to wander around the riverside town. Diana followed a few guards behind them. I didn't expect the streets here to be quite clean and tidy, Arthur remarked, looking at the neat cobblestones. The ever-flowing Reclia River washes away all the filth and dirt of the town, Sam suddenly said. Arthur and Alyson looked at him in surprise. Sam immediately flushed and waved his hands to explain, I just felt inspired. Don't look at me like that. Alyson shrugged and said, I think what you said has a poetic and philosophical quality. Arthur couldn't help but praise him. Indeed, the more you chew on it, the better it tastes. The Cross Inn town was surrounded by low green mountains with clear waters flowing gently. The cobblestone paths wound through the town, flanked by ancient stone houses and bustling markets. By the riverside, willows swayed gently in the breeze. The clear river water sparkled as fish swam happily, creating ripples on the surface. On the Reclia River, fishermen were rowing small boats to catch fish, while women were washing clothes by the riverbank and children were picking up small fish, shrimp, and shells to help with household expenses. In the distance, ancient stone bridges spanned the river, connecting both banks. On the bridges, pedestrians came and went. Some were merchants, some were travelers, and others were shepherds herding their flocks. These stone bridges witnessed the rise and fall of the town. The security situation in this town was quite good, with patrolling knights visible everywhere. This is likely one of the important reasons why the Cross Inn town is bustling with merchants. There really hadn't been any major incidents for 100 years. The previous robbery incident was quite rare. Along the way, Sam's mood had not been high, perhaps due to the troubles caused by his sister's words. After about 2 hours of wandering, they arrived at the Wildcat Tavern, hidden among colorful eucalyptus trees. At this time, there weren't many people inside. As soon as the landlady saw Arthur and the others, she immediately came out to greet them. Miss Merlin, 2 young masters, please come in. Arthur and the others chose a riverside spot where they could see the scenery of the Reclia River and the passing boats. Landlady, just bring us a pot of your rainbow wine for each of us. You can choose the side dishes. Arthur first ordered the wine and dishes, and then jokingly added, this time, you don't have any stock left for those who can't drink. 1 pot each is enough. No more. The landlady giggled and covered her mouth, saying, thank you, young Master Merlin, for your understanding. Just yesterday, we received a batch of magic beast oysters in the shop, so you all are in for a treat. Arthur said happily, that's great. Before long, the fine wine and delicious food were served. After strolling around for 2 hours they were quite thirsty, so today's rainbow wine tasted exceptionally sweet. Sam had particularly taken a liking to rainbow wine since it had improved his cultivation last time after drinking the 7-colored brew. He shook his head and said this rainbow wine seems to gather the essence of nature. The enchanting fragrance was intoxicating. This wine must be a treasure of the world. Arthur couldn't help but laugh at Sam's demeanor. Sam truly has the potential to be a wandering poet. I think you could pursue this path in the future. Becoming a poet or a scholar wouldn't be bad either. Alyson disagreed, saying, Arthur, don't lead Sam astray. In this world, strength is paramount. As a family heir, martial prowess is the most important. Soon more guests began to fill the tavern. Arthur and the others chatted leisurely while enjoying the scenery of the great river, feeling quite content. Landlady, bring me a pot of your whatever 7-colored brew. A crude and vulgar voice suddenly erupted in the tavern. Arthur looked in the direction of the voice and saw a nearly 2-meter-tall bald man bellowing at the landlady from behind the counter. The bald man had a face full of flesh and a pair of copper-bell-sized eyes that revealed a hint of murderous intent. He wore a tattered leather armor and wielded a gigantic axe, looking like a fearsome brute. The landlady, with an indifferent expression, looked at the man with amusement and said, My lord, this little shop has never sold any 7-colored brew. Only rainbow wine is renowned in the Merlin territory. If you wish to drink, this shop has plenty. The man glared angrily and retorted, Who cares about your rainbow wine? I know everything that happens in this area. Oh, don't think I'm easy to fool. Hand over the 7-colored brew now. With that, he raised his giant axe, ready to chop at the landlady. I advise you to put away your weapon. Don't think that just because you are a mid-level Earth Knight, even the Blood Wolf wouldn't dare to act recklessly in my tavern. The Blood Wolf mercenary group does have some strength, but the Blood Wolf is merely a peak Earth Knight. Do you think you can still stir up trouble under Lord Treaster's governance? Besides, the Cross Inn is protected by the Merlin family's night guard. If you want to make a living here, it's better not to be too audacious. It hasn't been long since the dragon-slaying mercenary group was here. Do you really want the Blood Wolf mercenary group to follow in their footsteps? Hearing the landlady mention Lord Treaster and the Merlin family, the bald man's expression darkened, yet he stubbornly replied, Don't use Lord Treaster and the Merlin family to intimidate me. Our boss will soon be promoted to Sky Knight. Even Treaster and the Merlin family wouldn't dare to offend him easily. Today I must have that 7-colored brew. With that, he reached out his large hand towards the landlady. However, before he could get close, he felt a powerful force beneath his feet that sent him flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. You foolish creature. It turned out that the shop assistant had intervened, and to everyone's surprise, the usually unassuming assistant was a skilled fighter. Many people didn't understand how the assistant acted so swiftly. They couldn't help but feel curious about this young lad. Arthur, observing from the side, quietly whispered to Alyson, Just now, I felt a strong wave of earth attribute magic power. Ali-san also whispered back, It's the elemental power of the elven race. That assistant must be an earth warrior of the elven race. The bald man struggled to rise, his eyes filled with fear and astonishment. Why, you are actually an earth warrior of the elven race. He knew well how powerful the elven race was, especially the earth warriors who were renowned for their strength and defense. At this moment he realized he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Get lost, the shop assistant said coldly. The bald man dared not say another word, picked up his axe, and left the Wildcat Tavern in disgrace. The onlookers began discussing the sudden conflict. I didn't expect the Blood Wolf mercenary group to be so arrogant, a fellow mercenary said quietly to his companion. The Blood Wolf has been entrenched in the realm of advanced Earth Knights for a long time. They must have touched upon the sky level. That's likely, which means it's going to be tough for us wandering mercenaries. But that's not certain. Do you think, Treaster? The two lowered their voices deliberately so as not to be overheard. At this moment the landlady spoke up loudly. I sincerely apologize, everyone. I've disturbed your enjoyment. Today the whole shop is offering a 20% discount. Let's drink until we're satisfied. Let's drink until we're satisfied. The crowd immediately responded enthusiastically. The shop assistant returned to his harmless youthful demeanor and began bustling among the guests. However, at this moment everyone treated him with obvious courtesy. No one would still regard him as an ordinary shop assistant. Arthur was a bit curious if he had a pair of elven ears hidden under his white hat. Looking at his delicate and slender figure, it was hard to believe he was an earth attribute elf. Just as Arthur and Ali-san were quietly observing the actions of the crowd, Sam suddenly spoke up. That bald man from the Blood Wolf mercenary group clearly has his ears to the ground. Why would he still dare to cause trouble at the Wildcat Tavern? No matter the tavern's background or Treaster's reputation, it's obvious that the Blood Wolf mercenary group cannot contend with them. Yet he boldly came here to cause trouble. He must have some insider information. Ali-san nodded. You make a good point. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. Sam scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm just a coward. If it were me, knowing I couldn't fight back, I definitely wouldn't seek trouble. Just now seeing that bald man get defeated by the assistant and run away immediately, he clearly is not a very brave person. Arthur stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, saying, Sam is right. Since that bald man dared to come, he must feel he can handle the tavern's people and that he won't provoke the powers backing the tavern or Treaster's retribution. That means he knows that even if he causes trouble at the tavern, nothing will happen. Thus, either the forces behind the tavern or something has happened to Treaster. There's a possibility of that, but another possibility is that Treaster no longer stands with the tavern. Suddenly Sam had a flash of insight. What if it's possible that Treaster's current business dealings are related to the people behind the tavern, or that he's going to deal with them? Arthur and Ali-san exchanged glances and nodded, saying, "That's very possible. After all, the rainbow wine and 7-colored brew of the Wildcat Tavern are not ordinary items. There must be many who have their eyes on them. Moreover, the elven race cannot have deep connections in human territories. They can only rely on their own strength to hold their ground. If someone wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't be difficult." Ali-san couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "I didn't expect things to become more complicated. Usually with Treaster protecting this place, no one would dare to cause trouble, but as soon as he leaves, all sorts of rogues come out." Arthur, however, remained calm. "Isn't that normal? Everyone is seeking upward development. But to achieve growth, both strength and resources are indispensable. So people will use any means necessary to enhance their strength and obtain resources. The Cross Inn is a trade hub with complex personnel and ample opportunities. Everyone comes here seeking profit. Thus conflicts and schemes are also normal. As long as the Merlin family's influence remains, they won't be able to stir up much trouble." Sam nodded. "Cousin is right. People will really do anything for their interests. But what kind of benefits is Treaster seeking here?" Arthur thought to himself. It seems Sam is quite perceptive. He didn't directly answer Sam's question, but instead said, "Chaos is the best ladder." Ali-san and Sam fell into deep thought at his words. Indeed, chaos is the best ladder for rising up. After sitting for a while in the tavern, Arthur and his siblings settled the bill and left. They strolled back to the inn along the street. In Arthur's room, the Lola sisters had prepared a lavish spread of fruits and exquisite pastries for everyone. The drinks on the side were the local specialty fruit wine, refreshing and thirst-quenching, a rare fine brew. Sam lifted his glass and took a sip, then turned to Arthur and Ali-san and asked, Cousin, what should we do next?" Ali-san pondered for a moment before replying, "First, we need to send someone to the night order stationed here to inquire about the Blood Wolf mercenary group's detailed situation. If their leader is indeed about to ascend to the realm of Sky Knight, it may not bode well for our family. Secondly, we must quickly notify the family to send people to guard and protect the Slug Cave. This place is likely to become an important resource for the family, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Moreover, this night order station here has a good reputation, which should be beneficial for the Merlin family, yet for some reason I feel something is off." She furrowed her brow, trying to think through the reasons. Arthur pointed out incisively, "The people of the Cross Inn hold the Treaster Night Order in higher regard, and only then the Merlin family. Now this place seems to have become like a subordinate fief of the Merlin family in everyone's eyes." Diana frowned in confusion and asked, "But Treaster is the sworn knight of the Merlin family, isn't he? Doesn't acknowledging him equate to acknowledging the Merlin family? What exactly is the difference here?" Sam said softly, "A vassal does not belong to the Lord." Diana still couldn't grasp it, her confusion unabated. At this moment, Arthur explained, "The Cross Inn is an extremely crucial trade transit point for the Merlin family. If we cannot completely control it, then those with ulterior motives may take advantage and gradually infiltrate the Merlin territory. Therefore, this place must be managed directly by the Merlin family, not through the hands of vassals." Arthur continued, "Treaster has run this place as if it were his own fief. Moreover, he seems to be intentionally manipulating the actions of various forces here." Arthur's tone gradually became serious. "Everything seems to be unfolding according to a script he had pre-written. It appears that only the continuous emergence of villains can highlight his formidable reputation and exceptional abilities here. Everything feels just too logical." Arthur's remarks made the others realize the implications. Ali-san spoke solemnly, "This Treaster is indeed elusive and adept at scheming, leveraging the geographical advantage of the cross in seizing the moment to create opportunities while also winning people's hearts. With favorable timing, advantageous location, and people's support all in his favor, it's no wonder he became a Sky Knight in just a decade or so." Arthur couldn't help but praise, "Indeed, he is a rare talent." "Oh." The others looked at Arthur in surprise. Arthur innocently said, "The loyal use their hearts while the wise use their abilities. Treaster can manipulate the various forces here with ease. That is indeed his skill. Since we already know of his capabilities, we should report truthfully to our father. He will know how to arrange things. We can conclude our business here." Ali-san curiously asked, "Are we not going to investigate further?" Arthur shook his head. "There's no need. With the Slug Cave present, my father won't be inclined to partition this place. The family will send someone to take over later. Furthermore, although Treaster is skilled, he has always been loyal to the Merlin family. He has handled matters well. We will report the situation as is, and how to arrange it let my father decide. Tom and Jerry's borrowed cargo ships should be arriving soon. We should prepare to set off. We've wasted too much energy here." Ali-san thought Arthur had a point. "Let's do as you say and report the situation to our father. Let him arrange it himself. We've certainly gained quite a bit." The group then simply enjoyed drinking and tasting the delicacies. "Sir, there is a knight named Lester seeking an audience outside," Lola reported to Arthur. "Let him in." Arthur explained to everyone, "It's Lester who went to deliver a message to Merlin Castle, returning now." Before long, a weary Lester in knight's armor was brought in. "Greetings, ladies and young master. I have reported the matter of the bandits at the Cross Inn to Lord Viscount Merlin. The Lord said that since you are here, you should assist the local knight order in resolving the matter before leaving. Here is the order." Ali-san took the order, glanced at it, and handed it to Arthur. Arthur saw a simple sentence, "You must resolve the matter before leaving." Arthur inquired of Lester, "Tell me about the Blood Wolf mercenary group." Lester paused, then spoke. Bloodwolf is the most renowned mercenary group on Augustus Island with over 20 main members, all of whom are intermediate Earth Knights or above. The leader Bloodwolf has been on the verge of advancing to the sky level for years, reputed to be a peak Earth Knight. They mainly protect merchant ships or form teams for exploration. They have been relatively well behaved at the cross end. Recently, Bloodwolf took the main members of the mercenary group on a mission and is not here. Oh, do you know when they left? Arthur suddenly caught on 3 days ago, just before Lord Treaster departed. Lester answered. As expected. Arthur instructed, one matter shouldn't trouble two masters. I also need you to run to Merlin Castle. We have discovered a slug cave nearby and need to report it to Lord Viscount Merlin. Please wait, I will write a letter for you to take along. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, Lola had already prepared the pen and paper. Arthur briefly wrote about the slug cave and the matter regarding Treaster. After writing the letter, he took out 5 gold coins and handed them to Lester. Thank you, my lord. Lester happily accepted the letter and coins and left. That evening, 5 cargo ships borrowed from Alishan port arrived. Arthur instructed to hurriedly load the goods onto the ships. With the personal guards watching, Arthur and the others leisurely accompanied Alishan and Diana to familiarize themselves with their mounts. With Arthur's assistance, Diana easily tamed the black feathered mount Dakines as her steed. The 3 of them soared through the skies along the Rekilia River on their flying mounts. Arthur and his companions were leisurely practicing their skills in controlling their flying mounts along the Rekilia River. While dragon sparrows of the same level could not match the speed of the wyverns, Arthur's mount, benefiting from the advantage of being a high-level magical bird, left the 2 wyverns far behind. Ignis exerted his magical skills to chase after them, while Dakines followed closely, unwilling to fall behind. Suddenly, a green figure rapidly approached from afar. To be able to traverse the skies, one must at least possess the cultivation of the sky level. Arthur could not help but become vigilant, and quickly gathered with Alishan and Diana. Sister Diana, be prepared. If the incoming person has ill intentions, we will immediately scatter and flee. Alishan and Diana both nodded seriously, indicating they understood. However, the 3 dared not act rashly. If they inadvertently angered the other party, it would be detrimental. Within a few breaths, the figure arrived before them. The 2 figures possessed flowing golden hair and exquisite handsome features, especially their pale blue eyes, which resembled a melancholic lake, deep and serene. They had pointed ears with 2 small braids beside them. Their finely crafted armor was made from unknown green vines, complemented by a light green cloak woven from the silk of magical beasts. The exquisite belt inlaid with various gemstones and the diamond necklace shimmering with multicolored brilliance were all top-tier items. However, the corners of the elven expert's mouth and armor were stained with considerable blood. It was evident they had just experienced a fierce battle. What a celestial being of the elven race! Arthur couldn't help but secretly admire. Are you descendants of the Merlin family? The elven expert inquired. Arthur responded loudly. Yes, senior, we are the eldest daughter of the Merlin family, Alison, and the second son, Arthur. May I ask who the senior is? I am Lane Rass of the elven race, the owner of the Wildcat Tavern. Since I have encountered you, I have an urgent message that needs to be delivered to Viscount Merlin. I, along with Trist and Bloodwolf, went to Giant Lizard Island on business. On the way, we encountered elven experts gathering a large force. I fought my way out desperately, but Trist and Bloodwolf are likely in grave danger. I believe that before long they will initiate a new wave of invasion against the Crescent Duchy. You must return quickly and inform Viscount Merlin to prepare early. After Lane Rass finished speaking, he directly soared into the sky. Lizardman invasion. The news from Lane Rass struck Arthur and his companions like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned. It was Alishan who first regained her composure, stating, I never expected that after 200 years the Lizardmen would invade the Crescent Duchy again. We must return to our territory immediately. If the Lizardmen truly invade, it will be our lands that bear the brunt of the attack. We must be prepared to respond. Arthur gradually came back to his senses from the shock, stating, last time the Lizardmen were nearly exterminated by the human race, so their strength this time must be far inferior to 200 years ago. The Crescent Duchy alone should be able to handle it. Ultimately, the outcome of this war will depend on those high-level forces, while our role will be minimal. So it is best to leave it to those big shots to worry about. What we can do is to comfort our citizens, prepare supplies, and make arrangements for welcoming the reinforcements. I hope our territory can be preserved as much as possible during this war. Alishan's expression was grave, her brows slightly furrowed. Diana, you must immediately ride Dakines to Merlin Fortress and personally report this message to Viscount Merlin. Then return directly to Alishan City. Yes, miss. Diana immediately rode Dakines in the direction of Merlin Fortress. Arthur, what are your plans next? I will first return to the Cross Tavern to arrange the cargo, then see if Sam is returning to Jiaoling or coming back with me to Longqi Fortress. Alishan nodded. All right, then arrange for my personal guards and attendants to follow your convoy back to Alishan City. I will directly return to the territory. By the way, your territory has only been managed for half a year and the population is limited. I will directly arrange for 50,000 people to go to Longqi Island after I return. This way we can repair the defenses of Longqi Island before the Lizardmen invade. Fortunately, Longqi Island is surrounded by mountains on all sides. As long as Blue Dragon Bay prepares its defenses well, Longqi Island and Alishan City can assist each other. Arthur expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sister. Longqi Island is indeed in dire need of people. With these 50,000, we can hope to quickly build up the defenses. I will return to my territory first. Take care. After saying this, Alisan rode Ignis back to her territory, while Arthur rode the Dragon Sparrow back to the Cross Tavern. At this moment, Sam was enjoying fine wine and delicacies being served by his attendants. Seeing Arthur suddenly return with a serious expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Cousin, I just received news that the lizard men are gathering a large force to prepare for an invasion of the Crescent Duchy." "Oh, the lizard men invasion. Cough cough." Arthur's news nearly caused Sam to choke on a pastry. His attendant immediately handed him a glass of water, and Sam gulped it down to recover. "Really? The lizard men are going to invade the Crescent Duchy again?" Sam exclaimed. "Oh my, the books say that the lizard men are one of the most brutal and savage races. They even eat living people." At this thought, Sam's entire body began to tremble. Seeing this, Arthur helplessly said, "This time Longqi Island will be one of the most dangerous places. I should send someone to escort you back to Jiaoling. It's a safer place." Sam naturally wanted to immediately hide back in his family castle. But recalling the dual torment his father inflicted on him since he was 5, he hesitated. The days spent following Arthur were a rare time of freedom for him. Arthur not only always provided him with confidence and encouragement, but also brought him through many interesting experiences. In the end, Sam made his decision. "Cousin, I will go with you to Longqi Fortress. After all, I am already your wine server. Although I am cowardly and weak, I am also a person who keeps promises. Now that Longqi Island is facing a significant crisis, I may not be able to help much, but I can still face it together with everyone." Arthur looked at Sam in front of him with newfound respect. "Then fine, you can come back to Longqi Island with me. But I will ensure your safety." Arthur patted Sam's shoulder, assuring him, "Let your attendants depart with the Longqi Island convoy. I will take you back on the Dragon Sparrow." "All right, cousin." Arthur did not know why he was being so accommodating and kind to Sam. Perhaps it was because Sam's figure overlapped with a memory from his past. After sorting things out with Sam, Arthur returned to his room. "Welcome back, my lord." As soon as Arthur entered, Layla's crisp voice rang out. While busy making new incense, Layla immediately poured a glass of goat milk wine for Arthur. "My lord, your goat milk wine." "Good." Arthur took the glass and drank it in one gulp. "Layla, inform your sister to hurry and pack. We will depart directly for Longqi Island on the Dragon Sparrow soon." Why the rush?" Layla asked, but her hands did not stop moving and started packing immediately. "I will explain on the way. Hurry up and pack. Oh, and inform my sister's attendants to return to Alisan City with our convoy." After giving his instructions, Arthur turned and left the tavern, riding the Dragon Sparrow to the dock. The cargo had nearly been loaded. Tom and Jerry saw Arthur approaching and immediately ran over to greet him. "My lord, there is still half an hour until everything is loaded. Should we depart immediately or wait until tomorrow morning?" "Let's depart immediately. We must return to Longqi Island at once. Once everything is loaded here, Tom, you will escort it to Alisan City with the personal guards. There is still a ship of goods there. We will transport everything back to Longqi Island then." "Understood, my lord." After arranging matters at the dock, Arthur rode the Dragon Sparrow back to the tavern to pick up Sam and the sisters, the Lola sisters, and swiftly flew towards Longqi Island. Arthur and his companions rode on their flying magical birds, racing towards Longqi Island. Sam was no stranger to the Dragon Sparrow, so he behaved relatively normally. The Lola sisters were riding the Dragon Sparrow for the first time, filled with excitement and anticipation. "My lord, you haven't told me why we're in such a hurry to return to Longqi Island yet." Hiding behind Arthur, Layla tugged at his sleeve and curiously asked, completely ignoring her sister Lola, who was giving her warning glances. "I received news that the lizard men may invade Augustus Island. Longqi Island will be the first to bear the brunt of it. So, I must return quickly to make arrangements and preparations." "Lizard men invading." Layla seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, her teeth starting to chatter. Lola held her sister's hand and embraced her. Gently patting her back, she whispered softly, "It's all in the past, it's all in the past." Sam looked at the sisters, who were reacting oddly, and couldn't help but scrutinize the pair. 2 hours later, before nightfall, Arthur and the others finally arrived over Longqi Island. Below is Longqi Island. The conditions are still a bit rough, but the scenery is quite nice, Arthur introduced to the others. The three of them leaned on the back of the Dragon Sparrow, carefully observing Longqi Island beneath them in the glow of the setting sun. Arthur maneuvered the Dragon Sparrow to fly around the northern part of Longqi Island. Below is the main city of Longqi Island, Arthur City, which is currently under construction. Once completed, it will accommodate millions of residents. To the east, what is being constructed is Corn Town, named after the first little spirit of Longqi Island. It is the area for magical corn and corn potion production on Longqi Island. To the west, we have Grain Town under construction, which will be the food production base for Longqi Island. As Arthur introduced, he maneuvered the Dragon Sparrow back to Longqi Fortress. At this point, Butler Carter and headmaid Mrs. Orson had been waiting with numerous servants for a long time. Arthur landed the Dragon Sparrow in the courtyard and helped the Lola sisters down. Sam awkwardly moved his body and climbed down by himself. Arthur waved his hand, and the Dragon Sparrow returned to its nest in the back mountains on its own. Jerry rode the sparrow back to its nest, and then walked back to the castle. "My lord," all the servants greeted in unison. "Welcome home, my lord." "Welcome to you, young Master Sam Tally." Butler Carter and Mrs. Orson stood at the front of the line, full of spirit. "Mr. Carter, Mrs. Orson," Sam nodded in greeting. Arthur stepped aside to introduce the Lola sisters to Mrs. Orson. "These two are Lola and Layla, my personal maids given to me by Sister Alyson. I hope you will get along well in the future." Mrs. Orson smiled at the sisters and said, Welcome to Longxi Fortress. I believe you will get along well with everyone here. Come inside quickly. You two should rest well today, and tomorrow I will take you to get familiar with Longxi Fortress. Thank you, Mrs. Orson. The sisters gracefully bowed to Mrs. Orson. Then they followed her inside. After entering the castle, Arthur said to Mr. Carter, Mr. Carter, please arrange for a personal male servant for Sam. His servant will not arrive for a few more days. Yes, my lord. Mr. Carter then inquired, you have traveled a long way. Would you like to take a bath first? Arthur happily replied, that is exactly what I need. By the way, Layla can concoct fragrances. We can use them in the castle. The effects are truly remarkable. The bath sachets prepared by Lola are also very effective. She is skilled in using herbs, which will surely be useful in many places in the castle. Mr. Carter was also surprised. Oh, that's quite interesting. I believe everyone in Longxi Fortress will be able to excel in their abilities. Arthur, having expended much of his energy, felt somewhat fatigued, and Sam and the others were no different. Therefore, Arthur sent them to rest. He also enjoyed a relaxing bath. 2 hours later, a rejuvenated Arthur arrived at the dining hall for a meal. He found a sumptuous spread of food laid out on the table, the aroma wafting through the air. I believe Sam will be very satisfied with tonight's dinner. Not long after, Sam also arrived at the dining hall. Seeing the unique dishes of Longxi Fortress, Sam's appetite immediately surged. I never knew that the cooks at Longxi Fortress were so talented. Many of these dishes I've never seen before. Arthur smiled and said, then Mr. Carter should introduce them to you. It is my honor, my lord. Today's appetizer is a mixed platter featuring roasted button mushrooms, red peppers, zucchini, eggplant, paired with toasted bread and goat cheese. The highlight is this foie gras made from the locally produced green goose liver, which is extremely delicious. As Mr. Carter explained, Sam's personal male servant assisted him with his meal. Arthur's personal male servant was Jerry. This foie gras is indeed exceptional. It's so good that I feel like I'm going to swallow my own tongue. Sam exclaimed in delight while eating. Mr. Carter began to introduce the second dish. The second dish is braised beef shank made from the meat of the golden cow's shank, usually containing marrow. The beef shank is seasoned with salt, black pepper, and flour, then seared until both sides bear grill marks. Onions, carrots, celery, and garlic are added and sautéed until translucent, followed by the addition of plum wine, tomatoes, and broth, simmered for an hour until the meat becomes tender. Slow cooking renders the meat extremely tender, and the deliciousness of the marrow is the essence of this dish. It can be paired with saffron risotto, mashed potatoes, corn porridge, or creamy sautéed spinach. Today it is served with magical corn porridge. The flavor is excellent, and its nutritional value is very high. It is a great tonic for nights. Arthur took a bite, and it melted in his mouth, bursting with flavor. It was indeed a rare delicacy. The third dish is roasted lamb leg, tender and juicy with a rich meat aroma. The castle's supply is also limited. Although the South Ridge Ranch has begun raising them, they are being trained as mounts. These are all from previous stock. Mr. Carter introduced a total of 7 dishes, all of which are specialties of Longxi Island. Not only are they delicious, but they also have high nutritional value. This is highly beneficial for knights in training, especially for a knight attendant like Sam. After finishing his meal, Sam felt a surge of vitality and immediately returned to practice his fighting techniques. Arthur finished dining and returned to his room to wash up and sleep. He had been busy recently and could finally relax on his own big bed. As for what would happen tomorrow, that could wait until tomorrow. Arthur slept soundly until dawn, and as he got up, he heard Lola's voice outside the door. My lord, are you up? Can I come in? Along with her was Jerry, his personal male servant. With their assistance, Arthur washed up and changed into his baronial attire. Arthur instructed Jerry. Jerry notified all the Earth Knights and administrative officials on the island to come to Longxi Fortress for an emergency meeting. Not long after breakfast, all the Earth Knights of Longxi Island arrived at the fortress, including Eric, who was dealing with the red-skinned giant-toothed pigs on the outskirts. With flying mounts, communications across Longxi Island were quite efficient. Once everyone had gathered, Arthur along with Jerry and Sam made their way to the conference hall. The scholar Mr. Tigris had also been summoned by Arthur. He was knowledgeable and often provided Arthur with the right guidance and advice. When Arthur entered, everyone was in heated discussion. It was rare for Longxi Fortress to assemble all the Earth Knights so solemnly, especially given the busy affairs of Longxi Island. After taking his seat at the head of the table, Arthur spoke up. The main reason for gathering everyone here today is to inform you all of an important matter. Yesterday, I encountered an elf who escaped from the siege on Giant Lizard Island. From him, I learned that the lizard men are gathering a large force preparing to invade the Crescent Duchy. Therefore, we need to respond promptly, as we will be the first to bear the brunt of it. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, the room erupted in chaos. How can this be possible? Weren't the lizard men eradicated? Oh my, does that mean Longxi Island is in great danger? What are you afraid of? If they dare to invade Longxi Island, I will ensure they return with their tails between their legs. Silence! Arthur shouted, and the room fell silent instantly. I cannot believe this is true, but the facts are as such. If the lizard men invade in large numbers, then Longxi Island will certainly not escape unscathed. Thus, we must make all necessary preparations to face the potential disaster ahead. Does anyone have good ideas? Everyone can discuss. We must quickly consolidate all our forces and make the best preparations we can at this time. Arthur looked at the knights below, who were still in shock and fear. At this moment, Ed stood up, being skilled in capturing magical beasts. My lord, if the lizard men really intend to invade, we must suspend other projects on Longxi Island and focus all manpower and resources on the defenses at Blue Dragon Bay. At the same time, we can form a flying reconnaissance team to enhance surveillance around Giant Lizard Island. This way we can grasp the enemy's movements in a timely manner to respond accordingly. Eric also spoke up. Since my lord has received this news, I'm sure he has already informed Viscount Lord, and the entire Crescent Duchy will mobilize its forces, which will lessen the pressure we face. Thus, during this time, we should expand our supplies to enhance the strength of the knights on Longxi Island. The more strength we have, the more assurance we will have later. Thomas disagreed. No one knows when they will attack. How can we boost the knights' strength in time? We have long since relaxed the supply of magical potions to knights. Those who could be strengthened have already been. It would be better to continue selecting qualified young people from the populace to participate in knight training, which would yield faster results. William agreed. That's true, and we should utilize all the magical beasts on Longxi Island to form a magical beast knight regiment, which would quickly enhance the overall combat power of Longxi Island. Mr. Tigress pondered for a moment and said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Lizardmen are amphibious, but their climbing ability is not strong. Thus, they can only attack Longxi Island from Blue Dragon Bay or the southeastern bay of Longxi Island. The South Ridge and East Ridge block the southern approach, so unless they have high-end combat power, they cannot come across. Therefore, our primary defense should be at Blue Dragon Bay, while the Lizardmen have an advantage in water combat. It would be best to build our defenses on land. Thus, the northern city wall of Arthur City would be the most suitable defense position. However, Arthur City is currently still laying its foundation. The number of hands available is truly insufficient. Moreover, the walls that can withstand the Lizardmen must be equipped with magic arrays. Otherwise, they could easily be breached. The Lizardmen are strong in combat and possess decent defenses with their armored skin. I know a method for crafting armor-piercing crossbows, my lord. Can have the craftsman start making them right away. We can coat the bolts with poison for better effect, Ed quickly added. Everyone's suggestions are excellent. Let's start taking action. Sam, will you immediately coordinate with the craftsman and follow Mr. Tigress orders to create the armor-piercing crossbows? Cousin Sam, you go assist Mr. Tigress. The scholar is knowledgeable, and I believe you will get along well together. Yes, my lord. The plump Sam was already getting into character. He began to assume the role of Arthur's wine steward. In a few days, my sister Alyssyn will send us a population of 50,000. I'll prepare their living quarters and supplies. Once the people arrive, we can begin construction on the northern city wall. Eric, you will select 1,000 individuals for night training at that time. All resources will be open, and we will train them in the shortest time possible. Yes, my lord. Alan, Ed, it has been a while since you two brothers have touched upon the threshold of a high-level Earth Knight. You must successfully advance before the Lizardmen arrive. Here are 2 intermediate high-grade dragon blood elixirs, which are excellent potions to aid Earth Knights in their breakthrough. I bestow them upon you today. As Arthur spoke, he took out 2 dripping red dragon blood elixirs from his storage ring and handed them to the Allen brothers. Thank you, my lord Baron. We will strive to break through to the high-level Earth Knight tier as soon as possible. They both stepped forward and knelt on one knee in a knightly salute, expressing their gratitude to Arthur. Then Arthur raised his voice to address everyone present. Everyone, any knight of Dragon Roost Island, if they find an opportunity for breakthrough, may receive a dragon blood elixir to assist in their advancement. In the time before the Lizardmen invasion, I will open up the supply of potions. Just as Eric said, every bit of strength we gain now will provide us with more self-defense in the future. The knights below responded in unison. Thank you, my lord Baron. I firmly believe that as long as we unite as one, we will surely weather this calamity safely. Arthur looked at everyone with resolute eyes, his voice powerful. The knights below echoed loudly. United as one, we shall overcome this crisis. United as one, we shall overcome this crisis. Seeing everyone filled with fighting spirit, Arthur felt satisfied. Now that Dragon Roost Island lacked potions, it was indeed time to unleash the troops. Eric, how is the training of the 300 knight apprentices going? These apprentices have been training for several months, and Arthur thought there should be some results by now. Eric excitedly reported to Arthur. Reporting to you, my lord Baron, all 300 apprentices have successfully advanced to the rank of knight squires. Among them, there are more than 30 individuals with exceptional talent who are already close to breaking through to intermediate knight squires. Then respectfully addressing Arthur, he added, additionally, my lord Baron, among the previous knight squires, 16 have accumulated enough to break through to become Earth Knights. This is truly uplifting news. Arthur couldn't help but be overjoyed. If Knight Squires signify the official start of the journey of cultivating fighting spirit, then Earth Knights have already entered the threshold of this path. The cultivation of fighting spirit in this world is roughly divided into 3 major stages. The first stage being the training of Knight Squires, Earth Knights, and Sky Knights. This stage is simply put a process in which knights continuously absorb energy from the external environment and transform it into their own fighting spirit. Thus, a good cultivation method and potion resources are key to advancement in this stage. And these resources are almost entirely monopolized by the noble class. To obtain these resources, one must either be a member of the nobility or pledge allegiance to a noble. Thus, this world is firmly under the control of noble lords. Historically, dynastic changes have always been internal conflicts among the nobility. Of course, there will be extraordinary commoners who rise as knights during this process. But the premise is that they have already been taken under the wing of a noble. It is nearly impossible for an individual to carve out territory and establish their own dominion in this world. Without the support and resource provision from existing nobles, an individual cannot survive amidst the brutal laws of the Dark Forest. In this stage of cultivation, knight squires simply absorb natural energy into their bodies, continuously refining their physical form and meridians, allowing knights to accept more natural energy. Of course, during this process, due to the differences in fighting spirit cultivation methods, each person absorbs energy and transforms it into different attributes of fighting spirit. This leads to varying effects of physical transformation for each knight. It can even influence the character of a family. For instance, the Merlin family's cultivation method focuses on water attribute fighting spirit, resulting in their recovery abilities and the richness of their fighting spirit being stronger than others. Most members of the Merlin family are quite cheerful and tolerant. The Tally family follows an earth attribute cultivation method, excelling in defensive and destructive capabilities. Naturally, the Tally family members tend to be rather stubborn. The Tillier family practices a wood attribute fighting spirit cultivation method, resulting in family members who are mostly calm and full of vitality. Although they do not excel in offensive power, they win by having an inexhaustible fighting spirit, which significantly drains opponents. At the level of Earth Knights, knights can easily manifest their fighting spirit to form offensive, means using it to combat foes. The martial techniques at this stage become very important. For example, the Merlin family's 12 waves is renowned in the Crescent Duchy for its ability to exponentially increase attack power with each wave. Upon reaching the sky level, fighting spirit can take on a near physical form for both offensive and defensive capabilities. Thus, Sky Knights can fly through the air using solidified fighting spirit as the medium. In this world, the strength at the sky level is the threshold for non-noble offspring to obtain territories and titles. Thus, under the Count Augustus, every baron who is not a direct descendant of the Lord begins as a Sky Knight. If Alyssa and Arthur were not the offspring of Viscount Merlin, they would not have been able to obtain baronial territory. The second stage is the cultivation of domain knights. In this stage, the training is no longer merely about absorbing natural power to transform into fighting spirit. Rather, one can now activate their fighting spirit to form a domain, transforming the surrounding natural energy into energy of the same attribute as their fighting spirit. Thus, the absorption and utilization of fighting spirit have reached an extraordinary level. Within a domain knight's domain, the strength of other knights is severely weakened and restricted. For non-domain knights, domain knights possess a clear advantage. The cultivation at this stage is divided into 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Each progression brings earth-shattering changes. Therefore, although both are domain knights, their strengths can vary greatly from Count to Marquis Duke and other noble ranks. The final stage is that of the Holy Knights. At this level, knights have already opened up fighting spirit seeds within themselves, enabling them to generate fighting spirit internally, which continuously thrives. The cultivation at this stage focuses on nurturing and strengthening one's fighting spirit seed. This stage does not have strict hierarchical divisions, and the combat power disparities between different levels are not significant, but the quality of the fighting spirit seed has a tremendous impact on the combat power of Holy Knights. A Holy Knight with a high-quality fighting spirit seed can simultaneously contend with several Holy Knights who have ordinary fighting spirit seeds. For Holy Knights to advance further, the best method is to tame a dragon as a mount. If they can tame a dragon as a mount, it will help the Holy Knight accelerate the nurturing and growth of their fighting spirit seed. Once the seed breaks open and sprouts, they will advance to Dragon Knights. Dragon Knights are currently the highest tier of knights known in Arthur's understanding of the knight cultivation system. Currently, Longxi Island boasts a commendable knightly strength. 2 high-level Earth Knights, Arthur and Eric. 4 intermediate Earth Knights, Thomas, William, Allen, and Ed. 12 junior Earth Knights, 7 from Longxi Island, all of whom are close to the intermediate level. Additionally, there are 5 of Sam's personal guards, also junior Earth Knights. 350 knight attendants. Arthur mentally reviewed the knightly strength of Longxi Island and instructed Eric prepare for the upcoming training of 1,000 new knight apprentices. Once the 50,000 population arrives, quickly select suitable candidates. Coordinate directly with Butler Carter for the necessary resources. Eric and Butler Carter both bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. My lord, the training grounds at Longxi Fortress are limited in space. Training a few hundred people is manageable, but for 1,000 the venue might be insufficient. Eric suggested to Arthur there is a lake at the northwest corner of Longxi Island. The terrain is spacious, rocky, and with a bit of leveling, it would make an excellent training ground. Moreover, from there one can also gaze out over the entire Blue Dragon Bay. If we transform that area into a military camp and build a watchtower to oversee Blue Dragon Bay, it would be most suitable. Arthur agreed, realizing the feasibility of the plan, and replied, very well, let's construct the military camp and watchtower there, while we have the time before the 50,000 from Yelishan City arrive. Thomas then spoke up, my lord, why not have all the knights lend a hand there for a few days? With their strength, the excavation and leveling will be swift. Arthur nodded, agreed. Let's go with that. However, once the military camp is completed, everyone must immediately begin training their mounts and strive to enhance their strength. Ed Allen, once the military camp is built, you will be in charge of those 300 new knight attendants. Ensure they tame their magical mounts in the shortest time possible. The 300 will be divided into 3 squads, personally led by you for formation training and cooperative combat. Yes, my lord. The 3 replied immediately. William, just ensure that Mengji Town retains enough personnel for the purple rabbit breeding brick kills and porcelain kills to operate. The rest should be sent to Arthur City to participate in the construction of the northern city wall. Yes, my lord. No problem. Sam, transfer all the elderly children and women to Yumi Tun and Liang Tun for temporary residence while they manage the food cultivation there. Temporarily halt the clearing of fields. The current agricultural output is enough for Longxi Island's needs. The remaining 7 junior Earth Knights and 50 Knight attendants will immediately train with me in flying mounts once the military camp is completed. I will help each of you tame a flying mount. Thank you, my lord. The 7 junior Earth Knights were incredibly excited as they knew the flying mounts of Longxi Island were powerful 2-headed dragon sparrows and feathered sparrows. All right, everyone disperse. After assigning the tasks, Arthur allowed them to scatter. Once they left, Arthur mentally reviewed various matters. There wasn't much else to arrange for the time being, so he decided to visit the Elven Room to interact with the elves. As soon as he entered the Elven Room, Maney rushed towards Arthur. To his surprise, after a few days apart, Maney could vaguely call out his name. It seems that Maney is not far from advancing to a grand elf, Arthur thought, holding Maney in his arms and affectionately stroking her soft crimson hair. Maney looked utterly content. Arthur took out a pouch of blood-colored powder and communicated with each of the elven insects. Observing these elven insects brimming with vitality and steadily increasing their magical power, Arthur felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He hoped they would be favored by fate and transform into little elves. This feeling was akin to that of a parent nurturing a child. Every step of progress and growth brought immense satisfaction to the parent. Maney seemed to have grown a bit larger. It appeared she was indeed in the period of advancing to a grand elf. After feeding the elven insects, Arthur took Maney out of the Elven Room. Usually, Maney spent most of her time confined in the Elven Room, occasionally released to hasten the growth of corn magical potions. Now that Arthur had returned, she could often come out for fresh air, which made her very happy. She joyfully flitted around Arthur. The castle servants, though familiar with Maney, still marveled every time they saw her. They couldn't help but gaze at Maney. Laura and Layla were seeing a little elf for the first time. Layla couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is that a little fairy? So beautiful." Laura was also staring at Maney with wide eyes filled with excitement. Yes, and she is a little fairy on the verge of transformation. Arthur couldn't help but ask when he heard them refer to the little elf as a fairy, "Do you call her a little fairy?" "We refer to her as a little elf." Laura adjusted her excited demeanor and respectfully replied, "We the Sizu people refer to them as fairies. Their true forms we call fairy plants. In this form, they are called little fairies. Their previous insect form we call fairy eggs. A little fairy will evolve into a grand fairy, and there are also spirit fairies and holy spirits afterwards. Each of our tribes has its own deity. Fairies can help us cultivate food and herbs and bestow us with fairy power. This keeps us free from hunger and disease. Thus we establish altars to worship the deities. Through our offerings, the fairies can evolve rapidly, granting us more food, richer herbs, and stronger fairy power." Layla also chimed in. Sister used to be responsible for organizing the worship of the deities in the tribe, which is why she is adept at using herbs. Laura and Layla's words piqued Arthur's great interest. It turned out there was another system and application method for the elves. This was a good thing for Arthur. He then inquired, "So do you know how to craft altars?" Laura and Layla shook their heads, replying, "Crafting altars is not difficult, but without strong magical power and secret methods, one cannot activate the altar. We only learned the most basic sacrificial methods in the tribe before the barbarian tribes attacked and destroyed it, ultimately leading us to become slaves here. Therefore our cultivation is too low and we haven't mastered any secret methods." So, although Arthur felt somewhat disappointed knowing that there was such a method to cultivate, elves gave him hope for future plans. "However, my lord, I possess a secret method that can promote the growth of fairy plants, which is also beneficial to the fairies." "Oh, tell me more." Arthur was surprised by this sudden turn of events. Arthur was overjoyed to hear that Lola had a secret method for accelerating the growth of her spirit plant. Lola still wore her gentle, yet distant expression, casually revealing her method. It's the blood sacrifice technique, which can nurture celestial plants using the corpses of magical beasts or practitioners. Bury the dead magical beasts and practitioners around the celestial plants, and then draw blood sacrifice runes on the plants, allowing them to be continuously nourished by the flesh and blood, thus enabling rapid growth. Arthur was taken aback. He hadn't expected this seemingly gentle and delicate girl to speak so calmly about such a bloody matter. "This method sounds a bit gruesome," Arthur couldn't help but exclaim. Lola looked at him with a hint of confusion and continued, "Isn't this world a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong? Aren't various races constantly plundering and competing for survival and development?" Lola added, "Soon the lizard men will invade the Crescent Kingdom, won't they? At that time there will surely be plenty of corpses for the blood sacrifice. Besides, everything in this world is born from nature, and returning to nature after death is simply the normal cycle of all things, isn't it?" You make a fair point." Arthur nodded, genuinely persuaded by Lola. He declared, "We might as well use those lizard men as sacrifices for my spirit plants this time." Arthur took the sheep milk wine handed to him by his personal servant Jerry and downed it in one go. "I wonder how difficult this blood sacrifice technique is to learn, eh?" Lola shook her head. "Not difficult at all. I will write down these runes for you right now." Upon hearing this, Jerry immediately ran to the study to fetch ink and paper. Lola took the ink and paper, carefully writing down the runes. Arthur studied attentively beside her. Why do these runes look so much like Oracle Bone script? Arthur couldn't help but murmur in wonder as he looked at the runes. What did you say, my lord? Lola asked, looking at Arthur with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I just find these runes quite intriguing. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lola had finished writing all the runes. Arthur immediately took a new pen and paper and began to copy them. To his surprise, he mastered them in less than an hour. This genuinely astonished Lola, as she had taught these runes to Layla and Alyssa, who took much longer to grasp them. My lord truly possesses exceptional talent. Your learning ability is remarkably strong, she said with rare delight. Not bad. Arthur was in high spirits at that moment. Mr. Carter rewarded Lola with 10 gold coins. She has accomplished quite a feat. Thank you, my lord. By the way, my lord, the higher the blood used to write these runes, the stronger their effect will be. So you might want to try using the blood of high-level magical beasts. Lola calmly stated. I see that there are plenty of high-level magical beasts on Dragon Roost Island. Shedding some blood shouldn't be a problem. Jerry and Mr. Carter exchanged surprised glances at this seemingly delicate girl. She's quite formidable, they both thought to themselves. All right, understood. They'll head out to give it a try. After rewriting the runes, Arthur felt he had completely mastered this set of runes. He straightened up and rubbed his wrists. Watching the busy servants of Dragon Roost Castle, Arthur couldn't help but recall the bustling scene of infrastructure and cultivation that had taken place on Dragon Roost Island before. Now all efforts were focused on building defensive fortifications. The once thriving and promising life had been brutally interrupted by those damned lizard men. Arthur's resolve to grow stronger solidified even further. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he protect the beautiful things he cared about. Mr. Carter, I'm stepping out for a while. I won't be back for lunch. Yes, my lord. Please return early, Mr. Carter replied, knowing that since the Dragon War, Arthur had been working diligently. He was a qualified, compassionate, and diligent lord. All right, I will return in time for dinner, Arthur said, and then he headed to the castle courtyard with the Corn Fairy Mani. Before long, the Dragon Sparrow summoned by Arthur through the Beast Master mark arrived. Arthur leaped onto the Dragon Sparrow's back, and the Corn Fairy Mani flew beside him. Arthur gave the Dragon Sparrow a firm pat on the neck. With a roar, the Dragon Sparrow spread its wings and flew toward the Silver Dragon Cave. In just over 10 minutes, Arthur arrived at the Silver Dragon Cave. To his surprise, in just 2 days, the energy here had actually thickened a bit more. As Arthur approached the Silver Dragon Cave, the Dragon Baby and the Dragon Blood Fig Fairy rushed out from the cave. In just 2 days, the Dragon Baby had grown noticeably larger, its scales shimmering with a more radiant hue, the multicolored luster flowing like glass between its scales. Seeing Arthur arrive, Mage chattered excitedly around him, expressing her feelings of longing, while Mani calmly observed everything before her. In fact, the Dragon Baby piqued her interest quite a bit, but instinctively kept her from acting rashly. Though small, that dragon exuded an immense sense of danger. Arthur affectionately patted the Dragon Babies and the Dragon Blood Fig Fairy's small heads, saying, Little ones, have you been good these last 2 days? Don't you dare run outside, or I will punish you. However, with some dragon sparrows guarding them, they shouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, there was also the protection of the Star-Gathering Spirit Array. The human and dragon, along with the 2 little fairies, then walked together into the Silver Dragon Cave. Arthur took a deep breath, savoring the rich energy in this place, which made all his pores feel comfortable. He sat down next to the nest where the dragon eggs were kept. During this time, the lucky one that had been residing here also came to Arthur's side, happily wagging her large tail. 5 little heads in her pouch, curiously observed Arthur. He took out the blood sacrifice runes that Lola had given him and carefully studied them again. Arthur decided to first try this blood sacrifice technique on the Dragon Blood Fig Tree. Speaking of bloodlines, it seems that the blood of this Dragon Baby is the highest quality bloodline in this world, right? Arthur couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the Dragon Baby snuggled next to him. Dragon Baby, can you spare me a bit of your dragon blood? As Arthur petted the Dragon Baby, he asked her. The Dragon Baby, initially enjoying Arthur's affection, suddenly roared at him in anger. Roar, roar. Don't be angry, it's just a few runes. He'll replenish it later. Look, this is your favorite dragon blood treasure. Arthur took out 3 high-level dragon blood treasures from his storage ring to entice the Dragon Baby. After much coaxing and persistence, the Dragon Baby finally relented and gave Arthur a small dish of dragon blood. Arthur then channeled his magical energy to condense the dragon blood into several blood sacrifice runes, carving them onto the Dragon Blood Fig Tree. He also buried the corpses of the magical beasts he had captured and the leftover bones beside the Dragon Blood Fig Tree. As the blood sacrifice runes infused into the Dragon Blood Fig Tree, it began to emit a faint glow. Arthur watched nervously as he noticed the branches and leaves of the Dragon Blood Fig Tree becoming more lush, faintly radiating a mysterious aura. He nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this blood sacrifice technique was indeed effective. At the same time, the Dragon Blood Fig Fairy, Mage, also felt herself gradually growing stronger. Arthur used dragon blood as ink, channeling his own magical power as a brush, meticulously drawing mysterious blood sacrifice runes which he carefully sent into the trunk of the Dragon Blood Banyan Tree. Surprisingly, as the blood sacrifice runes gradually merged with the Dragon Blood Banyan Tree, they transformed into clusters of blood-colored little snakes that seemed alive, continuously slithering within the tree and swiftly spreading along every branch until the entire tree was covered. The scene was eerie yet shocking. Immediately after, the roots of the Dragon Blood Banyan Tree seemed to gain consciousness, growing rapidly like snakes. and tightly coiling around the mountain of beast corpses surrounding it. Countless fine roots like dense conduits deeply embedded into the beast remains greedily absorbing the rich nutrients contained within. The flesh and blood of the beasts visibly disappeared at an alarming rate, and their bones became dull in color. The sudden change caused the dragon sparrows residing in the dragon blood banyan tree to panic and flee into the sky, fearing they too would be drained by the tree. Unable to resist, they knew that the dragon blood treasure tree was their master's beloved possession and held great significance for their clan, otherwise they would have likely burned it down in anger. Damn, that's terrifying. Arthur could only helplessly soothe them through the beast tamer mark. Eventually, the dragon sparrows cautiously returned to their nests. To calm them down, Arthur specifically took out a dozen dragon blood potions and 10 moonlight mushroom potions for them to consume. Now that his resources were sufficient, it was time to test the fertility effects of the moonlight mushroom potions. Unfortunately, the quantity was limited, and he had been reluctant to use them before, and now he couldn't afford to be stingy. All consumable resources should be utilized, as converting them into strength was the most important. Moreover, the dragon sparrows were currently Arthur's most powerful beast clan, making it perfectly appropriate to use them. While absorbing the flesh and blood of the beasts, the dragon blood banyan tree was also frantically devouring the power condensed by the star-gathering array, causing its tall and lush canopy to grow wildly. In an instant, the silver dragon cave was enveloped by the lush branches of the blood-colored banyan tree, and the beast remains were slowly absorbed into bone powder, decaying and merging into the earth. Arthur clearly felt the magical power of the dragon blood banyan tree rapidly increasing. This giant tree had evidently undergone a new transformation. With a light step, Arthur approached the tree, gently caressing its rough trunk, his eyes shining with endless anticipation. It seems the blood sacrifice method is indeed extraordinary. As the beast remains were nearly completely absorbed, the transformation of the dragon blood banyan tree gradually settled. However, Arthur was pleasantly surprised to find that the star-gathering array based on the dragon blood banyan tree had become even more powerful, significantly improving its gathering effect and speed. It was only natural that as the foundation became stronger, the formation would also strengthen accordingly. The tree spirit Mei-Go flew to Arthur's shoulder and gave him a hearty kiss on the face, Waji Waji, Waji Waji, expressing her gratitude. The transformation of the life-bound spirit plant evidently brought great benefits to Mei-Go. Mei-Go then flew directly to the dragon blood banyan tree, curling her body into a crimson fruit the size of an orange hanging on the trunk. Mei-Go's magical power began to intertwine and resonate with the strength of the dragon blood banyan tree. As its branches and leaves fluttered, a wondrous power began to radiate outward from the tree. Blood-colored flowers began to bloom on the dragon blood banyan tree, and soon the surrounding plants also began to bloom, ultimately covering the entire clan of dragon blood banyan trees with crimson flowers. Moreover, many of the banyan tree's roots sprouted new offshoots. However, these new offshoots differed somewhat from the previous dragon blood banyan trees. Many of these new offshoots were purplish red, and their trunks stood tall and straight, unlike the previous dragon blood banyan trees that twisted and coiled. Arthur approached to investigate. These new offshoots had purplish red trunks and leaves as well. He gently tapped them, and the trunks produced a metallic sound. It seems that these mutated offshoots are a rare type of wood. Arthur whispered. The corn fairy Mei and I, seeing that Arthur could even allow the spirit plant to evolve, immediately called out eagerly, Yeah. And I. With half of the dragon blood still remaining in Arthur's hands, it was enough, so he quickly replied, All right, stop making noise. I will help your life-bound spirit plant to evolve later. Mei and I was finally satisfied and stopped her chatter. At this moment, the dragon baby had already consumed all the potions Arthur gave her and was still somewhat unsatisfied, so she flew in front of Arthur, looking at him eagerly. It's only been a few days and your appetite has increased this much. Helplessly, Arthur took out 3 more dragon blood potions for the dragon baby, saying, Here you go, but from now on you must give me more dragon blood. The dragon baby impatiently grabbed the dragon blood potion and immediately flew back to the dragon nest to enjoy it. Arthur walked beside the nest to recover his own fighting spirit and magical power. Due to the abundant energy in this area, Arthur quickly replenished the magical power he had just consumed. Watching the dragon baby, who had finished the dragon blood potion and was starting to sleep, Arthur lovingly stroked her scales and dragon wings. What a beautiful little creature. Suddenly, Arthur noticed that the color of the dragon baby's scales resembled that of the gems on his storage ring. Could it be? No way, I must be seeing things. Gem dragons are extremely rare. What am I thinking? Arthur continued to stroke the dragon baby. But even if you're not a divine dragon, I still intend to give you the best name. Michaeluosi. Yes, little one, you shall be called Michaeluosi. Oh, I hope you can live freely and comfortably in this world like the god of space. Michaeluosi. Michaeluosi. Arthur softly called out the name twice to the dragon baby. The dragon baby opened her big adorable eyes and murmured in response, Awu Awu. Huh, you agreed, so from now on you will be called Michaeluosi. Excited Arthur couldn't help but flick the dragon baby's little head playfully. Awu, the dragon baby instantly puffed up in annoyance. What are you doing? That's a love tap. Not everyone gets to enjoy it. The dragon baby, uninterested in Arthur's antics, simply changed positions and continued to sleep soundly. Arthur chuckled triumphantly. Looking at the 3 dragon eggs pushed to the corner by Michaeluosi, Arthur suddenly remembered that his symbiotic contract with the golden dragon egg had not yet been fully established. It had been a long time since he had concentrated on condensing the symbiotic contract runes. Thus Arthur carefully focused and began to channel his fighting spirit and magical power to condense the symbiotic contract runes. After about an hour, Arthur's fighting spirit and magical power were once again completely exhausted, and the shimmering contract runes on the golden dragon egg gradually faded into the eggshell. After exhausting his fighting spirit and magical power, Arthur took out a few potions and drank them. After meditating for a while, his internal energy and magical power finally recovered to 20%. At this moment, Myclos had fallen into a deep sleep, and the dragon sparrows, after consuming the blood potions, remained in their nests to digest the effects. The dragon blood banyan sprite mage still resembled a banyan fruit, and it seemed it would take a while for it to awaken. Only Fuzai and his family quietly guarded Arthur's side, and Arthur gently petted Fuzai's soft head. He spoke, "Come with me, I will take you back to Dragon Roost Fortress where it will be your new home." Fuzai happily barked like a obedient little dog to please Arthur. Thus Arthur led the corn sprite and Fuzai's family, riding on dragon sparrows flying towards the place where Muriel was located in Silver Dragon Bay. At this time, the entire area surrounding Silver Dragon Bay, approximately 1/3 of the southern coast of Dragon Roost Island, was shrouded in deceptive mist. After circling Silver Dragon Bay on the dragon sparrow, the deceptive mist began to churn, revealing a passage. Arthur guided the dragon sparrow into the passage. On a large reef exposed above the sea, Muriel was already waiting for Arthur. Beside her lay a gigantic white shell. Inside, 2 little sprites, Cairo and Kira, along with 8 sprite insects, were swimming. "Arthur, you're back." "That was quite fast," Muriel said, unable to hide her inner joy upon seeing Arthur. Arthur leaped down from the dragon sparrow. "Yes, I'm back. However, I bring some very bad news this time." Arthur's face showed worry. "My sister and I encountered a sky-level elf at the Cross Tavern, and he happened to see the lizard men on Giant Lizard Island gathering troops to invade the New Moon Duchy." Seeing Arthur's worried expression, Muriel felt a pang in her heart. "So you're in trouble, right?" "Yes, Giant Lizard Island is located 1,000 miles southwest of Dragon Roost Island. If those lizard men are to attack the New Moon Duchy, they will definitely land at Sothros and Ostgoth Island, which are closest to Giant Lizard Island." Arthur sighed deeply, "and Dragon Roost Island and Olison Port are the first places they will attack." Muriel looked at Arthur with concern. "Do you have any countermeasures? If needed, our Chaozu tribe can join the battle at any time. Recently, our strength has greatly improved. There are already 28 advanced Chaozu. Moreover, our attack power has also significantly increased." Hearing this, Arthur couldn't help but feel moved. Although the Chaozu tribe's combat power is quite lacking, it's still over 20 sky-level combatants. Moreover, they have now mastered the mobile star-gathering array. Perhaps they could truly become a secret weapon for Arthur. Together with the Dragon Sparrow tribe and the Feather Sparrow tribe, we also have over 20 advanced magical birds. These are all Arthur's trump cards. With them combined, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with 10 sky-level human or humanoid masters. As for dealing with a small island like this, clearly sending 10 sky-level masters from the lizard men would be their limit. It seems this invasion by the lizard men might be both a challenge and an opportunity for Arthur. Arthur's eyes began to turn bloodthirsty. "You can come at me, by then you will become the flesh and blood for my evolution into a spirit plant." Muriel sensed Arthur's aura becoming somewhat savage and gently called out to him, "Arthur, Arthur, are you okay?" Muriel's voice awakened Arthur from his violent emotions. Seeing Muriel looking at him with a worried expression, he smiled and said, "I'm fine, just thinking of a way to deal with them." Muriel couldn't help but feel overjoyed. "You have a way. That's wonderful. Quickly tell me about it." Arthur deliberately played coy. "Just follow my orders when the time comes. It's only a thought for now. I still need to ponder it carefully." Muriel rolled her eyes at Arthur. "Fine, if you don't want to share, I won't press you. By the way, let me show you something good." Saying this, Muriel took out a shell from the large Chaozu shell she was resting on. The shell opened, revealing a shimmering silver liquid. "Is this a potion?" Muriel said proudly. "Yes, this is the Starshine Condensation I made using seaweed, kelp, seawood potions, dragon bloodgrass, and Starlight Spirit Liquid." Starlight Spirit Liquid. Starshine Condensation. Muriel playfully looked at Arthur. "Did you not know? Starlight Spirit Liquid is a spirit liquid condensed within us Chaozu after becoming the base for the array. This spirit liquid not only accelerates our cultivation, but also speeds up the gathering of colorful pearls by more than 10 times. Muriel continued, "And the effects of the magic potion Starshine Condensation I concocted are even more miraculous." Arthur felt even more curious upon hearing this. Seeing Arthur's reaction, Muriel felt very satisfied. Starshine Condensation not only accelerates our cultivation speed, but also opens the intelligence of ordinary Chaozu, the learning ability of advanced Chaozu, and my thoughts become much more active. Is it really that amazing? Arthur eagerly examined the Starshine Condensation contained in the shell, his gaze intense. The Starshine Condensation in the shell indeed exuded a rich energy sparkling with a star-like luster, truly living up to its name. Arthur couldn't wait to drink the Starshine Condensation in one gulp. A refreshing feeling spread from Arthur's throat to his limbs. This was a gentle yet continuous energy. Arthur's fighting spirit and magical power were rapidly recovering. Particularly a refreshing sensation continuously impacted Arthur's brain. It made his thoughts become lively. Feeling the surging power within him, Arthur's fighting spirit and magical power were completely restored after about half an hour. Moreover, he had even made some improvements. Arthur's cultivation had not seen an increase for a long time, as he had already reached the pinnacle of the advanced Earth Knight. Yet the starshine condensation was actually capable of enhancing his cultivation. With the help of starshine condensation, he believed he would soon touch the realm of sky level. Astonished by the miraculous effect of starshine condensation, he looked at Muriel with a hint of gratitude. He couldn't help but take her hands. This starshine condensation is truly magical. Thank you, Muriel. Thank you so much. With it, we will have a greater chance against the lizardmen's invasion. Muriel's face flushed slightly, and she smiled faintly. This is our shared battle, Arthur. I believe you will definitely lead everyone to defeat the enemy. Arthur nodded, filled with confidence. With the starshine condensation, the combat power of Dragon Roost Island would greatly increase. I believe many will be able to break through their current realms. Muriel, how much starshine condensation do you have now? Muriel confidently replied, I currently have over 100 portions. However, as long as I have enough dragon blood grass and starlight spirit liquid, I can concoct 100 portions every day without a problem. That's great. Just give me those 100 portions. Tomorrow I will go with you to gather dragon blood grass. Sure. Muriel took out a bunch of small shells from the enormous chaozu shell beneath her. Arthur stored these shells in his spatial ring. These were all precious starshine condensation. Thank you, you are truly my great benefactor. Arthur couldn't help but take Muriel's hand and kissed it. Muriel's face instantly turned crimson. No need to be polite, Arthur. Arthur then spiritedly said, I will quickly devise a specific defense plan and organize everyone for battle. Muriel, you and the Chaozu tribe must also prepare. We must unite and resist the foreign enemies together. Muriel firmly replied, Don't worry, Arthur. We Chaozu will fully support you. With the help of the starry dew concocted by Merrier, Arthur felt greatly confident in combating the invasion of the lizard men. Arthur gently stroked his storage ring and murmured, The starry dew here is a crucial guarantee for the strength enhancement of the Knights of Dragon Rest Island. With the starry dew, Dragon Rest Island can rise rapidly. It seems that this lizard man invasion will be a significant opportunity for Arthur. He secretly calculated how to maximize the benefits of the starry dew. First, the Earth Knights under his command must each receive a portion. Their strength enhancement is one of the most important tasks for Dragon Rest Island at the moment. The 16 knights who are about to advance to Earth Knights must also be given some. With the starry dew, they will surely be able to break through to the rank of Earth Knights. That would give him 28 Earth Knights under his command, surpassing the strength of most barons. Together with his elementals and magical birds, he already possessed the foundation to vie for a Viscount title. As long as he ascends to the Sky Knight rank, the title of Viscount will not be far from him. The remaining 34 knight attendants can also be provided with a portion. This way, they might also advance to Earth Knights before and after the Lizardman invasion. Of course, he couldn't just give it to them for free. As the saying goes, a grain of rice in favor is a fight over a bushel. Let's establish a merit exchange system. They can draw on it in advance and have it deducted from their future merits. This would also serve as a great motivation for them. Currently, the military salary system is still widely implemented among the nobility, where knights receive gold coins and cultivation resources each month based on their cultivation level. Knights are required to pledge loyalty to their lord. Although knights in this world value honor and loyalty, a one-size-fits-all military salary system is somewhat detrimental to individual initiative. This can inspire knights' enthusiasm for improving their strength, but their enthusiasm for getting things done is hard to say. Although outstanding knights will also gain recognition and rewards from their lords, people often only consider problems from their own perspective. Since cultivation level determines the gold coins and resources one receives, improving cultivation will inevitably be the primary goal for all knights. With the merit exchange system, although cultivation remains the ultimate goal for the knights, it will surely stimulate their desire to contribute to their lord. Because this way they can not only showcase their knightly demeanor, but also gain more cultivation resources. Let's keep some starry dew to exchange with my father. Arthur whispered, for the family was facing a huge crisis, and enhancing their strength could have a significant impact on the future situation. He should also give a portion to his elder brother Adam, so he could smoothly advance to a high-ranking Earth Knight. This would benefit both the Merlin family and the upcoming resistance against the Lizardman invasion. Furthermore, his sister Alicia, cousin Sam, and his 2 male servants should each receive a portion. After all, the higher the strength of those around him, the higher the efficiency in handling matters right. With his plans in mind, Arthur, in a good mood, took out the blood red powder and began to engage emotionally with the ocean elementals. These ocean elementals, perhaps due to being raised by Merrier, did not exhibit the same attachment and affection for Arthur as other small sprites and elemental insects. Why have these ocean elementals' magical fluctuations increased significantly? Is it because of the starry gathering array? Arthur exclaimed, noticing the coral sprite and the 8 elemental insects had become much more active. Nearby, Merrier explained, It's likely because I fed them the starry dew. When I concocted the starry dew, I didn't have suitable experimental subjects around, so I casually fed it to the ocean elementals, not expecting the results to be quite good. Looking at the somewhat pleased Merrier, Arthur couldn't help but tease. You really are a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Aren't you afraid of any side effects? If something goes wrong, you won't have anywhere to cry. Miriam's smile stiffened and she shot Arthur a glare saying, "These are all good things, how could there be any harm?" Arthur insisted, "If you have new potions to test in the future it's better to find some magical beasts as subjects. I'm really worried you might ruin my elementals." Miriam stubbornly agreed, alright, I got it. But I really didn't expect potions could have an effect on elementals. I'm not sure about other potions, but the starry dew indeed has remarkable effects," Miriam continued. "You can try your potions and find out what happens." Arthur chuckled, "Oh right," and took out several types of potions from his storage ring, pouring them into the white shells containing the ocean elementals. Unfortunately, apart from the dragon blood elixir having a slight effect, the others had no impact. It seems not all potions are effective. However, with the starry dew, that is already sufficient. Arthur was not disappointed. Instead, he felt somewhat relieved. If all potions were effective, those major families would have discovered it long ago. Then it would be even harder for him to catch up with them. It seems the value of the starry dew is greater than I imagined. After all, the effectiveness of the dragon blood elixir can be understood since it contains dragon blood. The starry dew is concocted with ordinary potions. Arthur pondered quietly. However, some special ones are the starry spirit liquid. This is also something that cannot be replicated. Aside from himself, it's unlikely for others to have this chance. With this thought, Arthur's mood brightened. He had gained another trump card. Perfect. After feeding the ocean elementals and seeing that it was getting late, Arthur spoke. "Marrier, I'll head back for today. I'll come to find you tomorrow morning to gather dragon blood grass." Although Marrier felt a bit reluctant, she still agreed. "Okay, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After saying this, Arthur mounted his dragon sparrow, turned to wave goodbye to Marrier, and urged the dragon sparrow to fly toward Dragon Rest Island. Fuzi flapped its large tail, closely following behind the dragon sparrow. Marrier watched Arthur's silhouette waving her hand until he disappeared from sight, then waved her coral wand. The fog of deception submerged the passage once again. The entire Silver Dragon Bay returned to a misty appearance. Arthur first went to the Silver Dragon Cave to instruct the dragon sparrows to hunt some magical beasts to bring back to Corntown. This was to prepare for Arthur's blood sacrifice ritual later. After about 10 minutes, Arthur arrived above Corntown, then descended to the area above the Corn Elemental's life spirit plant. 2 knight attendants were guarding the spirit plant. Upon seeing Arthur riding the dragon sparrow arrive, they immediately stepped forward to salute. "Greetings, my Lord Baron." "Get up. I want to check on Maney's life spirit plant." Arthur instructed Maney to hasten the maturation of all the corn magical herbs nearby. Maney flew over the life spirit plant, her body glowing with green light, and soon the corn magical herbs within a 10-meter radius matured. Although Maney consumed some energy, she did not reach the level of exhaustion. Arthur gave her a portion of starry dew, which she happily drank in one go. The magical energy she had spent was replenished shortly after, and there was even a slight enhancement. Maney excitedly circled around Arthur, calling out, "Aya, Aya." The 2 knight attendants were instructed by Arthur. "You all can harvest these matured corn magical herbs. Then dig a 5-meter deep pit around this area." Although the 2 knight attendants were somewhat puzzled, they quickly acted according to Arthur's instructions. Arthur then rode the dragon sparrow southeast toward Dragon Rest Island, where many magical beasts were gathering. He planned to capture a few for the blood sacrifice. After approximately 2 hours as the sun was setting, the 2 knight attendants finally finished digging the pit. Even though they were strong, they were still drenched in sweat from fatigue. Arthur returned after catching the 3rd intermediate magical beast from the sea. He tossed the magical beast into the pit they had dug, with a large portion of its massive body still exposed. Arthur handed them 10 gold coins and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You can rest for a bit. I have some matters to handle, and I will call for you when I'm done." "Yes, thank you for the reward, my lord." After the 2 left, Arthur took out the remaining dragon blood from his storage ring and began the blood sacrifice ritual. The blood sacrifice talismans transformed into crimson little serpents, continuously being sent into the corn elemental's life spirit plant and swiftly traversing throughout the entire plant. The roots of the spirit plant began to grow tendril-like roots that penetrated the body of the magical beast to absorb nutrients. At this moment, a dozen dragon sparrows also arrived, and another dozen magical beasts were thrown into the pit. After the corn elemental's life spirit plant received ample nourishment, it rapidly grew taller and thicker, eventually reaching over 5 meters high, its dark green leaves transforming into reddish-brown, shimmering with a purple glow. Once again performing the blood sacrifice ritual, Arthur appeared increasingly adept and at ease. In just about a quarter of an hour, he successfully exhausted all the remaining dragon blood. The blood sacrifice ceremony was once again flawlessly completed. As the mysterious and ancient blood sacrifice runes resembling oracle bone script spread like serpents throughout the corn spirit's life plant, a remarkable transformation quietly unfolded. The originally deep green leaves of the life plant gradually transformed into a profound reddish-brown hue, as if dyed by a mysterious force, while the once stout and sturdy stalks now shimmered with a faint purple light reminiscent of purple jade, exuding an air of nobility. At that moment, a gigantic flower bud suddenly bloomed at the top of the corn plant with a diameter of at least 1 meter. Witnessing this scene, the corn fairy Maney did not hesitate to flap her wings and swiftly fly towards the flower bud. As she approached the flower bud, her movements were as gentle as a breeze brushing over the surface of a lake. With a light touch, the flower bud slowly cracked open a seam. Without a moment's hesitation, Maney darted inside the seam. The flower bud then closed up once more, returning to its original state. From the outside, everything seemed calm as if nothing had ever occurred. But Arthur knew that Maney was on the verge of another significant transformation. The corn potion within a 5-kilometer radius centered around the corn life plant was quietly undergoing changes. Some of the potions nearby even matured directly. The roots of the corn life plant quickly covered all the magical beasts. From the outside, the area within a 10-meter radius of the life plant was entirely covered in purple roots densely packed, like purple snakes coiling together. After the ritual was completed, Arthur immediately ordered the dragon sparrows to return to the Silver Dragon Cave. Although there would be no danger there, it was always better to be prepared. The secrets of the Silver Dragon Cave were indeed shocking. It's better to be cautious. Arthur knew that Maney would not complete her transformation in a short time, so he summoned the night attendant, who was stationed there. The two were astonished to see such a drastic change in the corn life plant. However, their good obedience and the honor of being knights prevented them from asking too many questions. They simply inquired politely of Arthur, "My Lord Baron, should we dispatch more personnel? I see this life plant has undergone such a significant change, I wonder if it will attract the attention of magical beasts." Arthur nodded, saying, "You make a valid point. I will send more personnel over. For now, this place is entrusted to you. Take good care of it, and ensure no one approaches." "Understood, my Lord Baron." After arranging everything, Arthur decided to return to Dragon's Nest Castle. He had many matters to attend to, and he needed to contemplate the formulation and implementation of the merit system. On the way back, Arthur pondered to what extent the corn fairy would transform, whether she would merely become stronger or directly evolve into a greater fairy. If she transformed into a greater fairy, it would have a tremendous impact on Arthur, as a greater fairy would already be fundamental for a viscount standing. At the same time, Arthur increasingly valued the blood sacrifice technique. With this secret art, the spirit insects and fairies under Arthur would undoubtedly gain endless benefits. This could greatly accelerate Arthur's accumulation on the path to promotion and nobility. However, since the Psy people possessed such a secret art, how could they still be defeated by the barbarians? Meanwhile, in the location of the life plant, the purple roots began to slowly retract, eventually disappearing completely. All the magical beasts vanished as well, leaving only a ground covered in bone dust. The entire ground appeared as if nothing had ever happened. However, only Arthur and a select few knew that an astonishing transformation might be taking place here. Arthur finally returned to Dragon's Nest Castle before the sun set. Mr. Carter was already at the castle gate, leading a group to welcome Arthur. Arthur dismounted from the Dragon Sparrow and walked into Dragon's Nest Castle with the ear mouse Fuzai. "My Lord Baron," the castle servants greeted Arthur with bows under Carter's lead. The Lola sisters followed behind Mrs. Orson. Everyone looked at the magical beast the size of a wolf dog behind Arthur with great curiosity. The maids were especially fond of this adorable little creature. Arthur turned to the steward Carter and instructed Mr. Carter, "Please build a nest for Fuzai in the plum garden. The location should be next to the life plant of the plum fairy insect. The main structure can be made of jade. Tomorrow I will bring back some magical potion materials to give to you." "Understood, my lord." Mr. Carter respectfully agreed, "Yes, my lord." "The Fuzai you mentioned is this." Arthur smiled and said, "This is an ear mouse. Don't be deceived by its small size. It is already a high-level magical beast. However, its combat power is rather ordinary. Its sense of smell is even better than that of a dog." "Woof woof." Fuzai barked in response to Arthur's words. Arthur joked with steward Carter, "Look, its bark is the same. You can treat it like a dog." "My lord, let me take care of her on a regular basis." Layla volunteered to take charge of Fuzai. The other maids felt regretful and stomped their feet as Layla seized the opportunity. "All right, but you must take good care of them, otherwise I might have to punish you." Arthur smiled and said, "Moreover, Fuzai can eat a lot, so don't complain about the trouble later." I won't, my lord. I will make sure to raise them plump and white." Layla vowed earnestly. Everyone looked at the ear mouse's snow-white body and colorful tail, secretly mocking, "Are you sure you want to raise them plump and white?" In the dining hall of Dragon's Nest Castle, Arthur, Sam, Scholar Tigress, and Eric were having a meal. Arthur took a sip of the thick cream mushroom soup and asked Sam, "How does it feel to work with Scholar Tigress?" Sam swallowed the magical beast meat in his mouth, wiped his mouth, and said, "Scholar Tigress is an erudite and wise sage. Assisting him is my honor. I have learned a lot in these past 2 days." Arthur nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. Although it seems that strength determines everything in this world, the power of knowledge can also unleash tremendous energy at the right moment." Hearing this, Tigress smiled and said, "My Lord Baron is indeed a person of great wisdom. Under the illumination of candlelight, even a gnome can cast a massive shadow." Upon hearing Arthur and Scholar Tigress speak this way, Sam felt an inexplicable surge within him. He inadvertently murmured, momentarily forgetting his favorite dish. The power of knowledge, a massive shadow. Arthur looked at Sam, revealing a satisfied smile, knowing that some changes were already taking place within him. "Sam, follow Scholar Tigress closely and learn well. I believe you will find what you seek. Once a seed is sown with the right sunlight and rain, it will surely break through the soil and grow into a towering tree." "Yes, thank you, cousin. No, my Lord Baron," Sam said with resolute eyes. Arthur smiled without speaking. "Sam, don't forget to eat. Only a full belly can fuel your assistance to Scholar Tigress, wouldn't you agree?" Arthur teased, gently noticing Sam's absent-mindedness. "Oh, yes, of course." Sam chuckled, sheepishly, instantly reverting to his usual ravenous self. "Scholar Tigress, how fares the development of the armor-piercing ballista?" "Progress remains steady. The construction of the Great Ballista itself poses no difficulties. Dragonrest Isle abounds with high-quality timber fully suited for its assembly. However, forging the bolts may prove challenging. Our supply of pig iron is severely limited. We shall likely produce far too few to meet demand. Indeed, that is a grave concern, Arthur nodded. Of all the islands in the Crescent Duchy, only Stada Isle yields iron, or acquiring pig iron is no simple matter. This has long been the greatest constraint afflicting every major island. Metals are naturally scarce as only dragons possess the innate power to catalyze their formation. Hence their monopolization is both inevitable and unsurprising. Let us proceed with constructing the ballistas first. Circumstances will clarify themselves when we reach the bridge. In the meantime, I shall petition my family for supplementary support. Silently, Scholar Digris inclined his head in assent. We have no choice but to proceed thus. He then added thoughtfully, yet perhaps we might explore alternative materials for the bolts. For instance, certain enchanted woods, when inscribed with arcane runes by a mage, may yield bolts of superior efficacy, even surpassing conventional ones. Arthur's eyes lit up. An excellent avenue. Though suitable enchanted timber is exceedingly rare, having an additional option is undeniably advantageous. At last we possess one more viable path. Arthur furrowed his brow slightly, sinking into quiet contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his expression resolute as he addressed Eric. Timber resources on Dragonrest I'll remain relatively abundant. Eric, we shall organize squads of knights, dispatched in coordinated groups, to conduct thorough surveys across the island. Fortune may yet favor our search. As you command, my Lord Baron. Eric replied with deep reverence. I shall arrange the nightly search parties with utmost diligence by tomorrow. Well done, Arthur affirmed with a satisfied nod. I place my trust in you, and eagerly await results worthy of expectation. Moreover, I have recently acquired a fresh stock of potent alchemical elixirs, remarkably effective for knightly advancement even for senior Earth Knights. Yet our knights already operate under a well-established remuneration system. Given the imminent threat of the lizard folk invasion, however, we have temporarily relaxed restrictions on elixir distribution. Such leniency cannot endure indefinitely. Therefore, I intend to institute a new merit system. At these words, all present set aside their meals and fixed their full attention upon Arthur, awaiting his next utterance. Arthur continued, henceforth Long Rest Keep shall issue diverse tasks aligned with the domain's developmental needs, each assigned a precise merit value. Simultaneously, I shall assign merit values to all resources available on Dragonrest Isle. Each knight's merit accrual will reflect both task difficulty and execution quality. These merits may be exchanged for rare and valuable commodities, armaments, beast flesh, alchemical elixirs, and more. Thus, knights may select missions calibrated to their own strength and aspirations, enhancing both efficiency and purpose. And such a system shall further inspire relentless self-improvement, driving knights to earn ever greater merits. Scholar Digris gave a subtle, approving nod. A most judicious decision, my Lord Baron. Beyond kindling martial zeal, this merit system ensures equitable and rational allocation of resources, a truly momentous undertaking. Sam likewise nodded in earnest agreement. Eric added his endorsement, indeed a sound approach, but I propose that each task specify minimum nightly proficiency requirements. Undertaking missions significantly beneath one's capability should yield reduced, or zero, merit lest ambition atrophy, through complacency. Excellent suggestion. Then let Eric lead a provisional working group, comprising himself and the other senior Earth Knights of Dragonrest Isle, to draft detailed task tiers and merit exchange standards. Once you produce a preliminary framework, submit it for my review. Let us finalize it swiftly, before the lizard folk arrive, so our knights may ascend in strength. Yes, my Lord Baron. Eric accepted the charge with fervent enthusiasm, and immediately began pondering implementation details. Sam interjected, my father once told me, whenever the Earl leads expeditions to Chodi, he records merits strictly by enemy heads taken or captured. This bears striking resemblance to our merit system. Now facing the lizard folk invasion, enemy heads shall indeed serve as the foremost merit-earning objective. Naturally, Arthur affirmed with a nod. Battle merit shall constitute the very cornerstone of the merit system. Both Digris and Eric voiced their concurrence. After further discussion of particulars, the group dispersed, each carrying private reflections. Upon returning to the partially constructed training grounds, Eric summoned the remaining senior Earth Knights without delay. Today his lordship entrusted us with a vital commission to formulate a comprehensive merit exchange system. Ed looked puzzled. What precisely is a merit exchange system? Is it akin to the battlefield merit rewards used in Chodi? Thomas shot him a wry glance. Eric nodded approvingly. Precisely so, though his lordship's system extends far beyond combat alone and enforces stricter criteria and broader scope. We must now collaborate closely to devise a robust, thoroughly considered framework. His lordship has confirmed he possesses a newly acquired batch of advancement-enhancing alchemical elixirs. These shall be made available for merit redemption. Elixirs capable of aiding breakthroughs. Indeed, his lordship specified they remain efficacious even for senior Earth Knights. Instantly the chamber erupted in excited murmurs. Eric watched the animated senior Earth Knights with quiet satisfaction before raising his voice. Order please. You know his lordship's capabilities. Such treasures shall only multiply with time. Thus expediting this merit system is paramount. Rest assured your share of elixirs awaits. First, we must define distinct tiers of task difficulty and assign corresponding merit values. For example, routine duties, border patrols, beast scouting, or herb foraging, shall yield modest merits, whereas slaying formidable beasts or enemies or fulfilling critical mandates from his lordship shall grant substantially higher merits. One knight asked, how shall merits be allocated for team-completed missions? An astute inquiry. Eric commended him. Merit division for teams must reflect individual contribution, determined either by peer consensus or leader assessment. Another knight proposed, we must also formalize procedures for task issuance and acceptance. Precisely. Alan concurred, each task must stipulate explicit proficiency thresholds, ensuring no knight shirks challenge and surrenders ambition. Eric nodded approvingly. Excellent. We concur entirely. Undertaking tasks markedly beneath one's capacity shall incur reduced, or null, merit rewards. Following this vigorous exchange, the knights attained a lucid understanding of the merit system and commenced drafting concrete operational guidelines. After entrusting the matters related to the merit exchange system to Eric for handling, Arthur felt a significant lightness in his burden. He couldn't help but privately lament, this must be one of the perks of being a noble. I only need to grasp the overall direction and outline the main points. As for the specific trivial matters, my subordinates will naturally assist in executing them. As night fell and the lights began to glow, Arthur, who had been busy all day, finally had a moment to relax. He slowly walked into the bathroom and lay down in a wooden tub filled with hot water, fully enjoying the herbal bath meticulously prepared by Lola. The warm water enveloped his body, soothing every inch of his skin, as if all his fatigue dissipated in that moment. At this time, the room was filled with the faint, alluring fragrance of incense concocted by Layla, refreshing and intoxicating. This comfort and pleasure made Arthur feel particularly joyful, and he even began to revel in the exquisiteness of noble life. Just as Arthur was immersed in relaxation, his mount, the dragon sparrow, suddenly conveyed a strong sense of unease and restlessness. Arthur quickly jumped out of the tub and hurriedly dried himself off. Outside, Jerry and Lola immediately inquired upon hearing the commotion, "My lord, do you need our assistance?" "Jerry, prepare my knight's armor for me." "Yes, my lord." Although Jerry didn't know what was happening, he sensed from Arthur's tone that something was amiss and immediately went to prepare the knight's armor. Lola quickly said, "My lord, let me assist you with your change of clothes." "All right." With the help of Lola and Jerry, Arthur soon changed into his clothes and armor. He quickly strode towards the castle courtyard, issuing commands as he walked. "Let everyone be on alert. Prepare for combat." At that moment, a flustered personal guard rushed in, panting, as he reported, "My lord, it's bad. 3 monstrous birds have appeared over Arthur City." Arthur's expression instantly turned grave, a bad premonition rising in his heart. By this time, the dragon sparrow had already arrived at the castle courtyard, and Arthur quickly mounted it, ascending into the sky towards Arthur City. Behind him, Jerry's mount, the mantis sparrow, and Fuzhong followed suit. Fuzhong's babies were placed in the temporary nest prepared by Arthur for them. When Arthur arrived above Arthur City, he was shocked to see 3 sharp-beaked flying dragons circling in the sky. The leading sharp-beaked flying dragon was of a high junior level, while the other 2 were of intermediate high level. As the moon had not yet risen that night, Arthur couldn't see the details of the flying dragons clearly, but he could vaguely make out that there were people on their backs. "Who are you, and what do you intend to do on my dragon Roost Island?" Arthur questioned loudly. However, there was no immediate response from the other side. After a moment, a garbled voice came from the leading flying dragon, resembling speech, but Arthur couldn't understand a single word. Yet in the end, his maniacal laughter conveyed the mockery and disdain directed at Arthur. If a soldier can endure what can't be endured. Arthur stopped wasting words and commanded the dragon sparrow to charge at the enemy like an arrow released from a bow. In the night sky, the 2-headed dragon sparrow resembled a phoenix reborn from fire, unleashing magical skills as a scorching whirlwind of fire surged forth like a dragon emerging from the mountains, sweeping towards the few arrogant flying dragons. Amid the firelight, Arthur finally saw the true identities of those riding on the flying dragons. Damn lizardmen. Arthur was astonished. He never expected them to arrive so quickly, and they were riding on the enormous sharp-beaked flying dragons. The 2-headed dragon sparrow spread its wings, stirring the winds and clouds, howling as it charged towards the 3 flying dragons, while simultaneously unleashing magical skills. The fiery whirlwind of raging flames and fierce winds engulfed the 3 flying dragons. The 3 sharp-beaked flying dragons were no ordinary foes. They quickly scattered with agility. Their bodies were even larger than the dragon sparrow, with the leading one measuring 25 meters in length, while the other 2 were around 17 or 18 meters. They flapped their massive dragon wings like a tempest, nearly causing the fiery whirlwind to collapse. Fortunately, the dragon sparrow was about to advance to high intermediate, and its control over magical skills had reached perfection. It managed to stabilize the fiery whirlwind, ultimately directing the flames accurately onto the smaller of the flying dragons. The blazing fire scorched the sharp-beaked flying dragon, causing it to scream in agony. At that moment, the leading flying dragon unleashed its sharp claws and enormous pointed beak, pouncing on the 2-headed dragon sparrow like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Arthur swung his sword, unleashing a 12-fold wave that struck fiercely at the neck of the flying dragon, catching it off guard. The dragon sparrow took advantage of the opportunity to counterattack its fire dragon, head spewing forth blazing flames like a volcano erupting, aiming directly at the flying dragon's face. Meanwhile, the wind dragon had stirred up a fierce gale, sending the flying dragon reeling. Arthur pressed the attack, executing his strongest ultimate skill, the purple thunder dragon binding technique, as swift as lightning and as forceful as thunder, striking the flying dragon's head. The excruciating pain elicited a mournful cry from the flying dragon, sharp and piercing like a pig being slaughtered, echoing through the sky. But as expected of a high-level dragon beast, even in such a passive situation, it still took the opportunity to bite the dragon sparrow with its massive beak, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The sound of the flying dragon's cry stunned Arthur, as if struck by lightning, his head buzzing. While he was condensing the beast-controlling rune, he almost dispersed it due to the wailing. Fortunately, Arthur withstood it, and the beast-controlling rune was precisely thrown onto the head of the leading flying dragon. The dragon sparrow, evidently injured by the flying dragon's bite, was struggling to maintain its balance. It barely dodged another attack from the flying dragon and ascended to a safe distance. Arthur immediately took out a healing potion, turned the fire dragon head around, and fed it a bottle of healing potion. The other two flying dragons intended to seize the opportunity to attack the dragon sparrow, but were distracted by the arriving mantis sparrow and Fuzhong. As soon as the mantis sparrow arrived, it unleashed its magical skills, its body shining with golden light, its sharp claws and enormous beak becoming even more formidable. Taking advantage of the night and its speed, it flew directly onto the back of one flying dragon, launching an attack against the lizardman above. The lizardman, caught off guard, was directly clawed in the head by the mantis sparrow's tiger-like claws, letting out a scream as he fell from the flying dragon's back. He fell to the ground lifeless. Given the lizardman's cultivation and the flying dragon mount, the mantis sparrow would have found it difficult to inflict harm. However, at this moment, both he and his mount were focused on the dragon sparrow, and in his moment of carelessness, the mantis sparrow successfully executed a surprise attack from behind. Such is fate. Fuzhong also flashed onto the back of another flying dragon, launching an attack against the lizardman above. Although Fuzhong was a high-level magical beast and the opponent was merely a high-level Earth Knight lizardman, they were at a stalemate for a time. This illustrates the disadvantage of magical beasts against humanoid cultivators. Even with level suppression, victory was not easily obtained. At this moment, the beast-controlling rune began to take effect, and the consciousness of the high-level dragon beast was under Arthur's control. Arthur commanded it to turn and attack the flying dragon that Fuzhong was on. The flying dragon was caught off guard by its companion's sudden attack and was torn apart by the leading dragon, screaming as it plummeted to the ground. The lizardman above clung desperately to the flying dragon's spines, terrified of meeting the same fate as his companion. Meanwhile, the leading flying dragon targeted another flying dragon. Seeing the danger, the flying dragon immediately turned to flee, but with Arthur commanding the dragon sparrow, there was no escape. Ultimately, it was beaten down by the dragon sparrow and the leading flying dragon, unable to ascend again. It lay weakly on the ground, no longer moving. Arthur cast a beast-controlling rune on it, acquiring a fine flying mount. He repeated the process, contracting another heavily injured flying dragon that had landed. The lizardman on the back of the flying dragon charged towards Arthur with a scream. Arthur used the purple thunder dragon binding technique to stun him, causing him to spasm on the ground. The surviving lizardman on the back of the leading flying dragon was dumbfounded, who, no matter how he communicated, the flying dragon would no longer heed his commands. In the end, he was captured alive. Arthur, without hesitation, severed his hands and feet, leaving him with only a mouth to speak. After Arthur turned the lizardman into a human stick, he immediately used a potion to stop its bleeding. He left it alive, a mere reptilian creature, to gather information about the lizardmen. Although there was a language barrier between them, Muriel could communicate through thought. She would translate when the time came. At that moment, Eric and the others, drawn by the noise, arrived at the scene. Seeing the lizardman turned into a human stick, scorched to black and shattered into pieces by Arthur, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. First, it was due to Arthur's ruthlessness and strength, and second, they hadn't expected the lizardmen to send someone so soon. "My Lord Baron, I apologize for my late arrival." Eric and the Earth Knights knelt on one knee in unison, pleading for forgiveness. "Get up. Keep a close watch on these two living lizardmen. Skin the dead one and save its hide for armor. Preserve its flesh and blood, as I have used for it." "Yes, my lord," Eric replied as he stood up. At that moment, Arthur radiated an aura of brutality that put considerable pressure on the Earth Knights present. Especially with the enormous sharp-beaked dragon behind Arthur, its crimson scales glimmering with a blood-like sheen under the torchlight. Its long mouth, filled with sharp teeth, sent chills down their spines. The massive claws signified the dragon's formidable combat power and immense lethality. The other two dragons, though severely injured, were already out of danger after Arthur used high-grade potions on them. They were now obediently lying on the ground, resting their eyes. Fortunately, this area was still a wasteland with no inhabitants, and no buildings had begun construction. Thus, this battle posed no loss for Arthur. Though the process was somewhat perilous, Arthur had managed to achieve a narrow victory due to the enemy's carelessness and his advantage in magic attacks and cultivation. These two dragons need to stay here to recover for the time being. Eric arranged for someone to ensure their supply of meat. Additionally, have someone guard this area. Do not let anyone disturb them. "Yes, my lord." After arranging these matters, Arthur mounted the griffin accompanied by the dragons and the dragon sparrow returning to Dragon Nest Castle. Why did they appear so suddenly? Are they here to scout the situation? Arthur pondered to himself, this is bad. They must have sent these advanced troops to investigate preparing for their invasion. If that's the case, then if a small island possesses such combat power, they will surely dispatch even more forces to Alisand Port. With this in mind, Arthur immediately activated the Beastmaster's mark to contact the leaders of the Dragon Sparrow and Griffin, instructing them to bring all their elite forces to converge with him. His mount was severely injured and unsuitable for further battle, so Arthur sent it back to its nest. The Griffin and the Dragon Sparrow had limited combat abilities, so he also sent them back. Arthur then turned and climbed onto the back of the dragon. Although it was also injured, it was not serious. With Arthur's potions and starlight dew, it had nearly recovered. Thus Arthur rode the dragon toward Alisand Port. The dragon was not as fast as the Dragon Sparrow or Griffin. An hour later, the high-level Dragon Sparrow from the Silver Dragon Cave caught up with Arthur. With 5 high-level initial stage Dragon Sparrows plus Arthur's dragon, they already constituted a formidable combat force. I will first scout the situation and then let the Dragon Sparrows and Griffins intercept them on the way. If executed properly, they might be able to hold them all back once again. Arthur silently calculated in his heart. Meanwhile, the people of Alisand City were engulfed in endless panic. The entire city had descended into chaos. People fled in all directions as the dragons ridden by lizardmen rampaged through the bustling streets hunting for prey. This was the most prosperous street in Alisand City, brightly lit even at night. When the lizardmen arrived, they found the area populated. Moreover, only 2 female high-level Earth Knights were present riding flying mounts to confront them. Their confidence surged, and they brazenly launched an attack. Their side boasted a sky-level war general and 5 elite warriors of high-level Earth rank. Thus, they forgot their mission, consumed by desires for brutality and consumption. The Lizardman War General riding a dragon intercepted Alisand and Diana. In just one round, their mounts sustained serious injuries. Originally, they were already at a lower tier than the dragons, and with the dragon's size and attack power far exceeding that of the griffins, if not for the griffin's agility and speed, Alisand and her companions would have met a dire fate long ago. At this moment, the sky-level Lizardman War General was chasing Alisand and Diana through the air. Fortunately, their mounts had a flying speed far superior to that of the dragon. This allowed them to evade his attacks. Otherwise, if this dragon and the Lizardman War General broke into the city, there would be no one to stop them. Meanwhile, 5 elite Lizardman warriors rode dragons and began to wreak havoc on the bustling streets. Although dozens of Earth Knights and over 500 knight attendants mounted a fierce attack from the ground to stop them. The ground attacks found it difficult to harm the massive dragons. On the streets, dozens of Earth Knights urged their warhorses, wielding their swords, creating torrents of energy from their martial techniques that continuously assaulted the dragons. Simultaneously, over 500 knight attendants formed numerous small battle groups to protect the civilians during their evacuation. However, against the massive dragons, their efforts seemed powerless. The dragon's enormous wings stirred up strong gusts of wind, making it hard for the knights to get close with their attacks. Their hard scales were as solid as steel, easily deflecting the knights' swords and arrows. The knights' courage and determination did not waver as they continuously launched attacks, trying to find the dragon's weaknesses. Yet the dragon's speed and power kept them at a disadvantage, limiting their movements, but unable to inflict fatal damage. A few bold high-level Earth Knights seized the opportunity when the dragons were preoccupied with devouring civilians and leaped onto the dragons' backs, directly attacking the lizardmen atop. These elite lizardman warriors were not to be trifled with. Clad in scales as hard as impenetrable steel armor, wielding razor-sharp lizard spears, their eyes glimmered with cold determination. Their agility was exceptional, and they could skillfully use their tails to launch attacks and defend. In contrast, the human Earth Knights were fully armed, donned in heavy armor, their massive swords exuding power and majesty. Their internal energy was robust and surging, and every swing of their giant swords unleashed earth-shattering force. As the battle horn sounded, both sides immediately plunged into a heated clash, engaging in a thrilling fight for survival. The lizardmen's spears darted toward the human knights like a storm, while the latter swung their massive swords, clashing weapons that echoed through the skies. The dragons in the sky waited for an opportunity, occasionally swooping down to launch surprise attacks on the humans. In this fierce battle, the lizardmen wreaked havoc with their tails and scales, while the human knights struggled to fend off the enemy's onslaught with their superior swordsmanship and powerful energy. Both sides fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand, making it impossible to determine a victor in a short time. The elite lizardman warrior and the high-ranking human Earth Knight fought fiercely on the back of the flying dragon, each unable to gain the upper hand, resulting in a temporary stalemate. However, the destruction caused by the flying dragon to Alisand City continued unabated, with each of its landings devastating the surrounding buildings. Countless people were injured, killed, or devoured by the flying dragon amidst the chaos. The scene was utterly tragic. Alisand and Diana were in an even more precarious situation. Under the night sky, the high-ranking Earth Knights Alisand and Diana wore serious expressions, skillfully maneuvering their steeds, the griffins, to evade and restrain the sole high-ranking flying dragon. Alisand gripped the reins tightly, her gaze resolute as her griffin screeched and bristled with its fur, readying for battle. Diana, on the other hand, calmly drew her longbow with her griffin's wings shimmering with mysterious light. With a sharp roar from the flying dragon, the lizardman warrior riding it charged violently toward Yalison and Diana. The air was filled with the sounds of metal clashing, the screeches of magical beasts, and the thunderous flaps of dragon wings. Yalison's griffin sidestepped the dragon's sharp claws, and she unleashed a 12-wave strike with her sword, hitting the dragon's wing membrane fiercely. The continuous 5-wave assault caused the dragon immense pain, leading it to attack Yalison's griffin more ferociously. Diana seized the opportunity, shooting an arrow like a dragon toward the flying dragon's eyes. The lizardman warrior atop the dragon smirked, swinging his bone spear, effortlessly knocking down Diana's arrow with a blood-red crescent. The lizardman's cruel golden eyes locked onto Yalison, who was persistently swinging her sword. Each swing unleashed a barrage of 5 or 6 continuous attacks upon the flying dragon. If it weren't for the fact that his steed was a high-ranking flying dragon beast, he would truly be overwhelmed. But that is all there is to it. The gap in realms cannot be compensated for by martial skills. The lizardman warrior said disdainfully in their language, his golden eyes glowing red. Then with a swing of his bone spear, a larger blood-red crescent violently struck Yalison's griffin. Chirp! A shrill and tragic cry pierced the sky, echoing over the entire Yalison city. Diana's griffin, as black as ink, struggled desperately, while emitting a heartbreaking wail, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Diana! Yalison's shout was filled with uncontrollable grief and worry, her resilient heart deeply pierced at that moment. If it weren't for Diana stepping forward just now to block that fatal blow, it would be herself plummeting from such a height. Watching her closest friend, who had grown up with her, practiced alongside her, and progressed together in such a perilous situation, Yalison's chest ignited with a blazing fury. Without a second thought, she unleashed her internal fighting spirit, pouring all her strength into a powerful 8-wave strike, charging straight towards the lizardman warrior. However, facing such a fierce offensive, the lizardman warrior merely waved his bone spear 3 times, instantly shooting out 3 scarlet blood crescents. These blood crescents easily shattered Yalison's exhausted 8-wave strike. Exhausted, Yalison slumped onto the saddle of her griffin, her hands too weak to support her body, barely managing to hold onto the saddle. Though she was unwilling to accept it, facing the insurmountable gap between earth and sky, she truly felt powerless. This profound sense of defeat and humiliation nearly drove Yalison to madness. But she had to remain calm in her territory, and people were facing a tremendous crisis, and she must face it all with composure. Even if she were to die, she must die with dignity. She maneuvered her griffin to create distance from the flying dragon, needing to buy as much time as possible for her subordinates and people to escape. Meanwhile, above the city, the battle between the Earth Knights and the elite Lizardman warriors finally made progress. The human Earth Knights, leveraging their numerical advantage, finally killed a Lizardman elite warrior. But unfortunately, the flying dragon, having lost its master, turned and ruthlessly threw down the human knight on its back. Falling from such a height would surely lead to severe injury, if not death. After tossing off the human knight, the flying dragon charged towards the panicking crowd. Its massive claws snatched up 4 or 5 humans in an instant, then flung them into its gaping maw, devouring them whole. When Arthur rushed to Yalison City, he was confronted with this tragic scene. Furious, Arthur unhesitatingly commanded his mighty flying dragon beneath him to soar like a meteor ablaze, with rage charging straight toward the 5 despicable flying dragons rampaging above the city. Arthur directed his flying dragon to pounce toward the largest one among them, which was on the verge of advancing to a higher stage. In that split second, the taken by surprise behemoth suffered a heavy blow. Its enormous wings were brutally torn apart. Accompanied by a sharp and piercing scream, the severely injured flying dragon crashed down to the earth like a broken kite. The dragon, falling heavily to the ground, was in immense pain, struggling desperately to move its massive and heavy body, attempting to open its sharp mouth to engage the approaching human knights in a life-or-death battle. However, Arthur casually tossed out a mysterious beast-controlling rune, and the once ferocious flying dragon instantly became docile and obedient. Arthur shouted loudly to the knights standing ready below, "This dragon is no longer capable of fighting and poses no threat to us. Do not approach it easily." Upon hearing this, the knights turned their mounts towards other areas in need of assistance, leaving the severely injured dragon to quietly lick its blood-soaked wounds. The lizardman on its back slammed down to the ground as if struck hard. Despite its naturally strong defensive abilities, the fall still left it dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, thanks to its resilient vitality, it managed to save its life. The lizardman in a daze struggled to adjust its breathing and recover. Unfortunately, the human knights gave it no chance to catch its breath. A group of heavily armored earth knights charged forward like wolves, and in a swift motion, a loud crack echoed as a massive head rolled to the side. In contrast, the dragon griffins were much faster than the flying dragon. Taking advantage of this, 5 high-ranking griffins surrounded the high-ranking flying dragon in a flash. They unleashed 5 violent whirlwinds of fire and wind, sweeping toward the high-ranking flying dragon with immense power. Faced with such a fierce assault, the lizardman warrior dared not slack off and immediately gave his all. He swung 5 sharp blood crescents with incredible speed, colliding thunderously with the whirlwinds. In that moment, the clash of 2 powerful forces produced a deafening sound, as if the entire world trembled. The people on the ground felt an overwhelmingly strong shockwave hit them, with many unprepared ordinary folks being directly knocked to the ground looking quite disheveled. High in the sky, 5 two-headed dragon sparrows surrounded the sharp-beaked flying dragon ridden by the lizard-man general. A whirlwind of wind and fire swept across the sky towards the flying dragon. Although the lizard-man general continuously waved his white-boned spear, the blood-red crescent it conjured could counteract the power of the wind and fire whirlwind, yet a considerable portion of the flames still wound around the sharp-beaked flying dragon. The originally blood-red scales of the flying dragon appeared even redder under the scorching flames. The two-headed dragon sparrows were enormous, with wings spanning over 10 meters, their two heads spitting fire and fierce winds fueling the flames. The surging whirlwind of wind and fire left the sharp-beaked flying dragon and the lizard-man general struggling to cope. However, the sharp-beaked flying dragon did not show weakness. Its massive body, nearly 30 meters long, equipped with sharp claws and teeth, was a formidable weapon. The dragon sparrows had to be constantly wary of its attacks. Fortunately, their speed was an advantage, despite the ferocity and anger of the flying dragon, it could do nothing against them. The lizard-man general on the flying dragon waved his spear, roaring commands as they launched an attack against the dragon sparrows. The two-headed dragon sparrows skillfully dodged the attacks of the flying dragon, soaring high at times and diving at others, retaliating with flames and fierce winds. On the battlefield, wind and fire intertwined, radiating brilliance. The attacks of the two-headed dragon sparrows were as fierce as fire dragons, while the counterattacks of the sharp-beaked flying dragon were as swift as lightning. Both sides exchanged blows, refusing to yield. As the battle intensified, the two-headed dragon sparrows began to coordinate their attacks, unleashing flames and winds together, forming a powerful net that ensnared the sharp-beaked flying dragon. Under the dual assault of wind and fire, the flying dragon charged left and right, trying to find a breakthrough. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the lizard-man general commanded the flying dragon to make a final charge. The flying dragon surged towards the two-headed dragon sparrow at an incredible speed, attempting to tear through their defenses with its sharp claws. However, the two-headed dragon sparrows showed no fear, standing united to face the enemy. Just as the sharp-beaked flying dragon was about to strike them, the two-headed dragon sparrows simultaneously launched their final attack, combining 5 whirlwinds of wind and fire into one, roaring as a massive whirlwind engulfed the flying dragon. The powerful force instantly sent the sharp-beaked flying dragon and the lizard-man general flying backward. The flying dragon and the lizard-man were forced apart. The lizard-man general, tall and imposing, stood in midair as if merging with the sky. Meanwhile, his mount, the flying dragon, dashed in from another direction, ignoring the fierce attacks from the surrounding dragon sparrows, fully intent on hunting down one of the two-headed dragon sparrows. Clearly, the lizard-men and the flying dragons intended to adopt a strategy of picking off the dragon sparrows one by one, gradually eliminating these powerful foes. However, the speed of the dragon sparrows was astonishing, far exceeding the lizardmen's and flying dragons' expectations. They agilely maneuvered across the battlefield, making it difficult for the lizardmen's plans to succeed. At the same time, Arthur, who was at a lower altitude, displayed remarkable strength. He swiftly subdued a flying dragon with overwhelming force and easily defeated a lizard-man elite warrior. Immediately thereafter, Arthur directed his flying dragon towards another slightly smaller but equally powerful flying dragon, like an eagle swooping down on its prey. The lizard-man elite warrior on that flying dragon was terrified. Witnessing his companion's grim fate, he quickly commanded his flying dragon to flee with all its might. Could Arthur allow his prey to escape? He relentlessly pursued, riding his flying dragon as if a hungry tiger pouncing on its meal. Before long, he successfully caught up to his target. The flying dragon's sharp claws ruthlessly tore through the opponent's dragon wings, while its massive jaws clamped down on the opponent's neck, slamming it hard to the ground. However, the injured flying dragon did not submit, still attempting to struggle and resist. At that moment, the beast-controlling rune in Arthur's hand coalesced, accurately landing on the flying dragon's head. In the blink of an eye, the flying dragon ceased its resistance, obediently bowing its head in submission. At this moment, Arthur suddenly sensed a strong wind approaching from behind him. It turned out that the lizardman, seeing the dire situation, had decided to make a desperate charge, his eyes bloodshot as he lunged at him. Arthur remained calm under pressure, channeling his internal magic as the purple lightning binding technique was abruptly activated. In an instant, countless bolts of purple lightning surged forth from the void, enveloping the lizard-man like a net. Brilliant arcs of lightning flashed, leaving the lizard-man dizzy and incapacitated. Arthur signaled the nearby knights from Aryan City to bind this lizard-man. Bind him well, we will use him as a flag when the lizard-men invade. A knight of the earth immediately produced enchanted ropes to restrain the lizard-man. These ropes could prevent practitioners from utilizing their internal energy and were specifically designed to bind cultivators. Those scaly beasts deserve to taste the wrath of thunder. Arthur's lips curled upward slightly, secretly pleased with himself. After dealing with the flying dragon before him, he did not pause, but immediately turned towards another one. However, at this moment, the remaining 2 lizardmen had already been scared out of their wits, frantically controlling their flying dragons to escape towards Giant Lizard Island. Watching their panicked retreat, Arthur's lips curled into a wicked and charming smile. Did you really think you could escape? He chose not to pursue them closely, but instead turned to fly straight towards the location of the flying dragon that had lost its master. At this moment, the flying dragon, indulging in its feast, was surrounded by knights from Aryan City, yet they found themselves at a loss. After all, the dragon's razor-sharp teeth and claws were fearsome, and a moment's carelessness could lead to severe injuries. Helpless, they could only attack from a distance with their fighting spirit, but unfortunately the effect was minimal. At that moment, the flying dragon that Arthur was riding descended like a divine warrior from the heavens. In an instant, it pinned the originally fierce flying dragon to the ground, rendering it immobile. Following that, Arthur quickly unleashed the power of the beast-controlling rune, and with a flash of light, another mighty flying dragon was subdued by him. Arthur did not linger, but continued flying towards the high-level flying dragon in the sky. This flying dragon was currently assisting its master in hunting down a dragon sparrow. Its massive wings blocked out the sun, causing the dragon sparrows to flee in panic. However, dragon sparrows were notoriously fierce, and while being pursued, they did not forget to retaliate with flames from time to time. The Lizardman General's blood-red crescent continued to attack the dragon sparrows, nearly hitting them several times. Meanwhile, the other dragon sparrows' whirlwinds of wind and fire kept greeting the flying dragons and lizardmen. However, the damage caused was minimal. This is the prowess of practitioners at the level of the skies, as it is very difficult to harm opponents of the same rank. Arthur muttered a curse. What a pity this little bug has encountered your grandpa Arthur. He decisively drove his flying dragon towards the high-level flying dragon, which possessed slightly higher cultivation than his own. The two powerful flying dragons immediately clashed upon meeting. You tore a piece of flesh from me, and I landed a claw on you, leaving deep gashes. Seeing this, the Lizardman General intended to step forward to assist, but was surrounded by 5 dragon sparrows. An even hotter and more explosive whirlwind of wind and fire encircled him. He thought to himself, "Oh no, I've fallen into the human's trap." Yet it was too late. Arthur had already sent the beast-controlling rune into the body of his mount, the flying dragon. After a brief struggle, the severely injured high-level flying dragon finally submitted to Arthur. The 2 high-level flying dragons surrounded the Lizardman General. The Lizardman General's alarm bells rang loudly in his mind as he prepared to escape into the air. However, how could his speed compare to that of flying magical beasts and dragons? Surrounded by 5 dragon sparrows and 2 flying dragons, he was soon left in a miserable state by 7 opponents of comparable strength. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of blood, preparing to unleash a secret technique to fight back. But Arthur, who had been keeping an eye on him, would not give him the chance. The full force of the purple lightning binding technique struck him hard, sending his blood-stained bone spear flying. Interrupted in his secret technique, the Lizardman General trembled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The flames from the 5 dragon sparrows suddenly enveloped him. Hiss! The piercing cry of agony echoed through the night sky once again. At that moment, the flying dragon under Arthur's command viciously carved a massive gash across the Lizardman's back. Meanwhile, the Lizardman's former mount viciously pecked at his belly. Large chunks of flesh and intestines were torn away by the flying dragon, and they were swallowed whole. The Lizardman General finally lost his will to resist as the flames of the dragon sparrows roasted him, releasing a rich aroma. What had once been a continuous wailing Lizardman could only convulse endlessly. When Arthur arrived on the battlefield, he engaged in an all-out brawl with the ferocious flying dragons and cunning lizardmen. Seeing that the situation had been brought under control, the already anxious Alishan could finally leave the battlefield and eagerly seek out her dear friend Diana, whose fate was uncertain. At this moment, Diana was severely injured and unconscious, and her mount, the feathered sparrow, was on the brink of death. Alishan immediately took out the golden rose potion to administer it to both Diana and the feathered sparrow. She also applied it to the wounds of the feathered sparrow. Although the golden rose potion was powerful, it merely suppressed the sparrow's injuries, failing to pull it back from the brink of death. Alishan looked at Diana, who was also in a precarious state, feeling an indescribable bitterness. Meanwhile, Arthur had ordered the knights of Alishan City to securely bind the golden lizardman war general, who was now reduced to a twitching mess by Arthur. This is truly a rare catch. It is perfect for holding a blood sacrifice ritual, Arthur thought to himself, a wave of excitement and exhilaration swelling in his heart. However, after this thrilling and devastating battle, the once prosperous, bustling, and vibrant main street of Alishan City had become unrecognizable, reduced to a desolate and ravaged ruin. Thick smoke billowed everywhere, and the entire city seemed to have been ruthlessly trampled by a monstrous beast with crumbling walls and a scene of utter devastation that was truly painful to behold. The survivors silently began to clear the ravaged street, striving to rebuild their shattered home. The brave and resilient knights were not idle. They tirelessly scoured every corner, doing their utmost to rescue the wounded or those trapped and even buried under the debris. The attendants from Alishan Castle also arrived, bringing a large quantity of healing medicines and potions, working hard to treat every injured person. Arthur gathered the 4 newly tamed flying dragons together and administered them healing potions and starlight dew. The 2 lightly injured intermediate flying dragons and the high-level dragon quickly regained their vigor after taking the potions. Arthur rode his flying dragon mount, leading 3 flying dragons and 5 dragon sparrows in pursuit of the 2 fleeing lizardmen. Arthur chased after them, and after half an hour he finally caught up with the 2 fleeing lizardmen hundreds of miles away from Alishan City. The lizardmen were terrified to see Arthur the demon star pursuing them again, and they frantically urged their flying dragons to escape. Without hesitation, Arthur commanded the flying dragons and dragon sparrows to attack. The dragon sparrows, leveraging their speed advantage, blocked their path, while 5 wind and fire dragons clawed at the 2 flying dragons. Arthur unleashed the purple lightning dragon binding technique, instantly inflicting severe damage on the 2 lizardmen. At that moment, the 2 high-level flying dragons also caught up with the lizardmen's mounts, and their massive claws left the 2 intermediate flying dragons battered and scarred. Fortunately, Arthur's beast control rune had already been successfully condensed and swiftly infused into the flying dragons, or they might not have survived. After taming 2 more flying dragons, Arthur prepared to return to Alishan City. The 2 lizardmen on the backs of the newly tamed dragons looked at Arthur in terror, bewildered as to how their mounts had been subdued by this human. Such a method was truly beyond comprehension. Moreover, he could even command lightning, which was unimaginable for the already shameless and cowardly lizardmen. They immediately knelt on the flying dragons and begged Arthur for mercy. Arthur was surprised to see such a lack of backbone in the lizardmen. Then I will give you a chance. With a hint of experimentation in mind, Arthur activated his magic power to condense the beast control rune and pressed it against one of the lizardmen. As the rune entered its body, it was about to dissipate. Just when Arthur thought the beast control rune would be ineffective against humanoid beings, it suddenly stabilized after drawing away a small portion of his magic power and firmly imprinted itself within the lizardman's body. Did it work? I serve you, master. The voice of the lizardman echoed in Arthur's mind. Arthur couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Is this mental communication? Arthur hurriedly started to imprint the beast control rune on the other lizardman. Finally, after nearly exhausting all his magic power, he successfully subdued this lizardman as well. After successfully taming the lizardmen, Arthur began to attempt mental communication with them to understand their invasion plan. The language of the lizardmen was obscure and difficult to understand, but thoughts are not bound by language. Through constant attempts, Arthur gradually broke through the language barrier. Arthur was able to communicate seamlessly with the 2 lizardmen through thought. During their exchanges, he gradually learned some basic information about this race. Surprisingly, the lizardmen were categorized into 4 distinct levels based on different characteristics and abilities. At the pinnacle of the hierarchy were the red female burrow lizards. These noble and powerful burrow lizards had lived for generations on the Hermé mountain, which the lizardmen regarded as a sacred land. They possessed unparalleled talents, adept at manipulating the power of blood and mastering the mysterious sorcery that originated from ancient times. With this magical power, burrow lizards could alter and even enhance the bloodline quality of other lizardmen. Furthermore, they bore the significant responsibility of nurturing and raising high-ranking lizard kin. For this reason, burrow lizards enjoyed high prestige among the lizardmen, revered as the common maternal ancestors of all lizardmen. The second level belonged to the golden shaly lizards. These creatures were renowned for their brutal and domineering bloodline, their robust physiques, and their extraordinary combat prowess. Undoubtedly, shaly lizards were the most formidable warriors among the lizardmen, acting as the powerhouse of their race. Simultaneously, they played a real role as rulers, holding leadership positions in various tribes and in high management. The third level of lizardmen belonged to the greenway lizards. This group was numerous and served as the core strength of all tribes. They were responsible for planting crops, raising livestock, and engaging in various handicrafts. Those with outstanding talents could even enter the lizardmen's army through cultivation, thus elevating their social status. The lizardmen Arthur had captured were all from the greenway lizard group, while the lizardman leader belonged to the yellow shaly lizard species. The fourth level comprised those mixed-breed Toro lizards with disheveled fur. They were usually responsible for hard labor such as mining and construction. Additionally, there was a type of hybrid lizard that didn't even qualify as low-level and was not included in the ranking system, known as Dalit lizardmen. These lizardmen lived at the bottom of society, subject to the whims of other classes, and would even become food in times of scarcity. The reason for this situation was that they were either slaves of other races who had been plundered by lizardmen or mixed-blood descendants of lizardmen and slaves. About 200 years ago, in order to satisfy the development of their race, the lizardmen launched an invasion against the newly established Crescent Duchy. Unexpectedly, the duchy joined forces with the masters of the Continental Kingdom to unleash a bloody suppression on the lizardmen. This brutal war severely wounded the lizardmen, nearly bringing them to the brink of extinction. The entire giant lizard island was covered in the blood and corpses of the lizardmen. However, after the human race annihilated the lizardmen's viable forces, they withdrew from the area. The island was arid and desolate, with an extremely harsh natural environment offering little value for occupation. Many lizardmen in their quest for survival had no choice but to take risks and quietly flee their homeland, seeking refuge in more distant places. Some chose to hide among the goblin tribes further west. Others bravely crossed the vast icy plains to reach the southern land of eternal winter. It was these courageous escape actions that allowed a portion of the high-ranking lizardmen to survive. They established many bases in the land of eternal winter. Over decades, they gradually occupied and subdued the Goblin Islands. After several decades, those lizardmen who had once fled began to return to their homeland and set foot once more on the land of Giant Lizard Island. After more than 100 years of recuperation and reproduction, the lizardmen's population miraculously recovered to several hundred million. Faced with the increasing population pressure and the current situation of resource scarcity, the originally barren Giant Lizard Island could no longer meet the survival needs of the lizardmen. Thus, they urgently needed to find a new way out. expansion, and seizing more territory became the key to solving the problem. Only in this way could they ensure sufficient food and space to guarantee the survival of their race. Naturally, the closest Crescent Duchy remained their top choice. But the Crescent Duchy is guarded by 2 adult giant dragons. Aren't the lizard men afraid of a repeat of history from over 200 years ago? Arthur was filled with doubt and couldn't help but inquire. The green lizard man named Hanuman and the lizard man with a slight blue tint named Pinu exchanged glances. Then Pinu turned to Arthur and explained, ever since the last brutal battle with the human race, Giant Lizard Island was drenched in blood. The overwhelming blood attracted the arrival of a mysterious giant dragon, which laid an incredibly precious dragon egg on the holy mountain of Heir. And this dragon egg happened to be discovered by our grandmother Parvati when she returned to the holy mountain. She personally hatched and raised it. This is our greatest reliance for daring to launch an attack against the human race, Pinu said excitedly. Realizing he had misspoken, he looked at Arthur with some guilt. Arthur didn't take it to heart. The bonds of race are not so easily changed. Hanuman chimed in. It is said that this giant dragon took more than 100 years to fully mature. Now it has entered its prime, possessing tremendous strength far beyond that of ordinary metallic or gem dragons. Arthur, listening to the lizardmen's words, pondered silently. It seems the lizardmen are indeed well prepared and full of confidence. He couldn't help but feel curious about the mysterious giant dragon. 100 years of maturity has surpassed the 72 years of maturity for elemental dragons, yet it has not reached the level of 120 years for holy dragons. Such a giant dragon would already be able to contend against the 2 giant dragons of the Crescent Duchy. It is worth noting that the last time on Dragon Roost Island, a water elemental dragon was already capable of contending against 1 golden dragon and 1 silver dragon. It is evident that the lizardman's giant dragon would be evenly matched against the 2 metallic dragons of the Crescent Duchy, and the lizardman's dragon may even have a slight advantage. After all, the maturity time of a giant dragon somewhat represents its strength. The lizardman's giant dragon is likely to be even more powerful than an elemental dragon. How do you plan to invade the Crescent Duchy? Arthur asked solemnly. Hanuman's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. We do not yet know the specific battle plan. Currently, we have received orders to first send dragon riders to Soros Island and Oscus Island to scout the situation and to create chaos at the opportune moment. Let the 2 large islands fall into chaos and be unable to organize an effective alliance in time. Dragon riders? Arthur couldn't help but ask curiously. Pinu proudly explained, the lizardmen have a total of 1,200 dragon riders, among which there are 850 high-ranking warriors, 250 elite warriors, 90 battle generals, and 10 battle lords. Arthur was somewhat alarmed upon hearing this. So you have 1,200 sharp-beaked flying dragons. Pinu first nodded and then shook his head. Currently, we can control 1,200 flying dragons, but there are still several hundred young dragons and dragon eggs being cared for by the Brahma lizards on the holy mountain. Giant Lizard Island is barren and desolate. How can it raise so many flying dragons? Hanuman explained, the Goblin Islands and the land of eternal winter are full of magical beasts. The AC between the Maya continent and Giant Lizard Island to the east is home to a large number of oceanic magical beasts, which serve as the food source for the flying dragons. Moreover, in recent years it has been thanks to the flying dragons that we lizardmen have captured enough food to sustain our race. Pinu nodded in agreement. As the lizardmen's population continues to grow, coupled with the fact that goblins and other Dalit slaves are highly fertile races, the food pressure on Giant Lizard Island is increasing more and more. Many Dalits have already become food for higher races. Arthur had no sympathy for their Giant Lizard Island race, so he continued to ask, how many people are in your advance team this time? Hanuman thought for a moment and said, there should be at least 120 people. Our squad of 60 is fully deployed to scout Oscus Island. Soros Island must have also dispatched a large team. 60 people coming to Oscus Island. Arthur exclaimed. Pinu nodded. Yes, our second squad of 12 is responsible for scouting the Merlin territory. The squad leader brought 5 people to Alyssum City, while the first deputy leader took 2 people to the territory east of Alyssum City. 1 deputy leader took 2 people to the island to the south. What level is that first deputy leader? Arthur's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked. Hanuman replied. He is also a golden lizard battle general, while the other 2 are elite warriors like us. Arthur's heart relaxed a bit. If it was just a sky-level lizardman, Baron Panlont could still handle it, but it seemed that South OS City would also face trouble. What about the other squads? Hanuman said while counting on his fingers. The first squad went to the west coast. The 3rd to 5th squads went eastward. Arthur thought to himself, they must have gone to the Eileen territory, the Brown territory, and the Brinken territory. It seems those few Viscount territories are also doomed to face disaster. At this moment, Arthur and the 2 lizard men were riding on a high-level flying dragon. Let's go support Baron Panlont's territory first. After all, Baron Panlont has just returned to his territory from Merlin City and may still be in his family castle in Long Lake Town. South OS City may not have Sky Knight stationed there at this time. If that's the case, South OS City will be in great trouble. Arthur led 5 flying dragons and 5 dragon sparrows swiftly towards South AUS City, 500 miles away. On the advanced flying dragon, Arthur continued to gather information about the lizardmen from the 2 lizardmen. At this moment, the moon had risen and the stars filled the sky. Arthur and his group soared above the clouds. The clouds tonight were exceptionally thick and waves were rising on the sea. As Arthur learned more about the lizardmen, his mood became increasingly heavy. According to the information possessed by Hanuman and Pinu, the lizardmen's invasion would deploy at least 1,000,000 troops against August Island. Currently, the lizardmen had 500,000 lizard warriors corresponding to the human race's junior Earth Knights. Among them, 100,000 were senior lizard warriors corresponding to intermediate Earth Knights. 10,000 elite lizard warriors corresponded to senior Earth Knights. Around 1,000 battle generals corresponded to junior Sky Knights. Above them were the lizardmen war commanders corresponding to intermediate and senior Sky Knights, and the supreme commander corresponding to the domain knights. However, information about these senior lizardmen was beyond the reach of small figures like Hanuman and Pinu. From the number of warriors ahead, it could be inferred that aside from the strength above the domain level, other levels were certainly slightly stronger than the Crescent Duchy. If combined with the flying dragons, not to mention overwhelming, it would be very difficult for the Crescent Duchy to resist in aerial combat. It seems that this time the Crescent Duchy can only request support from the kingdoms and empires on the continent. Thinking of the crisis that the Merlin family was about to face, Arthur couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. I wonder what kind of threat the Merlin family will face when the invasion fully begins. With their current strength, they could withstand threats from 12 or 20 sky-level entities. Arthur calculated quietly, but the opponent has over 1,000 sky-level combatants. If they concentrated their forces on a single point, even if the entire power of the Crescent Duchy were deployed, it might not be able to withstand it. Arthur shook his head. No need to think so much, we will just face whatever comes our way. In any case, no matter what, he was already the strongest in aerial combat in August. Even in the worst case, he could just flee with his family. With the resources I have now, I can rise again no matter where I go. Thinking of this, Arthur felt significantly relieved. We must hurry to South AUS City. Arriving a minute early could save some losses, Arthur said with determination. He then ordered the flying dragons and dragon sparrows to accelerate. The flying dragons and dragon sparrows swiftly traversed the clouds, racing towards South AUS City. 2 hours later, South AUS City was already in sight. At this time, the moon was about to set in the west, and the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. At this moment, South AUS City was filled with smoke and the despairing aura of death. The city's streets and buildings were devastated by the rampage of 3 massive flying dragons, leaving them in ruins. The city walls were shattered, houses collapsed, and the streets were marked with the huge claw prints of destruction. The once prosperous city was left only with the roars of flying dragons and the cries of its residents echoing in the air. The citizens fled in all directions, but how could they escape the pursuit of the 3 flying dragons? These terrifying creatures opened their gaping maws and easily caught and devoured the people. The city was filled with severed limbs and blood stained the ground. The knights hastily defending the city bravely stepped forward to engage in a deadly battle with the flying dragons. But their power seemed insignificant before the dragons. Many knights were severely injured and fell in pools of blood. This disaster brought endless suffering and destruction to South AUS City, and the city's prosperity was lost forever. Amidst the ruins, sadness and despair permeated the air as people numbly tried to distance themselves from the rampaging monsters in endless fear and hopelessness. High above, Arthur glared at the devastation of South AUS City, his fury erupting like a volcano. His eyes burned with hatred, and he drew his sword, commanding the dragons and dragon sparrows to attack ahead. The 5 sharp-beaked flying dragons led by Arthur roared their wings, stirring up a tempest as they charged toward their former 3 companions. The 5 dragon sparrows surrounded the red-skinned lizardman war commander and her mount, the flying dragon. The lizardman war commander was temporarily besieged by the 5 dragon sparrows' fiery whirlwind. The 2 advanced flying dragons controlled by Arthur had already torn apart the wings of the 2 intermediate flying dragons. The 2 flying dragons cried mournfully as they fell toward the ground. Arthur tossed Hanuman and Pinu onto their own mounts, instructing them to lead their 3 intermediate flying dragons to deal with the lizardmen on the backs of the opposing dragons. Hanuman and Pinu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Just yesterday we were comrades in the same squad, and today we have to deal with each other ourselves. This is really... However, being controlled by the Beastmaster Seal, they could not go against Arthur's will. They could only suppress their reluctance and lead their mounts into battle against the enemy. Meanwhile, Arthur steered his 2 advanced flying dragons toward the lizardman war commander. At this moment, the battle between the 5 dragon sparrows and the lizardman war commander along with her mount was exceptionally fierce. The dragon sparrows darted around the battlefield like whirlwinds, unleashing waves of flames and fierce gales upon the enemy. Although the lizardman war commander wielded a crimson bone spear that could deflect and disperse some of the attacks, she still found herself in severe discomfort from the relentless onslaught. The red lizardman war commander also unleashed her true fire, her crimson eyes shining with bloodlust, and the bone spear in her hand radiated a dazzling blood-red glow. The flying dragon beneath her became extraordinarily fierce, as if it had consumed a restorative potion, its scales and eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty red light. Its agility and attack speed were significantly enhanced. The dragon sparrows found it difficult to cope. One dragon sparrow was accidentally struck by the tail of a flying dragon, causing its feathers to scatter and scales to break. Chirp. Although it was not knocked down, it was still heavily injured, and its movements became somewhat sluggish. Arthur immediately ordered it to keep its distance. He then joined the fray with his 2 advanced flying dragons. The lizardmen, seeing Arthur commanding their own kind of flying dragons, couldn't help but feel deep hatred. Seeing Arthur as merely an elite warrior-level character only fueled their anger. Thus she made a fatal mistake. This red lizard man unexpectedly abandoned her flying dragon and charged directly at Arthur, preparing to execute a beheading maneuver. Arthur couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile, for dragon sparrows activated their magical skills and swiftly blocked the path of the lizard man war commander. Meanwhile, Arthur's two flying dragons had already engaged in close combat with the enemy's flying dragons. Although the enemy's flying dragons were slightly stronger than his two, boosted by the lizardman's blood magic effects, ultimately two fists could not compete with four hands. In just a few exchanges, Arthur's flying dragons had knocked the enemy to the ground. Arthur immediately concentrated the Beastmaster runes to control her. Then Arthur deliberately made this flying dragon appear to be escaping from the siege, quickly charging toward the lizardman war commander. Seeing her mount being so valiant, the lizardman war commander felt secretly pleased, preparing to return to her flying dragon. What she didn't expect was that her flying dragon suddenly clawed at her, nearly tearing her in half. The massive injury caused her to faint immediately. Arthur then kindly delivered several lightning strikes to her, rendering her completely unconscious. After concluding the battle in South Oster City, Arthur felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he relaxed his nerves. Fortunately, he had arrived in South Oster City just in time. Although the destruction here was quite severe, it was mostly confined to the bustling downtown area. It was nighttime and the crowd was not as dense, so the casualties were not too significant. Arthur descended from the sky riding on a dragon, landing in the central square of South Oster City. Immediately, a group of battered knights approached him. The knights clasped their fists together in salute and said, "We pay our respects to Baron Merlin. Thank you for your support of South Oster City." The lead senior Earth Knight respectfully addressed Arthur. "If it weren't for your timely assistance, the outcome for South Oster City would be unimaginable." Peter Pan expressed gratitude on behalf of all the residents of South Oster City, bowing deeply in a knightly gesture before Arthur. Arthur leaped down from his dragon and helped Peter up. Taking some healing potions from his storage ring, he handed them to him and said, "This is my duty as well. Please take these potions and prioritize treating your injured comrades. I have already cleared all the lizard men that invaded the Merlin territory, so the upcoming rescue and reassurance work will depend on you all. Thank you, my Lord Baron." The knights again expressed their gratitude to Arthur. No need for excessive formalities. I must hurry back to Alison City. It was attacked by 6 dragons, and the situation there is not optimistic. I need to take a look there as well. With that, Arthur led the dragon sparrows and the captured lizard men towards Alison City. Due to the injuries of the newly captured 3 dragons, Arthur had just fed them high-level healing potions and starlight essence, enabling them to fly, albeit not quickly. Thus Arthur, guiding numerous flying magical beasts, slowly made his way to Alison City. On the back of the dragon, he sat cross-legged and began his meditation after consuming a bottle of starlight essence. As the starlight essence entered his abdomen, Arthur's depleted fighting spirit and magical power rapidly recovered, and his fatigue lessened significantly. Moreover, due to the symbiotic contract, his previously stagnant cultivation level had made some progress. Hanuman was riding his dragon with 2 captured elite lizardmen warriors behind him. "Traitor, you lizardman's disgrace. Hanuman, you disgust me." One of the lizardmen couldn't help but curse Hanuman in a low voice. Unmoved, Hanuman replied calmly, "We lizardmen value strength above all. Whoever is strong follows whom. This is our consistent style. My master can easily defeat a general-level expert with his elite warrior realm. I feel proud to follow him. What is wrong with that? You. But he is a human, not a lizardman." Another lizardman retorted indignantly. "What does that matter? In any case, this war will end in one of 2 ways. Either the lizardmen will conquer and assimilate the humans, or they will be defeated, exterminated, or enslaved by the humans. In the end, won't we still merge into one? The only difference is the identities of the enslaver and the enslaved." Hanuman maintained an indifferent demeanor, seemingly not taking the other's words to heart. "This is clearly sophistry. This is strong argumentation. Don't you know the strength of the lizardmen? The humans are bound to suffer a devastating defeat. At that time, do you think you will have a good ending?" the lizardman said fiercely. Hanuman remained unperturbed, as if he had long since seen through everything. "At least for now, I have successfully preserved my life. As for you all..." Hanuman's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Then he shifted his tone and said, "Your lives and deaths are entirely in my master's hands. If you were to be killed, then even if the lizardmen ultimately achieved victory, what would it matter to you? Even if you miraculously survive, when the lizardmen achieve overwhelming victory, the so-called fruits of victory will only belong to those high-ranking races. And you will always just be cannon fodder and pawns." Hanuman's tone became sharper, ruthlessly exposing the harsh reality. "Does your master treat you exceptionally well? Don't be naive." The first lizardman who spoke mocked Hanuman. Hanuman replied nonchalantly, "I don't know if it's good or bad, but I am still alive, and that is the most important thing. Whether you can survive depends on your performance. I advise you to be sensible. A good death is not as good as a miserable life. As long as you live, there is still hope, isn't there?" The 2 lizardmen exchanged glances, fell silent, and sank into thought. Pinu was accompanied by the unconscious red lizardman warrior. Riding her dragon, closely followed behind Arthur. This night had a profound impact on her. Before setting out, she was a Tora lizard who defied the odds and was re-evaluated as a barking lizard, but in the blink of an eye she was enslaved by humans. Moreover, her master was powerful and his methods were truly unfathomable. Even the burrow lizard warrior was easily defeated by her master. Pinu, who originally could not resist Arthur's will, now held even more respect for him. It wasn't until dawn that Arthur and his group returned to Alison City. The sunlight cast down on the ruins of Alison City, and the residents had already begun the arduous task of restoration. They quietly cleared the shattered streets and collapsed buildings, feeling both grief for their destroyed homes and joy at their survival. Amidst the swirling dust, people carefully lifted stones to fill in the massive pits. They bore heavy timber on their shoulders, striving to rebuild the homes they had lost. Every brick and tile carried their sweat and determination. Everywhere in the streets and alleys, busy figures could be seen. Some were mixing mud to repair the city walls, others were reconstructing bridges to restore transportation. Everyone worked together, helping each other without complaints, driven only by their love for their homeland and a desire to rebuild their lives. Children joined in, as well, using their small hands to pass bricks or helping to carry water and food. In their eyes shone a light of determination and hope, as if telling everyone that this city would surely rise again. Amidst the ruins, the residents were reshaping the visage of Alison City with their own hands, piece by piece. They believed that through their efforts, this city once destroyed would once again flourish with vitality. This is the greatness of humanity. No matter how great the disaster or pressure they face, they will never cease their pursuit of a better life and their determination to build a homeland. Arthur couldn't help but exclaim. Upon seeing Arthur riding on dragons and dragon sparrows above Alison City, the residents put down their work, excitedly waving and calling up to the sky, "Lord Arthur has returned. Lord Arthur has returned." Sometimes it is that simple. Those who have helped them can earn their respect and affection. Arthur rode the dragon as he continued towards Alison Castle, eventually landing the dragon in the castle's training yard. Once they landed, the training yard, which was as large as a football field, was occupied by nearly half of the area. The scene was quite impressive as the castle guards stared in awe at the dozen or so gigantic creatures occupying the training yard. Arthur dismounted the dragon and instructed Hanuman and the others, "Wait for me here. I have some matters to attend to, so do not wander around. The human race holds a deep grudge against you. Do not create unnecessary trouble." "Yes, master." Hanuman and Pinu responded respectfully. The other two lizard men remained silent, staring at Arthur with their ugly green vertical eyes. After giving his instructions, Arthur stepped towards the main castle of Alison. Just as he exited the training yard, a small squad of castle knights approached him. "Greetings, Lord Baron." The leading high-ranking Earth Knight bowed to Arthur and explained, "Lady Alison is currently attending to the seriously injured Lady Diana, so she sent us to welcome you, and we hope for your understanding." The knight's armor still bore dried blood, indicating that he too had not had time to rest. "No problem, just take me to see Diana first." Arthur waved his hand and said, "At your command. Please follow me, my lord." Under the guidance of the knight captain, Arthur arrived at the door of a room on the second floor of the castle. The knight captain lightly knocked on the door twice, and then reported, "Inside, my lord. Lord Arthur has arrived." "Come in," a weak voice from Alison called out. The knight captain opened the door for Arthur, and he stepped into the room. Inside the room, Alison looked haggard as she kept vigil by Diana's bedside. Although she had cleaned herself up, her pale face and listless demeanor indicated her extremely poor condition. Seeing Alison in such a state, Arthur could not help but advise, "Sister, you look unwell. You need to take care of yourself. The entire city of Alison is counting on you to take charge. The residents are actively participating in post-disaster reconstruction and morale is high. You need to encourage them more." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of Starshine elixir and a colorful potion from his storage ring and handed them to Alison. "This potion from Dragon Roost Island is highly effective for healing and restoring vitality. Please give it to Diana." Alison took the potion from Arthur, her eyes shining with excitement. "Really? If it works, I will be sure to thank you properly." Arthur gently reassured her, "There's no need, and after all, we grew up together. I wouldn't stand by and do nothing. It's quite effective, so hurry and give it to her." Upon hearing this, a faint smile finally appeared on Alison's pale face. "You're very kind." She propped up Diana, gently opened her mouth slowly, and carefully fed her the potion. After administering the potion, Alison carefully laid Diana back down, fixed her hair, and covered her with a velvet blanket. Then she stared intently at Diana, waiting to see how the potion would take effect. Arthur shook his head helplessly, but ultimately said nothing more. After all, no matter how powerful one is, one cannot remain calm when a loved one is in danger. A few minutes later, Diana's pale face finally showed a hint of color. Indeed, the potion proved to be quite effective. Seeing that the potion Arthur provided was indeed effective, Alison happily thanked him once more. "Thank you so much, Arthur. Not only did you resolve the crisis in Alison, but you also saved Diana. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. In the future, if you need my help, just let me know, sister. I will not refuse anything I can do." Alison expressed her determination to Arthur excitedly. Arthur shook his head helplessly and said, "What are you talking about, sister? I help because we are family. Saying such things is really unnecessary. Family should support each other, shouldn't they? In the future, when my brother needs help." Alison laughed heartily at his words. "You are right. We are family. Of course we should support each other. It's my fault as an elder sister. However, brothers should keep accounts clear. There should be reciprocity for lasting relationships. How about this time, let the population of Dragon Roost Island increase to 70,000. With your recent display of strength, I believe many of the residents will be eager to go to Dragon Roost Island. Arthur would absolutely not refuse the increase in population and smiled as he said, "Then thank you, sister. Just right, I will take the people directly back to Dragon Roost Island. We don't have much time left to deal with the lizard men. We must prepare as soon as possible." Ali-san curiously glanced at her brother and asked, "From your words, it seems you have received some news." Arthur did not hide anything and shared the information he received from the lizard men with Ali-san. Ali-san's expression turned particularly serious upon hearing Arthur's words. So this time the lizard men sent out 60 dragon riders and their reconnaissance troops, with 5 squadrons invading Augustus Island. What you dealt with was only 1 squadron's strength. Their main force consists of over 1,200 dragon riders. Arthur nodded affirmatively yes. This lizard man invasion poses an unprecedented massive crisis for the Crescent Duchy. For our Merlin family, it can be said to be a disaster. Without the support of powerful figures from the continent, the Crescent Duchy is in peril. However, Ali-san and Dragon Roost Island are still safe for the time being. So sister quickly organized the manpower to repair the city and construct defensive works. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. This is beyond what people of our level can change. Ali-san nodded absently. Yes, all we can do is to protect our family and shelter as many residents as possible. However, there are countless strong human beings, and the kingdoms of the continent will not sit idly by. Arthur nodded and said that is natural. But who knows when they will take action? The more tragic the situation in the Crescent Duchy, the more negotiation capital and benefits they can gain, right? Ali-san said with a sarcastic smile. Indeed, every time the human race faces a crisis, those major powers are always the last to step in after profiting. Arthur then said earnestly, so as the Merlin territory, which is at the forefront of the lizardmen invasion, if we want to hold on until those major powers intervene then. Arthur switched topics. Let's not dwell on those uncontrollable matters. This time we managed to eliminate one of their squadrons. Next time we can take down more. If the situation becomes untenable, we still have the option to escape. As long as there are green mountains, one need not worry about a lack of firewood. Arthur shared all the information he had about the lizardmen with Ali-san. He knew this would place immense pressure on her. But isn't it true that only by getting closer to reality can one make more advantageous decisions? By the way, sister, you should give this starshine dew a try. Arthur took out a bottle of starshine dew from his storage ring and handed it to Ali-san. Starshine dew. Ali-san looked at the potion in Arthur's hand with curiosity. Arthur said with a hint of pride, yes, this is a new potion I developed which is remarkably effective for restoring fighting spirit and magical power and enhancing cultivation. You should try it quickly. I see that your condition is quite poor. In these turbulent times, it's essential for you to maintain your best state. Ali-san took the starshine dew from Arthur's hand, opened the white shell, revealing the crystal-clear starry liquid inside. Truly deserving of the name starshine dew, its color shines like starlight, crystal clear and radiant, emitting a mysterious and enchanting glow. Like the twinkling stars in the night sky, it is dazzling and captivating, making it hard to look away. Its appearance resembles morning dew, round and transparent, as if containing endless temptation. Ali-san praised sincerely. When she held it in her hands, she could feel its cool temperature. Through the light, she seemed to see countless tiny stars flickering inside, intoxicating her. Bringing it close to her lips and gently inhaling a fresh fragrance wafted in the essence of the stars, carrying a faint sense of tranquility and mystery. As if immersed in the vast universe, surrounded by endless stars and the silent void. Without further hesitation, Ali-san brought the starshine dew to her lips and drank it in one go. A wave of cool energy instantly spread throughout her body, and a tremor seemingly from her soul made Ali-san involuntarily moan. She immediately sat cross-legged and circulated her fighting spirit as the starshine dew transformed into a continuous stream of energy flooding through Ali-san's meridians. Before long, she was deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Arthur observed her complexion improving steadily, which put his mind at ease. He quietly left the room and instructed the guard at the door, do not let anyone disturb your master. She is in a critical period of cultivation. Understood, my lord. Arthur exited Ali-san's castle and boarded a dragon sparrow flying towards the dock. It was better not to ride the flying dragon too conspicuously after all these dragons had caused considerable damage to Ali-san City and South OS City. It was best to avoid unnecessary suspicion for now. Tom and the others should have already arrived at Ali-san Harbor. I wonder if they've been affected by the dragon attack. I cannot afford any mishaps with my supplies. They are the foundation for my upcoming developments. Arthur muttered to himself. In a quarter of an hour he arrived above the dock, and fortunately there had been no dragon attacks here. All the vessels at the dock remained orderly, though many were preparing to leave, seemingly frightened by last night's events. Before long, Arthur spotted Tom's cargo ship. He directly guided the dragon sparrow over. Tom, having already seen his lord's mount, stood on the deck, continuously waving to Arthur. After Arthur landed the dragon sparrow on the deck, he jumped down. Tom and the other guards immediately approached and bowed to Arthur, saying, "Greetings, Baron. Rise. How are things? Is everyone unharmed?" Arthur inquired. Tom, still somewhat shaken, replied, "Praise the moon goddess. My lord, none of us were injured. You see, we arrived at Ali-san Harbor yesterday morning. After paying our respects to Lady Allison, we took back our previous cargo and docked with our fleet at Ali-san Harbor, waiting to set sail for Dragon Roost Island once the population of 50,000 arrives. We spent an entire day securing the ships for transporting people intending to leave this morning. Who would have thought that those terrifying dragons would attack Ali-san City at night? Being relatively weak, we could not be of much help. After you defeated those lizardmen, we assisted in rescuing the affected citizens to show our goodwill. Arthur nodded in agreement, saying what you did was commendable. Olison City is also the territory of my Merlin family, and we have a symbiotic relationship with Dragon Roost Island. We naturally must look out for each other. Arthur then said to Tom, this time Baron Olison has decided to support us with a population of 70,000 for Dragon Roost Island, so you need to work a bit harder and find more ships. No problem, my lord. The people of Olison City are quite cordial towards us Dragon Roost Island folks. Tom replied confidently. That's good, but we must not take advantage of kindness. Do you understand? Arthur solemnly instructed Tom. Tom replied earnestly, rest assured, my lord. We will ensure fair trade and mutual enjoyment. With the remaining matters under Tom and the guard's management, Arthur departed the dock on his Dragon Sparrow. Olison City had a population of several 100,000, and the casualties from last night were only in the thousands, so it was not crippling. With everyone working together, many streets have already resumed traffic. Arthur returned to the training ground, taking the flying dragons and the remaining dragon sparrows towards the southwest sea of Olison City. He planned to capture some magical beasts there to feed the flying dragons and dragon sparrows. Hanuman, riding his flying dragon, approached Arthur to report, Master, these two barking lizards are also ready to submit to you. After saying that, Hanuman knelt on the flying dragon before Arthur. Arthur did not refuse and took a few minutes to imprint the beast taming mark on the other two lizard men as well. However, his magical power was now completely depleted. Arthur quickly consumed a bottle of Starshine Dew and sat on the dragon sparrow, focusing on the true dragon visualization method. To Arthur's surprise, the dissipated energy from his cultivation actually had a rather positive effect on the dragon sparrow beneath him. The dragon sparrow's body surged with magical energy, drawing in all of the dissipated energy from Arthur. At this moment, the burrow lizard woke up. She realized that she had been enslaved by a human, leaving her feeling despondent. The entire lizard had lost its spirit. She glared fiercely at Arthur and said, Human, what have you done to me? Is it magic or witchcraft? Arthur looked down at her and replied, This is beast taming technique specifically for dealing with magical beasts. I am a burrow lizardman, not a magical beast. Arthur dismissed her claim, saying, You're just a scaled creature like the others. Remember, you are now merely my slave. If you do not obey, I won't hesitate to let you become a breeding tool for Hanuman and the others. The red lizard man's face turned even uglier upon hearing this, and she simply turned away, refusing to speak further. Pinu worriedly said to her, Salvanna, you must not defy your master's will. By noon, Alison had completed her cultivation. Not only had she restored her condition, but her fighting spirit had also made significant progress. She was now not far from becoming a Sky Knight. If she could break through to that level before the lizardman's invasion, her family would have a better chance of surviving this calamity. With a radiant complexion, Alison immediately instructed her subordinates to deliver the promised 70,000 citizens to Arthur's men for support to Dragon Roost Island. In the afternoon, 70,000 citizens surged towards the dock in waves, filling every corner with their dense figures. People pushed and shouted, boarding the huge ships with anticipation for the future. At the edge of the dock, ships arrived one after another with the purple flags of Dragon Roost Island fluttering in the wind. Crew members busily guided the crowd and maintained order. People carried luggage, held children, their faces reflecting a mix of emotions. Some were excited and eager for the new journey. Others were nervous and anxious about the uncertainty of the future. The boarding process was tense yet orderly as people boarded the ship one by one under the crew's guidance. Inside the cabin, it was packed with people in every seat and aisle. The noisy sounds intertwined in the air, creating a unique atmosphere. When the last passenger boarded, the ship slowly departed from the dock. Arthur commanded a fierce and majestic group of flying dragons and dragon sparrows, soaring like a formidable aerial fleet across the vast and boundless ocean. In less than 2 hours of flight, Arthur successfully led his flying mounts to capture 5 enormous intermediate deep-sea magic sharks. The fins and sharp teeth were stored in Arthur's storage ring, precious materials from magical beasts with significant value. The remaining shark bones and flesh were devoured by the flying dragons and dragon sparrows. Unlike dragon sparrows that only consumed the flesh of magical beasts, flying dragons swallowed everything, including bones. Fortunately, these 5 magic sharks were large enough to satisfy the appetites of the flying dragons and dragon sparrows, quickly filling their bellies. After another hour of flight, a small and exquisite emerald green island suddenly appeared in the distance, covering an area of just a few square kilometers, yet shrouded in dense coconut groves. However, at that moment, the previously calm group of flying dragons suddenly became restless and agitated. Seeing this, Arthur immediately soothed their excited emotions through the beast bond. Hanuman respectfully reported to Arthur, Master, the flying dragons seem to have sensed some danger. Arthur smiled slightly and replied, No need to worry, it is just the dragon sparrows and the other sparrows I arranged in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, 16 imposing high-level magical birds suddenly soared from 2 different directions of the island. Among these magical birds, the 2 leaders were actually intermediate-level dragon beasts. The 5 lizard men couldn't help but cast their eyes toward Arthur, each inwardly thinking, Indeed, the master is extraordinary. It seems that surrendering is not such a bad thing. Cunning human race. Master, we are not far from Giant Lizard Island. We passed by here on our way here. If other squads complete their missions and return, we might encounter them. Hanuman reminded Arthur. Arthur looked at Hanuman with appreciation and said, I came here to prepare to meet them. What do you mean, master? Hanuman looked at Arthur in confusion. Arthur pointed to the dragon sparrows and other sparrows flying around and asked, with these magical birds will your squad feel pressured? Hanuman suddenly understood, so that was the master's intention. He refrained from saying more. As a servant it was enough to follow the master's orders without appearing too clever. Hanuman Pinu take Finu and Tainu on the flying dragons to scout the movements of the other dragon riders towards Sophros Island. If you encounter any stragglers, capture them. Yes, master. After receiving the order, they immediately rode their flying dragons towards Sophros Island. Arthur led the remaining flying dragons and magical beasts hunting while quietly following behind. Arthur watched the departing flying dragons, a glint of cunning shining in his eyes. There were two reasons for coming to Sophros to besiege the Dragon Rider squad. The first was to avoid revealing too many of his cards on Augustus Island. The second was to mislead the lizard men into thinking that Sothros' strength far surpassed that of Augustus Island. In doing so, the lizard men would likely allocate more forces here during an invasion, indirectly reducing the pressure on the Merlin territory. A dead friend is better than a poor Taoist. Arthur forcefully brainwashed himself for his insidious actions. He knew well that this operation was not just for hunting, but also a test. He wanted to assess the strength of other Dragon Rider squads, as well as their weaknesses and hidden cards. Gathering useful information was crucial for the Merlin family to gain an advantage in future conflicts. As time passed, Arthur and his team gradually approached the eastern coastline of Sophros Island. The coastline of Sophros Island could already be clearly seen from the high altitude. It was also at this moment that Hanuman and the others encountered the first Lizardman squad. Hanuman, didn't you go to Augustus Island? What brings you here? The leading Lizardman warrior asked in confusion. Hanuman feigned panic and replied, Lord Hakimi, we were ambushed by the human race. In our haste, we fled here. Captain Heir and the others retreated in another direction. Ha ha, Hakimi, I didn't expect Heir to be so useless, getting scattered by the humans. What a stain on your tackler family's reputation. The overweight Lizardman warrior Ikra, also a shaly lizard, mocked. Hakimi's eyes revealed annoyance and anger as he retorted, Ikra, don't speak too soon. Let's see if your Woma family can achieve any merits. However, that seems a bit difficult. Your family doesn't even have a squad leader. Even if you achieve any merits, there won't be much for you to share. So what? At least our Woma family has the courage to never run away. Hakimi scoffed, anyone can boast. I hope your Woma family can charge to the front in every battle. That wouldn't diminish your prestige. While the two were bickering, Hanuman and the others had already quietly slipped to the side, trying to minimize their presence. Hakimi glanced at them coldly and ordered, you can stay behind my squad for now. Rejoin after Heir and the others return. Thank you, Lord Hakimi. Hanuman and the others obediently followed behind Hakimi's squad on their flying dragons. Many lizardmen in the team looked at them with disdain. They felt that they were truly bringing shame to the lizardmen. Let us advance to the next target, Hakimi coldly commanded. Haha, these humans really are no match for us. Yesterday we broke apart a small city in just half a night. Ikra boasted loudly about his achievements, all the while casting glances at Hanuman and the others. You fat fool, you'll see soon enough. Hanuman silently cursed, be careful in ambush. Hakimi's sharp voice exploded in the ears of the lizardmen. At the same time, Arthur, riding the dragon sparrow leader, had emerged from the white clouds several miles away. 10 high-level, two-headed dragon sparrows, and 8 high-level sparrows roared towards the lizardman squad. Prepare for battle. Form groups of 3. Hanuman, you 4 form a group and surround and eliminate these ignorant humans. Yes. At this moment, the lizardmen's fighting spirit was high. They immediately rode their flying dragons and wielded their bone spears to confront Arthur. Arthur, riding the dragon sparrow leader, charged alone at Hakimi's trio. The sparrow leader, accompanied by 2 high-level dragon sparrows, engaged Hakimi's trio. The sparrow leader attacked Ikra's trio with 2 sparrows. The remaining 7 dragon sparrows and 5 sparrows split into 2 groups to attack the other 2 trios. Hanuman and his 3 companions followed behind one trio on their flying dragons. Just as the trio clashed with the approaching sparrows, they struck swiftly and ruthlessly, cutting down the 3 unsuspecting lizardmen from behind and severely injuring their dragon mount's wings. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. With the wails of the lizardmen and the cries of the flying dragons, one of the trio in this squad suffered heavy casualties and was no longer able to fight. Hanuman, you dared to betray your race, betray your family? Hakimi asked incredulously while blocking the attacks from Arthur's dragon sparrow. Hanuman remained silent, continuing to viciously attack the injured trio. Soon the 3 lizardmen who were besieged were knocked off their flying dragons by Hanuman and the others, falling into the sea, uncertain of their fate. The 3 flying dragons, no longer under their master's control, still fought valiantly. Pinu flew towards the ocean, preparing to capture the few lizardmen who had almost lost their ability to resist. Arthur witnessed that Hanuman had achieved the intended goal, and without hesitation, he broke free from the battle, with Hakimi directing the dragon sparrow leader toward the battlefield of Hanuman and the others. The dragon sparrow leader spread its 20-meter wings, moving with the speed of lightning, arriving swiftly before the 3-headed flying dragon that had lost its master's control amidst a booming sound. Seizing the opportunity when they were fatigued and their defenses were lax, Arthur effortlessly inserted 3 beast control runes into the bodies of the 3-headed flying dragon. The 3-headed flying dragon momentarily fell into a daze, coming under Arthur's control. Hakimi mistakenly believed that Arthur intended to eliminate the three-headed flying dragon at this opportune moment, and in a frenzy disregarding his own safety, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fiercely launched his bone spear toward Arthur. A powerful blood-red crescent howled toward Arthur. The dragon sparrow leader flapped its enormous wings, immediately forming a barrier of wind and fire around itself. It easily blocked Hakimi's attack. The wind and fire barrier rang loudly as the blood-red crescent struck it, yet it could not shake it in the slightest. When did the dragon sparrow leader come to possess such a formidable defensive magic skill? Arthur couldn't help but remark. It seemed he would need to further study and develop the magical skills of the beasts under his command in the future. At this moment, with his scheme having succeeded, Arthur was naturally unwilling to confront Hakimi Hedon, so he pretended to be weak while gradually retreating. The three-headed flying dragon, having been saved, obediently followed behind Hakimi, fighting alongside him to fend off the fierce attacks from the surrounding dragon sparrows and the other flying beasts. Both sides engaged in fierce combat again, with the situation becoming a stalemate. After all, Hakimi was a powerhouse of the sky level, far surpassing the previous duo of Salvarna. Although the onslaught led by Arthur's beasts was ferocious, they were unable to inflict significant damage on Hakimi at that moment. Instead, his flying dragon was accumulating more and more wounds. After all, that nearly 30-meter-long body was a living target. Had it not been for its tough skin and thick scales combined with Hakimi's strength, it would have long been taken down by the other magical beasts. Arthur had not made a move yet, for he knew that his attacks were akin to mere tickles against high-level magical beasts and sky-level foes. The purple thunder-binding dragon technique could indeed inflict considerable damage on them, but it consumed too much magic power. Arthur did not want to waste his magic unless it was a critical moment. The scene was ever-changing, one should never reveal all their cards too early. Arthur fought while retreating, leading Hakimi to a location away from the others. The three-headed flying dragon closely followed behind Hakimi, blocking several swift ambushes from the other flying beasts. Hakimi grew increasingly trusting and reassured of the flying dragon behind him. He focused all his attention on attacking Arthur. At this moment, Arthur was secretly calculating how to utilize the three-headed flying dragon to deliver a heavy blow to Hakimi. Arthur commanded the flying beasts to cast their magical skills and quickly approach Hakimi. One even flew directly onto the back of Hakimi's mount. Hakimi's expression turned serious as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His bone spear instantly transformed into a deep red color, forcing the flying beasts to retreat. Hakimi's dragon mount displayed great might, withstanding numerous attacks from the same level dragon sparrows and other flying beasts, though its injuries continued to increase, especially as the wind and fire tornado from the dragon sparrow singed its scales. The pain caused its eyes to turn red and it roared incessantly. Ultimately, a flying dragon collided with the flying beasts on its back, temporarily alleviating Hakimi's dire situation. Just as Hakimi breathed a sigh of relief before he could catch his breath, the dragon's massive claws viciously clawed into his back. Poor Hakimi, unable to even let out a scream, was torn in half by his own team's dragon. Arthur looked with satisfaction at the shattered Hakimi and gathered his magic to form another beast control rune. The dragon that had just dealt with Hakimi was now tearing at the flesh on the back of Hakimi's mount like a dog digging in the ground, causing the high-level flying dragon to emit a howl akin to a mountain's wail. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur sent the beast control rune into its body. In its rage and despair, the dragon had not anticipated that it could still escape with its life. After the beast control rune entered its body, a mental connection was quickly established with Arthur. Successfully taming Hakimi's mount, Arthur led the newly subdued four-headed flying dragon to attack another trio. At this moment, Hanuman approached Arthur and requested, "Master, Hakimi can be considered one of my kin. May I collect his remains?" Arthur was somewhat puzzled. "Aren't you from two different tribes?" Hanuman explained, "I am a bastard of the takel family, a hybrid of the Shaly lizard and the Way lizard." "I see," Arthur nodded. "Regardless, he is still a powerhouse of the sky level and indeed deserves some respect." Saying this, he jumped from the dragon sparrow onto the back of the flying dragon and took out a coat from his storage ring, wrapping Hakimi's remains. He stored it in the storage ring. Such excellent blood sacrifice material should not go to waste, Arthur thought to himself. The nearby Lizardman trio, originally just elite Lizardman warriors with mounts that were merely intermediate high-level flying dragons, had long been battered by the high-level dragon sparrows and other flying beasts. Upon seeing Hakimi's dismal fate, they were utterly terrified. Watching Arthur and his group charge toward them, they lost all courage to resist. They immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, thinking to themselves, "After all, Hanuman and the others have long surrendered, so doing this isn't losing face. No losing the lizard." Seeing them so perceptive, Arthur conveyed orders through Hanuman, directing them to join in encircling the remaining trio near Ikra. Arthur also led many high-level magical beasts toward the direction where Ikra was located. From a distance, Arthur spotted Ikra engaged in a fierce battle with the leader of the flying beasts. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and he secretly rejoiced. The victory of this battle is already assured. As he approached the battlefield, Arthur decisively commanded the four giant dragons to charge directly at Ikra's team. Ikra and his companions, witnessing this overwhelming force, instantly panicked. Originally, Ikra was evenly matched against the flying beasts led by the leader. But with the addition of more dragon sparrows and flying beasts, they found themselves increasingly unable to fend off the attacks. They had no choice but to form a defensive triangle with the three-headed flying dragon to continue resisting desperately. However, with the joining of Arthur's flying dragons, the tide of battle shifted instantly. Ikra's team fell into a passive position, desperately trying to withstand the attacks from the flying dragons, but clearly they were outmatched. Arthur seized the opportunity, driving the dragon sparrows to charge at Ikra. The dragon sparrows unleashed raging flames, and Ikra, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the flames. Injured, Ikra glared at Arthur, swinging his bone spear in a final struggle. However, Arthur did not give Ikra a moment's respite. Arthur first activated the purple thunder binding dragon technique, stunning two elite lizardmen warriors. The two flying dragons, now free from their master's control, were separated from the trio by Arthur's dragon sparrows. Arthur consumed a bottle of starshine nectar, fully restoring his magic power. At this moment, the two flying dragons were entirely subdued by numerous magical beasts. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Arthur sent the prepared beast control runes into the bodies of the two flying dragons. Meanwhile, Ikra was surrounded by Arthur and his companions. The overweight Ikra gasped for breath, completely engulfed in despair.